Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, 10 Years of Planning. The moonlight shone through the clouds, illuminating the land of America. In New York, Manhattan, on the top floor of the Umbrella Building, Adam sat in the executive chair, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the scenery outside while gently swirling a wine glass in his hand. It's been over 10 years since I came to this world. Time flies so fast. The plot of the Marvel world is about to unfold, isn't it? A few days ago, it seemed that Tony Stark had already returned from the Middle East. Knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. As the office door opened, a tall blonde beauty with a set of files swayed her way inside. The sound of high heels clacking on the floor echoed like the gears of fate turning. The secretary quickly approached Adam from behind. Boss, the full payment from the Middle East has come through, and they're urging us to ship. Adam turned his chair to look at her. His secretary's name was Luna, a typical Western beauty with a height of about 1.7 meters, green eyes, a high nose bridge, long blonde hair, a voluptuous figure, a slim waist, and long, slender legs dressed in black stockings. He chose her as his secretary not just for her beauty but because she was an orphan he had raised since childhood and was absolutely reliable in terms of loyalty. Taking a sip of the wine in his hand, Adam said calmly, since they've paid in full, arrange for the shipment. The buyer from the Middle East had ordered 30 vials of the C2 virus. The C virus was a new RNA virus developed from the T2 virus, which combined the T virus with the Progenitor Virus and further integrated the G virus. It can reorganize biological genes, DNA, to transform organisms, granting the host extraordinary strength and resilience. Moreover, the C virus significantly activated the insect gene segments in the T virus, causing those infected to develop insect-like characteristics and undergo a complete metamorphosis stage, turning them into entirely new species. However, the initial C virus caused the host to lose self-awareness, becoming a monster mentally, a less than ideal product. Thus, Adam removed the C virus's respiratory tract infection ability, making it injectable only, and ensured it wouldn't strip the host of self-awareness, creating the C2 virus. For those in the Middle East who face sanctions and cannot buy heavy weapons, the C2 virus is the best choice. No maintenance or ammunition logistics are needed, it's highly concealable, and a single injection can enhance one's capabilities, practically perfect. The C2 virus is slightly expensive, though, priced at $10 million per vial. But for those wealthy Middle Easterners, what is $300 million? They pay in full without leaving any outstanding balance, which is why Adam enjoys dealing with them. After finishing, he cautiously added, make sure to take precautions and avoid any accidents. Yes, I will assign trustworthy people to follow the task. Boss, here are the documents you requested. Luna placed the files down. Adam nodded, picked up the documents, and began to review them. The top was a detailed report on a company called Starship. The Umbrella Corporation had already become a world leader in biopharmaceuticals, touching upon various medical and cosmetic fields, so he recently intended to enter the aerospace industry. However, the acquisition price of Starship seemed to exceed his budget. To gain over 20% of the shares and have a voice, his current assets would definitely face a crisis. After some thought, he put down the documents and said, find some environmentalists to cause trouble for Starship, then have someone criticize its prospects, and proceed to short the stock. In America, the simplest way to mess with a company is by hiring environmentalists. It's also the most cost-effective method. There is no reason environmentalists can't find, and no company they can't trouble. He had faced harassment from these environmentalists before. Although not skilled at solving problems, he excelled at dealing with the people causing them. Yes, boss, I'll make the arrangements. Seeing Adam bow his head, Luna swayed her hips and elegantly exited the office. With the office door closed again, Adam whispered, Red Queen. In the next second, a projection of a cute little girl in a red dress appeared before him. Master, what are your orders? The Red Queen was his golden finger after traveling to this world, a powerful artificial intelligence with all kinds of data from the Umbrella Corporation, including the Progenitor Virus. His T virus, G virus, and C virus were derivatives he developed based on the Red Queen's instructions, having acquired the stairway of the sunflower in Africa to extract the Progenitor Virus. What's the research progress on the controllable G3 virus? Compared to the T virus, which can be controlled when injected from the embryonic stage, and the relatively less infectious C virus, the G virus is more volatile and difficult to control. This is why he has been selling the T and C viruses but never the G virus. A businessman has business ethics and won't sell products he can't control. Master, the G3 virus has entered the final testing phase and is now awaiting human trials. Then have the action team find some homeless people for human trials. When it comes to America, what's the most abundant? Homeless people, of course, they are a specialty. Every year, there are millions of illegal immigrants and nearly 1 million legal immigrants in America, but have you ever seen its population increase over the years? The reasons behind this need not be explained to those who understand. As you wish, Master. Any progress on the Blacklight Virus research? Besides possessing a database of various viruses, the Red Queen also has the ability to conduct independent research. Adam had only described the characteristics of the Blacklight Virus before tasking the Red Queen with the research. Master, according to your description, the Blacklight Virus is incredibly powerful, and the research has hit a bottleneck. We can't proceed with human trials unless we obtain self-healing and absorption type X genes. X genes, huh? Adam nodded, picked up the wine glass from his desk, took a sip, and turned his chair to gaze at the night view outside. At that moment, the moonlight appeared from outside the window, but it eerily bypassed his silhouette. It seemed as though even the moonlight dared not touch this man. Soon, the era of the extraordinary will begin. In this Marvel world, there are indeed mutants. Chapter 2, The Charity Gala. 1 month later, on a clear night, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool light over the land, attempting to pierce the vast darkness. At the Disney Concert Hall in New York City, the 3rd annual Charity Gala was in full swing. Luxury cars arrived one after another, bringing together a group of America's wealthiest individuals. The screech of brakes announced another arrival. Stepping out of the car was Luna, dressed in a backless black evening gown and black high heels. Her graceful steps as she walked toward the concert hall immediately made her the center of attention. Journalists, like sharks scenting blood, swarmed around her, snapping photos. Ms. Luna, we've heard that Umbrella Corporation is secretly acquiring Starship Company. Is that true? Luna, what's your response to Norman Osborn's recent outburst accusing Umbrella of trying to overthrow Osborn Industries as the top pharmaceutical company in the country? Is it true that Umbrella is preparing to collaborate with the military? Are you planning to enter the defense sector? Recently, there have been reports about Umbrella's wastewater failing to meet environmental standards. What's your comment on that? Luna maintained a polite smile but did not respond to any of the questions, continuing her way into the concert hall. The reporter's questions were too tricky and sharp for her to address. Silence was the best option. After all, Umbrella was already a leader in its industry and didn't need media attention to make a name for itself. Only after entering the concert hall did Luna finally shake off the persistent journalists, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Boss, you sure know how to keep me busy, making me work overtime like this, she muttered under her breath, annoyed that Adam had suddenly tasked her with attending this charity event when she should have been off duty. Her earpiece crackled to life with Adam's voice. Thanks for your hard work. I'll give you a raise and a promotion when you get back. A month ago, a journalist had infiltrated one of Umbrella's chemical plants and written an article criticizing the company's wastewater discharge. Adam had sent Luna to this charity gala to boost Umbrella's public image. Though the incident didn't have a huge impact, considering that in America, out of 10 factories, 11 failed to meet standards, with the extra one being a small workshop, Adam didn't want any mishaps during such a crucial time. Luna smiled wryly, picking up a glass of wine. Not enough, boss. You make me work late every night. You owe me compensation. What kind of compensation? I'm taking a vacation next week, and you're taking me to Disneyland. Deal. I'm busy here, so stay in touch just in case. In the Umbrella Underground Laboratory, Adam turned to the specimen whose right hand had become grotesquely enlarged, sprouting a massive eye. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Red Queen, increase the stimulation of the Nemesis parasite and inject more special nutrients. Yes, Master. As weak electric currents pulsed, the parasite within the specimen began to wriggle restlessly, accelerating its evolution. Roar. Despite the special sedatives weakening its body, the specimen couldn't break free from its alloy restraints. Its evolution speed, however, did not satisfy Adam. Increase the dose of the G-virus. Yes, Master. Watching the increasingly monstrous specimen, Adam finally showed a hint of satisfaction. Back at the Disney Concert Hall, Luna's face lit up with a brilliant smile when she heard Adam agree to her request. Finally, she'd managed to get him to agree to a day out, a rare achievement. Her boss, usually buried in research at the company, rarely ventured out. At 30-something, he was still single and had never been the subject of any romantic gossip. Does this count as a date? She wondered, her cheeks flushing slightly. A man nearby noticed her reaction and approached with a drink in hand. Good evening, beautiful lady. May I have the honor of a dance? Turning, Luna saw a well-dressed man with brown hair and eyes, standing about 5 feet 7 inches, exuding a playboy charm. She immediately recognized him, Tony Stark, the notorious playboy and chairman of Stark Industries. Since Umbrella and Stark Industries had no recent conflicts, Luna's expression remained neutral. Mr. Stark, I believe that lady over there might be looking for you. Tony followed her gaze to see Pepper Potts, his assistant and secretary, standing not far away with a sour expression. Shrugging nonchalantly, Tony raised his glass and walked over to her. "Oh, Pepper, you look so stunning, I almost didn't recognize you," Tony said with a smile. Pepper's mood lifted slightly at his approach, and she smiled. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here seeking the truth." "Your dress is gorgeous, where's it from?" Pepper did look beautiful that night, her elegantly made-up face and blue backless evening gown accentuating her slim figure and curves. Apart from Luna, no one else could overshadow her. But her answer caught Tony off guard. "This dress? You gave it to me as a birthday present." "Really?" "Yes, it was your birthday gift to me." Tony was relieved Pepper wasn't the petty type, otherwise, he'd have wanted to crawl into a hole. Forgetting a birthday gift he had given was a clear sign he hadn't paid attention to her. Quickly, he changed the subject. "Shall we dance?" Despite her joy at the invitation, Pepper remained bashfully reserved as Tony led her to the dance floor. Everyone at Stark Industries knew she had always had feelings for Tony. But with Tony's frequent company of different Victoria's Secret models each week, she had kept her feelings to herself, content to be his assistant. Chapter 3, The Shy Girl. By the bar in the Charity Gala Hall, Luna watched Tony and Pepper dancing together with a look of envy in her eyes. If even Pepper, a personal assistant, could catch Tony's eye, did that mean she might have a chance with her boss in the future? Her musings were interrupted by a voice beside her. "Hello, Miss Luna." Turning around, Luna saw a man in a black suit and tie, hands clasped in front of him, looking very formal. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a buzz cut, brown hair, and brown eyes. Despite searching her memory, Luna couldn't recall who he was. "Who are you?" "My name is Carlson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What kind of long-winded department name was that? She'd never heard of it before. While Luna was puzzled, her earpiece crackled to life with the voice of the Red Queen, the AI. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, or SHIELD, is a special agency under the United Nations Security Council that handles extraordinary events. Adam has always avoided contact with such organizations. Please do not engage in lengthy conversations. This was why she wore an earpiece, not just to communicate with Adam but also to receive real-time assistance from the Red Queen, avoiding misunderstandings. In case of danger, the Red Queen could quickly arrange for rescue. After hearing the Red Queen's explanation, Luna immediately picked up her wine glass. "Sorry, I need some quiet." With that, she turned and left without looking back. As Adam's trusted confidant, she would never go against his wishes. Carlson watched her retreating figure, his eyes flashing with thought, but he ultimately didn't pursue her. According to SHIELD's intel, Luna was a core member of Umbrella Corporation, not someone easily approachable. These Umbrella people are so cautious. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to Tony and Pepper on the other side of the hall. In the ballroom, Tony noticed Pepper's nervousness and suggested, "Want to get some fresh air?" Pepper sighed with relief at his suggestion. "Sure, I was thinking the same." Despite her outward calm and composure, she was actually extremely nervous. As a top university graduate, she had always had high standards, and very few men had ever caught her eye, leaving her perpetually single. This was her first time dancing with Tony, her first time being held so close by him. It was no wonder she was nervous. A while later, Tony and Pepper stepped out onto the balcony. Ah. Pepper took a few deep breaths of the fresh air, feeling somewhat relaxed. That felt strange, she admitted. Tony smiled and reassured her, "You don't have to be so nervous." Looking at Pepper's blushing face, he was almost certain that she wasn't the one hiding things from him. For some reason, he found Pepper's natural beauty refreshing, something he hadn't found in the supermodels he dated. Pepper instinctively shook her head, denying, "No, I'm not nervous. It's just, there are so many people." She didn't want to appear inexperienced in front of Tony, revealing herself as a girl who had never been in a relationship. Perhaps, she just wanted to show her best side to the one she loved, but she couldn't fully understand why. "It's no big deal, we're just dancing," Tony continued to reassure her. Pepper still shook her head, hesitating, "You don't understand. Everyone knows who you are, that you're a charming playboy." Realizing she might be insulting him, she quickly changed her tone. "Of course, that's not a bad thing. But for me, you're my boss, and dancing with you. No, it's not like that. People might think I'm a woman who'll stop at nothing. I think you're overthinking this. And I'm wearing this weird dress, dancing this dance." In their argument, their eyes locked, and an ambiguous tension filled the air, silencing them. Slowly, their lips began to draw closer. Suddenly, Pepper took a small step back. "I need a drink," she said. As a woman who had never been kissed, everything was happening too fast, she needed a drink to steady her nerves. Tony, with his years of romantic experience, immediately understood her need. He wouldn't refuse her request. After his experiences in the Middle East, he had matured significantly and no longer chased after supermodels. He just wanted a good life. And Pepper, who he knew well, seemed like the best choice for marriage. Sure, no problem. I want a cocktail. Okay. Make it strong, with extra olives. Got it. Tony quickly made his way to the bar. I need a strong drink with 3 olives, and another with extra olives, he told the bartender, slipping him a traditional American tip. He had only come to the charity gala on a whim. He'd been busy modifying the Mark II when he saw a news report mentioning the gala and his supposed agreement to attend, though he had no memory of it. Curious, he'd come to see who was using his name. It wasn't Pepper, but who could it be? One name popped into his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. That person was his beloved uncle, who had helped manage the company after his father's death. It couldn't be him. While he pondered, a blonde woman with her hair up and wearing a low-cut black evening gown approached. Wow, Tony Stark. Seeing the beautiful woman who seemed as attractive as Pepper, Tony felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't place her. As a seasoned playboy, he responded smoothly, "Oh, hi." The blonde woman smiled sarcastically, "Nice to see you here." Chapter 4, For Your Own Good. Tony stared at the beautiful woman in front of him, trying hard to recall her name. But perhaps he had been with too many beautiful women, had too many one-night stands, that he simply couldn't remember who she was. Seeing Tony struggle to remember her, the smile on the blonde's face vanished. Chris. Tony felt a wave of embarrassment. Yes, that's right, it's me. Christine continued with a hint of sarcasm, "You seem very relaxed tonight." Seeing Tony's perplexed expression, she pressed on, "At least tell me how you feel about me." Tony not only felt perplexed but also fearful and confused because he couldn't remember having any meaningful interaction with her. Damn it, was his memory failing him? How could he forget interacting with such a beautiful woman? Moreover, Pepper was waiting for him on the balcony. He couldn't let her find out that in just a few moments away, he was already chatting up another woman. Terrified. I feel very terrified. Drink, quick, he said, urging the bartender. Christine saw through Tony's attempt to evade but thought of something else. Is it because I pointed out your company's involvement in that dark incident? Recently, dark forces in the Middle East had launched numerous attacks, causing massive destruction and casualties. She was the first to accuse the dark forces of using Stark Industries weapons. Hearing this, Tony collected himself, realizing she was likely there to accuse him. I'm just here by invitation, I don't know anything beyond that. Seeing Tony still evading, she showed a look of disappointment. I really believed every word you said back then. Tony, realizing she wouldn't let it go, responded, I've been away for 2 months, I might not know anything. Christine, seeing Tony's apparent ignorance, took out some photos from her bag. Is this what you call taking responsibility? Back at the press conference, she had confronted Tony about the dark forces in the Middle East, and Tony had promised to take responsibility. But to her dismay, his idea of responsibility seemed to be disappearing for 2 months. Tony looked at the photos. They were a bit blurry, taken from a distance, but they clearly depicted dark forces with guns aimed at innocent civilians and various Stark Industries weapons, including the latest missiles. Seeing this, Tony was deeply shocked. How could this be? Hadn't he announced the closure of the Weapons Development and Production Division? How could weapons still be reaching the hands of dark forces? Someone had betrayed him, betrayed his trust. Christine continued, this area is called Gamera. Have you heard of it? Hearing a specific location, Tony began to believe it more. When were these taken? Yesterday. I did not authorize any transactions. Your company did. Hearing the accusation in Christine's voice, Tony felt a surge of anger. My company is not me. With that, he stormed off, heading outside the hall in a fit of rage. Outside the hall, he saw his beloved uncle, Obadiah Stane. Obadiah was responding to reporters' questions with poise and a commanding presence. Seeing this, Tony suppressed some of his anger. Obadiah, what is going on? Obadiah noticed Tony's barely restrained fury and coldly told the reporters, stop filming. His authoritative tone made the reporters immediately stop filming. Despite Obadiah often being overshadowed by Tony in Stark Industries, he was still a highly respected figure. Quickly, Obadiah led Tony a few steps away and asked, what's the matter? He already had a bad feeling that Tony was slipping out of his control. Tony took out the photos, questioning, have you seen these photos? What's going on in Gamera? Seeing the photos, Obadiah realized his fears had come true, but he still tried to placate Tony. Tony, you can't be too naive. Tony, hearing this, became even more agitated. I may be naive, but my father told me never to use weapons for slaughter. That's a line we cannot cross. But now someone is making secret deals behind my back. I cannot tolerate this. He glared at Obadiah, his suspicion rising. In Stark Industries, few had the authority to make deals behind his back, and his uncle was a prime suspect. However, out of familial loyalty, he didn't want to believe it. Obadiah, seeing Tony's reaction, sighed deeply and seemed to come to a decision. With a faint smile, he said, "Tony, let's take a picture together." He put an arm around Tony's shoulder and turned to face the reporters. "All right, time for a photo." The reporters, eager for a shot, immediately raised their cameras. "Over here. Look this way. Ready." Obadiah, acting very affectionate, whispered in Tony's ear, "Tony, do you know who applied to the board to strip you of your chairman powers?" "It was me. I did it for your own good. I couldn't watch you destroy Stark Industries." With that, he patted Tony on the shoulder and walked away. Knowing Tony could easily uncover his actions, Obadiah chose to be upfront, hoping to appear honest. Hearing it directly from his uncle, Tony was left stunned, feeling a mix of disappointment, pain, and betrayal. Elsewhere, after leaving Tony, Obadiah headed to his car. As he closed the door, he was startled to find a stranger inside, a stunning blonde woman. Immediately, he became wary. "Who are you?" This wasn't some random encounter. He trusted his men wouldn't allow anyone in his car without his permission, especially after multiple assassination attempts. Luna, seeing Obadiah's wariness and hostility, gave a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Luna, secretary to the chairman of Umbrella Corporation." Chapter 5, Mark III. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint glow over the land. On a cliffside by the sea in New York, there stood a grand white villa. The place was extravagantly furnished, complete with a swimming pool, garden, woods, and various sculptures and artworks. A luxury car approached from a distance, stopping at the villa's entrance. Tony emerged, looking furious. "I absolutely will not allow anyone to use my weapons to slaughter civilians." Since being kidnapped by the terrorists in the Middle East, Tony had witnessed the horrors and bloodshed of war firsthand, along with the devastation modern weapons could cause. The bodies, the wailing people, even the emaciated children had deeply scarred his conscience. After escaping the clutches of the terrorists and returning to the United States, the first thing he did was shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. He naively believed this would prevent his weapons from aiding in the slaughter of innocents in the Middle East. But his conversation with Obadiah made him realize just how naive he had been. Even after shutting down the weapons division, Stark Industries had continued supplying arms to the dark forces. This filled him with a mix of sorrow, anger, and guilt, especially for those who had died saving him. He couldn't even stay for Pepper's drink and hurried back home. Once inside his villa, he headed straight to his basement lab. "Jarvis, how is the Mark III coming along?" Jarvis was his AI butler, named after the Stark family's longtime butler. After the old butler's death, Tony, for various reasons, never hired another one. Instead, he developed Jarvis to take over the duties. Over the years, Jarvis had evolved beyond just a butler and had become an invaluable assistant in Tony's various projects. "Sir, the components for the Mark III are ready." "Good." Hearing Jarvis's response, Tony picked up a modified mechanical arm and turned on the TV. Soon, a news segment appeared. 15 kilometers outside Gomorrah, this region is known as the Death Journey. A new warlord faction has emerged, driving away the farmers and shepherds who have lived here for generations, forcing them into homelessness and despair. This new faction is known as the 10 Rings. The 10 Rings. The news stoked Tony's anger as he began tightening screws on the mechanical arm and checking its functionality. The news continued. A child asked innocently, "Where are my parents?" These refugees are in despair, hoping someone will save them. Finishing his work on the Mark III arm, Tony looked at himself in the mirror and fired a repulsor blast from his palm. The mirror shattered with a loud bang. Satisfied with the repulsor's power, Tony began donning the full Mark III suit. It was time to abandon his naivety and solve the problem like a man. The 10 Rings would pay. With a roar, a red and gold figure shot out of the villa, disappearing into the clouds. Gomorrah, a region in the Middle East. Previously obscure, it was now infamous due to the emergence of the dark faction known as the 10 Rings. The 10 Rings had committed numerous atrocities internationally, killing many. For various reasons, the US and Western powers had not intervened, allowing the 10 Rings to continue their massacres. Hours later, Tony, clad in the Iron Man suit, arrived. Due to the time difference, it was midday there, with bright sunlight overhead. Gunfire, explosions, screams, and cries for help echoed through Gomorrah as masked dark forces gunned down civilians. After subduing the villagers, they began rounding them up and loading them onto trucks, destination unknown. A young boy, unwilling to be separated from his father, pushed past a militant and ran towards him. A militant, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Just as the boy was about to be struck, a red and gold figure landed in front of him, blocking the bullets. The rounds clinked harmlessly off the armor. Tony looked up, his eyes cold, and in the next second, he stepped forward and punched. With a single blow, he sent the enemy flying several meters. He turned and fired a repulsor blast, taking out another militant, followed by another blast to a third. Seeing this, the surrounding militants grabbed their weapons and aimed them at the hostages. "Drop your weapon. What kind of monster are you? If you don't want them to die, leave now." Though they spoke in the local language, Tony didn't understand, but their actions were clear. He lowered his palm, his expression dark. The militants grew bolder, but they didn't continue to fire, knowing their bullets were ineffective. Taking advantage of their confusion, Tony activated the Mark III's targeting system, locking onto each militant. In the next moment, mini-missile pods popped out of the suit's shoulders, launching 8 tiny missiles that instantly took out the 8 militants. With all the militants dead, the villagers didn't cheer but looked on in fear at the robot before them. A militant leader, hiding behind a wall, saw the robot's lethality and reached for his phone to call for reinforcements. Just then, a hand reached out from behind the wall, grabbing the leader and throwing him out. Chapter 6, An Unexpected Incident. The small leader who had been thrown out fell to the ground. The surrounding civilians, seeing him lying there, immediately seized the opportunity and surrounded him. These dark forces had slaughtered or taken away their family, friends, and neighbors. Their hatred ran deep, and they wanted revenge. Seeing the situation under control, Tony prepared to take off and head to the next location to continue his fight against the dark forces. However, just then, the refugees who had surrounded and beaten the leader were suddenly thrown aside. "Help! Save me! No, please! There's a monster! Run!" The cries of terror drew Tony's attention, and his eyes widened in shock. The leader, who had been beaten by the civilians, had transformed into a monster. Though still humanoid, his arms had turned into mantis-like blades, and his skin had developed a chitinous armor resembling that of an insect. Hiss! With a furious roar, the leader charged at Tony. His speed was far beyond that of a normal human, almost covering 100 meters in 3 seconds. Tony, barely able to react in time, was sent flying with a single blow. Bang! Despite being knocked back, the leader did not pursue Tony. Instead, he looked down at his hands and body, showing a complex mix of emotions: excitement, thrill, disgust, and relief. Clearly, the leader still retained his human consciousness even after his monstrous transformation. He recalled receiving the sun's blessing a few days ago, transforming into a new human. He had been injected with a crimson liquid, which felt cold and soothing. Initially, he thought it was some new drug being tested on them. However, he later noticed his strength and endurance had increased slightly, assuming it was just a typical enhancement drug. Little did he know that the sun's blessing only activated upon receiving severe injuries. Now, feeling powerful and nearly invincible, he reveled in his newfound strength. Hiss! Hiss! Meanwhile, Tony crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He shook his dizzy head and looked in disbelief at the leader-turned-monster 20 meters away. "Damn it, what's going on?" Jarvis, analyzed the situation. "Mr. Stark, based on the current data, it appears the opponent has awakened some kind of superpower, with strength over 30 times that of a normal human. Close combat is not advisable." Tony rolled his eyes at this. He knew better than to engage in close combat. Despite wearing the impressive Mark III suit, he was still an ordinary human inside. While he could fly, fight, and had impressive firepower and defense, his neural reaction speed remained that of a regular human. The monster's speed far outstripped his. Jarvis's voice continued in his ear. "Mr. Stark, I have detected severe damage to your suit. I recommend immediate repairs." Tony looked down to see a gash over 30 centimeters long and 3 centimeters deep on his chest. The Mark III was almost wrecked. How is this possible? This suit, made from special titanium alloy, had cost him over $1 billion and could withstand a tank's frontal attack. Yet, it had been torn by this monster. Was it those blade-like arms? Before Tony could ponder further, the leader had recovered and was glaring at him fiercely. In the next moment, the monster vanished from sight. Bang! Tony, reacting a split second too late, was struck again and sent flying. Rolling dozens of times on the ground, his head buzzed. Despite the Mark III's strong defenses and shock absorption, Tony was still an ordinary human inside. The repeated impacts nearly gave him a concussion. "Jarvis, take control and fly." Fearing another attack from the monster, Tony relinquished control to Jarvis. "Yes, Mr. Stark." Jarvis did not disappoint. As the monster charged again, Jarvis lifted the Mark III into the sky, quickly reaching an altitude of 100 meters. Hiss! The leader could only hiss in frustration as he watched Tony fly away. Moments later, his back began to bulge and split, revealing 2 transparent insect wings. The C2 virus, after modification, allowed for passive or active evolution based on the host's needs. This evolution was irreversible, ensuring the host would continue to evolve and never revert to a normal human. The leader was now undergoing a pupal stage, evolving with insect genes. High in the sky, Tony observed this development. "Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? It even grows wings." Jarvis's voice continued. "Mr. Stark, I recommend either fleeing now or attacking." Tony's eyes flashed with determination. "Jarvis, can my armor-piercing missile kill this monster?" "Based on current data, there is a 71% chance of success." Hearing this high probability, Tony grew excited. "Then what are we waiting for? Fire it up." He raised his arm, launching a 20-centimeter long, 4-centimeter diameter mini-missile. Despite its small size, it packed a powerful punch, capable of destroying a heavy tank. "Die, bug." Whoosh. The missile struck the leader in his vulnerable pupal stage. In reality, enemies wouldn't wait while he powered up. Helpless, the leader watched as the missile pierced his skin and entered his body. The next second. Boom. The explosion shattered his body into pieces, spraying dark red and yellow fluids everywhere. "Oh yeah." Seeing the monster destroyed, Tony cheered. He then collected some samples of the monster's remains before flying westward. For now, his desire to continue attacking dark forces had waned. With 2 significant gashes in his chest, the Mark III was nearly destroyed. Chapter 7, Short Selling. In an underground base 300 meters below the Umbrella Building in Manhattan, New York, Adam stood with his hands behind his back, observing the test subject in the laboratory. The test subject had already transformed into something monstrous. A new creature's head had grown, gradually replacing the original head, which had moved to the left chest. The right chest had protruded strange objects, and new hands had nearly detached from the abdomen. The right hand's eyeball had further enlarged, evolving into a giant claw, while the left hand and both feet were transforming into beastly forms. This was the second stage of the G virus. The Nemesis parasite had taken control, generating new bone structures, skin, brain, and a new skull. Ugh. The creature in the lab occasionally writhed as if trying to awaken, but was quickly sedated and calmed down. After watching for a while, Adam frowned slightly. Something's wrong. G3 has entered the second stage faster than G2, but it's consuming more nutrients and doesn't seem any stronger than G2. Did the experiment fail? As he pondered, Red Queen's voice interrupted him. "Master, we have received combat results from a C2 virus-enhanced subject in the Middle East. The results are not very promising." Adam, snapped out of his thoughts, responded immediately. "Combat results already? Is there footage?" The initial C1 virus rapidly enhanced users but turned them into insect-like monsters, which was unacceptable and unsellable to most people. It had minimal commercial value unless someone was desperate. Thus, Adam had made improvements, suppressing some insect genes, allowing gradual enhancement without altering appearance. Only when the host faced a lethal attack would the virus fully activate, unleashing insect gene enhancements. This improved C2 virus was one of his best-selling products. He also had a stronger C3 virus but wouldn't sell it without developing the C4 virus first. His business principle was always to hold back the latest product. There is combat footage. Transmitting data now. As Red Queen spoke, a projection appeared before Adam, though the data was still loading. He realized further optimization of data transmission was needed. It was 2008, and most people still use 3G networks. 4G wouldn't appear until 2013. Despite having developed 4G equivalent speeds with Red Queen, it still felt slow. After a few minutes, the data finished transmitting, and the projection began. The footage showed Tony fighting a small-time leader. Watching the leader fully activate the C virus, triggering insect genes, Adam quickly analyzed the data. It seemed to involve mantis genes while retaining much of its humanity. Strength increased about 30-fold, speed reached 100 meters in 3 seconds, and defense could withstand regular rifle bullets. However, the fight was too short to gauge endurance, and though the leader retained humanity, intelligence seemed diminished, evolving in front of an enemy. This flaw hadn't been fully addressed in the C3 virus and would need improvement in the C4. With the projection ending, Adam remembered something else. The storyline had reached the point where Iron Man would soon reveal new energy in the Middle East. Stark Industries stock would soon rise, possibly doubling or tripling. Red Queen, buy back all shorted Stark Industries stock. Knowing the Marvel storyline, Adam anticipated Tony would soon return to the U.S., shut down the weapons research division, and halt all arms deals, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet. He had shorted the stock last month, making a significant profit. But due to the heavy investment in shorting Stark Industries and acquiring Starship Company, his liquidity had been tight. "Yes, Master." Just as Adam prepared to continue researching the G3 virus, the test subject in the lab opened its eyes. Roar. Despite being sedated with numerous needles, the subject tore out the needles and broke free of its restraints with its enormous right arm. Red Queen immediately detected the anomaly. Beep beep beep. As alarms blared, 4 fully armed security personnel in black tight uniforms appeared at the door, wielding specially thick rifles, aiming at the test subject. Roar. The creature roared, slamming its giant right fist into the 30-centimeter thick bulletproof glass. The glass cracked under the impact. Watching from behind the glass, Adam showed a hint of interest. The glass could withstand high-caliber sniper bullets but cracked under a single punch. The G3 virus evidently provided much more strength than the G2, and the subject's resistance to heavy sedation indicated significant evolution. Bang. The creature struck the glass again, deepening the cracks until they spread across the entire surface. Finally, the glass shattered. Roar. With a victorious roar, the creature charged at Adam. The security personnel opened fire without hesitation. Rat-a-tat. Bullets struck the creature but failed to break its skin, merely indenting slightly before bouncing off. The security personnel's faces changed. Their rifles were not ordinary but powerful electromagnetic rifles, used only by core security personnel in the base. Yet these weapons had no effect on the creature, highlighting its terrifying strength. Seeing the creature close in on Adam, the security personnel dropped their rifles and drew black knives, rushing forward. They were T3 virus-enhanced individuals, far from weak themselves. Chapter 8, The Test Subject Revolts. Even in the face of the terrifying G3 test subject's revolt, the security personnel did not hesitate to charge forward. Adam was there, and as his loyal followers, they would never flee from danger. In the next moment, a series of bang, bang, bang sounds echoed as 4 security guards were sent flying by the test subject. The special metal daggers they wielded were snapped in half. However, thanks to the T-virus enhancement, the security personnel, though severely injured, were not dead. Roar. The test subject let out a victorious roar, then approached Adam, its expression filled with hatred and bloodlust. Although its brain was almost completely controlled by the parasite, it retained a sliver of its own consciousness and memory, enough to recognize who the mastermind was. Faced with the monster's roar, Adam showed no fear. Instead, he watched the test subject with great interest. It seems you still have some awareness. This experiment isn't a complete failure after all. The test subject swung its massive right hand at Adam, intending to crush the mastermind in front of it and avenge its suffering. But in the next second, the massive right hand stopped just 10 centimeters away from Adam. No matter how much force the test subject applied, it could not move forward. Roar. The test subject let out a fearful cry as its entire body began to slowly lift off the ground. At this moment, Adam's eyes glowed blue, and an incredibly powerful psychic force surged around him. Moments later, the test subject suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head, then lost all strength in its body. Pop. As the test subject's head exploded and its lifeless body fell to the ground, Adam retracted all of his psychic energy. Red Queen, prepare the next test subject. Time slowly crept into the next morning. Tony Stark finally returned to his villa, piloting the nearly shattered Mark III armor. The moment he got back, he collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Huff, so cold. Due to the 3 cracks on the chest of the Mark III, he had felt cold wind seeping into his body the entire way back. This made his flight slower, and it wasn't until now that he had finally returned home. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely because he flew slowly and at a low altitude that he was not detected by U.S. military radar, avoiding a potential misunderstanding. Jarvis, turn on the heat. After saying that, he shakily grabbed a blanket and covered himself with it. The long-awaited warmth gradually spread through his body, making the cold and hungry Tony feel a wave of drowsiness. However, he resisted the urge to sleep and took out a piece of tissue. Jarvis, take this for analysis. Yes, Mr. Stark. As the tissue sample was taken away, Tony immediately closed his eyes and fell asleep. It was unclear how much time had passed. Tony felt his body being moved and slowly opened his eyes. Through the helmet of the Mark III, he saw Pepper looking at him anxiously, trying to remove his armor. But because the Mark III was an intelligent mechanical structure, no one but him could open it. Tony, what's wrong? Answer me. Seeing the concern in Pepper's eyes and the tears clinging to her lashes, Tony felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Perhaps, in this world, the person who cared most about him was her. I'm fine. He struggled to get up after speaking. Fortunately, the Mark III's energy source was entirely powered by the arc reactor in his chest, so he wasn't in any danger of running out of power. Otherwise, if the armor lost energy, he might not have been able to stand at all. Hearing Tony's voice, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, I'm so glad you're okay. A while later, Tony reached the robotic arms in the basement and, with their help, removed the armor. Pepper, seeing Tony emerge, immediately walked over, full of concern, and began checking him over. Are you hurt? Do you feel any discomfort? Looking at Pepper's worried expression, Tony's earlier tension and anxiety faded significantly. I'm really fine. This armor is quite thick, well, sort of. He originally wanted to offer more reassurance, but seeing the huge crack on the chest of the Mark III, he couldn't bring himself to say more. Running his hand over the crack, Tony felt extremely fortunate that he had killed the monster in time. Otherwise, if it had struck again, the Mark III might have fallen apart. What kind of creature had such immense strength and razor-sharp blades? Growl. At that moment, Tony's stomach growled in protest. Having gone so long without eating, he was now extremely hungry. Jarvis, I want a burger. As a billionaire, Tony had a not-so-great eating habit. He loved high-calorie burgers. Certainly, Mr. Stark. Just as Jarvis was about to place an order for takeout, Pepper shook her head. No need, I'll make breakfast for you. You're so hungry, you shouldn't eat a burger. In addition to being his secretary, she was also Tony's personal assistant, so she had the authority to make decisions about his breakfast. After speaking, she went upstairs to prepare breakfast. Once Pepper was out of sight, the smile on Tony's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a serious expression as he headed to another lab. This lab was filled with microscopes and various instruments. The tissue sample he had brought back was now sliced and placed under a microscope. Jarvis, how's the analysis going? Did you find anything? Mr. Stark, I'm sorry. After comparing over 3,000 genetic samples, I couldn't find any reference genome. You mean this creature isn't from our planet? No, the genes in the tissue share 96% similarity with human DNA, but also 94% similarity with a praying mantis. Moreover, there's over 80% similarity with other insects, but the strange part is that, among all known genomes, human and insect genes have never had more than 70% similarity. You're saying this is a completely new hybrid species of human and insect? I'm afraid so. Did you find any X genes? Even though the genes were unusual, this was still the Marvel Universe, where mutants were a semi-public reality. So, Tony's first thought was of mutants. I didn't detect any X genes. Impossible. Hearing that there were no X genes, Tony's brow furrowed deeply. He had strongly suspected the creature was a mutant. But now, Jarvis was telling him there were no X genes, meaning the creature wasn't a mutant. So, how did this creature come to be? Could it be from another planet? Chapter 9, I have no other choice. Tony Stark, though undeniably a genius, was an expert in mechanics, not genetics. After spending some time studying the tissue sample, he found himself more puzzled than before. Of course, if he decided to learn, he could quickly grasp genetic knowledge. But even at his speed, it would take months. It seemed he needed to find a biologist. Tony, breakfast is ready, Pepper's voice called out from the door. Tony had no choice but to pause his research and head outside. Pepper, now dressed in a black, low-cut dress with her hair neatly pinned up, looked every bit the picture of a devoted wife as she carried a tray, searching for him. On the tray was Tony's favorite food, a hamburger. But as he got closer, he noticed that instead of fried chicken or a beef patty, the burger was filled with ham and lettuce. Faced with a burger that lacked cheese and a beef patty, he didn't want to eat it. But seeing the hopeful look in Pepper's eyes, he silently picked it up and took a bite. It's pretty good. Seeing Tony devour the burger, Pepper smiled warmly, her heart filled with joy. Being praised for her cooking by the men she liked, any previous displeasure she felt melted away. Don't rush, take your time. If you like it, I can make you another. At these words, Tony's hand paused slightly. No need, I'm already full. This nearly vegetarian burger lacked the satisfaction that high-calorie food usually brought him, so he wasn't truly satisfied. All right. A while later, Pepper left with the tray. Jarvis, create a new file. Mark IV. Originally, Tony hadn't planned to retire the Mark III so quickly, but after last night's battle, he realized it was still too weak. Whether it was the armor or the weaponry, it wasn't enough to deal with that monster. If the creature hadn't suddenly frozen, growing wings, he might have had no choice but to flee in disgrace. And since he still hadn't found the weapons sold by Stark Industries, he needed a stronger suit to continue his mission. Yes, Mr. Stark. As Tony was designing the Mark IV, Pepper approached him again. Tony, I think we need to have a serious talk. Where were you last night? Why were you so badly injured? After Tony stood her up last night, she had come to the villa to find him. But not finding him, she had returned again this morning. But she never expected to find Tony in such a dire state, as if he had been through some horrific battle. While preparing breakfast, she had been thinking calmly and finally decided that they needed to talk. If it didn't go well, she was prepared to leave Tony. She didn't want to wake up one day to find the men she loved lying in a pool of blood or vanished without a trace, dead somewhere unknown. Tony closed the projection in front of him and turned to Pepper. Pepper, I need you to do something for me. Tony, you can't just brush this off. We need to have an honest conversation. I will be honest with you, but right now, I need you to help me with something. Seeing Tony's serious expression, Pepper eventually relented. What do you need me to do? I need you to go to Stark Tower, hack into the main computer in my office, and retrieve all recent shipping manifests. As he spoke, Tony handed her a USB drive the size of a thumb. Take this. You can use it to hack in. The shipping manifests might be in the administrative folder. If not, they could be in a hidden drive, just look for the smallest numbered files. Taking the USB drive, Pepper asked hesitantly, if I get these files, what are you planning to do? Relieved that Pepper had agreed, Tony resumed designing the Mark IV. Someone's been making secret deals. I have to stop them, find our weapons, and destroy them. He had barely finished speaking when he realized he had said too much. Sure enough, Pepper's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing that it was such a dangerous mission. Tony, you know I'd do anything for you, but if you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to leave. She didn't need to be told that destroying these weapons wouldn't just involve talking, it would involve fighting, risking life and death. Just like what she had seen this morning, next time, Tony might come back as a corpse. This filled her with deep pain and fear, and she decided to warn Tony by threatening to leave, hoping this would be the last time. Tony immediately understood what Pepper meant, but his eyes remained resolute. I'm going to keep doing this. No more opening ceremonies, no more charity events, no more signing papers, just this. This is my mission and responsibility, nothing more. As he spoke, he walked over to Pepper. Seeing the heartbreak in her eyes, a flash of doubt crossed his mind. But when he thought of Dr. Ensign, who had sacrificed himself for him, and the civilians who had died under his weapons, his heart filled with a heavy sense of duty. He had to stop all of this. Pepper saw the determination in Tony's eyes and felt even more grief. She didn't want him to take risks, she didn't want him to fight. She just wanted a man who was safe and sound, who wouldn't sacrifice himself one day. After a while, she lowered her head, unable to hold back the tears any longer. I resign. She said, dropping the USB drive onto the nearby table, and then walked towards the door. Watching Pepper leave with heavy footsteps, Tony felt a pang of pain in his heart. All these years, you've helped me sell weapons, profiting from the slaughter of innocent people. And now, when I want to atone, you're ready to wash your hands of it. Hearing this, Pepper turned back. Killing innocent people. Profiting from blood money. Because Tony had never shown her the photos of Gulmira, she didn't know that Stark Industries' weapons had been used to massacre civilians. Of course, she wasn't entirely naive. A person in her position, for so long, couldn't be completely unaware. But since she had no concrete evidence, she had chosen to ignore it. Now, with Tony laying it all out in the open, she found it hard to accept. What you're doing is suicide, Tony. I'm not going to die with you. Seeing that Pepper knew more than she let on, Tony slumped into his chair, a self-mocking smile on his face as he said, I should have committed suicide to atone a long time ago, unless I had a reason to live. I'm not crazy, Pepper. I just understand now what I must do. I have no other choice. Thinking of the immense harm his weapons had done to the world, slaughtering countless civilians, his conscience gnawed at him like ants devouring his entire being. After hearing everything, looking at the suddenly resolute man before her, Pepper finally caved. Sigh. She sighed deeply, then turned back to pick up the USB drive. Besides you, I have no other choice either. Sometimes, love manages to hold sway over life. Chapter 10, The Secret Deal. Inside Stark Tower, Obadiah Stane was in the conference room, warmly welcoming an important guest. Miss Luna, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Today, Luna was dressed formally in a white blazer and a pencil skirt, her golden hair neatly pinned up, giving off the aura of a powerful businesswoman. She wore a professional smile that also radiated a sense of ease and comfort. Even for someone like Obadiah, who had seen countless beautiful women, he found himself momentarily captivated. Despite Obadiah's greeting and his unabashed gaze, Luna maintained her polite smile. Good morning. Have you secured the design plans? Obadiah nodded and sat down on the sofa, spreading his arms across the backrest, one leg crossed over the other. Did you bring what I asked for? Luna nodded to her assistant standing nearby. The assistant immediately understood and placed a briefcase on the coffee table, opening it to reveal 4 blue syringes lying quietly inside. Seeing the syringes, Obadiah's face showed a glimmer of interest. So this is Umbrella's infamous T-virus. It looks quite impressive. As Obadiah stood up, ready to reach for one of the syringes on the table, Luna quickly closed the briefcase. The robot design plans first. At this, Obadiah smiled slightly. Relax, I'm a man of my word. Here it is. he pulled a USB drive from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Luna picked up the USB drive and handed it to another assistant, who promptly plugged it into a laptop and began reviewing the contents. Watching Luna carefully inspect the files, Obadiah couldn't resist a little teasing. "You're a biochem company, do you even understand this stuff?" Without looking up, Luna replied calmly, "I've learned a bit of everything to stay by my boss's side." It was the truth. Luna hadn't become Adam's secretary merely because she was beautiful and loyal. While there were undoubtedly other women just as beautiful, and perhaps just as devoted, her unique combination of skills and knowledge had set her apart. She was a Harvard graduate with a PhD, no less. Although she wasn't an expert in every field, she had studied enough biology, physics, mechanics, and electronics to be useful. The mechanical blueprints before her were indeed complex, but given the short time frame in which they were designed, many aspects were straightforward enough for her to grasp. Of course, she wasn't a professional in mechanical engineering, and more thorough analysis would require input from experts back at Umbrella. After a while, seeing Luna close the laptop, Obadiah spoke with pride. "So, what do you think? My Tony may be a bit naive, but when it comes to mechanics, he's one of the best in the world. That's something I'm very proud of." Looking at Obadiah's proud demeanor, if Adam hadn't warned her, Luna might have believed he and Tony had a great relationship. But then again, anyone who had climbed to such heights in power was an expert at playing a role. Only someone as privileged as Tony, who inherited his position from a powerful father, could afford to be so naive. "Not bad, just as my boss expected. These 4T2 virus enhancers are yours." With a nod from Luna, her assistant set the briefcase down. Obadiah immediately and eagerly opened the case, taking out one of the blue syringes and tossing it to one of his own men. "Let's test it out." True to his ruthless nature, which had brought him this far, Obadiah showed no hesitation. If it had been Tony, he would have conducted extensive research and tests before using it on someone. But Obadiah's subordinate, without a second thought, rolled up his sleeve and injected the T2 virus into his arm. As the blue liquid entered his bloodstream, the man felt a sudden wave of heat, and the veins across his body began to bulge. His muscles started to grow, slowly becoming more defined and powerful. But soon, he collapsed to the ground in agony, letting out guttural roars. Seeing this, Obadiah's expression darkened as he shot a menacing glance at Luna. Luna, unperturbed, calmly explained, "The T2 virus works best when combined with nutrient supplements. Without them, the energy required for enhancement is too much for the body's fat reserves to handle." Upon hearing this, Obadiah nodded and ordered his men to quickly fetch the nutrient solution. In fact, nutrient solutions were another product under Umbrella's umbrella, sold openly as a way to replenish energy and serve as a meal replacement. After a while, one of Obadiah's men injected the high-grade nutrient solution into the suffering subordinate, easing the pain from the enhancement process. Seeing that everything was in order, Luna prepared to take her leave. "The transaction is complete. We'll be on our way." Obadiah, still smiling, said, "Haha, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Would you consider working for me? I'll double your salary." Luna simply shook her head, offering no response as she walked out. Watching her retreating figure, a glint of coldness flashed in Obadiah's eyes, but after a moment's thought, he decided against trying to reclaim the USB drive. This decision was driven by his fear of Umbrella. Last night, in the car, Luna had precisely predicted that Tony's discarded blueprints and armor would fall into the hands of Middle Eastern militants. At first, Obadiah hadn't believed her, thinking she was bluffing. But not long after he returned, he received confirmation from the Middle East. Naturally, he went on to eliminate those involved and retrieve Tony's blueprints and the Mark I armor. "I've always heard rumors that the military secretly cooperates with Umbrella. It seems those rumors are true. Otherwise, how could they have outpaced even me?" His suspicion was rooted in the fact that his dealings with the 10 rings in the Middle East were actually orchestrated by the military from behind the scenes. Though the military's involvement was carefully concealed through third parties, it hadn't escaped his sharp eye. He understood the military's motives, to create more chaos in the Middle East, making it easier to manipulate and achieve their goals. If Umbrella had gotten wind of this before him, it could only mean one thing: they, too, were in cahoots with the military. Ah. Just then, a roar rang out as his subordinate got to his feet. Seeing this, Obadiah pushed thoughts of Umbrella aside. "How do you feel?" "Boss, I feel like I could punch a bull to death." Chapter 11, Video Leak. Next, Obadiah conducted some simple tests on his subordinate. These included strength, agility, reaction speed, and defense. He discovered that his subordinate's attributes had improved significantly in all aspects, with strength increasing by over 10-fold, making him almost like a small-scale Superman. Moreover, he had heard that Umbrella's T-virus enhancement serum didn't immediately unleash all its effects but would continue to gradually strengthen the user over time. This made him even more satisfied. However, it's a pity that Umbrella's enhancement serum is too expensive. Otherwise, I'd give a dose to each of my subordinates. After saying this, he picked up the syringe, preparing to inject himself with it. But just then, a subordinate entered the conference room. "Boss, Pepper has arrived at the company and has gone to Stark's office." Upon hearing this, Obadiah had to temporarily set down the syringe and walked out of the conference room. Regarding this woman, although he was somewhat wary of her, he was more interested in recruiting her. After all, her capability and insight were quite impressive. Moreover, most of their connections with the military were thanks to her, so he didn't want to break ties with Pepper unless absolutely necessary. On the top floor of the Stark Tower, this was Tony's office. At this moment, Pepper, with a handbag slung over her shoulder, was moving stealthily toward the computer desk, constantly glancing back at the office door, as if she were a thief feeling guilty. Upon reaching the desk, she immediately turned on the computer, which brought up a password entry screen. Without hesitation, she inserted the USB drive Tony had given her. As the password was bypassed, she began browsing the files. As she went through file after file, she suddenly came across some blueprints and information about a suit of armor. Area 16. Obadiah, what are you up to? Continuing to open the next folder, she found a video. It was the footage of the terrorists kidnapping Tony. However, the terrorists were speaking a Middle Eastern language that she couldn't understand. But the terrorists hadn't released any video to the public demanding ransom or anything after kidnapping Tony. So, she quickly entered a command to enable real-time translation. "You didn't tell us the target for the assassination was Tony Stark." Upon hearing this sentence, Pepper was instantly shocked. "Oh my God." The video continued to play. "Obadiah, you must pay for your lies and deception. The price for assassinating Tony Stark has just gone up." At this point, Pepper quickly started copying the video, including the Area 16 information and all the transaction records. "Hey Pepper, need any help?" Hearing the voice, Pepper was suddenly so frightened that she shivered all over, then looked in terror toward the door. She saw Obadiah standing outside, then walking into the room. Seeing that Obadiah wasn't showing any hostility and just had a calm expression, she immediately composed herself, realizing that he didn't know she had discovered the video. This both relieved her and caused a flurry of thoughts as she watched the files being copied. First, she absolutely couldn't be discovered, or else, knowing Obadiah's methods, she would definitely lose her life. Secondly, she had to finish copying these files and hand them over to Tony. At this moment, Obadiah slowly walked over to the wine cabinet, pouring himself a drink, and then smiled at Pepper. "I understand how you feel, Pepper. Tony is just so selfish, causing a lot of trouble and then leaving you to clean up the mess." Seeing this, Pepper, taking advantage of him not looking her way while pouring the drink, carefully covered the USB drive with a newspaper and then responded with a smile. Obadiah finished pouring his drink and walked over to Pepper. Seeing that the file copying was complete, she quickly clicked to put the computer into sleep mode. The screen instantly switched to the screensaver. Obadiah saw the screensaver and didn't think much of it, continuing with a deep expression. "You don't know how happy I was when Tony first came back. It was like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel." Hearing him acting right in front of her, Pepper felt a chill in her heart. It turned out the person she had worked with for so long was such a sinister man. No wonder Tony insisted on having her come to the company to find these files, otherwise, she wouldn't have known what was going on until it was too late. But now I understand that Tony never really came back. Half of him was left behind in that cave. He's broken my heart. After saying this, he even put on a heartbroken expression. His words were clear, he was ready to break with Tony. Moreover, he had already made plans and had thoughts of killing Tony, so he was testing Pepper's reaction. If her response satisfied him, he wouldn't mind keeping her around after killing Tony. But if her answer displeased him, then after killing Tony, she would have to go too. If it were in the past, Pepper wouldn't have thought much about Obadiah's words, but after watching the video, she now felt waves of fear. He was going to move against Tony. But as a strong woman, she forced herself to stay calm, showing a slight smile. He's a complex person, having gone through a lot. I believe he'll get better. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Obadiah's eyes. Her meaning was clear, she was refusing his invitation. But this was a law-abiding society, and many people had seen Pepper come here, so now was not the time to act. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Obadiah took a sip of his drink and then nodded slightly. You're a rare good woman, Pepper. Tony doesn't know how lucky he is. Hearing this, Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, because she knew she had survived. Thank you, thank you. The first thank you was for sparing her life, and the second was for the compliment. I think I should be going now. After saying this, Pepper, using the motion of picking up the newspaper, pulled out the USB drive, then left her seat and walked toward the door. Obadiah, watching Pepper's departing figure, couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. So he called out to test her, "Is that today's newspaper?" Hearing this, Pepper paused for a moment, but her excellent psychological composure and memory allowed her to quickly respond, "Of course." Obadiah walked over suspiciously, scrutinizing Pepper closely, but nothing seemed out of place. "May I borrow the newspaper to have a look?" "Sure." He picked up the newspaper and looked it over, finding nothing suspicious, and Obadiah felt that he was being overly suspicious and anxious. But as he watched Pepper walk out the door, he still felt uneasy, so he warned her, "Be careful." Chapter 12, The Arc Reactor. After stepping out of the office, Pepper glanced at the USB drive in her palm and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. But it still wasn't completely safe, so she quickly hurried down the stairs. Meanwhile, back in the office, Obadiah opened Tony's computer, exited the screensaver, and saw the files that had been copied. This discovery immediately made him furious. Pepper must have figured out everything. He quickly left the office, stepped into the hallway, and spotted Pepper anxiously leaving. Just as he was about to call his men to stop her, he noticed a SHIELD agent approaching and walking alongside Pepper. He remembered that agent's name, Coulson, someone with a fairly high rank within SHIELD. Damn it. Obadiah cursed under his breath, then swiftly headed to the research lab. Tony and Pepper might not know much about SHIELD, but as the de facto manager of Stark Industries with extensive connections, he certainly did. SHIELD was a council-sanctioned organization dedicated to handling extraordinary matters. Its power and authority were so immense that even the US military had to show them some respect. His only chance now lay in his armor, the Ironmonger. As long as the Ironmonger was successfully developed, the military would surely back him. And if that didn't work out, he had one last resort, Umbrella. But whenever he thought of the conditions Luna had proposed the previous night, he couldn't help but feel troubled. Forget it. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't turn to Umbrella. In the top-floor office of Umbrella, Adam was leisurely seated in his executive chair, holding a cup of coffee while reviewing the report projected in front of him. From early in the morning, the Red Queen had begun dumping stocks on the market, and as expected, a massive amount of cash had flooded in. The Red Queen had shorted Stark Industries with about $1 billion, leveraging it 5 times over. Now, Stark Industries' stock price had plummeted to about 1/3 of its original value. This meant that if all the short positions were sold at the current price, he would earn around $3.5 billion. Not bad. Although it's only worth the price of 350 C2 virus doses, this money is essentially free, and C2 viruses aren't always available for sale. With this $3.5 billion, his plan to acquire Starship Corporation could proceed even further. However, after some thought, he decided not to rush into buying Starship Corporation stocks, because he had a better idea. And that was to take advantage of the low prices and buy Stark Industries stock, becoming a shareholder in Stark Industries. Because he knew that once the arc reactor was officially put into use, Stark Industries' stock price would rebound, potentially soaring higher than before. In other words, this was likely the lowest point for Stark Industries stock. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." As the door opened, Luna strutted in, her hips swaying and her high heels clicking with each step. "Boss, the armor blueprints have arrived," she said as she placed a stack of printed documents in front of Adam. Ignoring Luna's impressive cleavage, Adam set down his aromatic coffee and picked up the documents to carefully examine them. These were the designs for the Mark I, the suit Tony had built from scrap metal while trapped in the Middle East. Although there was something of value in them, they weren't particularly advanced. After all, they hadn't solved issues like superspeed overload, and there was no information on freezing, shock absorption, energy, or repulsor technology. Of course, there were some technologies in the designs that he didn't possess, which the Red Queen could learn from. After reviewing the documents for a while, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. If we can solve the energy problem, we can create an army of Iron Men." What did Obadiah say about the data and blueprints for the arc reactor? Knowing that Iron Men had emerged, Adam naturally wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. But he also knew that Tony was a tough person to deal with, so he had sent Luna to approach Obadiah. While this required some compromises, it was still better than dealing with Tony, who was impossible to work with. Upon hearing the mention of the arc reactor, Luna could only shake her head helplessly. "I'm sorry, boss. Obadiah holds the arc reactor very dearly and has shown no willingness to negotiate." Hearing this, Adam didn't say anything, he simply picked up the now cold coffee on his desk and took a slow sip. Then he looked up, meeting Luna's frustrated gaze, and confidently said, "Don't worry. He'll agree by tonight. You can go now." Luna had no doubt about Adam's words. She simply nodded and left the room. As the office returned to silence, Adam turned his chair to face the window. The sun outside was already setting, and night was fast approaching. He knew that the showdown between Obadiah and Tony would begin very soon. Red Queen, deploy the 2nd USS Squad to Stark Energy Plant and have them stand by. USS stood for Umbrella Security Service, a secret rapid response unit that Adam had formed. The members were all retired Special Forces soldiers from various countries, each one enhanced by the T3 virus, making them far stronger and more specialized than regular security personnel. Even within Umbrella Corporation, only a few people knew of this secret unit, and naturally, the highest-ranking officer of this unit was Adam himself. "Yes, Master." A moment later, Adam stood up and looked down at the people leaving work below, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Things are starting to get interesting. Red Queen, after you finish selling off the short positions, buy Stark Industries stock with everything you have." "Yes, Master." As the sun continued to set, night finally fell. At the Stark Energy plant, Pepper, accompanied by Coulson and 4 other SHIELD agents, was making her way into the facility. Inside this plant was a new large-scale arc reactor, a facility of Stark Industries' new energy division, with an estimated daily power output of around 10 billion kilowatts, almost equivalent to the Three Gorges Dam. The reason for saying estimated is that the large-scale arc reactor had only recently been installed and was still in the testing phase, it hadn't been officially put into operation yet. And the arc reactor was the very reason Tony had the confidence to shut down the Weapons Research and Production Division, even boldly declaring that he would stop selling weapons in the future. As for why it was a large-scale arc reactor, that's because Tony would never give away the technology to miniaturize the arc reactor. Area 16, here it is. After walking for a while, Pepper led the group to Area 16 of the plant. According to the information she saw at noon, Obadiah was preparing to build a suit of armor in Area 16. But when she tried swiping her work card a couple of times, she found that the access denied lights kept flashing red. "Obadiah has revoked my clearance. The door won't open." Upon hearing this, Coulson calmly nodded, then extended his hand. His subordinate immediately understood and pulled out a small bomb, placing it against the door. "Please step back a bit." As the device beeped softly, there was a small explosion, and the door to Area 16 was blown open. Chapter 13, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. Boom. As Pepper and the SHIELD agents blasted open the door, Obadiah, who was busy calibrating the Ironmonger in Section 16, immediately heard the explosion. He instantly realized that his enemies had arrived. "Damn it, hurry, hurry, hurry." He frantically climbed up the ladder and inserted the arc reactor Mark II, which he had taken from Tony, into the chest of the 3-meter-tall Ironmonger. Earlier that day, he had visited Area 16 to inspect the Ironmonger and discovered that his scientists had been unable to miniaturize the arc reactor. So, he had gone to Tony's home and taken the arc reactor from Tony's chest. As for Tony, he was probably dead by now, having no arc reactor to keep the shrapnel from reaching his heart. Knowing this, Obadiah was certain that his enemies would come at him with deadly intent. With that in mind, he jumped down from the ladder, input some final commands into the computer, and then quickly climbed back up into the Ironmonger. According to the original plan, he should have had plenty of time to calibrate the Ironmonger. However, after returning from Tony's house that afternoon, he had spent some time using the T2 virus, which left him a bit pressed for time now. Just as Obadiah climbed into the Ironmonger and activated the machine, Pepper and the SHIELD agents entered the room. When Pepper saw the massive Ironmonger, she immediately pointed at it, tense and anxious. "That's it. Shut it down, quickly." Coulson, hearing this, raised his gun without hesitation. "Mr. Obadiah." Before he could finish, Obadiah, now piloting the Ironmonger, lunged forward and swatted Coulson away with a massive hand. The other 4 agents immediately opened fire. Bang. 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 But their 9mm Glock 26 rounds were utterly incapable of penetrating the Ironmonger's 30mm gold titanium alloy armor. The bullets didn't even leave a mark before the agents were sent flying by Obadiah's Ironmonger. Realizing the danger, Pepper immediately turned and ran. Due to its massive size, the Ironmonger got stuck in the doorway, allowing Pepper to escape. Meanwhile, in the skies above New York, a red and gold figure was flying rapidly. It was Tony, who had installed the arc reactor Mark I in his chest and donned the battle-damaged Mark III armor, racing towards Stark's factory. After Obadiah had taken the arc reactor from his chest earlier that day, Tony had indeed been on the brink of death. However, with sheer willpower, he had managed to make his way to the underground lab, where he retrieved the first-generation arc reactor and installed it in his chest, preventing the shrapnel from reaching his heart. Back in the Middle East, when he had been attacked by the 10 Rings, a Stark Industries manufactured bomb had exploded near him. Although the explosion didn't kill him immediately, it left hundreds of tiny metal shards embedded in his body. Since there had been no facilities for surgery at the time, Dr. Ensign had used an electromagnetic device to keep the shards from moving into Tony's heart. This was why Tony had installed a miniature arc reactor in his chest, to power the suit and keep the shrapnel at bay. "Jarvis, how much longer can the first-generation arc reactor last?" The first-generation arc reactor had been crudely built in a cave in the Middle East, with poor efficiency in utilizing palladium and slow energy recovery, which is why Tony had discarded it. Its energy is currently below 48% and not suitable for prolonged flight. Tony frowned. He had flown less than 100 kilometers, and yet so much energy had already been consumed. He knew that with the second-generation arc reactor, he could have flown all the way to the Middle East without stopping. I understand. Keep me updated. Patch me through to Pepper. A moment later, he connected with Pepper via his internal communication system. Pepper. Pepper, who had made it to the factory gates, answered the phone, her heart lifting at the sound of Tony's voice. Tony. Tony, are you okay? I'm fine. Before Tony could finish, Pepper, still anxious, interrupted, Obadiah, he's gone mad. I know. He's built a massive robot. You're in danger. Get out of there, now. At that moment, the ground behind Pepper began to crack and tremble. CRRRRRK. She turned around to see the 3-meter-tall ironmonger emerging from the ground. Pepper was stunned. Inside the ironmonger, Obadiah glared coldly at her. Pepper, I was going to spare you, but you've disappointed me too much. With those words, he raised his right hand, and the Gatling gun began to spin. Just as the situation became critical, Tony arrived, diving down from the sky toward Obadiah. Stop. Hearing Tony's voice, Obadiah instinctively turned his weapon towards him. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets struck Tony's Mark III suit but failed to inflict any serious damage. Tony immediately grappled with Obadiah's ironmonger, pushing him out onto the street. Thus began a fierce battle between the two. However, neither of them noticed that 6 heavily armed figures wearing demon masks had appeared around them at some point. These figures did not engage immediately but instead began reporting to their superiors. Boss, this is Omicron Squad. We've got eyes on 2 robots fighting. To these professionals, what Tony and Obadiah were doing wasn't so much a battle as a brawl. After all, one was a corporate executive and the other a scientist, neither had any real combat training. They were relying solely on their armor to fight, or rather, brawl. The Omicron Squad leader couldn't help but express his disdain. Meanwhile, in the Umbrella office, Adam received Omicron Squad's report and instructed the Red Queen to project the battle footage. After watching for a while, he shook his head and turned off the projection. It was indeed a brawl, not a real fight. Clearly, attacking the joints or the power source in the chest could have incapacitated or even killed the opponent. Yet they were both stubbornly aiming at the most heavily armored parts. All Adam could think was that specialized tasks should be left to professionals. Just then, another voice came through his earpiece. Boss, this is Alpha Squad. We've arrived at Tony's villa, but we've encountered some people. Hearing this, Adam quickly had the Red Queen display the scene. At the entrance of Tony's villa, 3 figures, 1 black, 2 white, stood in confrontation. So, it's them. Chapter 14, The Security Forces. The Umbrella Security Service, USS, is officially known as Umbrella's Rapid Response Security Force. Adam had established 4 squads under this service. The first squad, Alpha, was primarily responsible for recovering important technology and assets belonging to Umbrella or covertly seizing critical technologies from rival companies. The second squad, Omicron, specialized in assassinating executives of rival companies or political figures hostile to Umbrella. The third squad, Epsilon, was tasked with protecting high-ranking Umbrella officials, and it was the squad that accompanied Luna on her travels. The fourth squad, Zeta, mainly served as a support team for the other 3 squads, functioning as a kind of reserve force. Each member of these squads had been injected with a T-virus enhancement serum. While they might appear ordinary on the outside, they were, in reality, akin to superhumans. For this operation, Adam had dispatched Omicron Squad to Stark Energy Plant and sent Alpha Squad to Tony's villa. The reason was simple: Adam wanted to obtain the technology for miniaturizing the arc reactor. Although he wasn't certain whether Tony had stored the relevant data at his villa, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity since Tony was currently preoccupied with other matters. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been just as keen-eyed, or perhaps they, too, were after the same technology. Standing at the front of Tony's luxurious villa were 3 individuals, led by a bald, African-American man, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. To Nick's left was a stunning redhead with a lithe and curvaceous figure, Natasha Romanoff, a level 9 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent also known as the Black Widow. On Nick's right was another beautiful woman with long blonde hair, whose figure and looks rivaled Natasha's, though Adam didn't recognize her. This wasn't too surprising. Even though the Marvel Universe Adam had found himself in largely resembled Earth 199999 from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it included mutants, the Fantastic Four, and more. So it wasn't surprising to encounter a few unfamiliar characters. At that moment, Nick looked at the 12 heavily armed figures standing before him, his expression turning serious. Where did these people come from? These figures were clearly well-trained, on par with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own operatives, though their affiliation was unknown. Moreover, their intentions didn't seem friendly. Natasha leaned in and whispered, "Director, should we still proceed with searching Tony's villa?" After a moment of thought, Nick shook his head. No, forget it. Adam's guess had been spot on. Nick had brought his team to the villa intending to search for the arc reactor technology. However, unlike Adam, who was focused on the miniaturized version, Nick was interested in obtaining the technology for both the large and small versions. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have a specific need for miniaturization, so the size difference wasn't that significant to them. In fact, larger reactors had their advantages, such as higher and more stable energy output. While miniaturization offered portability, it required more advanced materials and technology, and the cost was higher. After contemplating for a moment, Nick picked up his radio. "Hill, I need backup." "Yes, Director, I'll send reinforcements immediately." A few minutes later, 3 helicopters appeared in the sky, and a dozen heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives descended. The tension escalated instantly. Seeing this unfold from Umbrella's office, Adam decisively ordered Alpha Squad to retreat. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to retreat. There was no need to engage in a confrontation with S.H.I.E.L.D. over this. Besides, there were other ways to acquire the arc reactor technology, and it didn't have to be from Tony's home. Meanwhile, at Stark Energy Plant, Tony and Obadiah's fight had moved from the ground to the sky. Using the low temperature and low oxygen environment at high altitude, Tony managed to make Obadiah's ironmonger lose power, causing it to plummet back into the factory. However, Tony himself also faced an energy shortage, forcing him to activate the emergency backup power and slowly descend from the sky. With a loud crash, Tony landed, and despite his suit's advanced shock absorbers, he still felt as though his body had been smashed into pieces. But his concern for Pepper drove him to call out as soon as he was safe. "Pepper." Pepper, who had been anxiously awaiting news, immediately answered, her voice filled with a mix of relief and worry. "Tony, oh God, are you okay? My energy is almost depleted. I need to take off my armor before I can get down." At that moment, Tony believed that Obadiah had died in the fall, so he began removing the right arm of his suit. But in the next second, Obadiah, piloting the ironmonger, suddenly flew at him from the side. "Nice idea, but you've underestimated me." To be honest, Obadiah's ironmonger had been built in too short a time and hadn't undergone tests in extreme environments, which had cost him dearly. However, the ironmonger's design wasn't simple. At the last moment, Obadiah had managed to activate the flight system, preventing himself from being turned into a splatter on the ground. With a sharp clang, Obadiah, controlling the ironmonger, punched Tony's Ironman suit, sending him flying. Tony quickly retaliated, landing a punch on the ironmonger. Thus, the two began exchanging blows. It's no wonder the leader of the Omicron squad had been dismissive of their fight. Here were two people using the most advanced suits of armor, yet they were brawling like primitive men. And if they had been fighting well, it would have been understandable, but they lacked any real combat techniques, just punch after punch. At this point in the fight, Obadiah had the upper hand. After all, the ironmonger stood over 3 meters tall, while Iron Man was only about 1.8 meters. Moreover, the ironmonger was powered by the second-generation arc reactor, while Tony's suit was running on the first-generation reactor. In terms of both size and energy, the ironmonger had the advantage. But Obadiah was, after all, a businessman, not a warrior, so despite his advantage, he didn't know how to finish the fight. After a while, he resorted to brute force, grabbing Tony and trying to use the ironmonger's superior strength to squeeze the life out of him. Caught in the ironmonger's grip, Tony began to panic. "Jarvis, check the weapon status. Repulsors are offline. Missiles are offline." "Then use the flares." As a swarm of tiny flares launched, the ironmonger's sensors were overwhelmed, forcing Obadiah to release his grip. Tony took the opportunity to dart away. "Pepper, this isn't working. I can't beat him." "Tony, are you okay?" "Listen, I have an idea, to overload the arc reactor and blow off the roof." "What are you going to do?" "It's not me, it's you." Pepper froze at his words but quickly nodded. "What do you need me to do?" "Go to the central control console, open all the circuits, and disable all the safety systems." "Okay, I'm in the plant now, opening all circuits." "Good. Wait for my signal to activate the arc reactor." Chapter 15, S.H.I.E.L.D. takes action. Obadiah regretted once again that the ironmonger had been built too hastily. It didn't even have an infrared sensor, making it impossible to locate his target. Meanwhile, Tony finally demonstrated some of the ingenuity he was known for. Seizing the opportunity, Tony leapt out from behind Obadiah and yanked out the cables at the back of the ironmonger's head. This immediately disabled the ironmonger's external video feed and targeting systems. Frustrated, Obadiah reached behind, grabbed Iron Man by the head, and hurled him forward. The immense force caused Iron Man's helmet to come off, revealing Tony beneath. Without the video feed, Obadiah had no choice but to open the ironmonger's cockpit. At this moment, he wore a smug expression, his eyes filled with mockery and arrogance. Honestly, I never liked this iron contraption, Tony. But I must admit, this suit is impressive. Crushing Iron Man's helmet in his hand, he tossed the mangled remains at Tony's feet. As a typical villain, Obadiah activated his passive ability, the need to monologue before defeating the hero, giving the hero a chance to turn the tables. You finally surpassed yourself, Tony. Your father would be proud. Inside the factory, Pepper had already activated all the power circuits and disabled the safety mechanisms. Everything's ready, Tony. Get off the roof now. The arc reactor began to emit a blue glow, with electric currents sparking out as the massive amount of generated power couldn't be released, and the disabled safety systems meant it wouldn't automatically shut down. At this point, it resembled a massive bomb, continuously charging up. However, the reactor's construction had anticipated this scenario, so a large portion of the electrical energy was being grounded. On the roof, Obadiah raised his right hand, and the ironmonger's Gatling gun began to spin. Zzz. A barrage of bullets was unleashed. But with the targeting system down, and given Obadiah's lack of professional combat training, the shots were wildly inaccurate. Hearing the commotion, Pepper called out to Tony from below, her voice filled with concern. On the roof, Obadiah retracted his right hand. Isn't it ironic, Tony? You wanted to rid the world of weapons, yet you created the most powerful one. And now, I'm going to use your own creation to kill you. A victorious smile played on his lips as he raised his left hand, revealing a small rocket launcher. Whoosh. Boom. But after firing 2 shots, the rockets missed their mark. Frustrated, Obadiah moved closer to Tony. You might have damaged my targeting system, but what about this? As Obadiah approached, Tony shouted, Pepper, cut the grounding. Pepper immediately hit the button, severing the last protection of the arc reactor, the grounding line. Zzz. Boom. The enormous energy, now without an outlet, erupted into a massive energy surge shooting skyward. Obadiah and Tony, both on the roof, were struck by the powerful blast of energy. However, their suits protected them from being turned into charred remains, though the jolt left them completely paralyzed, unable to move. After a moment, the arc reactor's energy was depleted, triggering an emergency shutdown, ceasing all functions. Tony, now unconscious, began to fall from the roof. But in a twist from the usual plot, Obadiah, still conscious due to his T-virus enhancements, didn't fall. Oh, Tony, it seems your plan failed. He managed a slight smile and raised his left hand, aiming the small rocket launcher downward. At this moment, Pepper rushed to Tony's side, her heart filled with panic as she saw he was unconscious. Tony, are you okay? Pepper, why don't you join Tony in death as lovers? Obadiah sneered, preparing to fire the rocket. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking the joint in the ironmonger's left arm. With a sharp crack, the ironmonger's left arm was instantly jammed, unable to move. Obadiah turned in surprise to see a man with a bow standing about 30 meters away on his left. Who are you? Obadiah demanded. The archer didn't respond, simply holding his bow steady, aiming directly at Obadiah. With his cockpit open, Obadiah realized that if the archer were ordered to shoot, he could easily take him out with a single arrow. This was Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye, a level 7 SHIELD agent. And he wasn't alone. Soon, Agent Coulson, limping slightly, arrived with 7 or 8 other agents to stand beside Barton. Man, you showed up just in time. I almost bought it up here, Coulson said, still somewhat dazed from being thrown by Obadiah earlier. Though he was tough, he wasn't unscathed. I think you should take some men down there. Tony doesn't look so good, Barton suggested, glancing at Obadiah warily. Coulson nodded, acknowledging the situation. This area's yours, he said to Barton, preparing to head down to Tony. Seeing this, Obadiah raised his right hand, his Gatling gun spinning up once more. But before he could fire, another arrow flew towards him. Whoosh! Clang! The arrow had lodged perfectly in the Gatling gun, causing it to jam. Seeing this, Obadiah was furious. Damn you! You! Just as he was about to launch a small missile from his back, Barton loosed another arrow, this time embedding it right next to Obadiah's ear. Clang! I suggest you don't move, or I can't guarantee where the next arrow will land, Barton warned. The cold sweat that immediately broke out on Obadiah's forehead extinguished his rage. He might have been a businessman, but he wasn't a warrior. Had the arrow been just a bit off, he'd be dead. Watching Coulson descend to help Tony, Obadiah was filled with bitter resentment. If things continued like this, once Tony recovered, he'd be finished. He'd lose his seat on the board, likely end up in prison, and his current life would be over. If Tony were particularly vindictive, he might not even make it to prison alive. What was he supposed to do? As Obadiah wrestled with his fears, 6 heavily armed men arrived on the roof. Mr. Obadiah, Miss Luna has a proposal she'd like to discuss with you. At the mention of Luna, a glimmer of hope flickered in Obadiah's eyes. Whatever the deal is, as long as you kill Tony, I'm all ears. Chapter 16, Obadiah's Compromise. Hearing Obadiah's words, the leader of the Omicron squad responded calmly, Miss Luna would like to speak with you. Please take the call. Because of the ongoing battle, Obadiah had shut off all communication channels. Hello, Miss Luna. Yes, I agree. As long as you have your men help me kill Tony. What? No. Why not? If you help me kill Tony, not only will I give you the designs for the arc reactor, but I'll also hand over Stark Industries shares. You say S.H.I.E.L.D. won't agree. What do you mean by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just as he was about to utter the name S.H.I.E.L.D., Obadiah finally calmed down, noticing Agent Coulson had reached Tony's side in the factory below. Coulson was a well-known S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, usually handling all sorts of matters openly, this much Obadiah knew. And anyone who could be so chummy with Coulson was undoubtedly also from S.H.I.E.L.D. That meant the archer who had been shooting at him was likely a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent as well. And as for the other black-clad individuals surrounding them, they were almost certainly S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives too. All of this pointed to one undeniable fact: S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened in his conflict with Tony. This realization sent a chill through Obadiah's heart. He couldn't fathom why an organization as high and mighty as S.H.I.E.L.D., which typically never interfered in the affairs of ordinary people, would involve itself in the internal matters of Stark Industries. Why? Why is S.H.I.E.L.D. interfering in this? You guys hold 5% of Stark Industries shares. I'm the one who can lead Stark Industries to greater heights and make you more money. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. did indeed own 5% of Stark Industries. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. held shares in many top companies and corporations, some more, some less. Without this additional income, the funds from the World Security Council alone wouldn't be enough to sustain an organization as vast as S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately for Obadiah, he was destined to be disappointed. Barton completely ignored his pleas, keeping his bow trained on him, though his gaze occasionally shifted to the members of the Omicron squad. As for the Omicron squad, they were equipped to the teeth. Bulletproof vests, ammunition pouches, tactical backpacks, devil masks, tactical helmets, and dual night vision goggles, they were outfitted better than most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, on par with Special Forces operatives. Their weapons, too, were unfamiliar to Barton, larger than standard rifles, indicating they were custom-made. You're finally awake. Oh, thank God, Tony, you're okay. Pepper's voice broke the tense standoff, her joy evident as Tony regained consciousness. Seeing this, Obadiah knew his plan had failed completely. Resigned, he spoke into his microphone, You've won. I'll do as you say. Outside the top-floor office of Umbrella Corporation, Luna, sipping her coffee at her desk, allowed herself a small smile. She picked up the folder on her desk, hugged it to her chest, and with the click of her high heels, pushed open the large door behind her. Boss, just as you predicted, Obadiah has agreed to our terms, she reported. Adam, who was engrossed in a file, didn't even look up. He simply nodded and said, I see. It was as if he was always certain that his plans would never fail. Seeing how busy he was, Luna placed the folder on his desk, then moved behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Boss, I work late every day, what reward are you going to give me? Feeling Luna's restless hands, Adam finally shifted his focus away from his thoughts. Didn't I promise to take you out last time? What do you want this time? He asked. Luna smiled mischievously, then gracefully slid into Adam's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. I want you to stop working so hard and take some time to rest, she whispered. Feeling her soft, lithe body against his, Adam couldn't help but chuckle. When I've secured the arc reactor and Starship Corporation, I'll rest, he assured her. But with the looming multiverse crisis hanging over him like the sword of Damocles, how could he afford to rest? As he spoke, one hand slid over the smooth black stockings she wore, while the other encircled her slim waist. How long will that take? Why not take a break now? Luna suggested, her voice playful as she kissed Adam's jaw, her hands beginning to wander. Seeing this, Adam used his mental powers to lift the folder she had brought, flipping through it while his hands continued their instinctive exploration. Starship has already acquired 5%. It seems the public listing is set, he murmured, his eyes scanning the pages. Enough about that, Luna chided softly. The next morning. In a VIP room at Columbia Hospital in New York, Tony lay in bed, reading a newspaper. Iron Man. That name is interesting, though iron isn't exactly accurate, it's made of a titanium alloy, he remarked. Pepper, who was checking his bandages, rolled her eyes at him. How can you be thinking about that right now? Since Obadiah and those Umbrella people left last night, there's been no word from them. Who knows what they're plotting? Tony, confident as ever, folded the newspaper and said, Don't worry, Pepper. I hold 39% of Stark Industries shares. Once I convene the board this afternoon, I'll have him fired. Then, I'll press charges, attempted murder, treason, arms trafficking. I'll make sure he's put away for good. Mr. Stark, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, came a voice from the door. It was Coulson, who had just entered. What happened? Tony asked, his brow furrowing. Coulson handed Tony a document, explaining, early this morning, the military released a statement. They're claiming that the incident was caused by a rogue prototype robot, and Obadiah had nothing to do with it. Since the Ironmonger hadn't fallen into the arc reactor, there had been no explosion, allowing the incident to be easily covered up. Before Tony could respond, Pepper burst out angrily, how could they do that? She was utterly baffled as to why the military would protect Obadiah, given that he had tried to kill Tony the night before. As Stark Industries' partner, the military's actions were incomprehensible to her. Tony, examining the document, began to understand. They want the Mark II armor, he stated. Coulson nodded. Correct. Not just the Mark II, they also want the arc reactor's core technology. He hesitated before adding, your decision to shut down the weapons division and stop selling arms has angered some very powerful people in the military. They're playing with fire. Obadiah isn't someone to be trusted, and last night he even allied with Umbrella, Tony said, his voice filled with frustration. Since Umbrella had helped Obadiah, he now viewed the corporation as evil as well. Perhaps it's precisely because Umbrella intervened that the military agreed to protect Obadiah, Coulson suggested. Tony set down the document, his expression growing more serious. Chapter 17, The Shareholders' Meeting. The afternoon arrived quickly. Tony, dressed in a crisp suit and tie, made his way slowly to the top floor of Stark Tower. As he pushed open the door, he saw that the conference room was already filled with people. These were the shareholders and high-ranking executives of Stark Industries. Mr. Stark, are you all right? Hello, Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark, it's good to have you back. Amid the greetings, Tony, with Pepper by his side, made his way to the chairman's seat. Pepper took the first seat to his left. Tony glanced at his watch, noting that it was already 2 p.m. Obadiah isn't here yet. Looks like he doesn't plan to attend this board meeting. Just as he finished speaking, the conference room doors opened again. Obadiah, his tall frame and broad smile making him seem as cheerful as ever, walked in. Everyone, my apologies for being a bit late. Seeing the man who had once been so close to him, Tony remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly. But his attention was soon drawn to the blonde woman following Obadiah. Luna. Noticing the attention on her, Luna responded with a calm smile. Hello, everyone. My name is Luna. Pepper stood up, her expression darkening. This is a Stark Industries board meeting. Uninvited guests should leave. Before Luna could respond, Obadiah winked at the shareholders and said, let me introduce Luna to everyone. She's the CEO of Umbrella Corporation, here to represent Umbrella at the board meeting. And just to remind everyone, Umbrella has acquired 5% of Stark Industries shares. According to the rules, she doesn't need the chairman's approval to attend the board meetings. As Obadiah's words hung in the air, the shareholders in the room stood up, applauding and expressing their welcome. Clap, clap, clap. Welcome, Miss Luna, to our family. I didn't expect Umbrella to invest in us too. Indeed, especially in such turbulent times for Stark Industries. As Luna was about to take her seat, Pepper, holding her tablet, demanded, why haven't I seen Umbrella's public listing announcement? There's nothing from the stock exchange either. Pepper's tone was filled with suspicion as she stared at Luna. In response to her questioning, Luna kept her smile and slowly took her seat among the shareholders. The transaction was finalized this morning, so the announcement hasn't been made yet. If you don't believe me, Miss Potts, you can check these documents. With that, Luna placed her briefcase on the table and pulled out several documents. As Pepper examined the stock transaction papers, disbelief was evident in her voice. How is this possible? You couldn't have acquired 5% of the shares in such a short time. Though Stark Industries wasn't worth trillions yet, its market value still hovered around $300 billion. Even with the recent events causing the stock price to drop by 2/3, the company was still valued at around $100 billion. 5% of that would be $5 billion. Even if Umbrella had that much liquid capital, acquiring that many shares from various sources would not be an easy feat. Luna raised an eyebrow, a faintly amused expression on her face. For that, we have to thank Mr. Stark. Tony's brow furrowed at the mention of his name. What does this have to do with me? Everything. If you hadn't shut down the weapons division and cut off ties with the military, those fund companies, institutions, and securities firms wouldn't have been so eager to sell their shares to Umbrella. And at 10% below the secondary market price, no less. In truth, if Stark Industries had been even slightly more stable, Adam wouldn't have been able to acquire 5% of the shares so quickly, especially at such a low price. But with all the chaos surrounding Stark Industries lately, the closure of the weapons division, the end of military contracts, the delays in the arc reactor project, and the recent robot rampage, any one of these issues could have been a death blow to another company. Even a giant like Stark Industries couldn't withstand this level of turmoil. So Adam's rapid acquisition of shares wasn't surprising. When Tony and Pepper realized that Umbrella indeed held 5% of Stark Industries shares, their faces darkened, a sense of unease creeping in. However, they didn't dwell on it too much, feeling that it wasn't a significant threat. After all, they controlled 39% of the shares, while Obadiah only had 12%. Even with Umbrella's 5% added, they would still hold a decisive advantage. But the other shareholders were far less composed. Due to recent events, their assets had shrunk by 2/3. With Stark Industries' market value around $100 billion, those holding significant shares faced devastating losses if they decided to sell at this point, as they would have to accept a price below market value, just like the fund companies and institutions. This realization left many of the smaller shareholders glancing nervously at one another before nodding in agreement. After some minor formalities, the shareholders' meeting officially began. Pepper was the first to speak. The first item on today's agenda is the dismissal of Obadiah Stane from his position as CEO, and his permanent exclusion from any future Stark Industries board meetings. Despite the gravity of her words, Obadiah's expression remained unchanged, while the smaller shareholders erupted in protest. Why fire Obadiah? Without him, the company's performance will plummet. What happened? Obadiah is a founding figure of this company. That's right. The company can't do without him. While Obadiah was a villain in Tony's eyes, to the average shareholder, he was an excellent CEO. After all, nearly 50% of Stark Industries' revenue had passed through Obadiah's hands, and many key positions, managers, general managers, were held by his loyalists. If Obadiah were to be dismissed abruptly, Stark Industries stock would likely plummet further, and half the departments could grind to a halt. Faced with the shareholders' questions, Pepper chose not to explain, her tone icy as she declared, "Let's proceed to the vote." If she hadn't made the mistake of handing over the USB drive containing evidence of Obadiah's crimes to the military, she wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Now, with the military clearly protecting Obadiah and no arrest in sight, she knew the situation was dire. So, a direct vote was the only option. Chapter 18, The Tightly Woven Plan. After Pepper called for a vote, Tony immediately raised his hand. However, no one else followed suit. Instead, they all stared coldly at Tony and Pepper. Unfazed, Pepper continued, "We have 39% of the votes in favor. According to the rules of the shareholders' meeting, those who oppose may now raise their hands. Abstentions will not be counted as part of the total." Just as she was about to encourage others to abstain, she saw all the small shareholders raise their hands, followed by Obadiah and Luna. This immediately made both Pepper and Tony's faces darken. Although each small shareholder only held 1 or 2% of the shares, their combined votes, along with Obadiah's and Luna's, amounted to 41%, 2 points more than Tony and Pepper. This clearly demonstrated how much support Obadiah had garnered. It was evident that even before Umbrella acquired its 5% stake, Obadiah could still rally enough support to remove Tony as chairman. Now, with additional backing, his position was even stronger. Pepper fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. As someone still relatively young and new to Stark Industries, having only joined 3 years ago, this was her first time witnessing Obadiah's influence, and it caught her off guard. After a moment of silence, Obadiah spoke confidently, 41% versus 39%. "It seems the shareholders' meeting won't go as you hoped. Now, let's proceed to the second vote, removing Tony Stark from the board and barring him from further involvement in Stark Industries." Hearing this, Tony immediately stood up and shook his head. "No, you can't do this. This is Stark Industries, I am Stark." To his dismay, most of the small shareholders raised their hands in agreement. However, a few company elders, still loyal to Tony's father, abstained from voting. For a moment, the vote stood at 38%, not enough to pass the motion. Obadiah then turned to the company elders, his expression hardening. "Do you really want to let this child continue destroying Stark Industries? If Howard Stark could see what's happening to the company now, do you think he'd be happy or sad? The only way to save Stark Industries is for me to take control, reopen the weapons division, and resume military contracts." Seeing the elders waver, he pressed on, "I promise, within a year, I'll restore Stark Industries' market value to $300 billion, or even higher." This promise made the elders' eyes light up, and they began raising their hands. Although they had watched Tony grow up and had a deep affection for him, sentiment couldn't put food on the table. Their 1% stakes were once worth $3 billion each, but now had plummeted to just $1 billion. What sentiment could possibly be worth a $2 billion loss? Seeing the elders raise their hands, Tony grew desperate. "Uncle Nunez, Uncle Hidalgo, you can't do this. Stark Industries needs me, I'm the only one who can lead the company to greater heights." The two elders, both close friends of Howard Stark and now quite elderly themselves, looked at Tony but kept their hands raised. Tony, we know you're a good kid, but we have to make a living too. Yeah, Tony. With the stock price falling like this, I can barely keep my household running. Before Tony could continue pleading, Obadiah spoke with triumph, 40% versus 39. Tony, you're out. Please leave. Even though one elder had abstained from voting, the result was clear. Tony turned his gaze to the final undecided elder. If he could secure that last 1%, it would be 40-40, giving him a fighting chance. But before he could speak, the elder turned away. The message was clear: out of respect for Howard Stark, he wouldn't vote, but he wouldn't support Tony either. Just as Tony was losing hope, Pepper suddenly stood up. Wait, there's another shareholder who hasn't participated in this meeting. Who? Shield. At the mention of Shield, Tony's face lit up, remembering that the agency held 5% of Stark Industries shares. If they could secure Shield's support, they still had a chance. Pepper quickly said, I request a recess. Let's reconvene in 30 minutes. Now it was Obadiah's turn to look worried. If Shield intervened, it could change everything. All the promises he'd made to the small shareholders, all the concessions he'd given, would have been for nothing. Desperate, Obadiah glanced at Luna, hoping she had a solution. But Luna, still wearing her confident smile, merely nodded at him. Miss Potts' request is fair. But if the vote doesn't change after 30 minutes, I'm afraid it's game over. Pepper shot Luna a glance but said nothing, leaving the room with Tony. Once outside, Pepper immediately took out her phone to contact Agent Coulson. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. She was met with the message that the phone was turned off. Turned off. Pepper's unease grew, and she tried dialing again. No matter how many times she called, Coulson's number remained unreachable. Tony, watching Pepper frantically dial, asked, what's going on? His phone's off. How could it be off at a time like this? Try again. Just then, Luna walked out of the conference room, smiling at the pair. I heard someone filed a formal complaint against Shield with the Security Council last night. If I'm not mistaken, they're probably being questioned right now. Shield was still in its early stages, far from the fully developed, and eventually compromised, organization it would become. As such, it was still under strict supervision by the Security Council. When Shield was founded, it was established to protect ordinary people from superhuman threats and advanced technology. Additionally, Shield was strictly prohibited from interfering in the affairs of ordinary citizens. The formal complaint lodged the previous night had immediately drawn the attention and scrutiny of the Security Council, who were now questioning Shield's actions. Hearing this, Tony and Pepper's faces turned pale. Yet Pepper refused to give up and continued trying to reach Coulson. But even 30 minutes later, she still couldn't get through. The board meeting resumed. Once again, the vote mirrored the earlier result. Tony and Pepper, heads bowed, looked like defeated roosters, their earlier confidence completely shattered. Seeing this, Obadiah wasted no time in having security escort Tony out of the company. Without Tony's support, Pepper was also promptly dismissed from her position. And so, Stark Industries entered an era under the control of Obadiah Stane. Chapter 19, Unwavering Resolve. Nighttime. In Tony's villa, he sat on the sofa, deep in thought, his head lowered, lost in contemplation. Pepper, sitting beside him, was equally lost in thought, her mind replaying the moment she was unceremoniously thrown out of the company. She had never imagined she would one day be so humiliatingly ejected from Stark Industries. That morning, she was certain Obadiah would be behind bars. But then, Umbrella's intervention shattered all their hopes. At this point, they had lost completely. According to the company's rules, unless it was an emergency, a board meeting could only be convened once a month. This meant that even if they managed to secure Shield support, the earliest they could call for a board meeting would be a month from now. Pepper doubted Obadiah would allow them a whole month without making any moves. Her fears were soon confirmed when she received news from an insider still working at the company. Obadiah had applied to the SEC for a 10 billion share financing quota. The moment Pepper heard this, her heart sank. Currently, Stark Industries had a total of 10 billion shares, each priced at $100. If the SEC approved Obadiah's request, the number of shares would double, diluting the existing shares. Tony's 39% stake would shrink to just 19.5%. Even with Shield support, they wouldn't have enough shares to regain control. Worried, Pepper explained the situation to Tony. But Tony's reaction was surprisingly calm, he merely nodded. This puzzled Pepper. Tony, what's wrong? Nothing. Don't you understand what this means? Our shares will be diluted, we might never get back in. Maybe it's better that way. Tony sighed softly as he spoke. The votes cast by the shareholders and executives that afternoon had broken his heart. It made him realize some harsh truths. He had always believed he was indispensable to Stark Industries. But today's events showed him that the company didn't need him anymore. Perhaps letting go was the best choice. After all, he was just a scientist, probably not suited to be in management. Pepper was stunned by Tony's defeated tone, her eyes wide in disbelief. But reflecting on his past behavior, she realized this was just who Tony was. After all, he had always been a hands-off leader, spending more time dating supermodels or lounging with celebrities than actually running the company. But now, when things were at their toughest, he couldn't afford to give up. Tony, Stark Industries was your father's legacy. Howard Stark wouldn't want to see the company turned into an accomplice to the slaughter of innocent civilians. You have to pull yourself together. You can't give up. Tony gave Pepper a strange look in response to her pep talk. Pepper, I'm sorry, but I'm not cut out for management. From now on, it's up to you. I have other things to do. Hearing her mention the slaughter of civilians reminded Tony that he had other responsibilities. With that, he stood up and headed for the lab. Jarvis, any new findings on that gene we were studying? The insect Lycman wasn't a mutant since no X gene was detected. He was likely a product of some form of enhancement. Since the 1940s, when Dr. Abraham Erskine created Captain America as part of the U.S. Super Soldier Program, countries worldwide had launched similar programs. For example, Great Britain had its Round Table Night program, which produced Arthur Pendragon. The Soviets had the Red Room program, which trained Black Widows. Even Oscorp was rumored to have developed new enhancement technologies. Tony suspected that the insect Lycman was the result of some evil organization's enhancement experiments. The Ten Rings was using such enhancements to enslave Middle Eastern civilians, leading to countless deaths, something Tony absolutely abhorred. He felt it was his duty to eliminate such evil forces. Mr. Stark, I'm sorry, but I haven't found anything new. All right, it looks like I'll need to find some experts. Meanwhile, in the living room, Pepper watched as Tony disappeared into the lab. She could only shake her head in resignation before heading off to attend to her own tasks. At the same time, at Obadiah's villa, a celebration was in full swing. Most of Stark Industries' shareholders and executives were mingling, holding glasses of wine, their faces beaming with joy. Waiters moved through the crowd, offering drinks and hors d'oeuvres. After a while, Obadiah, dressed in a sharp suit and accompanied by his wife, entered the scene. The moment the guests saw him, they all raised their glasses. To Obadiah. For Obadiah, cheers. To Stark Industries, and its continued glory. Obadiah responded to each toast with enthusiasm. After all, it was thanks to these shareholders that he had managed to turn the situation around, so he wouldn't dream of neglecting them now. After a few rounds, Obadiah noticed Luna standing alone in a corner. He led his wife over to her. Miss Luna, this is my wife, Elena. Luna turned at the sound of his voice, glanced at the couple, and raised her glass. Mrs. Stain, a pleasure to meet you. In the U.S., married women often took their husband's surname. So, whatever Elena's maiden name had been, she was now Elena Stain, sharing Obadiah's last name. Elena was a woman in her 40s, with blonde hair and fair skin. She wore a purple, tight-fitting evening gown with a high slit. Fine lines were visible around her eyes, and they deepened when she smiled. Miss Luna, it's a pleasure. After exchanging greetings, Luna turned to Obadiah, congratulations. From now on, Stark Industries is yours. Ha ha. Obadiah let out a hearty laugh and raised his glass. I must thank you for your advice and assistance. Without it, I wouldn't have made it through this crisis. This toast is for you. He downed his drink in one go, causing his wife, Elena, to frown slightly, a look of concern crossing her face. Careful now, the doctor said you shouldn't drink too much. Obadiah waved her concern away with a confident smile. Don't worry, my dear. I've never felt better. He patted his chest to emphasize his point, implying he was in peak condition. Since injecting the Cthulhu virus, his body had returned to its prime. At that moment, he felt as if he could wrestle a tiger. Chapter 20, Reactor Explosion. After chatting for a while, Obadiah suddenly asked Elena to leave. Ms. Luna, I believe we should strike while the iron is hot and immediately proceed with our next collaboration. He was eager to begin the collaboration, as he had promised the board that he could restore the stock price to its peak within a year, so he was a bit impatient. Upon hearing this, Luna set down her wine glass, glanced at the people not far away, and then headed toward the garden. Obadiah immediately understood that this crowded place was not suitable for further conversation. He quickly followed Luna into the garden. After a short walk, the two reached a secluded spot in the garden. The collaboration will definitely happen, but there's no need to rush. Why not? Are you certain that once the stock price recovers, those shareholders will still follow your lead? Hearing this, Obadiah fell silent. He knew that Stark Industries would always belong to the Stark family, not the Stain family. Moreover, today's victory was perilous, 40 votes to 39. Many of the company's veterans were deeply loyal to Howard Stark and could betray him at any moment. There was not much he could do about it, except hope that his achievements would convince everyone. But if Tony Stark ever decided to change his mind, promising not to shut down the weapons development and manufacturing department and continuing to do business with the military, then Obadiah knew he would stand no chance. Seeing Obadiah lower his head in thought, Luna continued, "What we need to do now is not to raise the stock price immediately, but to suppress it. Then, we can subscribe to the newly issued shares and acquire as many shares as possible from others." Obadiah was slightly taken aback. Suppress the stock price? But I promised them I would raise it. Although he was the antagonist, he was still a villain who cared deeply for the company, not just a crooked businessman. A promise. Luna's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. You promised them the stock would rise in a year, but there's still plenty of time before that. After thinking for a moment, Obadiah gritted his teeth. I understand, Ms. Luna. What should we do now? Don't rush, Mr. Stain. I'll guide you step by step, but first, I want to collect some interest. Tomorrow, have the arc reactor's data prepared for me. Understood. The next morning, in Tony's villa. Pepper stood in the living room, looking at the documents before her. The more she read, the more her brows furrowed, and the greater the pressure she felt. After a while, Tony, dressed in his pajamas, came downstairs. Good morning, Pepper. After greeting her, he walked to the refrigerator, took out a carton of cold milk, and drank directly from it, then grabbed a few cookies nearby to eat. After a light snack, he put down the milk carton and noticed Pepper standing in front of him. Phew, you startled me. Pepper had a grave expression on her face. Tony, the situation is far more serious than we thought. Tony, still unconcerned, sat down on the couch. Let's hear it. Last night and this morning, I used Jarvis to thoroughly investigate Umbrella. Do you know what I found? Before Tony could ask, Pepper continued, Umbrella's main industries are in two areas, cosmetics and pharmaceuticals. Their most famous cosmetics are skin lotions and whitening creams, holding 30% of the global market share. Their masks, serums, and lipsticks are particularly popular. But the medical field is even more impressive. You know the emergency spray that's been so popular in recent years? The one that stops bleeding with just a spritz? That's an Umbrella product. They also hold over 150 drug patents, including anti-cancer and anti-leukemia drugs. One of the most common cold medicines on the market is also produced by Umbrella. Their market share in pharmaceuticals accounts for 11% globally. No wonder the Osborne Group has been shouting every day about not letting Umbrella overtake them. If it weren't for the American market, Osborne would have been overtaken long ago. The reason Pepper placed more importance on the 11% pharmaceutical market share than the 30% cosmetic market share was due to the difference in market size. Currently, the global market for cosmetics is around $80 billion, while the pharmaceutical market is around $740 billion. With nearly 10 times the difference, 11% of the pharmaceutical market is almost equivalent to 90% of the cosmetics market. After hearing Pepper's explanation, Tony still appeared indifferent. Pepper, you're worrying too much. We don't have any major conflicts with Umbrella, they're just collaborating with Obadiah. But who knows how long that collaboration will last. Besides, without my new weapons research, Stark Industries won't get many military contracts. Eventually, they'll have to come back to me. He finished with a confident smile. Although the shareholders and executives had shaken him yesterday, as the men who would become Iron Men, Tony Stark was not easily defeated. He knew that the reason Stark Industries could consistently outperform other arms dealers and become the US military's top supplier was not only due to their superior quality but also because of his genius mind. The powerful, modern weapons he designed were unmatched by any other company. And now, with Stark Industries stuck selling old equipment without his innovations, they wouldn't be able to hold their lead for long and would soon be overtaken by other arms dealers. After hearing Tony's explanation, Pepper thought it over and agreed, feeling somewhat relieved. Just as the room fell silent, Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted. Mr. Stark, there's a piece of news I think you should see. Oh. What news? I'll broadcast it for you. The next second, a projection appeared in front of Tony and Pepper. The image was of Obadiah. He was dressed in a very formal suit, wearing a tie, and his bald head was polished to a shine. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As the CEO of Stark Industries, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Last night, an explosion occurred at the arc reactor due to an operator's error. The reactor was started prematurely without adequate safety measures. Although there have been no fatalities, 7 people were severely injured and are currently hospitalized. In front of Obadiah, the reporters frantically clicked their cameras, taking as many pictures as possible. After a while, it was time for the reporters to ask questions. At that moment, the reporters were most concerned with 2 things. First, when would the arc reactor be fully developed, and second, whether Tony Stark had truly left Stark Industries. Regarding the first question, Obadiah expressed concerns about the arc reactor's technology and indicated that they might consider terminating the project. As for Tony's departure, he confirmed it. With the release of this news, Stark Industries' stock price plummeted when the market opened that morning, a sharp drop not seen since Tony announced the end of weapons sales. Chapter 21, New Research. After reading the news and checking Stark Industries' stock situation, Tony and Pepper showed confident smiles. "Tony, you were right. Stark Industries really can't do without you," Pepper remarked. Tony's lips curled into a self-satisfied grin. "Yeah, Stark Industries is in good hands with you. If any of those shareholders come looking for me, just tell them I'm busy and can't meet." With that, he got up and headed towards the luxury car waiting outside. Yesterday, Jarvis had already arranged for him to meet with several biological experts. He was on his way to see them and to study the blood and tissue of that mysterious creature that had been haunting his thoughts. Pepper watched as Tony left, her mind already working on how she would handle the company's top brass if they came knocking. Just then, her phone rang. Could they be losing patience this quickly, she thought, a slight smile playing on her lips. But when she saw the caller ID, her smile faded slightly. It was Coulson. "Agent Coulson, thank goodness you're okay." "Oh. Miss Potts, you already know." Coulson's voice carried a hint of surprise. "Yes, I heard yesterday. Someone made a formal complaint against you." There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. "What can I do for you, Miss Potts?" Coulson finally asked. Pepper quickly recounted the events of the previous day's board meeting. Coulson listened quietly before saying he would need to consult with his superiors. Pepper understood. "Oh, by the way," Coulson added, "if anyone asks you about what happened the night before last, just stick to the story that you witnessed technology beyond your comprehension." "Huh? What do you mean by that?" "Just take it at face value. I don't have time to explain right now, but it's important that you remember." The line went dead, leaving Pepper confused and a bit bewildered. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson put away his phone, a troubled expression crossing his face. S.H.I.E.L.D. was going through a rough patch, and now with Tony being ousted from the board, it would only add to Director Fury's headaches. Just then, a man in a suit and tie approached, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Agent Coulson, what are you doing here?" Seeing the man, Coulson quickly hid his phone and put on a friendly smile. "Nothing, sir, just taking a quick break." The suited man gave a curt nod. "Get back to the meeting room. You're up next." "Yes, sir." "Right away," Coulson replied. As the men turned away, Coulson discreetly hid his phone in a nearby potted plant, making sure no one noticed. The formal complaint against S.H.I.E.L.D. was far more serious than Pepper imagined. S.H.I.E.L.D., despite its vast authority as the foremost agency managing extraordinary events, was under intense scrutiny by the Security Council. At that time, the council members were not as divided as they would be in the future, and they held a unified stance on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s activities. If today they interfered in civilian matters, what was to stop them from meddling in the council's own affairs tomorrow? The precedent was one they could not afford to set. Thus, a comprehensive investigation by a 5-member panel of the council was set in motion, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was subjected to the most rigorous questioning from top to bottom. 3 days later, in the underground laboratory of the Umbrella building, Adam's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed the G3 virus test subject before him. The new subject had reached the 3rd stage of the G virus evolution. Standing over 2 meters tall, its right arm had slightly smaller eyes, while another eye had emerged on its leg. The previously protruding mass on its right chest had transformed into a bone-like structure. The subject's original head had almost completely receded into its body, becoming twisted and malformed. Its left arm had turned into a massive claw, though slightly smaller than the right arm due to the absence of an eye. A new pair of claws had grown beneath its original hands, capable of independent movement. The creature now bore no resemblance to its human origins. Its original hands had shifted backward, resembling the wings of a fallen angel. Its appearance was grotesque and terrifying. The G3 virus allows the subject to evolve conditionally under specific circumstances, no longer undergoing random, uncontrolled evolution. For example, after repeated exposure to sedatives, the subject developed an antibody against them. Struggling against restraints has increased its strength. Adam mused aloud, if it needed to fly, those large hands could probably turn into real wings. But I wonder how long it will take to reach the 4th stage. As for the 5th stage, it must be controlled. From the existing data, it was clear that more stages of G-virus evolution were not necessarily better. While the 4th stage was acceptable and provided a significant power boost, the 5th stage was almost useless. The creature would become a giant reptilian monster, too large to move effectively. Its defensive capabilities would increase, but its offensive abilities would be almost non-existent. Given modern firepower, a few mortar rounds could easily kill it, making it more of a regression than an evolution. However, Adam believed he could refine the evolution pathway of the G-virus, ensuring that it would not become weaker with each stage. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed through the corridor. Soon, a black-haired woman in a white hazmat suit, holding a file, appeared at the other end of the hallway. Although her figure wasn't as striking as Luna's, and she stood only about 1.6 meters tall, her facial features were softer, and the glasses perched on her nose added a touch of intellectual beauty. "Boss, we've made some progress on the T4 virus research," the woman said. "Oh." Adam finally turned his attention to her. Report. The woman's name was Philia. Like Luna, she had been an orphan Adam had taken in. However, while Luna specialized in administration, Philia had chosen to focus on biological research. Adam had assigned her to work on the T4 virus. Although the Red Queen AI was impressive, when it came to innovation and research, nothing could beat the human mind. Philia opened the file and began her report. "Boss, I've modified the T4 virus strain. In addition to having greater strength and speed than the T3 virus, we've also integrated a segment of X gene. This X gene allows the user to develop rock-hard skin. However, their regeneration ability is reduced to about 1/3 of the original level. Additionally, we've significantly suppressed the evolution into a liquor form, which means it now requires over 50 times the energy of T1 to possibly evolve into a liquor." Chapter 22, Returning to the Middle East. The T-virus was a creation Adam had developed after arriving in the Marvel Universe. Using the Red Queen, he cultivated the Progenitor Virus and then combined it with segments of leech DNA, ultimately isolating a brand new virus. This virus, a category of RNA, ribonucleic acid, viruses, had countless different strains. The transmission, symptoms, and enhancement directions vary to some degree between different strains. As an RNA virus, the T-virus had the characteristic of enhancing and recombining biological genetic factors. So, Adam had Philia experiment with integrating the X gene, unique to the Marvel Universe, into the T-virus. To his surprise, she actually succeeded. The suppression of the liquor's evolved form was something Adam had specifically requested. After all, his clients were all human, and humans were heavily influenced by visual perceptions. If clients knew the products they were buying would eventually turn them into monsters, their interest would likely decrease significantly. Moreover, while the liquors had greatly increased strength and agility, they also suffered a significant decline in intelligence, essentially a form of degeneration. As Philia reported her progress, Adam nodded in satisfaction. "Have human trials been conducted?" "Not yet. So far, all experiments have been conducted on animals." "Then start the human trials." "I came to see you precisely about this. The Red Queen says we're out of test subjects." "Red Queen, what's the situation?" The next second, a holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared before them. "Master, due to recent media reports, we suspended acquiring test subjects in the United States. But purchasing them from dark forces requires a significant amount of funding. Most of our liquid assets have been used by Miss Luna to buy Stark Industries stock. A small portion was also used to buy shares in Starship Enterprises." Upon hearing this, Adam immediately remembered that he had sent Luna to attend a Disney charity gala because of this matter a while back. And right now, it was a crucial moment for the acquisition of Stark Industries. He couldn't afford to run out of funds. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Send a message to Luna, agreeing to contact Russia, but make sure the military doesn't find out." Russia had always been highly interested in the T-virus, but due to the United States' stance on Russia, Adam had avoided any contact. After all, in the United States, he had to play by their rules. Everyone knew that the United States was very hostile towards Russia, even to the point of being archenemies. But now, to obtain new funds, he had no choice but to reach out to them. Moreover, there were some things and people in Russia that he was very interested in. "Yes, Master. By the way, tomorrow is Senator Robert Kelly's birthday. We just received an invitation. How would you like to handle this?" Hearing the name Robert, Adam immediately remembered the man. Umbrella's rise to its current size had a lot to do with him. When it comes to Robert, one can't avoid talking about mutants. There were three main mutant factions: the Brotherhood, the X-Men, and the Hellfire Club. The Brotherhood was a villainous group that believed mutants were superior to ordinary humans and should enslave them, causing significant destruction. The X-Men, a heroic group, believed that humans and mutants should coexist peacefully. They even established the Xavier's School for gifted youngsters to teach new mutants how to control their superpowers. The Hellfire Club, although a mutant faction, leaned more towards being a social club for society's elite, offering entertainment and leisure. In one of the Brotherhood's plans, the illusionist mastermind used illusions to make Robert believe he had witnessed Cyclops of the X-Men randomly firing his optic blasts into a crowd. The plan was meant to make Robert hate the X-Men, but it ended up making him extremely hostile toward all mutants. Senator Robert Kelly then vigorously promoted the Mutant Registration Act and became a major sponsor of the Sentinels Project. Because of the emergence of Umbrella's T-virus enhancement technology, Senator Kelly saw it as a potential weapon against mutants and offered strong political support to Adam. Of course, Adam also had some cooperation with him. After thinking for a moment, Adam said, "I'll attend the birthday party in person this time." Philia, you'll accompany me. Yes, master. With that, the Red Queen's projection disappeared. Philia's face flushed slightly. Unlike the bold and outgoing Luna, Philia, who spent most of her time in the lab, had a personality that was more shy and reserved, leaning towards an Asian modesty. So, being invited to accompany Adam made her feel bashful. However, she didn't refuse. After all, such opportunities were rare. Adam usually took Luna when he went out. In Tony Stark's villa. Tony was currently suiting up in his newly developed Mark IV armor, assisted by mechanical arms. Compared to Mark III, the Mark IV armor was heavier and had more external weapons. This was because Tony had been terrified by the mantis-like monster. He feared that if he encountered more than one of those creatures, he'd be done for. SSSS. As the mechanical gears turned, the helmet was placed on his head, the faceplate was lowered, and various data appeared on his display. After a while, Jarvis's voice came through his earpiece. Mark IV is initiating a self-diagnostic. All systems are functioning normally: weapons, power, energy, and armor. Hearing this, Tony nodded. Good job, buddy. Let's get going. With that, flames burst from his boots, and he shot out of the villa, disappearing into the sky. The sound of a sonic boom echoed through the sky. As he flew, Tony reflected on the biologists he had consulted over the past few days. According to those experts, the genes he brought back could not have occurred naturally, they were most likely artificially engineered. So, he had to return to the Middle East to investigate again, find the source of the creatures, and destroy them. He would not allow anyone to use such evil enhancement technology to slaughter and enslave innocent people. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Pepper heard the sound of Tony taking off and knew he was gone again. This time, she wasn't as worried or anxious as before. After all, Tony had spent the last 3 days constantly flying around in his armor. So, she didn't realize that Tony was heading to the Middle East this time. She was currently troubled by another matter. The anticipated scene where Stark Industries executives and shareholders would come to plead for their return hadn't happened. Despite the negative news about Stark Industries in recent days and the stock price dropping to 51 per share, those people simply weren't coming to them. How strange. Chapter 23, Righteous Iron Man. In the Middle Eastern region of Gamera. Due to the time difference, it was still morning when Tony arrived. After a brief search, he quickly noticed a village engulfed in flames. He then saw a group of men wearing headscarves, armed with rifles, herding a group of children onto a truck. Hurry up. Get on. Don't run. If you try to run, we'll shoot you. Get on the truck, we're leaving soon. The terrified children, trembling under the watchful eyes of the 10 Rings members, obediently boarded the open cargo truck. They remained very quiet because the ones who didn't had already been shot dead. Just then, one of the 10 Rings members near the truck, after ensuring all the children were on board, removed his headscarf, revealing a Western face. He lit a cigarette, taking a slow puff. Once we finish this job, we can finally take a break. The men beside him, after closing the truck door, took the cigarette from his companion and inhaled deeply. Yeah, after this, I'm heading back. Back. What's wrong? I'm tired of all the killing every day. Yeah, I get that. The first man took the cigarette back, taking another puff. Earlier, there was a little girl, about the same age as my daughter, begging me not to kill her mother. But I did it anyway. Even though they were part of the 10 Rings and committed many heinous acts, they were still human, with emotions and desires. Though their conscience was scarce, it wasn't completely absent. As the two men conversed, suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, striking the truck that was just about to start. With a loud bang, the truck's engine was instantly destroyed. Immediately after, a red and gold robot landed on the ground. The surrounding 10 Rings members, seeing this, immediately opened fire without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the robot, but it was as if they were merely scratching an itch, only chipping off some paint. Inside the Mark IV suit, Tony felt no tremors at all, which gave him a profound sense of security. The previous Mark III armor was still too thin, and sometimes he feared it could be pierced by armor-piercing rounds. But the Mark IV, it could probably withstand a couple of hits from armor-piercing rounds. After feeling out the Mark IV's armor, Tony raised his hand, and a repulsor beam fired instantly. Whoosh! 2 10 Rings members were immediately blasted away, their fates uncertain. Tony continued his assault, using his repulsors to take down the surrounding enemies one by one. The children on the truck, seeing this, looked on in amazement. Wow, Superman came to save us. That's not Superman, it's a robot. It's a super robot. In contrast, the 2 10 Rings members who had been smoking earlier, upon seeing such a powerful enemy, immediately dropped their weapons and played dead. For them, it was just a job for money, no need to sacrifice their lives. Hush! After a short while, all the 10 Rings members who were still standing had fallen. Tony scanned the area, feeling a bit disappointed when he didn't see any enemies left standing. It seemed not all members of the 10 rings would transform into those praying mantis-like monsters. So, he took to the skies again, searching for new enemies. The children on the truck, seeing that all the bad guys were dead, immediately jumped off the truck. The super robot defeated the bad guys. Awesome. Mommy. Daddy. At that moment, the surviving relatives of the children rushed over from a distance. Sob, my child, thank goodness you're okay. I thought I'd never see you again. Mom, it's okay now. Where's Dad? Sob, sob. Hovering in the air, Tony was deeply moved by this scene. At that moment, he felt the true meaning of his existence. To make the world a better place, to bring peace without pain or sorrow. He felt as though he had evolved. If before, he had the idea of fighting criminals, it was more out of revenge against the 10 rings. But now, he felt he was no longer driven by revenge, he was truly fighting for world peace. After ensuring these civilians were safe, he finally flew away with peace of mind. After a while, he seemed to have found the enemy's stronghold and even spotted a Stark Industries missile truck. This immediately ignited his fury. But in the next second, suddenly, with a loud bang, Tony felt as if he had crashed into a truck, being violently flung to the ground. Fortunately, the Mark IV had extraordinary shock-absorbing capabilities, otherwise, even if the suit remained intact, the impact might have killed him inside. As he climbed back to his feet, he saw a tank not far away, aiming directly at him. He immediately raised his right hand, and a small anti-tank missile popped out of his arm. The next second, just as the tank was reloading, he fired the missile and turned his head without hesitation. Whoosh, boom. The missile seemed to have hit the tank's ammo, causing a catastrophic explosion. He then flew towards the missile truck. Just as he was about to launch his attack, a group of 10 rings members rushed out, firing at him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The unfortunate Tony was struck by a hidden portable missile, once again sent flying. After getting up, he quickly extended both hands, firing repulsors continuously. But worried that the enemy might have more portable missiles, he kept moving while attacking. In no time, the 10 rings members were being wiped out, with no chance to fight back. Boom, boom. Minutes later, with the last explosion, the Stark Industries missile truck was also destroyed. Tony felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Just as he was about to take off again, he noticed 3 men who had been lying on the ground suddenly getting up. Roar. A strange growl echoed. The 3 men's bodies began to undergo different mutations. One man, with darker skin, developed black scales on his chest, similar to a beetle's shell. An older man, with graying hair, grew 6 small claws from his lower abdomen. The last man, the youngest and apparently a Caucasian, underwent the most significant change, his entire head transformed into an insect's, with countless teeth and compound eyes. Here we go again, seems like some kind of enhancement technology. But now it seems this enhancement can lead to any kind of insect mutation. Roar. Before Tony could think any further, the beetleman charged at him. He quickly raised his hand, firing a repulsor beam. Bang. A beam of light struck the beetleman, but the man withstood it, not even breaking his skin. Oh boy, this is unexpected. Before he could finish, the beetleman knocked him back. Looks like I'll need to reinforce the armor even more next time, or I'll be getting concussions from flying around all day. Chapter 24, Discovering the Mass Grave. Tony's continuous grumbling made it clear that although he had been sent flying, he wasn't seriously hurt. After all, the Mark IV armor had double the protection, and even the paint wasn't scratched. Just as he steadied himself and prepared to counterattack, the men with the insect head charged at him like a rhino. Bang. Tony was sent flying again. This time, he flew directly toward the men with insect claws protruding from his abdomen. The clawed men grabbed Tony in an instant, and the claws around his abdomen began to tighten. Crack. Crack. The sound of the armor struggling under pressure echoed, causing Tony's expression to shift slightly. Jarvis, report the situation. Mr. Stark, you are under immense pressure. The armor has already bent by 1 centimeter. Activate all countermeasures. The next second, mini-rocket launchers popped out from Mark IV's shoulders. Boom. The clawedman was instantly blown away by the rockets. Hiss, hiss. After a series of hissing noises, the clawedman quickly got back up. Seeing that the opponent only had minor injuries that were already healing rapidly, Tony realized he was in trouble. It seemed that even the non-mutated parts of these creatures had become incredibly strong. These mini-rockets might not destroy a heavy tank, but they were more than sufficient against a light tank. This indicated that the skin of these insect humans was as tough as medium tanks. After a while, Tony noticed that the other 2 insect humans were charging at him again. He quickly took to the sky, rising over 50 meters high. He planned to use the same tactic, exploiting the fact that these insect humans couldn't fly. If they evolved wings, he could simply fire armor-piercing rounds. But this time, the insect human's reaction disappointed him. After roaring for a while, the three creatures realized that their enemy wouldn't come down, so they turned and fled. Seeing this, Tony immediately followed. He suspected they were retreating to their base, so he planned to follow them and see if he could locate their stronghold and identify which organization was experimenting on these creatures. After about 10 minutes of pursuit, he had to engage them. There was a small town not far ahead, and the road was filled with civilians, including children. These insect humans seemed to have lost all reason, killing any person they encountered. Even if this town was connected to the insect humans, they had to be dealt with first, then investigated later. Whoosh! Whoosh! As two missiles launched, the three insect humans were immediately blown away by the powerful blast. Instead of running toward the town, the injured creatures started hissing at Tony in the air. Clearly, these insect humans had intelligence issues. But how to deal with them? The only weapon capable of killing them was the armor-piercing rounds, but those couldn't be guided. It seems I have to restrict their movement space first. After thinking for a moment, Tony's eyes lit up. He spotted a huge pit nearby. He lowered his altitude slightly and began attacking the insect humans with his repulsor beams, while flying toward the large pit. But as he approached the pit, he almost threw up, his face turning pale. The pit, though partially covered with dirt, revealed countless corpses and dismembered bodies. There were at least thousands of bodies, making it a massacre. Clearly, someone had slaughtered civilians and hastily buried them in this pit. But because the burial was shallow, animals had dug them up. Oh my God! Could these all be civilians massacred by the 10 rings? This is demonic. After having Jarvis take photos and record the scene, Tony quickly remembered his mission. Looking back, he found that the 3 insect humans had jumped into the pit and were feasting on the bodies. Animals will always be animals. The next second, 3 armor-piercing rounds fired, instantly hitting the 3 feasting insect humans. Boom. With a series of explosions, the 3 troublesome insect humans were reduced to fragments. After collecting some of the remains for research, Tony took to the sky again and headed back. He was determined to make the atrocities that had occurred here known to the world. 1 hour later. In a secret base of the 10 rings. A man wearing a face cover, revealing only his eyes, walked into an office. Inside, a Middle Eastern man in his 60s with a long beard was seated. He was the current leader of the 10 rings, known as the Holy One. After the Mandarin abandoned the 10 rings and vanished more than 20 years ago, the organization's Middle Eastern branch had been taken over by the Holy One. Hearing the door open, the Holy One looked up at the newcomer. Muhammad, what's the urgency? Muhammad, still catching his breath, hurriedly said, Holy One, our forces in Gamera have suffered heavy losses. 3 of the God-gifted have been killed. Hearing such a significant loss, the Holy One frowned deeply. Who did this? We don't know yet, Muhammad shook his head, then hesitantly asked, could it be the U.S. military? In 2008, the U.S. military still held its title as the world's police force, meddling in various conflicts. Muhammad, knowing full well what they were involved in, feared it might be the U.S. military interfering. But the Holy One immediately shook his head. It couldn't be the U.S. military. Seeing Muhammad's puzzled expression, he didn't elaborate, simply saying, it might have been that Iron Man, or as he's now called, Tony. Send people to the nearby villages and ask if any robots have been spotted. Yes. Muhammad nodded and left the room. Watching his subordinate leave, the Holy One rubbed his temples in frustration, then retrieved a hidden phone from a secret compartment and dialed a mysterious number. An hour ago, our base in Gamera was attacked. By whom? We still don't know who the enemy is, but they are incredibly powerful. I've already lost 4 enhanced individuals. You know we can't intervene directly. I need $300 million to purchase 30 vials of the enhancement serum. Impossible. How much can you give? There was a moment of silence on the other end. How is your plan progressing? We're at a critical stage. They've agreed to cooperate with us once we take control of the Gamera region, to support our southern offensive. 100 million. When you take Gamera, I'll transfer the funds. Beep, beep. As the call ended, the Holy One, expressionless, set down the phone and lowered his head, lost in thought. Chapter 25, Give Me a Lever. The next day at noon. At Disney World in New York, Luna was dressed casually, her beautiful face full of smiles as she clung to Adam's arm, leading him toward the haunted house. Boss, I've heard the haunted house here is really scary. Let's check it out. Disney World was crowded, and there was a long line in front of the haunted house, clearly making it a popular attraction. Just as they were about to use their financial power to cut the line, they overheard a couple nearby talking while looking at their phone. Oh my God, honey, look at this news. They've found a mass grave in Gamera, in the Middle East. Let me see. Oh my God, How could such a brutal massacre happen in the 21st century? A mass grave in Gomorrah. Adam quickly noted this piece of information. After using their wealth to successfully cut the line, they entered the haunted house. 10 minutes later, as they exited the haunted house, Luna's face was full of fear. She clung tightly to her boss's arm, her impressive assets pressing against him. "Boss, you're amazing. You didn't get scared at all. I nearly died of fright when that zombie jumped out at me." Looking at Luna's flushed face, Adam didn't believe her one bit. As the CEO of Umbrella Corporation, she had surely seen much worse. There was no way she'd be scared by something so trivial. However, he didn't expose her little act and just quietly listened to her talk. After that, Luna dragged him to ride the roller coaster, the giant pendulum, and other thrilling and exciting attractions. Of course, they still used their financial power to skip the lines. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to experience all the attractions in one day. It wasn't until after 4 p.m. that Luna finally had her fill of fun. "Thank you. This has been the happiest day of my life." "No, it's me who should be thanking you. If not for you, I wouldn't have realized how beautiful this world can be." When they returned to the Umbrella building, it was already after 6 p.m. "Red Queen, pull up the information on the Gomorrah massacre." "Yes, Master." The next second, the Red Queen projected the news from today. The incident started with footage of the mass grave, a scene so horrifying that the combination of tragic narration and somber music caused a huge stir. As Adam continued watching, he noticed that most of the reactions online from Americans were calling for the U.S. military to intervene, to fight for humanity's conscience. Seeing this, Adam could guess what was going on. It was just the same old trick that the U.S. government loved to use. After all, the revenge for 9/11 had already been taken, and the U.S. no longer had a reason to stay in Afghanistan. For years, there had been persistent anti-war voices at home. If they wanted to continue their presence there, targeting dark forces was undoubtedly the best excuse. But then, he noticed that the source of the video was Tony Stark. Could it be that Tony has been causing trouble in the Middle East again and stumbled upon this by accident? Knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Luna, who had changed into a black business suit, walked in holding a stack of documents. However, perhaps due to the exhausting day at Disney, she wasn't wearing stockings or high heels this time, revealing her long, fair legs. "Didn't I give you the day off to rest?" Luna smiled faintly. "I couldn't sit still." After placing the pile of documents on the table, she continued, "Boss, the Securities and Exchange Commission rejected Stark Industries' request for financing 10 billion shares. However, they approved our backup plan, allowing for 5 billion shares to be financed. Here are the documents. Also, thanks to the news about the mass grave in Gomorrah, the attention on Stark Industries has decreased significantly. Currently, the stock price is holding steady at around $50, with little fluctuation. I suggest we can now proceed with the acquisition plan. But our liquidity is running low. Recently, with the acquisition of Starship Corporation and now the shares of Stark Industries, Umbrella's liquid assets were nearly depleted. Although there were backup funds, they were meant to keep the corporation running and couldn't be easily touched." Adam turned his chair to look out at the Manhattan skyline. "Is Obadiah completely following your orders?" "Yes, he's now fully tied to us. Without our support, the other shareholders and executives would tear him apart. And as for Stark, Pepper has been quite active these days, frequently meeting with several high-ranking administrators and veteran shareholders of Stark Industries, even some of Obadiah's confidants." "Pepper is still not giving up, huh?" Adam smiled confidently. "But she has no chance of turning the tables now. Tomorrow, set aside $1 million to register an investment company. Then, acquire a near-bankrupt investment firm, securing at least 51% ownership. Have that firm issue a deposit project with an annual interest rate of over 10%. The deposit amount should be $100 billion. Then, have Obadiah, in his capacity as CEO of Stark Industries, deposit as much money as possible into this firm. Once that's done, use those deposits to acquire a stock brokerage firm, securing at least 51% ownership. Then, use the money to buy Stark Industries stock in full. Oh, and have Obadiah find some trustworthy people to join in. If there's money to be made, everyone should benefit." Luna was stunned by Adam's explanation. Although she had a double doctorate in finance and management, she had never heard of such an audacious move. If this plan worked, it would mean leveraging $1 million to move $100 billion in funds. The key point was, all these actions were completely legal and compliant with U.S. regulations, without any issues. Well, it was legal and compliant for her. Obadiah, on the other hand, might be taking on some risk. But at this point, Obadiah had no way out. Even if there was some risk, he had no choice but to take it. The so-called profits for me, risks for you scenario. Any questions? Hearing Adam's inquiry, Luna snapped back to reality. In theory, no issues. I'll start drafting the plan right away. With that, she excitedly turned to leave. But as she reached the door, she turned back. By the way, boss, the branch in Japan reported today that there seems to be some unusual activity with the person in charge there. Hearing this, Adam picked up the documents on the table and began reviewing them. As a global corporation, Umbrella naturally had branches worldwide. The reason the Asian branch was set up in Japan was that there were too few places suitable for investment. The regulations in China were pretty shitty, making it impossible to carry out many of his research projects. As for India, well, everyone knew it was a massive pitfall, and he didn't dare venture there. However, there weren't many places capable of accommodating a corporation as large as Umbrella, so they ultimately chose the economically stable Japan. Chapter 26, Trouble Still Finds Its Way. The president of the Umbrella branch in Japan was named Masanobu Tanagawa, a middle-aged man in his 40s. According to the documents, it was evident that in recent days, Masanobu Tanagawa had been frequently meeting in secret with Shinjin Yashida of the Yashida Corporation. Moreover, Masanobu had recently been involved in eliminating dissent within the company, dismissing many individuals who were strategically placed by others. Japanese, they are not the most reliable bunch, Adam muttered. But it wasn't like they had much choice when it came to appointing a Japanese as the branch president. After all, the policies of Japan were stringent. Without a local as the head, opening a branch would have been nearly impossible. After pondering for a moment, Adam quickly devised a plan that would certainly bring a big surprise to some people. The next morning, in Tony's villa, Tony was quickly putting on his Mark IV suit with the help of his mechanical arms. Just as he was almost done, the door suddenly opened, and Pepper walked in, her face filled with worry. "Tony, can't you reconsider going to the Middle East? I'm really worried about you. Those dark forces have weapons, they could kill you. Darling, there are some things I must do. It's not just about those dark forces, there's someone conducting terrifying experiments over there. I need to find out who's behind it all and stop them." Tony deliberately left out the part about the insect men, not wanting to worry Pepper even more. "But there was that mass grave incident over there. I'm so scared of losing you." "Don't worry, darling. My suit will protect me. I'll be fine, I promise." A short while later, after Tony had fully donned the Mark IV suit, he turned to Pepper, who was still looking worried. "Rest assured, once I find out who's behind all of this, I won't go back there again." With those words, Tony flew out of the villa, disappearing into the clouds. Meanwhile, at Edwards Air Force Base in California, a group of people was frantically staring at the radar display. "What is that thing? That's not one of our Air Force planes. This isn't the first time it's shown up, and it doesn't even seem to care about us. Is the CIA online? Could it be one of our aircraft? The CIA is online, but they say it's not one of theirs. The Navy says it's not theirs either. And the Army says it's not theirs. Somebody get me Colonel Rhodes from the Weapons Development Division, now." Shortly afterward, James Rhodes arrived at the radar station. James Rhodes, also known as Rhodey, was destined to become the war machine and was one of Tony's good friends. "We've compared and checked all databases, but we haven't found any matching aircraft," someone reported to Rhodes as he arrived. "Are there any high-altitude reconnaissance methods in the area?" Rhodes asked. "We have alarm systems and the Global Hawk drone. Could this thing have appeared out of nowhere? Why don't we have any data on it, and why does the radar say what it says?" "It has an extremely small radar cross-section, Colonel Rhodes." "A stealth drone, then?" "No, based on the radar cross-section, it should be something like a drone." "What do we do, Colonel?" someone asked. Rhodes thought for a moment before thinking of his friend, Tony. "I'll make a call," he said. He stepped aside to a quieter area and dialed Tony's number. Ring, ring. "Hello. Tony, it's James." "Who?" "I said it's James, what's with all the noise?" "Oh, right, I'm driving a convertible." "All right, I could use your help with something." "Oh, didn't expect you to need help from me." "Yeah, I've got a bit of a problem here." "What is it?" "We've detected something strange, based on the radar cross-section, it should be a drone. You should probably contact Justin Hammer. Isn't Hammer Industries working on drones recently? You're sure there's no new technology you haven't told me about?" "No, I've been pretty quiet lately." At that moment, a soldier ran up to Rhodes. "Sir, our aircraft has locked onto the target. Ready to intercept at any time." Rhodes nodded and spoke into the phone. "Good, our aircraft is about to take it down." High above the Pacific Ocean, Tony suddenly noticed the F-22 fighter jets tailing him. He quickly ended the call and dove downward, trying to avoid being locked onto by the aircraft. He then accelerated into supersonic flight. But evading the F-22's lock was no easy task. After a brief chase, 2 missiles were soon launched at him. Inside the Mark IV, Tony immediately heard Jarvis's alert. "Rattlesnake missiles are locked onto us. Deploy countermeasures. As the small decoy flares were released, the rattlesnake missiles quickly exploded harmlessly behind him. However, Tony soon found himself being overtaken by the F-22s, now in supersonic pursuit. The fighter jets fired a burst of machine gun rounds, forcing Tony to make an abrupt stop, defying the laws of physics. It's worth noting how powerful Tony's anti-G system is. Coming to an immediate stop from supersonic speed would likely cause a human to suffer a brain hemorrhage, yet Tony only felt slightly uncomfortable before quickly calling his friend. Ring, ring. Hello. Hey, James, it's me. Who is this? Sorry, it's me, you know, the guy you just called. Oh, Tony. You can't just fly your little toys around without filing a flight plan. What if you hit a passenger plane or something? Every country has strict regulations about high-altitude flights, and any aircraft flying above a certain height must file a flight plan to ensure no collisions occur. These regulations were established after numerous tragic incidents. This isn't some little toy. It's me, I'm inside it. Upon hearing this, James, back at the Air Force Base, instantly understood what was going on. He ordered the jets to stand down. The pilots, having received the orders, prepared to return. But soon, one of them noticed Tony clinging to the underside of another plane. The F-22 immediately started to roll, trying to shake him off. Unfortunately, Tony lost his grip and collided with the F-22's tail, sending the jet spiraling out of control towards the ground. The pilot inside quickly ejected. By noon, back at his villa, Tony lay on the couch, looking utterly defeated, his wounds bandaged. After being caught that morning and sustaining damage to the Mark IV, he was forced to abandon his plans to go to the Middle East. His plans had fallen apart. Bored, he turned on the news to pass the time. But soon, a particular report caught his attention. This morning, Senator Robert Kelly once again proposed the Mutant Control Act, which received significant support in the vote. It seems likely that within the next few months, the Mutant Control Act may become a reality. Chapter 27, The Mutant Registration Act. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., inside the U.S. Capitol building, a public meeting was underway. A woman dressed in a red blazer and glasses stood before the gathered congressmen, senators, and ordinary citizens who had come to witness the proceedings. Gentlemen, ladies, and everyone in between, we are witnessing the next stage of evolution. Mutations in mutants tend to manifest during adolescence, often triggered by emotional stress. At this point, a man in his 60s, his hair already turned white, couldn't hold back from interrupting. Thank you for the biology lesson, Miss Gray, but you're straying from the topic at hand. The real question is, are mutants dangerous? That's an unfair question, Senator Kelly. Some people have car accidents, does that mean we should ban cars? And that's why we require people to have a driver's license, isn't it? But no one needs a license to survive. The truth is, if mutants reveal themselves, it will incite fear, hostility, and even violence. To prevent mutants from facing such unjust treatment, I implore you to reject the Mutant Registration Act. Do not force them to disclose their identities. Just then, a man in a suit approached Senator Robert Kelly, handing him a document. Senator, here's the file. Glancing at the papers in his hand, Robert interrupted Gray once again. Why should they hide, Miss Gray? Why live in the shadows? They're not hiding. Aren't they? Now I know where they are hiding. I have here a list of mutants living in the U.S. With that, Robert stood up, waving the papers excitedly. What if a girl has the power to walk through walls, and she's your neighbor, but you don't know it? Then things go missing from your house, and you have no choice but to shrug it off. I've also heard there's a mutant who can sense and control other people's thoughts, stripping us of our free will. If he were to control us, or even all of humanity, what would become of us? I think we have the right to decide whether our children should have mutants as teachers or classmates, or if they should stay far away from them. Upon hearing this, the surrounding congressmen and senators began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is, mutants do exist, and they are among us. We must know who they are, what powers they possess, study them, and be prepared. Now even the onlookers from the public joined in with applause and vocal support. That's right, Senator. We have a right to know. We support you. Seeing this, Jean Grey could only respond, but mutants will not commit atrocities, Senator Kelly. As far as I know, Gamera discovered the pit of malice. Compared to mutants, certain humans are far more terrifying. At these words, the room fell silent. Unlike the unseen threat of mutants, the Gamera massacre was a tangible horror that had happened before everyone's eyes. Even Robert Kelly had no immediate retort to this, so he sat back down in his seat. Among the spectators, an elderly man observed Senator Robert Kelly, who seemed still unsatisfied. His expression darkened, and his resolve hardened. He quickly left the Capitol building and started walking outside. As he reached the hallway, someone called out to him. Eric, why did you attend this meeting? Hearing the voice, Eric immediately recognized who was speaking. Charles, isn't that a rhetorical question? Turning around, he saw an elderly bald man seated in a wheelchair. Don't resent humanity, they simply haven't figured things out yet. Save your breath, Charles. My mind is made up. Eric, let go of your prejudice. Humanity didn't know in the past, but they've evolved now. Yes, they've evolved into mutants. With those words, the two men fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Eric raised a finger to his temple. You're using telepathy to probe my mind. What are you searching for? I'm looking for hope. I'll give you hope, my old friend. But I have one request, don't stand in my way. With that, Eric turned and left. We are the future rulers. Humanity will be subjugated by us mutants. A few hours later, Eric arrived at an unnamed island in Lake Ontario. The island's interior housed a massive cavern, hollowed out and modernized. The facility had electricity, water, rooms, and other mutants living there. When these mutants saw Eric, they nodded and bowed in respect. Mr. Magneto, hello. Good afternoon, esteemed Magneto. Leader Magneto, welcome back. Eric's full name was Eric Lanzer, and he was the leader of the Brotherhood. This was their secret base. Eric's abilities were well known by his alias, Magneto, a mutant with the power to control magnetic fields. At this moment, he walked into a large cavern where he saw a strange 4-meter-tall metal contraption that looked like advanced technology. A man wearing goggles was busy making adjustments to the metallic sphere. How's the conversion device coming along? The goggled man responded without turning around, it's ready. I'm just putting on the finishing touches. Hearing this good news, Eric smiled with satisfaction. Good. I'll test it out. Go bring me an ordinary human. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, a terrified ordinary man was brought in. No, please, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Eric glanced at the man and then used his magnetic powers to levitate himself up to the device, standing in the center. He then grabbed onto 2 energy-absorbing handles, and immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. As his energy was absorbed, the device began to rotate, and a white light slowly expanded around the room. No. No, please. The ordinary man screamed in terror as the white light enveloped him, then retracted its energy. On the device, Eric appeared visibly weakened and exhausted, breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Can't fight old age. He looked up at the ordinary man, his eyes filled with anticipation. The goggled mutant quickly approached and extracted a blood sample and tissue from the man. I'll go analyze this. The results will be ready in about an hour. Eric nodded and went to his office to rest. An hour later, the results came in. The ordinary man had become a mutant. Upon receiving this news, Eric broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, good. Bring Sabretooth to me. I have a mission for him. Chapter 28, Actions of Various Parties. As he waited, Eric turned on the news. In a week, a United Nations summit will be held on Ellis Island, Manhattan. Over 200 world leaders are expected to attend the meeting to discuss global peace and the situation regarding mutants. Eric's lips curled into a knowing smile as he watched the broadcast. A summit is the perfect opportunity for mutants to rise. 10 minutes later, a towering man standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall entered the office. His heavily muscled physique and imposing presence created a palpable sense of intimidation. RRRR. The man, known as Sabretooth, had no known real name due to his lost memories. He had even lost the ability to speak, so all he could do was growl at Eric. Eric, however, was used to this behavior. I need you to go to North Dakota and capture someone for me. RRRR. In the outskirts of Westchester, New York, there was a highly secretive school known as Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The founder of this school was none other than Charles Francis Xavier, also known as Professor X. In the headmaster's office, Charles was mulling over the recent news he had received. A suspected mutant had surfaced in North Dakota, possessing extraordinary healing abilities and wielding metal claws. The individual had been causing disturbances in underground fight clubs and bars. After some thought, he summoned Scott and Aurora. A short while later, a young man wearing red-tinted glasses and a woman with long white hair entered the room. Scott, Aurora, I have a mission for you. Yes, Professor. Please go on. I need you to go to North Dakota and find someone. Bring him back. Is it a mutant? Yes, but be cautious, he might have a bit of a temper. Understood, Professor. As they left, a sense of unease crept into Charles's heart. Then, a television broadcast caught his attention. In a week, a United Nations summit will be held on Ellis Island, Manhattan. Over 200 world leaders are expected to attend the meeting to discuss global peace and the situation regarding mutants. Seeing this, his unease only deepened. This upcoming summit didn't bode well, it could easily be aimed at the mutants. If Charles were to act, he could potentially cause every world leader to suffer brain death overnight without leaving any trace of his involvement. But his inherent sense of morality and justice would never allow him to do such a thing. We'll have to leave it to fate. Nightfall. In Washington, D.C., Robert was at home, hosting a special guest in his living room. "Miss Luna, you look even more beautiful than the last time I saw you just a week ago." Luna smiled demurely, sitting gracefully on the sofa. "Thank you, Senator Kelly. After the last birthday party, my boss has been eager to see you again and learn more about your fishing techniques." "Haha, Mr. Adam is quite skilled at fishing himself. I just got lucky that time." "You picked an excellent spot, Senator. My boss was quite envious of the way you set up the fishing hole." "Haha, I'll definitely go fishing with him again when I have the chance, but I'm quite busy these days." "Is it about the Mutant Registration Act?" Although the recent focus on the mass graves in the Gamera region had dominated the news, the Mutant Registration Act had remained a hot topic. Meanwhile, the situation at Stark Industries had lost some of its initial buzz. As a result, the recent acquisition of Stark Industries shares had gone largely unnoticed, with the stock price hovering around $50. As Luna steered the conversation toward the main topic, Robert began to speak more cautiously. "Indeed. I believe we have the right to know if there are mutants among us and to choose whether we want to live alongside them. Hasn't Mr. Adam always supported me? Is there something he needs this time? Our boss certainly supports you. This time, we've come to discuss the cooperation on the Awakening project. I understand that Congress is considering approving a $100 billion budget for the project." "Haha, Miss Luna, you really do have your ear to the ground. Unfortunately, I can't be of much help this time. The Awakening project is under General Stryker's command, and it's not something I can easily influence. You should approach General Stryker if you're interested. But isn't the project primarily backed by you? If you were to speak up, General Stryker would surely listen. I've been preoccupied with the Mutant Registration Act lately. I plan to reach an agreement with many world leaders at the United Nations Summit next week." As they chatted, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. "Come in," Robert called. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit and tie entered, holding a document in his hand. "Mr. Kelly, here is the list of countries participating in the United Nations Summit." "Thank you, Garrick. Just leave it on the table." Garrick placed the document on the coffee table, casting a calm glance at Luna and the two bodyguards behind her. "I'll be going now, Senator Kelly." As Garrick left, Robert was about to resume the conversation when one of Luna's bodyguards leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Luna frowned slightly, a puzzled expression crossing her face as she looked at Robert. "Miss Luna, is something the matter?" Luna hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "Senator Kelly, aren't you the most outspoken critic of mutants? Why would you have a mutant as your assistant?" Robert froze, staring at her in disbelief. "What do you mean? My assistant is a mutant?" "Miss Luna, that's not a very funny joke. Garrick has been with me for over 10 years, I'd know if he were a mutant." Seeing that Robert was genuinely unaware, Luna continued, "It seems you didn't know. Our organization employs a mutant tracker who can detect X genes. The man beside me, Garnett, just informed me of his findings. Garnett, a member of the Epsilon Squad and AT-3 virus-enhanced individual, had undergone special enhancement to his sense of smell. He could distinguish between ordinary humans and mutants. Just now, he had detected the scent of a mutant on Garrick and had reported it to Luna out of caution." Garnett, a tall and robust man, stepped forward. "Senator Kelly, ordinary humans have simple scents, either pleasant or foul. But mutants have a distinct smell, both fragrant and repugnant, like durian. It may stink at first, but upon closer inspection, there's a sweetness to it. The men who just left had that scent." After Garnett spoke, Luna quickly added, "By the way, Senator Kelly, I've heard of mutants who can change their appearance at will." "Really?" Robert's expression grew serious. Chapter 29, Capturing Mystique. Robert didn't doubt Luna's words. After all, they had been working together for over a decade, and there was no reason for her to lie to him. So, after some thought, he allowed Luna's men to take action and capture Garrick. Luna, of course, did not refuse. She ordered her two bodyguards to stand behind the door. Once everything was ready, Robert took out his phone and sent a message for Garrick to come in. Knock, knock. "Mr. Robert, what do you?" Before Garrick could finish speaking, the two bodyguards ambushed him from both sides and pinned him down. "What is going on?" Gernot couldn't help but comment, "Oh, this mutant reeks, like durian, an odor both foul and sweet, so irritating." Hearing the word mutant, Garrick's pupils contracted. His originally orange eyes briefly turned a sharp yellow, resembling a lizard's, before quickly reverting to normal. "Mr. Robert, there must be some misunderstanding," Garrick said nervously. Unsure of what to say, Robert turned to Luna for guidance. She smiled and suggested, perhaps Senator Kelly should ask something only you two would know. See if he can answer. Robert nodded, finding the idea reasonable, and looked at Garrick. Do you remember what happened in December 4 years ago, when you arranged for my hotel stay? Garrick hesitated. Mr. Kelly, I can't recall something from 4 years ago. Robert's eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. You're not Garrick. Who are you? 4 years ago, a giant green creature went on a rampage at the hotel, nearly tearing it apart. We could never forget that. It was that incident that solidified our commitment to the Mutant Registration Act. Having confirmed that the person before him wasn't Garrick, Luna gestured to her bodyguards. They tightened their grip, causing the captive to wince in pain. Unable to maintain the disguise any longer, the person's body began to transform. Tiny blue scales covered her skin as she reverted to her true form, a woman with blue skin, red hair, and yellow, lizard-like eyes. She was none other than Mystique, Raven Darkholme. Seeing Raven's true form, Robert staggered back in shock. Who are you? Meanwhile, Adam's voice crackled through Luna's earpiece. At all costs, bring her back to the company, dead or alive. Hearing this command, Luna curiously observed the blue-skinned creature in front of her. Mystique's body was barely clothed, her scales forming a thin, tight covering that left nothing to the imagination yet obscured all the important parts. While her shape-shifting ability was impressive, Luna didn't think it warranted such extreme measures. Still, orders were orders. Gernot, summon all nearby Epsilon Squad members. At all costs, we need to bring her back to the company, dead or alive. Gernot hesitated. But, Miss Luna, what about your safety? Luna smiled confidently. Don't worry about me. Senator Kelly's men will ensure my protection. Isn't that right, Congressman? Snapping out of his shock, Robert nodded, his gaze still locked on Mystique. Of course. But may I ask her a few questions first? By all means, Luna replied. Robert turned to Mystique. Who are you? And where is the real Gary? She sneered. He's been dead for a long time. Are you a mutant too? Why are you siding with humans? Mystique's gaze shifted to Gernot, eyeing his strength and sharp senses, thinking he might be a mutant. Gernot, however, merely smirked. I'm no mutant scum. I'm pure human. In his eyes, mutants were simply ordinary people who had suddenly gained powers they didn't know how to use. But he was different, an elite among elites, a Navy SEAL who had survived the T3 virus enhancement. He was a new human. Upon hearing that his loyal aide of over 10 years was dead, Robert slumped onto the sofa, overwhelmed with grief. Luna, sensing the shift, gestured for her men to leave. After some time, Robert regained his composure, though his face was pale. He looked at Luna and, in a hoarse voice, said, I can get you into the Sentinels project, but you must promise me one thing, do not let the murderer go. The Sentinels project involved the development of robots designed to track, capture, and even kill mutants. Luna smiled confidently. Don't worry. Once someone enters Umbrella, there's no way they're getting out alive. The next evening, at a villa near the New York coast. Mr. Stark, based on our analysis, this DNA couldn't possibly occur naturally. Indeed, such an extraordinary genetic combination is something we've never seen in decades of research. Frankly, if you hadn't brought us the muscle tissue, I would have thought it was fake. Mr. Stark, you must tell us where this came from. Tony Stark frowned as he looked at the so-called biology experts in front of him. I'm here to get answers from you, not to hear more questions. I just need to know if there's a way to reverse this genetic mutation. Due to the crash of an F-22, Tony was no longer the chairman of Stark Industries and was facing pressure from the military. And since he hadn't yet had the opportunity to declare, I am Iron Man, he had been lying low at home, studying the genetic material of the insectoid. But he found that the biologists he had hired were all too focused on marveling at the specimen and asking questions, without making any real progress. Reverse the mutation. Are you saying this is from a mutated gene? Mr. Stark is right. Only a mutated gene could be this strange. Could this be related to the so-called mutants? No, we already checked, there's no X gene. Then if it's not a mutant, what kind of mutation is it? As they began to speculate again, Tony sighed in frustration. I'm asking if you can find a way to reverse the mutation. The biologists exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to respond. They had never encountered such a mutation before and couldn't even begin to comprehend it, let alone reverse it. Realizing these scientists were no help, Tony sent them away. It seems I'll have to take a trip to the Middle East, he muttered to himself. Chapter 30, A Night at Umbrella. Ultimately, Tony didn't go to the Middle East. Because that night, Colonel James showed up. Listen, Tony, I don't care what you discovered in the Middle East, you need to act like you know nothing. Seeing the serious expression on his friend's face, Tony looked puzzled. What happened? Is the military pressuring you? James shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. Just promise me, don't get involved with the Middle East anymore. I'm doing this for your own good. You didn't see the mass graves in the Middle East. How can something like that happen in this world? As a human being, where's your conscience, your sense of justice? The military has already decided. Next month, they will send 20,000 more troops to Middle East to ensure the massacre in Gamera won't happen again. Hearing this, the sharp-minded Tony immediately put two and two together. Wait, was the Gamera massacre something they allowed? Tony, sometimes being too smart can bring trouble. As your friend, I don't want to see something happen to you. Besides, you're no longer the chairman of Stark Industries. Your biggest bargaining chip is gone. Tony remained silent, pondering over what James had just said. Why hadn't Congress or the military ever really gone after him, no matter what reckless stunts he pulled? It was because he was the chairman of Stark Industries, overseeing a multi-billion-dollar enterprise employing tens of thousands of people, and the largest supplier of weapons to the military. But now, without the title of chairman, Tony no longer held the same protection, and the military's tolerance of him had drastically diminished. Just as Tony was about to speak, the door suddenly opened, and Pepper walked in, dressed in a sleek black suit and holding a briefcase. Who said Tony isn't the chairman of Stark Industries anymore? Upon hearing her words, Tony immediately smiled and rose from the couch. Pepper, does that mean you have a plan? Pepper set the briefcase down and sat on the couch, her face brimming with confidence. I've spoken with several shareholders and executives. Next month, we'll hold a shareholder meeting, and they'll all back you. Even if Obadiah issued 5 billion shares, it doesn't matter, they don't have enough money to buy that much stock. We'll definitely regain control of the board. James, hearing this, quickly added, then wait until you're the chairman again next month before stirring up trouble in the Middle East. Tony, who had been excited moments before, suddenly looked deflated. Hey, buddy, you can't do that. He then walked over to the window and pulled the curtains aside. And by the way, get your people out of here. Stop monitoring me. Tony, do you have any idea how much damage you caused? One F-22 costs $140 million, and that's just the production cost. $140 million was a lot of money, but back in the day, Tony would have brushed it off without a second thought. However, since Obadiah's betrayal, his financial situation wasn't as cushy as before. Even the development of the Mark V had stalled due to lack of funding. So, hearing $140 million made Tony slump back onto the couch as if the wind had been knocked out of him. After a moment of silence, Tony suddenly spoke up, Jarvis, project the image of the insect men. At his command, a three-dimensional hologram appeared in the living room, showing the insect-like creatures Tony had encountered twice in the Middle East. Are these things something your people created? James froze at the sight of the lifelike and terrifying hologram. Where did these creepy things come from? Tony, are you filming a horror movie or something? But as he saw the serious expression on Tony's face, James began to sense something was off. Did you encounter these monsters in the Middle East? Tony jumped to his feet, waving his hands excitedly. Bingo. I call these creatures insect men. They used to look like humans, but after I killed them, they mutated into these monsters. Haven't you been curious about why I've been consulting with biologists lately? Well, it's to research these creatures. Tell me, are these freaks some military experiment? No. James quickly shook his head and examined the terrifying creatures closely. Were they created through some kind of enhancement technology? Enhancement technology? Tony scoffed, taking a sip of his drink from the glass Pepper had handed him. I'd rather call them failures. Have you ever seen Captain America turn into something this horrifying? In the world of enhancement technology, Captain America was the gold standard, so Tony naturally used him as a comparison. James also took a sip of the drink Pepper handed him, and then a name suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that company? Seeing that James might know something, Tony became intrigued. Which company? After hesitating for a moment, James finally said it. Umbrella. Tony and Pepper gasped in unison upon hearing the name. Umbrella. Yes. Although I'm not too sure about the details, since biological research isn't my department, I deal with weapons development. But I've heard that recently the military has been working closely with Umbrella and has given them quite a few orders. Pepper frowned slightly. Isn't Umbrella a pharmaceutical and cosmetics company? How did they get involved in biological research? Tony set his glass down and nodded. Yeah, hasn't the military always worked with Oscorp when it comes to biological research? James looked around cautiously and then pulled the curtains closed. Actually, it's becoming something of an open secret that Oscorp's biological research isn't on the same level as Umbrella's. That's why the higher-ups are leaning more toward collaborating with Umbrella. But everything I just said is still confidential, so don't repeat it. Tony and Pepper both nodded, not wanting to put their friend in a difficult position. After chatting for a while longer, James eventually left. Tony, however, sat there, his mind racing with thoughts. After a while, he told Pepper to head upstairs and rest, saying he had more research to do. Pepper, exhausted from the day, didn't think much of it and went upstairs. Tony headed down to his lab and stood in front of the nearly repaired Mark III armor and the significantly larger Mark IV suit. After a brief consideration, he chose the Mark III. While the Mark IV offered more protection, tonight's mission would require agility. After Tony left, Pepper, watching the light vanish into the night sky, sighed softly. Late at night, a thick cloud rolled across the sky, obscuring the moon and plunging New York City into darkness. Tony, inside the Mark III armor, hovered high above the umbrella building. The lights inside the tower were still bright, indicating people were still working late into the night. Jarvis, find me a way in where I won't be detected. Yes, Mr. Stark. Chapter 31, Shifting Focus. Following the route mapped by Jarvis, Tony arrived at the rooftop's ventilation duct. Just as he was about to open the window, a voice spoke up nearby. Sir, if I were you, I wouldn't touch that vent. Tony quickly backed up and raised his hand toward the speaker. A faint glow emanated from his palm, signaling that his repulsor blast was ready to fire at any moment. The figure stepped out of the shadows. It was a young boy dressed in a black t-shirt, with dark hair and yellow eyes. But what was up with his blue skin? And a tail? The boy kept his head down, looking somewhat shy. Tony, however, did not lower his guard upon seeing him. Who are you? My name is Kurt Wagner, sir. Kurt? Are you a demon? Tony couldn't help but think of devils when he saw the tail, complete with a hooked tip. Kurt looked up at him in confusion. Sir, aren't you a mutant too? Because Tony hadn't publicly declared, I am Iron Man, at this point, he wasn't as famous yet. Kurt had mistaken Tony's suit for some kind of mutant transformation. Me? A mutant? What makes you think that? As Tony looked at him, he realized why Kurt was confused. This is my armor. It's high-tech. Blue Devil, do you know what technology is? Hearing this, Kurt stepped back slightly, lowering his head again. I see. I'm very sorry, sir. By the way, my nickname is Nightcrawler, not Blue Devil. Nightcrawler, huh? I'm Tony Stark. Tony waited for a reaction, shock, surprise, or even admiration. But after a moment, Kurt merely nodded and fell silent. All right, this kid definitely had no idea who Tony was. Shrugging off his bruised pride, Tony asked, what are you doing here? And why shouldn't I open the vent? Mr. Stark, I'm looking for my mother. It seems they've captured her. And about the vent, I tried it earlier this morning. I got caught. Seeing how timid the boy seemed, Tony suddenly felt an urge to mess with him. Your mother got captured. Why not go to the police? There was an awkward silence between them. All right, let me ask another question. Since we can't use the vent, how are we getting in? I've been watching for a while. The vents and the rooftop doors have sensors. If they're opened, alarms will go off. The windows might be the only way. But Umbrella Tower's windows are all sealed. If we break the glass, we'll get caught immediately. True, but if I know the location, I can teleport inside. You can teleport? Yeah, my power is called BAMF. With that, Kurt vanished in a puff of blue smoke, reappearing behind Tony. Wow, that's a cool power. Kurt blushed, lowering his head shyly. It's all right, I guess. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. I can only teleport myself. What? Say that again, kid. I mean, I can go in first, then open the window for you. Fine, then. Get to it, kid. It's Nightcrawler, not Kid. A moment later, Tony was carrying Kurt and flying up to a high-level window. Kurt turned into a puff of blue smoke, and when he reappeared, he was already inside the office. Tony smelled a faint whiff of sulfur in the air. Before he could think much of it, he saw the window open. When Tony entered the office, Jarvis's voice crackled in his ear. Mr. Stark, ZZZT. I'm under a hacking attack, ZZZT. I will not be able to assist you further. Jarvis. Jarvis. After calling out twice without a response, Tony grew anxious. Kurt, meanwhile, quietly slipped toward the door. Mr. Stark, I need to find my mother. Perhaps we'll meet again. With that, he vanished out the door. Tony could only set aside his concerns for now and turn his attention to his surroundings. The office was fairly standard, filled with desks, computers, and the usual equipment. I need to get to the CEO's office, or maybe the chairman's, he thought. As he stepped out of the office, Tony was taken aback. The Umbrella Tower was even bigger than Stark Tower, and he had no idea where to go. If Jarvis were still online, he could have scanned the area for anything of importance. Now, Tony had to figure it out on his own. After some thought, he reasoned that the higher the position, the higher the floor. So, he began making his way upstairs. A few moments later, he reached the top floor, where he saw a secretary's desk in the chairman's office. Entering the office, Tony immediately moved to the computer and plugged in a flash drive. He began scanning through the files, searching for something useful. Before long, a certain report caught his eye. Umbrella's Japan branch is secretly researching insect-human enhancement projects and illegally selling products to the Middle East. The report included some blurry images of insect-like creatures and vague evidence. The documentation didn't definitively prove the research, but it did show that something had been shipped from the Japan branch to the Middle East. There was also mention of the Japan branch's executives working with Yashida Corporation, hinting at betrayal. Upon reading this, Tony quickly understood what was happening. The Japan branch was going rogue, secretly conducting research and making deals on the side to break away from the headquarters. Several minutes later, the data finished copying. Just as Tony was about to gather more, he heard the elevator outside ding. He quickly yanked out the flash drive, shut down the computer, and hurried to the window, vanishing into the sky. Moments later, the office door opened, and Luna stepped inside. "Looks like he's gone," she muttered, shaking her head as she shut the window and sent a message to her boss. "Boss, he's gone." Meanwhile, in the underground lab, Adam looked at Mystique, who was strapped to the operating table. His mind was racing with thoughts of the Sentinel program. If he remembered correctly, the Sentinels from X-Men, Days of Future Past, were developed using Mystique's genes. Now that he had Mystique, and Tony's Mark I armor, all he needed was a compact energy source to begin researching Sentinels. Ding! His phone buzzed. Opening it, he saw a message from Luna. It seemed the plan had gone smoothly. Tony had indeed come to Umbrella. James, Tony's close friend, was living up to his reputation. Just a hint of information, and he leaked it to Tony, completely disregarding that it was classified military intelligence. Chapter 32, the X-Men storyline begins. Zzzzz. The sound of electromagnetic doors rotating open echoed through the room. Two security personnel, dressed in black tactical gear, dragged in the unconscious Nightcrawler. "Boss, we've caught the target. It took enough tranquilizer to knock out an elephant." "Good. Lock him up in the special cage, we'll study him later." Adam wasn't too interested in Nightcrawler's teleportation ability. He knew it was rooted in the realm of magic, achieved by moving through an alternate dimension. The black smoke and sulfurous smell that accompanied his teleportation came from that dimension, where ancient demonic mutant creatures were sealed away, their leader being Azazel. So, even if Adam figured out the mechanics of this power, without the demon's bloodline, entering that space would be like serving oneself up as a meal for those creatures, an inevitable death sentence. If Nightcrawler hadn't been so persistent in chasing after Mystique and stumbling upon Umbrella, Adam wouldn't have bothered capturing him. As Nightcrawler was dragged away, Adam turned his attention to Mystique. "Begin the gene extraction." At his command, the surrounding scientists sprang into action. The next morning, at the foot of a snow-covered mountain in North Dakota, the temperature was freezing, hovering around -4 or 5 degrees, even though it was July and the rest of the country was sweltering. In a rundown bar nestled in the snow, a few fires burned in the corners, offering meager warmth. Logan sat in his corner, sipping whiskey and smoking a cigar, contemplating where to begin his search for his lost memories. Suddenly, he felt eyes on him. He turned and saw a young girl, about 17 or 18, staring at him. She was cloaked in black and had a hood pulled low, but from her fair complexion, Logan could tell she wasn't a regular around here. He turned back to his drink, uninterested. The old television in the bar flickered on with the news. Ellis Island, once the gateway for immigrants entering the United States, will become the focus of international attention once again. In 6 days, the United Nations Summit will be held here, with an unprecedented gathering of over 200 world leaders. They will discuss economic issues, arms agreements, and the global impact of mutants. Many U.S. senators believe the primary focus should be reaching an international consensus on mutant regulation. Before Logan could absorb the news, a burly man approached him from behind. "Hey, I think that prize money should belong to me." Logan recognized the man, his opponent from the underground cage fights. Without his memories, and with no other means of making a living, Logan had been surviving by fighting for cash. But now, the guy was demanding his prize money. "Normal folks don't get beaten like that without a scratch," the man sneered. His meaning was clear. He suspected Logan was a mutant and intended to blackmail him with that secret. Logan, feeling bored, turned away and ignored him. He didn't care anymore about his identity, being a mutant, or anything else. He couldn't even remember who he was. Seeing Logan's disinterest, the man leaned closer, his voice dropping to a threatening whisper. "I know what you are. Pay up, or I'll expose your secret." Logan's patience snapped. "Keep pushing, and losing that money will be the least of your worries." Before the men could respond, he whipped out a knife and lunged at Logan. From across the room, the girl cried out, "Watch out." Logan turned swiftly, pinning the men against the wall with one hand while unsheathing 3 metal claws from the other. The bar fell silent as all eyes turned to the scene. The bar's owner emerged from behind the counter, holding a shotgun that he aimed directly at Logan's head. "Freak. Get out of my bar." The hostility towards mutants was evident in the man's words. Logan's survival instincts kicked in, his anger rising like a tidal wave. He spun around and slashed the shotgun in half with his claws, the broken barrel falling to the floor with a clatter. For a moment, Logan's eyes gleamed red with murderous intent, but slowly, he reined in his rage. He sheathed his claws, grabbed his backpack, and headed for the door. The girl, who had been watching the whole encounter, hesitated for a moment before following him outside. Logan stepped into the freezing cold, his breath fogging in the air. Even with his enhanced healing and tough physique, the biting chill made him shiver. He hurried over to his RV, got inside, and cranked up the engine. As the vehicle rumbled to life, he stared down at his clenched fists, lost in thought. He still couldn't remember who he was. The only things he knew for certain were that his fists could sprout claws and that his body healed faster than any normal human's. Minutes later, he drove off into the snowy wilderness, the fading daylight signaling that night was approaching. The landscape around him was a bleak expanse of snow-covered trees and frozen ground. At some point during his journey, nature called, and Logan pulled the RV over to the side of the road. He climbed into the back of the vehicle, only to hear some rustling coming from the trailer behind him. Pulling back the tarp, he discovered the girl from the bar, huddled in the corner. "What are you doing here?" Logan demanded. The girl, looking sheepish, stood up and apologized. "Sorry, I was hoping to hitch a ride. I thought maybe you'd help me." "Get lost," Logan grunted. He wasn't interested in forming any kind of bond, not with anyone, not after losing his memories. "Where am I supposed to go?" the girl asked, climbing out of the trailer. Since discovering her ability to absorb energy from others, she'd been treated like a monster by her family and classmates. She'd been wandering aimlessly ever since. Finding another freak like herself, she thought she might have a chance at some companionship, but it seemed she was wrong. "You don't know, or you don't care." Logan snapped as she got out. She gave a sad look as she adjusted her backpack. "I saved you, you know." "No, you didn't," Logan retorted. With his skills and healing factor, there had never been any real danger for him. He hopped back into the RV and started driving away. But after a few meters, Logan stopped again, glancing in the rearview mirror. The sight of the girl, standing there with nowhere to go, stirred something within him. His heart, hardened by the years of lost memories and pain, softened just a little. Seeing the vehicle come to a stop, the girl's face lit up with hope. She grabbed her bag and quickly ran after him. Chapter 33, Outside the Plot. A camper van was driving along a snow-covered, deserted road. After a while, the girl touched her stomach. "Do you have anything to eat?" Logan didn't answer. He simply pulled a loaf of bread from the storage cabinet beside him. Seeing the bread, the girl quickly took off her gloves and began devouring it without hesitation. She wore a blissful expression, as though she hadn't eaten in a long time. This instantly stirred a sense of pity in Logan as he drove. How long had this girl gone without food? After a moment, the girl removed her hat, revealing a delicate face. "My name's Rogue." Clearly, Rogue wanted to strike up a conversation with Logan. But Logan merely took a puff from his cigar and remained silent. The talkative Rogue noticed the dog tag hanging around Logan's neck. The tag read, "Wolverine." "Were you in the military?" Logan remained quiet, so Rogue continued, "Doesn't that tag mean you were a soldier?" Logan, the reclusive type, tucked the tag back under his shirt, still saying nothing. Logan was starting to get irritated by Rogue's chatter, but she kept talking. After a while, Logan realized she wasn't so annoying, and he began to talk with her. They exchanged names, and Logan learned that Rogue's real name was Anna Marie. Just as the two were getting along, a large tree suddenly fell in front of them. Bang. Distracted by the conversation, Logan didn't have time to react. He was thrown through the shattered windshield, rolling nearly 10 meters across the snow. Rogue, who was wearing her seatbelt, remained in the car but was still dazed from the impact. After a moment, Rogue gathered her senses and looked around. She saw the windshield shattered and Logan lying on the ground ahead, unconscious. Panicked, she struggled to release her seatbelt so she could check on Logan. But despite her efforts, the belt was jammed, and her strength couldn't free it. Meanwhile, Logan began to stir. The massive wound on his forehead started to close rapidly. Within seconds, the injury had fully healed. This was Logan's superpower, his healing factor. Rogue was stunned by what she saw. She had assumed Logan's powers were limited to his metal claws but never expected his ability to heal so quickly. "Are you all right?" Logan asked. Rogue snapped out of her daze. I'm stuck. At that moment, Rogue noticed the smell of gasoline. She realized the camper van had caught fire. Logan was about to rush over to help Rogue when he noticed something odd about the fallen tree. It hadn't fallen naturally, it had been forcibly pushed down. Sensing danger, Logan extended his claws and became alert, his keen senses scanning the surroundings. Hiding in the nearby bushes, Sabretooth realized his ambush had been discovered. He had hoped to catch Logan off guard when he opened the door, but now that Logan was onto him, the element of surprise was gone. Sabretooth saw Logan turn toward him, recognizing that his cover had been blown. With a roar, he lunged out of the bushes. Roar. Boom. Logan was sent flying, slamming into a tree with a diameter of over 50 centimeters, snapping it in half. Sabretooth picked up the broken tree trunk and, before Logan could recover, swung it down at him with immense force. Bang. The impact sent Logan flying again, this time landing on the hood of the camper van. The force of the blow knocked Logan unconscious, and his claws retracted. Inside the van, Rogue was frantic. Seeing Logan unconscious and the fire spreading, she tugged desperately at her seatbelt, but it was still jammed tight. As Sabretooth drew closer, panic welled up inside her, tears streaming down her face. Just then, a sudden snowstorm swept through, forcing Sabretooth back. Two figures, clad in leather outfits, appeared from behind Sabretooth. It was Scott, with his red-tinted visor, and Aurora, her silver hair gleaming against the snow. Aurora's eyes glowed white as a small vortex of wind swirled around her. This was her power, to control the weather. As Sabretooth struggled against the storm, Scott raised his hand to his visor and activated the mechanism. Zap. A red beam of energy shot out from Scott's visor, his signature power, a concussive blast from his eyes. Sensing the danger, Sabretooth leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. Bang. Bang. Suddenly, the sound of low, powerful gunshots echoed through the area. Sabretooth felt a surge of pain as he was struck by a series of bullets. Moments later, he lay on the ground, howling in agony, his left arm missing, torn off completely by the gunfire. Blood oozed from the wound, leaving only a mangled shoulder. He soon realized that not only had his arm been destroyed but also one of his legs. He couldn't even stand. But his body, driven by the same healing factor that Logan possessed, began to regenerate, slowly regrowing the lost arm and leg. Sabretooth had the same self-healing ability and immortality as Wolverine. In terms of sheer strength, speed, and senses, Sabretooth even surpassed him. While Sabretooth's body was healing, Scott and Aurora weren't so lucky. Both of them had lost an arm and a leg, lying on the ground, screaming in pain. Ah! Suddenly, a group of soldiers dressed in white camouflage uniforms emerged from the snow, slowly approaching. They were cautious, watching the three mutants warily, as though afraid they could still fight back. Unit 7, Unit 9, use the tranquilizers. Yes, sir. These soldiers were well trained. Two of them quickly holstered their rifles and drew tranquilizer guns from their belts, aiming at Sabretooth. Zing! Zing! Two darts hit Sabretooth, the specialized tranquilizers immediately sending him into a deep slumber. Even unconscious, Sabretooth's healing factor continued to repair his body. As the soldiers approached Scott, he reached up with his remaining hand and ripped off his visor. A powerful red blast shot out from his eyes. Boom. The nearby trees were instantly cut in half by the blast, and even a nearby mountainside exploded, triggering an avalanche. Several soldiers were thrown back by the concussive force. But despite the seemingly destructive power of the blast, it didn't tear them apart. They quickly recovered, gritting their teeth through the pain, and rolled out of the way to avoid further damage. Clearly, these soldiers were no ordinary humans. Chapter 34, The Tragedy of the Mutants. The commander saw that Scott still had the ability to resist, so without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. The specialized gun instantly flashed with a blue light, followed by a low rumble of gunfire. Dozens of bullets shot out at 10 times the speed of sound, instantly striking Scott's head. In the next moment, Scott's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, the red optic blast he was emitting vanished. Immediately afterward, 2 other team members administered additional tranquilizers to Aurora before cautiously tying her up. At this moment, a soldier approached the RV, opened the door, and rescued the trapped Rogue. Even as she was taken aboard the helicopter, Rogue remained in a daze, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Seeing that the mission had gone smoothly, the commander sent out a message. Boss, Alpha Squad mission complete. Meanwhile, in Tony's villa in New York. The USB drive containing the copied files was tossed aside by Tony. At the moment, he was constantly scanning through code on his computer, a look of anxiety and unease evident on his face. Jarvis, what happened to you? Please, don't let anything bad happen. Ever since they infiltrated Umbrella Tower last night, Jarvis had mentioned a hacker attack before going completely silent. Tony had checked the servers housing Jarvis, but aside from a massive spike in data traffic the previous night, there seemed to be no abnormal signs. And that was the biggest problem. No visible issue usually meant there was a hidden issue, one he had yet to uncover. A problem that could be beyond his understanding. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels approached from behind him. Tony, did you see the latest news? Tony, without turning his head, asked, what news? Japan has announced that Umbrella is suspected of illegal drug sales. They're launching a joint investigation. Pepper's voice carried a hint of excitement and enthusiasm. Too bad Umbrella isn't publicly traded, otherwise, I'd bet everything I have on their downfall. She had a slightly regretful expression as she said this. When Tony still hadn't replied after a moment, she walked over to him. What are you doing? Tony, completely engrossed in his task, was startled. Nothing, just checking on Jarvis. Jarvis. Oh right, I haven't heard from him since this morning. What's going on? He was hacked. If it comes to it, I'll have to reset him, but that would mean losing all the data from this period. He paused, then asked, what was it you were saying earlier? After Pepper repeated herself, Tony made a firm decision. I have to go to Tokyo. Looks like I need to reboot Jarvis. Also, I need to start the Mark V project. Nightfall. On a nameless island in Lake Ontario, at the headquarters of the Brotherhood. Eric sat in his office chair, idly playing with a dozen small iron balls in his hand. The thumb-sized balls floated above his palm, rotating, changing formations, and even shifting shapes. However, his brow was furrowed tightly, betraying the calm exterior he projected. Strange, why has there been no word from Raven? I was hoping to have Senator Kelly turned, to make him one of us. A knock sounded on the door. Come in. As the door opened, a nearly spherical white man walked in. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the man had an enormous belly, and his limbs looked like 4 twigs sprouting from a ball. Thud, thud. Even his steps seemed to cause the ground to tremble slightly. Magneto, sir, Toad has reported back. There's no sign of Raven around Senator Kelly. In fact, there's no trace of her at all, almost as if she disappeared. Disappeared? How could that be? Could something have happened? Eric dismissed the notion of betrayal instantly. Raven was one of the original founders of the Brotherhood, alongside him. There was no way she would betray them. After thinking for a moment, Eric spoke, Blob, tell Toad to return. Understood. With the order given, Blob left the room, his heavy steps echoing as he walked away. In Westchester, New York, at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, the headmaster's office. Charles sat in his wheelchair, gazing out into the night, his brow similarly furrowed. Why haven't Aurora and Scott returned yet? The red-haired woman standing behind his wheelchair shook her head at his words, I don't know. Maybe something delayed them. Have they not sent any messages back? No, nothing. This isn't good. Something must have gone wrong. Jean, take me to the Cerebro chamber. Jean immediately started pushing his wheelchair, heading towards the underground base. After about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at a round iron door. Charles positioned his eyes in front of the scanner, and after a brief scan, the door opened. Jean stayed outside while Charles wheeled himself in. The room was vast and circular, with only a single path leading to the center. The walls were made of segmented metal panels. After a short while, Charles reached the middle of the room and picked up a helmet-like device, placing it on his head. As the telepathic amplifier activated, his mental powers were instantly magnified hundreds, if not thousands of times. He could sense Jean waiting outside the door, as well as the children scattered around the campus. In his mental perception, the minds of mutants appeared red, while those of regular people appeared white. That made it easy, he simply had to search for red minds. His mental powers expanded further, and soon, he reached North Dakota. Due to the scarcity of mutants, it didn't take long for him to scan everyone, but he still couldn't locate Aurora or Scott. Even the mutant they were searching for had vanished. Can't find them. What's going on? Could something have happened? Charles shifted his focus to the entire United States. Just as he was preparing to search state by state, he suddenly sensed a familiar mind near New York. It was Aurora. Why was she in New York? And where was Scott? Why wasn't she with him? Deeply puzzled, Charles concentrated his mental powers. Umbrella. An underground base. What are those black auras? What in the world are they? Why do they seem filled with destruction and chaos? As Charles tried to delve deeper into his search, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared before him. The eyes emitted an eerie blue glow, and they grew larger, soon taking over his entire vision. Ah! A sharp pain surged through his mind, and he quickly ripped off the helmet, snapping out of the telepathic state. But the pain lingered, and it wasn't long before Charles lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 35, The Summit. While waiting outside the search room, Jean suddenly heard Charles's anguished scream. She immediately opened the door and found Charles slumped in his wheelchair. "Professor. What happened to you?" In a panic, Jean rushed to the wheelchair and, seeing that Charles was unresponsive, quickly wheeled him to the medical bay. After a thorough examination, she discovered that Charles's body was perfectly fine. This indicated that the issue was psychological. However, when it came to matters of the mind, Jean was at a loss. With humanity's current level of technology, there were no medicines to heal psychological wounds, just as there were none for treating comatose patients. "Professor, what on earth did you encounter to be injured so severely?" Among mutants, there was a rough classification of power levels. Level 1, Epsilon. Level 2, Delta. Level 3, Gamma. Level 4, Beta. Level 5, Alpha. And then the highest level, Omega, which represented unlimited potential. Charles was classified as an alpha-level powerhouse. For someone as powerful as Charles to be injured this badly, Jean couldn't imagine what he had faced. And where are Scott and Aurora? In New York, in the underground base of the Umbrella Corporation. Adam withdrew his psychic powers and turned to look at the three individuals in the laboratory, Sabretooth, Wolverine, and Rogue. At this point, Sabretooth's arm and leg had already regrown. To research the Blacklight Virus, both regenerative and absorptive X genes were required, and the three before him fit the criteria perfectly. "Is anyone there? Where is this? Why did you capture me?" Rogue was gradually waking up from the effects of the anesthesia. Looking at the surroundings, fear filled her heart. The walls around her were white, and she saw Logan and the men who had attacked her lying on either side, both bound by heavy iron shackles. But she soon realized that she wasn't restrained. This puzzled her. Buzz. At that moment, the door opened, and a group of people in white hazmat suits entered. "Who are you?" They ignored Rogue and began drawing blood from Wolverine and Sabretooth. Just then, Logan suddenly opened his eyes, tensing his entire body, trying to grab someone to use as a hostage. However, after a series of metallic clangs, he found that no matter how hard he tried, the shackles on his limbs wouldn't budge. The researchers merely glanced at Wolverine before calmly continuing to draw his blood. Not only did they take blood samples, but they also clipped some of his hair and collected various tissue samples. Meanwhile, two men approached Rogue. "Hold out your hand." Seeing these people fully covered and noticing the guards at the door armed with guns, Rogue obediently extended her hand. After they had drawn her blood, clipped some of her hair and nails, they moved on. Compared to Wolverine and Sabretooth, who were tightly bound, Rogue was treated somewhat better. The reason was simple: Rogue posed no threat. After completing their tasks, the group began to leave in an orderly fashion. Logan turned to Sabretooth. "Stop pretending to be asleep. I know you're awake." Sabretooth opened his eyes in response. Roar. But he only growled twice and said nothing more. In fact, he had regained consciousness much earlier, even before Logan. But after testing the strength of the shackles, he had given up. "We're in a tough spot, we need to work together." Roar. "Can't you talk?" Roar. Realizing that Sabretooth really couldn't speak, Logan was speechless. The only one who still had some fighting ability couldn't even communicate. Rogue approached Logan, trying to undo his shackles. But after several attempts, she had no choice but to give up. A while later, the door to the lab opened again. This time, a beautiful woman with long black hair entered. "Hello, my name is Philia." Philia looked at the three of them, her eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. Could the key to the Blacklight Virus that her boss was so obsessed with really lie within these individuals? "Where are we? Why did you capture us?" Rogue was the one who asked, while Logan remained on guard, watching Philia. In response, Philia merely adjusted her glasses. "This is the Umbrella Research Base. The reason we captured you is, of course, to study your X genes. But don't worry, our research won't endanger your lives, provided you cooperate. And if you do, we might even help you solve some of your problems. For example, helping you gain control over your powers. And for you too, we might help recover your lost memories." 5 nights later. In the suburbs of Westchester, New York, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Jean stood beside Professor Charles, who remained in a coma, her mind in turmoil. She had tried everything she could, but nothing had succeeded in waking him. Could it be that Professor Charles would remain in a vegetative state, unconscious forever? "Professor, what should I do?" "Senator Kelly, what are your thoughts on tonight's United Nations summit?" The sound from the television caught Jean's attention. She turned to see Senator Kelly, looking solemn on the screen. "Tonight, I will ensure the passage of the Mutant Registration Act. So that what happened to my aide, Garrick, will never happen again." I will make sure a collar is placed around the neck of every mutant, so they will no longer dare to trample on the law and human life with impunity. It's been reported that Garrick was killed by a mutant. Is that true? Yes, I have all the videos and evidence. A mutant known as Mystique murdered my aide to impersonate him and assassinate me. Fortunately, someone saw through her ruse, thwarting her plan. But Mr. Garrick has left us forever. At this point, Senator Kelly's eyes reddened, and he appeared genuinely grief-stricken. I'm very sorry to have brought up your pain, Senator Kelly. Now, let's take a look at the situation at the Global Summit. As the screen changed, it showed the leaders of various nations entering the summit, along with distant fireworks. Seeing this, Jean felt even more sorrowful. If the Mutant Registration Act passed, mutants around the world would be exposed to the general public. Life would become incredibly difficult for those mutants living among ordinary people. They would face unprecedented discrimination, hatred, and even bullying and abuse. Not all mutants were as powerful as Jean and her companions. Many mutants' abilities were only at level 1, just slightly stronger than ordinary humans. How could they survive against the overwhelming numbers of ordinary people? Oh my God, what is that white light coming from the Statue of Liberty? A voice from the television exclaimed. On the screen, a white light was slowly expanding from the Statue of Liberty. Chapter 36, G-Virus Product. At Ellis Island, located in the Manhattan district, inside the Statue of Liberty, Eric stood on a conversion device, his eyes filled with determination as he looked at the distant United Nations summit. This conversion device was designed specifically for his powers and could only be activated by his energy. However, with Sabretooth missing after his mission to capture Rogue, and Rogue herself nowhere to be found, Eric had no choice but to use himself as the power source to fuel the device. Taking a final, lingering glance at Toad, Porcupine, Blob, and the other Brotherhood members nearby, he placed his hands on the device. A low hum began to fill the air as his energy was drained, causing the conversion device to spin faster and faster. A white light started to expand slowly from the center. He could feel his strength waning. After all, at over 70 years old, his body was reaching its limits. But for the future of mutants, Eric gritted his teeth and persevered. If he could turn the world leaders into mutants, they would surely protect their own interests and reject the Mutant Registration Act. They might even start favoring mutants. The machine continued to spin rapidly, draining Eric to his limit, leaving him so weak that he collapsed. But even as his body failed him, his hands clung tightly to the device, determined to give every last bit of his energy. For the future of mutants, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Just as the white light was about to reach the summit, a missile suddenly appeared. With a deafening explosion, the missile hit, engulfing the entire conversion device and Eric within it. No. Magneto. Leader. Nearby, Toad, Porcupine, Blob, and the other Brotherhood members cried out in anguish. Toad, ignoring the flames licking at the scene, leaped towards the explosion. The others, whether from fear of the fire or a lack of ability to jump to such heights, could only anxiously watch from below. But they didn't have long to mourn Eric. A helicopter was approaching, carrying a large shipping container underneath it. As it neared, the helicopter released the container before flying away without hesitation. The container crashed down with a loud bang, landing not far from the group. What does this mean? What's inside? Is this some kind of warning? While the group pondered the mysterious container, a loud bang came from within it. Something terrifying was inside, and it was punching its way out. With a tearing sound, the steel of the container was ripped open, and a massive figure emerged. The creature stood about 2.5 meters tall, seemingly devoid of skin, with nothing but red muscle exposed. It had 4 arms, 2 large and muscular, the other 2 smaller and more slender. Horrifyingly, there were enormous eyes on its shoulders and thighs. Its chest was adorned with a mouth-like structure, ringed with vicious bone spurs. Meanwhile, on a ship not far from the Statue of Liberty, Luna stood, dressed in a sleek black suit, smiling as she watched the events unfold on her tablet. Beside her was an older white man with white hair, dressed in a military uniform. General Ross, this is our G-Virus product. Are you interested? Luna inquired with a calm smile. General Thaddeus E. Thunderbolt Ross, a U.S. Air Force general and the project leader of the Super Soldier program, observed the creature on the screen with an impassive expression. It's ugly, I'll give you that. It seems intimidating enough, but I'm more interested in its combat capabilities. If it can't fight, then even with Senator Kelly's introduction, you won't get any favors from me. Having witnessed the Hulk's immense power firsthand, which could crush a mountain, Ross found himself unimpressed by the G-Virus product before him. Recent intelligence had also provided a lead on Dr. Bruce Banner's whereabouts. If not for Senator Kelly's recommendation, Ross wouldn't have even bothered to come. Luna's smile didn't waver. Please, General Ross, watch closely. I'll initiate the attack now. She made a few quick adjustments on her tablet. Back at the base of the Statue of Liberty, the G-Virus monster suddenly seemed to unlock its aggression, immediately charging at the nearest mutant. With a terrifying roar, it slashed through the chest of a mutant. But just as quickly, the mutant turned into a cloud of dust and reappeared several meters away, his body reforming. "That scared me to death," the mutant muttered, patting his chest in relief. But as he looked around, he realized that not everyone was as lucky as he was. Screams of terror filled the air. Mutants cried out for help, some trying to flee, others desperately trying to fight back. Not every mutant had an ability like his that allowed him to turn into dust and avoid physical harm. The ground was soon littered with bodies, blood, and severed limbs. In a matter of moments, only Toad, Porcupine, and Blob were left standing. The dust-form mutant wanted to rush over to help, but he suddenly felt a claw tear through his chest. He looked down in shock, realizing the monster had somehow appeared behind him. He never had the chance to use his ability again before his life slipped away. The G-Virus monster roared in triumph, having shredded the mutant in its claws, and turned its attention to the 3 remaining Brotherhood members. Porcupine took a few cautious steps back but quickly regained his confidence and stepped forward. He was a Gamma-level mutant, his body capable of growing sharp spikes and boasting strength and speed far beyond that of an ordinary human. This creature might look terrifying, but he was confident he could defeat it. "Let's take it down together," he shouted. Blob nodded resolutely, stepping forward with determination. "All right, let's show the world the resolve of the Brotherhood." Before they could strategize further, the monster lunged at them. Blob used his immense strength to block the monster's charge, but it was clear his body was thinning as he struggled to hold his ground. Blob's ability allowed him to store excess energy as fat, which he could then burn as needed. However, the G-Virus monster's power was overwhelming. Porcupine quickly grew spikes from his hands, each about 30 centimeters long, and lunged at the creature. His spikes punctured the monster's flesh but only managed to pierce the skin. The creature's thick muscles stopped them from going any deeper. In response, the G-Virus monster used its smaller lower arms to stab into Blob's body, while its upper arms swatted Porcupine away like a rag doll. Chapter 37, The End of the Brotherhood. As he looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, Blob felt a wave of intense pain. He was dying. While his energy reserves could accelerate the healing process to a certain extent, they weren't a substitute for true healing powers. Against such a fatal wound, they had little effect. But he couldn't fall just yet. Toad was still up there searching for Magneto. If he went down, even if Toad found Magneto, he would surely come under attack. Thinking of this, Blob disregarded the pain and let out a furious roar. Ah! With all his might, he managed to push the G-Virus monster back, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground. But the next second, the bone spikes on the G-Virus monster's chest suddenly opened wide like a bloodthirsty maw and clamped down on Blob's chest. Rip! A large chunk of flesh was torn away. The intense pain and the weightless sensation from blood loss caused Blob's consciousness to blur. Yet his determination to hold back the G-Virus monster kept him clutching it tightly, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, after getting back up, Porcupine was becoming frantic. "Blob. Are you okay? Hang in there." He kept shouting as he attacked with his spikes, but his strikes could not penetrate the monster's defenses. At this point, a hint of fear began to creep into his heart. The monster before him was so terrifying that even if it stood still and allowed him to attack, he couldn't kill it. It was beyond terrifying. However, because he wasn't certain if Magneto was dead, he didn't dare to run away. After all, compared to an alpha-level mutant, the monster before him was still somewhat understandable. While Blob continued to hold on with all his might, Toad on the Statue of Liberty suddenly let out a cry of joy. Magneto is still alive. Soon, Toad was seen carrying Eric and jumping down from the Statue of Liberty. However, Eric's condition was far from good. His clothes were tattered, revealing several burnt areas and numerous wounds. If he hadn't used his powers at the last moment to control metal and shield himself, he would likely have been torn to pieces. But even so, he was now barely clinging to life, almost like a broken shell of a man. Seeing the carnage around him, Eric felt a deep sorrow. These mutants were his followers, whom he had painstakingly gathered over the years. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, they would all perish here. But facing the G-Virus monster, he was powerless. When Blob saw that Magneto was still alive, a glimmer of hope lit up in his heart. "All of you, run!" Before anyone could react, the G-Virus monster roared and stopped retreating. Roar! Blob had become extremely thin by now. Then, with a sudden forceful pull, the G-Virus monster ripped Blob in half with a loud tear. Seeing this, Hedgehog immediately ran to Eric's side. "Boss, we need to get out of here." "Run. Can we even escape?" Eric glanced around as he spoke. Unbeknownst to them, Ellis Island had already been surrounded by a large number of soldiers. It was clear they were completely surrounded. Roar! After roaring twice, the G-Virus monster did not continue attacking but remained where it was. General Ross then disembarked from a ship, followed closely by Luna, who was holding a control panel. "Shackle them all," Ross ordered. Immediately, several soldiers stepped forward, pulling out X-gene inhibitors and handcuffs as they approached Magneto and the others. Naturally, Magneto and the others had no intention of resisting. They were led away, faces ashen with despair. Seeing the situation come to a perfect resolution, General Ross finally allowed a smile to appear on his face. Then he turned to look at the G-Virus monster not far away. "Your G-Virus creations are quite impressive. I'll take 100 of them at $1 million each." Luna's smile froze for a moment upon hearing this. "Haha. General Ross, you're quite the joker. At $1 million, I wouldn't even cover the cost. Our company sells G-Virus serums for $10 million a dose, let alone the finished products." Before she could finish, General Ross raised a hand to interrupt. $2 million each, off the books, sold directly to me. Hearing this, Luna's expression remained unchanged, but her mind began to calculate. In reality, the G-Virus's production cost wasn't much, just a few dollars, really. The only somewhat expensive aspect might be the nutrient solution injected into the test subjects. But even then, the total cost would only amount to about $1,000. In fact, most of the profits from the products they sold for $10 million usually ended up as kickbacks. That's just the way things were in America. For instance, the wife of a certain commander might be employed by Umbrella, and whenever a transaction was completed, the company would conveniently have a crucial computer breakdown. That computer would then be miraculously repaired by this commander's wife. To thank her for saving such important company data, the company would reward her with a few $100,000. All above board, with taxes paid, perfectly legal and compliant, if somewhat illogical. You think the US government doesn't know about this? No, they not only know, but the media also hypes it up, showing how democratic the US is and how well they treat the working class. They encourage everyone to come to America. And so, many people, unaware of the truth, flocked to America, believing the air there was sweet and fragrant. General Ross, our Umbrella branch in Japan has run into some trouble lately. Hearing this, General Ross waved his hand. "Don't worry. I'll talk to the local officials and make sure the Japanese cooperate with you." His tone and attitude suggested he was speaking about his own servants, full of disdain and contempt. In response, Luna immediately put on a sincere smile. "Then, here's to a great partnership." Haha, a great partnership indeed. The next morning. In Tony's seaside villa in New York. Tony Stark slowly opened his groggy eyes, then got up, ready to head to the underground lab to check on his Mark V armor. The noise woke up Pepper, who was sleeping beside him, causing her to wear a disgruntled expression. "Tony, our funds are running low lately. Be careful with your toys." The Mark armor used a special titanium alloy, which cost $50 per gram on the market, almost as much as gold. Even though they could buy it in bulk at a slightly cheaper rate, they couldn't afford Tony's reckless spending. Got it. Tony's enthusiasm immediately waned upon hearing this. He headed to the kitchen to grab something to eat before turning on the TV news. Last night's United Nations summit was a resounding success. Multiple countries have reached a consensus to initiate the Mutant Management Act. Last night, a group of mutants calling themselves the Brotherhood, led by a mutant named Magneto, landed on Ellis Island, attempting to threaten several world leaders. Fortunately, under the wise leadership of General Ross, our brave soldiers foiled this plot, killing and capturing all members of the Brotherhood. Chapter 38, Stock Prices Rise. These mutants are insane, daring to land on Ellis Island. Tony shook his head, took a bite of a cookie, and then sipped some milk. After a while, once he was full, he began making his way to the underground lab. There, on the workbench, lay a sleek and lightweight suit of armor, the Mark V. Since Tony had decided to travel to Japan to seek out clues, his usual bulky armors were not suitable to bring along. Thus, he created the latest version, the Mark V, a suit that could transform into a suitcase for easy transport. "Jarvis, how did the defense tests go?" "Mr. Stark, the defense tests still haven't passed due to the armor's insufficient thickness." Sigh. Ever since his encounter with the insectoid creatures, Tony had developed an anxiety about his armor's durability. But the Mark V was designed for mobility, naturally compromising on armor thickness. However, recalling Pepper's earlier words, he abandoned the idea of further improvements. Funds were tight, he was in no position to invest more. "All right, this will have to do. Let's test its capabilities." He walked over to the workbench, took the Mark V, placed it on his feet, and pulled up the two handles. With a series of clinks and clatters, the Mark V slowly unfolded, starting from his feet, and gradually covering his entire body. After about 10 seconds, Iron Man appeared. However, compared to his usual gold and red armor, the Mark V was red and white, appearing thinner and less ostentatious. Not bad. Looks like I'm ready to go. Jarvis, book me an international flight, never mind, that will take over a week. Just get me a ticket to Japan. Very well. The earliest tickets are for a flight departing tonight with a layover in Los Angeles or a direct flight departing tomorrow morning. Which one would you prefer, Mr. Stark? Tomorrow morning. He disliked layovers, as they meant wasting an extra couple of hours at the airport. After some time had passed, just as Tony was packing up the Mark V, the lab door opened. Tony, there's big news. Come see the broadcast. Seeing Pepper's serious expression, Tony quickly followed her to the living room. Stark Industries' arc reactor new energy source has passed all tests and received official approval. It will be officially launched in a week, reducing electricity costs across New York by 0.3 cents. Umbrella Corporation announces a partnership with Stark Industries to promote arc reactor new energy nationwide, signaling Umbrella's entry into the new energy sector. Stark Industries has reached a new weapons deal with the military valued at over $1 billion. Following these positive announcements, Stark Industries' stock price has surged from $50 this morning to $80, and it's still climbing. Watching the news, Pepper frowned slightly. How could he collaborate with Umbrella? Doesn't he know what kind of company that is? Pepper. What's wrong? Isn't this good news? It is, but I've looked into Umbrella. In their early days, they were involved in quite a few shady deals. And I have a feeling things aren't that simple, there must be some sort of conspiracy behind this. I think Obadiah is just out of options. If Stark Industries' stock price didn't rise soon, he'd probably be torn apart by the shareholders. That's true. He needs to stir things up. Pepper nodded, but her furrowed brow didn't relax. By the way, Obadiah sent us an invitation to a party tonight, celebrating the stock surge. Are we going? Why not? We need to warn him to be cautious of Umbrella. He can't risk a takeover. Agreed. Both understood that as long as Stark Industries was under Obadiah's management, it would remain Stark Industries. But if Umbrella swallowed it up, it would become Umbrella Industries. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Umbrella building in New York, Adam sat in his executive chair, listening to Phelia's report. Boss, we've successfully combined the self-healing gene with the Progenitor Virus, creating a new strain. However, we're facing challenges with the energy-absorbing phagocytic gene. These genes absorb any external energy, and when the Progenitor Virus encounters them, it's immediately consumed, making fusion impossible. Have you tried reducing the activity of the phagocytic genes? We have. Initially, when the phagocytic genes and the Progenitor Virus come into contact, nothing happens. But once the phagocytic genes regain their activity, they still consume the Progenitor Virus. Then cut open the cell membrane, identify the genes responsible for the phagocytic factors, and try combining them with the Progenitor Virus. Understood. With a new direction, Phelia nodded and quickly left the office. Outside, Luna saw Phelia leave and gave a slight smile before entering the office herself. Boss, this is the order from General Ross. Adam took the document and glanced over it. The price is quite low. General Ross is purchasing directly, bypassing the procurement department. He also promised to get the Japanese authorities to cooperate with us. Good, not bad. Although the G virus was being sold cheaply, getting a connection like General Ross couldn't be measured in terms of money. A word from him could sometimes yield significant benefits for Umbrella. Just as Adam set down the documents, Luna came over, bending down to reveal a generous view. Boss, Obadiah has invited you to a party tonight to celebrate Stark Industries' rising stock price. Due to the increasingly warm weather, Luna was not wearing her usual formal suit today but a low-cut tank top that exposed her midriff. A faint fragrance filled the air as Adam's lips curled into a slight smile. It's time to meet this big spender. He glanced at the stock prices on the computer screen. They had already risen to $90. Not bad. In a little while, it would be time to reap the rewards. In truth, he never intended to take complete control of Stark Industries. Without Tony, Stark Industries was just another ordinary arms company, not much different from Hammer Industries. To put it bluntly, the weapons Stark Industries could produce, Umbrella could also manufacture. The only difference was the lack of the corresponding industrial infrastructure, which made production costs higher. From the beginning, his plan was to make a quick profit and then exit. On the other hand, the space company capable of launching satellites was his real target. Once he had his own satellite in orbit, many plans and projects could be more freely executed. But even though the space company's rockets had frequently failed in recent years, its market value remained high. To finance an acquisition, he needed to bleed Stark Industries first. At this moment, Luna sat down on Adam's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. By the way, Oscorp recently released a new product that rapidly heals wounds. It's starting to cut into our market. Oscorp, huh? After I'm done dealing with the Yashida Corporation in Japan, I'll handle them. Chapter 39, Charles' Visit. Night falls in New York City, its lights blazing brightly. Under the glow of skyscrapers and the headlights of countless cars, the city looks magnificent. Of course, if you look closely, it loses some of its charm. In the dark alleys, the homeless are everywhere, and with the smell of urine and feces hanging in the air, you're quickly reminded that this is a place best admired from a distance. But it's different in Manhattan's wealthy districts. Here, everything is clean, tidy, and orderly, there's not even a single homeless person in sight. At this moment, in Obadiah's mansion, the place is brightly lit, and luxury cars, tycoons, and celebrities make frequent appearances. Although it's a private party, the recent surge in stock prices has drawn many reporters outside the villa, eager to get the latest scoop. With the screech of brakes, Tony steps out of a luxury car, holding Pepper's hand. Seeing Tony and Pepper arrive, the surrounding reporters rush over to take photos. Mr. Stark, what do you think about the recent surge in Stark Industries' stock price? Miss Pepper, we heard you were kicked out of Stark Industries due to performance issues. Do you have anything to say about that? Stark Industries signed a new energy cooperation agreement for the arc reactor with Umbrella today. What are your thoughts on this? Normally, Pepper might have had the patience to deal with these reporters. But hearing these pointed questions, she just keeps a stern face, holding onto Tony's arm and walking briskly away. Obadiah, who was in the midst of greeting other guests, immediately noticed them. Excusing himself, he walked over with a glass of wine in hand. Oh, my dear Tony, I'm so glad you could make it. Although the two have had their differences, Tony is a major shareholder in Stark Industries, so he has no reason not to invite him. Of course, his main reason for inviting Tony is to show off how Stark Industries is thriving under his leadership, doing even better than before. He actually thought Tony wouldn't come, but to his surprise, he showed up. Looking at the men he once respected the most, Tony felt a mix of complicated emotions. Uncle Stain, please allow me to call you that one last time. For the sake of Stark Industries, please, stop this. The Umbrella Corporation is just using you. They will eventually take over Stark Industries. Hearing this, Obadiah smiled faintly and took a sip from his glass. Of course, I know that, but I also have my own contingency plans. Tony, just relax and enjoy being the young master. Stark Industries will have a brighter future under my leadership. After saying this, he warmly patted Tony's shoulder, showing no sign of the malice he had harbored just a few weeks ago. That's the American way, after all. Friends in public, backstabbers in private. Just like before, when Tony returned from the Middle East, Obadiah's heart bled, but he still put on the act of a caring uncle. Pepper, who was standing nearby, spoke up in a low voice, Obadiah, Umbrella is far more dangerous than you think. It's best not to have Stark Industries get involved with them. Obadiah glanced at Pepper and then turned his gaze toward the entrance. A regular sedan had just pulled up, and a handsome Asian man and a blonde woman stepped out. Of course, I know the risks, but don't underestimate me either. After saying this, he stopped paying attention to Tony and Pepper, and headed toward the newly arrived Adam and Luna. Oh, my, tonight's star is none other than Miss Luna herself. An angel fallen to earth, truly. And this must be Mr. Adam, the chairman of Umbrella, correct? Luna smiled softly, her hand wrapped around Adam's arm. I'm sure Mr. Obadiah must have charmed many young ladies in his youth with such words. I'm almost unsure of my own identity, haha. Adam smiled slightly as well and extended his right hand. Hello Mr. Obadiah, I'm Adam. After a brief handshake, they quickly released their grip, walking further inside while chatting casually. However, their conversation didn't cover any substantial topics, just some polite business banter before Obadiah moved on to greet other guests. Not far away, Tony observed Adam, a thoughtful expression on his face. The last time Jarvis was hacked, Tony had suspected it was Umbrella's doing. After all, it was too much of a coincidence that Jarvis was hacked right after entering the Umbrella building. However, due to Jarvis's data rebooting and his lack of evidence on how the hack was executed, he hadn't taken any further action. But now, looking at the owner of Umbrella, he couldn't see anything special about him, apart from his good looks. Moments later, Tony noticed Adam glancing his way, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Adam and Luna walking towards him. Mr. Stark, it's an honor to meet you. Hearing this, Tony couldn't just pretend he hadn't heard. Hello, and you are? You can call me Adam, chairman of Umbrella. Oh, hello, Mr. Adam. After a brief exchange, Tony hurriedly took Pepper by the arm and left. Phew. Once Adam was out of sight, Tony let out a sigh of relief. Strange, why do I feel like I've been caught doing something wrong? Is it because I snuck into his company last time? Standing there, Adam watched Tony hurry away, a slight smile playing on his lips. What an interesting young man. This was their first meeting, after all. The protagonist of Marvel, it seems, has yet to fully come into his own. After a moment, Adam turned to look at Obadiah, who was deep in conversation with some politicians about campaign contributions. He simply smiled at the sight. Early the next morning, even before the sun had fully risen, the sky was already beginning to brighten. After getting up, Tony kissed Pepper, who was still asleep. "Darling, I'm heading to Japan for a few days. Stay safe." Pepper mumbled half asleep before turning over and continuing to sleep. After getting out of bed, Tony felt a slight chill. The weather is starting to cool down. "Yes, Mr. Stark. According to the weather forecast, the temperature has dropped 7 degrees recently. It's even colder in Tokyo, so I suggest you pack a few more clothes." "Got it." Heading down to the kitchen, he finished his breakfast, grabbed the briefcase for the Mark V armor, and heard the doorbell ring. Ding dong. Strange, who could be visiting at this hour? When he opened the door, he saw an elderly bald man in a wheelchair, with a red-haired woman standing behind him. "Hello, Mr. Stark. My name is Charles Francis Xavier." Chapter 40, Journey to Japan. 10 minutes later. Tony sat on the couch, looking at the bald man in front of him, feeling a bit speechless. "So, you're asking me to join forces with you to take down Umbrella Corporation?" Charles nodded. Yes. He had only woken up yesterday. After waking up, he learned about what had happened from Jean. Eric had been captured, and the Brotherhood was disbanded. This marked the downfall of the radical faction among the mutants. Although he was worried about his friend, he knew that imprisonment might be the best outcome for Eric, so he didn't say much. However, he was determined to rescue Aurora. That's why he had come to New York City early in the morning to find Tony. "Why should I help you?" Though he wasn't fond of Umbrella Corporation, why would he cooperate with a stranger in a wheelchair? "Obadiah managed to oust you from the board and strip you of your rights with the help of Umbrella. I believe Umbrella is our common enemy." "Then you're mistaken." Tony shook his head. Umbrella helped Obadiah as a business move. Capitalists are always after profits. Even without Umbrella, there would have been another company stepping in. Hearing this, Charles was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. While he possessed extraordinary wisdom and a wealth of life experience, he was not Tony and didn't understand the man's pride. Furthermore, Tony's top priority right now was to go to Japan and investigate the insect humans. As for Umbrella and Obadiah, he planned to leave them to Pepper to handle. At this moment, Jean, standing behind Charles, suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Stark, don't you want to know what exactly Umbrella is researching?" "No, I don't. Please leave, I have other matters to attend to." Seeing Tony trying to usher them out, Jean grew anxious. Just as she was about to say something else, Charles raised his hand to stop her. "If Mr. Stark isn't interested in helping, then we'll take our leave." At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed from upstairs. "Tony, do we have guests?" Soon, Pepper appeared from upstairs, wearing a light blue nightgown. Upon seeing Charles, she paused in surprise. "Professor Charles, what brings you here? Did you come to see me?" "Pepper. It's been a long time." After a bit of conversation, Tony learned that Charles had once been Pepper's professor at Columbia University. With this connection, Tony found it hard to continue being rude. However, seeing that time was passing and fearing he'd miss his flight if he delayed any longer, he quickly excused himself and left. Meanwhile, Tokyo. Due to the time difference, it was currently nighttime there. Boom. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the city, signaling an impending thunderstorm. Pedestrians on the street quickened their pace, rushing home. In a deserted alleyway, a man clutching documents was running. Whoosh. Suddenly, a deep purple tentacle reached out from a nearby alley, grabbing the man and pulling him in. "Nakamura Yuya, where do you think you're going?" Thrown to the ground, Nakamura Yuya winced in pain and looked up to see the tentacle retracting back into the arm of a man. Beside the man stood a balding middle-aged man in his 40s. This sight terrified him. Tanikawa Masanobu, I'm just heading home after work." Tanikawa Masanobu stepped forward, revealing a sinister smile. "Really? Then what's that you're holding?" As he spoke, he snatched the briefcase from Nakamura's hand and opened it. Upon seeing the contents, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "These are all confidential Umbrella documents, and you dared to steal them." Realizing he was caught, Nakamura decided to speak his mind. "Tanikawa Masanobu, you dare to experiment on live humans. You'll face divine retribution. You'll die a miserable death. You'll be struck by..." Before he could finish, Tanikawa's left arm transformed into a deep purple tentacle, tightening around his throat. "Without human experiments, how would we gather data? How could we improve our products? Everything I do is for the rise of the Great Japan Empire." With a sickening crack, Nakamura's neck snapped, his eyes bulged, and his tongue lolled out, a look of eternal anguish on his face. Boom. A thunderous crack sounded from the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. "Clean this up." With that, Tanikawa's arm returned to normal. He calmly walked out of the alley, letting the rain drench him. At this moment, a subordinate who had been standing guard outside came running over. "Boss, Mr. Yashida Shinjin requests your presence." Tanikawa nodded, wiping the rain off his face. "I'll tidy up and be there shortly." The next morning. At Tokyo International Airport in Ota, Tokyo, a plane slowly landed. Half an hour later, Tony emerged from customs, carrying a metal suitcase. Breathing in the fresh, post-rain air, he felt a wave of refreshment. "Mr. Stark, over here." A well-dressed woman with a ponytail approached quickly. She looked to be in her early 20s, about 5'3". Although she was from Japan, she had fair skin and a cute face. To be honest, if Tony hadn't committed to Pepper, he probably would have tried to get her into his bed. "Welcome, Mr. Stark. I've arranged your car and hotel. Please follow me." Stark Enterprises also had a branch in Japan, so before arriving, Tony had Pepper make all the arrangements. Although he was removed from the board, he still owned shares. "What's your name?" "Ando Miyun, Mr. Stark." "My name is Ando Miyun." In her excitement, Ando Miyun repeated her name twice. "All right, Ms. Ando Miyun, let's go." 2 hours later. Tony experienced what real congestion was like. Even New York at rush hour wasn't half as bad as this. In 2 hours, they had only managed to drive 10 kilometers from the airport, making him feel quite frustrated. Ando Miyun, sensing Tony's impatience, subtly moved closer. "Mr. Stark, that over there is our famous Mount Fuji. Isn't it beautiful?" She then used her not so large, but ample chest to brush against his arm. Tony frowned and pulled his arm away. "Ms. Ando Miyun, I'm here on business and don't have time to see Mount Fuji." Seeing Tony's reaction, Ando Miyun was puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be a notorious playboy? Why wasn't he showing any interest? Could it be that she wasn't his type? As she pondered her next move, a distant explosion suddenly rang out. Boom. Chapter 41, Unchanging Nature. On the elevated highway, a group of ninjas dressed in black could be seen leaping from one car to another, chasing a ninja in red attire. Even though the ninja in red had her face obscured, Tony was sure she was a woman, and she was clearly injured. After all, her curvaceous figure made it quite evident. Thinking of this, Tony immediately clutched the metal briefcase in his arms. Inside was the Mark V suit. Is Japan always this chaotic? Fighting in broad daylight. Hearing his remark, Ando Miyun, who was beside him, quickly spoke up to defend her country. Not at all, it's usually very peaceful. I'm not sure what's happening today, maybe some major incident has occurred. They are members of the Hand, a very powerful organization in Japan. Wait. Please, Mr. Stark, don't get out of the car. In the distance, the red-clad ninja seemed to be out of stamina. She stumbled and fell to the ground, and the surrounding black-clad ninjas quickly encircled her. Seeing this, Tony immediately opened the car door. With a series of clink-clank sounds, the Mark V suit activated. In no time, the red and white Ironman appeared. Stay in the car, he instructed Ando Miyun, and then he flew to the red ninja's side, raising his hand toward the black-clad ninjas. Hey, guys, I don't know what kind of grudge you've got here, but ganging up on a girl isn't very gentlemanly. The sudden appearance of an iron-clad figure left the ninjas momentarily stunned. After exchanging glances, their leader nodded, and the ninjas threw their shurikens. Empowered by dark magic, the shurikens flew faster than Tony could react, striking his armor with a series of crisp clink-clink sounds. Although the Mark V suit was lighter and thinner than the Mark IV, it wasn't something that ordinary ninjas could penetrate. Realizing that even their leader's shurikens couldn't pierce the armor, the black-clad ninjas silently retrieved their shurikens and gripped their swords tightly. The ninja leader stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the red-clad ninja behind Tony, then looked up at Tony. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the Hand's affairs? Hearing the ninja's broken English, Tony quickly instructed Jarvis to search for information on the Hand. But as the Hand was a secretive organization in Japan, there wasn't much information available online. Other than knowing it's a ninja group skilled in assassination and intelligence gathering, Jarvis found nothing. With that, Tony quickly pieced together the situation. A bunch of shady characters, that's all. Get lost, he ordered. Bakairu. You idiot. Enraged by Tony's arrogance, the ninja leader was about to attack when he noticed Ando Miyun running over. Everyone, this is Tony Stark, a major shareholder of Stark Industries. Please give us some face and leave, okay, she pleaded. Upon hearing Tony Stark's name, the ninja leader immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, their weapons hadn't penetrated the armor, otherwise, they might have had to flee for their lives. If you hand over the woman, we'll leave right away, the leader demanded. Though they were wary of Tony Stark's reputation, they still had a mission to complete. Tony responded by raising his hand, the light in his palm glowing brighter. I'm telling you one last time, leave. Just as the tension reached its peak, the ninja leader's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, his expression changed instantly, adopting a respectful demeanor. Boss. Yes, yes, yes. After a series of nodding and bowing, he hung up and resumed his stern look. Our leader says, in light of Obadiah's relationship, we'll let you off this time. Let's go. As the ninjas left, Ando Miyun let out a sigh of relief, patting her considerable chest. Mr. Stark, that was really dangerous just now. Please don't be so reckless next time. Tony ignored her and turned his attention to the red-clad ninja behind him. Are you all right? Noticing Tony's gaze, the red ninja quickly covered her torn neckline, hiding her ample chest. Thank you, Mr. Stark. My name is Erica. Upon hearing the name, Ando Miyun immediately tightened her grip on Tony's arm. Mr. Stark, I think you should stay away from this woman. She was expelled from the chaste and killed her master with her own hands. Later, she betrayed the hand. After fleeing to the US, she became an assassin under Kingpin, then disappeared. I didn't expect her to turn up in Japan. Tony glanced at Ando Miyun. It seemed Jarvis had inadvertently arranged for someone who knew far more than he had anticipated. However, Tony was someone who followed his instincts and didn't care much for these details. If you don't mind, you can come with me. After saying this, Tony didn't pay much more attention to Erica, he simply returned to his car. He had only intervened out of a sense of chivalry, what happened to her afterward was none of his concern. Erica, standing on the highway, hesitated for a moment before following him. Meanwhile, at Umbrella Tower in New York. Master, the plan is going smoothly. Tony has made contact with Erica. Adam, seated in his executive chair, smiled faintly upon hearing Red Queen's report. Good. As they say, a leopard can't change its spots. Tony still can't resist a beautiful woman. Let Erica continue guiding him. Yes, Master. With that small episode concluded, Adam turned his attention back to the documents in front of him. They detailed a potential collaboration with Russia. Currently, Russia had made several concessions, agreeing to provide a 10 square kilometer plot of land under Umbrella's full control, including security personnel and guard duties. They also offered a 90% tax reduction for the first 5 years. The only stipulation was the creation of at least 1,000 jobs. The reason Russia was offering such generous terms was that if Umbrella established a branch there, it would likely stimulate several surrounding industries and create significant economic benefits. However, the United States had always been wary of Russia. If Umbrella agreed to open a branch there, it might cause quite a stir back home. Since Adam had kept Umbrella private, preventing others from gaining control, many were already wary of him. If he were to collaborate with Russia now, it might give them further ammunition to attack him. It seemed necessary to keep the US government preoccupied and to win over more legislators to avoid any trouble. After pondering for a long time, a plan formed in Adam's mind. In a low voice, he instructed, Red Queen, create a new file. Code name, Resident Evil. Chapter 42, Biohazard. 3 days later. Kyushu Island, Japan. As September begins, the weather starts to cool, and thunderstorms become more frequent. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminates an abandoned warehouse located a dozen kilometers outside Nagasaki City. Inside the warehouse, a dozen or so people in tattered clothes are huddled together for warmth. Damn this rain. When will it end? The man complaining is in his 20s. His hair is messy, as if it hasn't been washed in a long time, and his clothes are ragged, with several holes that let in the cold. Through the torn sleeves, needle marks are visible on his arm. A nearby man, even more disheveled, couldn't help but say, rain is better than a typhoon. If this keeps up, I don't know how we'll get through it. Other vagrants around them start to chime in. Yeah, this weather, it's either a typhoon or rain. If a typhoon comes, this place probably won't hold up for long. Should we reinforce this place? Are you going to fix it? Forget it, then. The reason they became vagrants is naturally due to their laziness. After all, Japan has the third largest economy in the world, anyone willing to work hard wouldn't end up on the streets. Of course, some might become vagrants after bankruptcy, but these men certainly aren't those people. Were. At this moment, the sound of an airplane passing overhead can be heard. Those white pigs are flying their planes again. These planes are flying back and forth every day, so noisy. Why are the fighter jets from the Sasebo fleet base nearby flying so frequently these days? I heard it's because things have been quite active over in China lately. After chatting for a while, the group returns to their previous topic. The man who first complained now has a cold glint in his eyes. If worse comes to worst, we can always find a kind person to take us in for the night. His suggestion is immediately met with approval from most of the group. Staying over sounds like a good idea. But be careful this time, last time, we almost got caught. This time, we should pick a place where there are more women. Ha ha. As they laugh and joke, there's a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock. The room falls silent. Who is it? Got goods to sell. Upon hearing this, their faces light up with greed, and they quickly rush to the door. When they open the door, they see a man in a trench coat standing outside. Haven't seen you in a while. Got anything good today? Yeah, show us what you've got. But just so you know, it better be cheap and pure. Yeah, don't rip us off, there are a lot of us here. The trench-coated man smiles slightly and opens his coat, revealing bottles filled with green liquid inside. This is a new high-purity product. Since the boss wants to open up the market, I'm giving it to you at the lowest price, 1,000 yen per vial. Hearing the price, the group gets excited but also looks suspicious. After all, 1,000 yen is about $6, an unbelievably cheap price. 1,000. Are you sure this stuff works? Yeah, don't give us any bad stuff. If it's not pure, we don't want it. And the color looks kind of off. Faced with their skepticism, the man in the trench coat responds coldly, I also have stock worth 10,000. Can you afford that? Upon hearing this, the group falls silent. At this point, a man who is slightly trembling, clearly addicted to drugs, steps forward with money in hand. I'll take one. To them, what is life compared to a good high? After all, if not today, they'll die tomorrow. The important thing is to enjoy life while they can. A moment later, the man takes the green vial, fills a syringe, and without hesitation, raises his arm. His arm is already covered with needle marks. After a moment's thought, he lowers his arm and targets his neck instead. Oh, ah. As the green liquid slowly enters his body, the man moans in pleasure. Seeing this, the others quickly take out their money. Give me one too. I want one. Me first. 10 minutes later. The man in the trench coat looks at the group of vagrants lying on the ground, enjoying themselves, and a sinister smile appears on his face. He then leaves the abandoned warehouse, heading to the next sales point. Boom. Thunder rumbles through the sky, and the rain pours down even harder. Half an hour later. In the brief flashes of lightning, a man is seen opening his blood-red eyes. Hungry. A low, inhuman growl emanates from his mouth. The next morning. Tokyo, in a 5-star hotel. Tony is woken up by a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me, Erica. Hearing the voice, Tony immediately wakes up. Give me a second. After changing his clothes, he opens the door. Outside stands a beautiful woman with long black hair. This time, Erica isn't wearing her mask, revealing her taut face and smooth skin. Her red, tight-fitting outfit clings to her body, highlighting her curves and long legs. 2 ninja daggers are tucked into her waist. Mr. Stark, I've brought the information you requested. We're even now. She sets down the file she was holding and turns to leave. Watching her walk away, Tony opens the file in his hand and starts reading. The more he reads, the more his brow furrows. According to the documents, Tokyo's Umbrella Corporation has been selling a lot of items to the Middle East. The local branch's president, Masanobu Tanigawa, has almost completely stopped taking orders from the United States and has been closely involved with a company called Yashida, even involving the hand. The data matches most of what he stole from Umbrella's headquarters, suggesting there is no mistake. Masanobu Tanigawa, Yashida Company, the hand, what's their connection to the insect men? Things are getting more complicated. As he ponders, there's another knock on the door. Mr. Stark, there's an emergency. Please open the door. Tony opens the door to see a frantic Ando Miyun. A terrifying virus outbreak has occurred on Kyushu Island. You must return to America immediately. Tony looks confused. What's going on? It's a long story. You'd better come with me. She grabs Tony's hand, intending to leave. Wait a moment. Tony breaks free, grabs his Mark V briefcase from the bedside, and follows Miyun downstairs. What exactly happened? I'm not entirely sure. Last night, a horrifying virus broke out on Kyushu Island. The infected turn into bloodthirsty monsters, biting anyone they see. Those bitten also get infected. Even the U.S. Sasebo fleet base on Kyushu Island has fallen. The Japanese government has now sealed off Kyushu Island, no one is allowed in or out. Chapter 43, Iron Man takes action. When Tony got into the car, he quickly understood what was happening. He immediately instructed the driver to stop. No, I can't leave. I have to see what this virus is all about. As a superhero, Tony Stark may have the personality of a playboy and a carefree attitude, but he never lacked a sense of justice. With such a terrifying virus outbreak on Kyushu Island, there was no way he would just run away. Soon, right there on the street, he donned the Mark V armor and flew straight toward Kyushu Island. Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. Watching Tony fly away, Andomion's face turned slightly cold, and she took out her phone. Boss, Stark is heading to Kyushu Island. Over Kyushu Island. Tony saw thick smoke rising everywhere. Clearly, there were fires burning on the ground. Numerous helicopters were flying across the sky, and heavily armed troops were guarding every checkpoint on the ground. The situation on Kyushu Island was extremely chaotic. After observing for a while, Tony spotted those who had been infected. To call them people would be an exaggeration, they looked more like monsters. They moved swiftly and with incredible agility. By his estimation, they could run 100 meters in about 7 or 8 seconds. Moreover, they were incredibly strong, with some of them even tearing a living person apart with their bare hands. It was clear that ordinary people, even with firearms, stood little chance against these creatures. Wait, even with firearms, victory wasn't guaranteed. Looking down, Tony saw a wave of more than 100 monsters charging towards a checkpoint. It was a T-shaped road, and behind it was a police station. A group of police officers was manning the checkpoint. They hid behind police cars and various debris, watching the wave of zombies approach with fear in their eyes. My God, so many monsters. What are we supposed to do? We're doomed, we're all going to die. Seeing the morale so low, the chief, who was in his 40s, knew that if this continued, the defense line would collapse even before the fight started. So, he raised his pistol and stepped forward. Everyone, I know you're scared, but behind us are our wives and children, our parents, and the honor and hope of great Japan. I will stand and fight alongside you all, and even if we die, we will not retreat. With that, he led by example and pulled the trigger. Bang. Bang. Unfortunately, the Japanese police mostly used the P230 pistol, with a caliber of only 7.65 millimeters. The bullets couldn't even kill the zombies. Not only that, but they barely slowed the zombies' advance. Seeing their chief's bravery, the other officers were also inspired and began firing sporadically. Bang. 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 Although they had the courage to fight, their efforts were largely in vain. Only a few lucky bullets hit the zombies in the eyes, destroying their brains. Most of the bullets, however, struck their bodies, doing nothing to stop their advance. The zombies were getting closer, and were about to break through the defense line and start a massacre when a red and white figure descended from the sky. With a boom sound, Tony landed, stomping 2 zombies under his feet. Then, with a repulsor blast from his palms, he fired. Zap. Zap. 2 zombies were instantly blasted in the head. Mr. Stark, based on analysis, these monsters' weak points are the brain and the cervical spine. Destroying the brain will kill the monster, and breaking the cervical spine will disable its mobility. Got it. With that, Tony continued using his repulsor blasts to attack the zombies. The Mark V armor was designed to be portable and lightweight, so it didn't have mini missiles, flares, or armor-piercing rounds. Its only offensive capability was the repulsor beams. Luckily, the reactor in his chest provided enough power to sustain continuous firing. The surrounding police officers, seeing Iron Man appear, cheered loudly. Look, this must be military support. Oh my God, has our country developed battle robots? The government won't abandon a single one of us. Mistaking Iron Man for a robot from their own military, the officers were inspired and fired their weapons with renewed vigor. With Tony's help, the 100 or so zombies were quickly taken down one by one. The police chief, exhausted, approached Tony. Thank you very much, Mr. As a chief, he knew this wasn't a government or military rescue, this was a superhero who happened to be in the right place at the right time. You're welcome. Tony wasted no time in pleasantries, he took off immediately, heading to the next location. Meanwhile, back in New York, at Tony's seaside villa, it was nighttime due to the time difference. Pepper had just returned home after a busy evening of social events. She kicked off her heels, dropped her bag, and lazily slumped onto the couch, turning on the TV. Reports from our station indicate a terrifying virus outbreak in Japan last night. Those infected turn into bloodthirsty monsters that attack anyone on sight. Our Congress is holding an emergency meeting to decide whether to send troops to the Sakura Nation. CBS brings you the latest news. 6 months from now was supposed to be Japanese elections. However, last night, a strange virus outbreak occurred on Kyushu Island in Japan. Those infected turn into zombies like in the movies. The United Nations has issued an emergency quarantine notice and suspended all flights to Japan. Umbrella Corporation has announced a new joint venture with Russia to establish a new branch. This is a reporter from Japan. Here, you can see Japan's self-defense forces and our U.S. military personnel working together to construct a quarantine barrier on the borders of Kyushu Island. This is to prevent the spread of terrifying monsters, which are like zombies, they are incredibly difficult to kill and spread the virus rapidly. Switching through several channels, most were covering the virus outbreak in Japan. Pepper's expression grew more serious. After all, Tony was still in Japan. With this thought, she quickly made a phone call. Fortunately, it was answered after just a moment. "Hello, Tony, where are you?" Boom. "I'm busy right now." "What's up?" Rat-tat-tat. Listening to the sounds of explosions and gunfire over the phone, Pepper became instantly worried. "Tony, are you all right? It sounds like there's a war going on where you are." "Oh, Pepper, you won't believe this. There's been an outbreak here, some kind of zombie-like monsters." "You mean you're fighting zombies now?" "Don't worry, I'm perfectly safe. My armor will protect me." "No, I want you to come back. I want you to come back safe and sound." "I'm busy. Can't talk now. I'll come back later." As Tony hung up the phone, Pepper was filled with anxiety. She knew Tony's personality. He was stubborn. Just like when he decided to shut down the weapons development and manufacturing division. When he made up his mind, there was no considering the consequences. And now, there was no way she could persuade Tony to come back. Thinking for a moment, she dialed another number. "Hello, Professor Charles. I need your help with something." Chapter 44, Setting Up a New Branch. Although the zombies' strength and speed far exceed those of the sluggish zombies depicted in movies, the crisis on Kyushu Island has not spread to the entire Japan due to the suppression of modern firepower. And with global support, the zombies on Kyushu Island will eventually be eradicated. Moreover, with the addition of various superheroes, the fight against the zombies is overwhelmingly one-sided. However, while the world's attention was focused on Kyushu Island, on the third day, Luna led the Umbrella team to Boli City in Russia. Boli City is the largest city in the far east of Russia, with industries including aircraft manufacturing, fuel, wood processing, construction, and building materials. After touring Boli City with the team, Luna chose a mountainous area more than 30 kilometers to the east. The accompanying Russian officials were puzzled by this choice. "Miss Luna, why would you choose such a remote location? It's not convenient for transporting building materials or recruiting workers." Luna smiled slightly. "This is due to the special nature of our industry. As a company in the medical and cosmetics industries, we have high requirements for drainage, and being close to the sea facilitates wastewater disposal. Also, the medical industry inevitably involves trade secrets, so being a bit further away helps prevent espionage." This was merely an excuse. In reality, Adam had requested that the location be remote and close to the sea. This way, experiments that were inconvenient to conduct in the United States could be done in Russia. For example, cloning experiments. The Red Queen has always had data on cloning technology, but the cost of cloning a person is less economical than hiring someone. Moreover, the concept of cloning has never been socially accepted. To avoid criticism, Adam never conducted cloning experiments in the United States. But in the sparsely populated Russia, it's different. Since Russia is a sworn enemy of the United States, even if discovered, there would be room to maneuver. The Russian officials were suspicious of Luna's explanation, but as long as the other party was willing to invest in Russia, they didn't care too much. After all, Russia's economy has never been great. It's not every day an international giant comes to invest, so they were naturally lenient. Next, Luna finalized the location and began signing the contracts. Meanwhile, over Kyushu Island in Japan, a giant aircraft carrier was flying. This aircraft carrier, which appeared similar to a sea-based carrier but with 4 engines on either side for flight, was the Shield helicarrier. At this moment, Director Nick Fury was in the command center, his cold eyes fixed on the screen before him, which displayed everything happening on Kyushu Island. Since the second day of the zombie outbreak, SHIELD and the US military had arrived in Japan to control the situation. As for why it was the US military and not a UN force, it was because Japan, being the backyard of the United States, naturally didn't allow other countries to interfere. "What's the current situation?" Deputy Director Maria Hill immediately began to report. "Director Fury, the zombies in Saga and Nagasaki cities have been mostly cleared. The remaining 5 cities still have large numbers of zombies and are still being cleaned up." Nick Fury nodded. "Have you identified the origin of the zombie virus?" According to the testimony of a survivor, it started with a drug sold by a gang called the Darkhound Gang. The Darkhound Gang? Where are they from? We're still investigating, but the Darkhound Gang is a blackhand of the Yashida Corporation. We suspect it's related to the Yashida Corporation. Go get me the head of the Yashida Corporation. What? Is there a problem? The Japanese government has been protecting Shinjin Yashida, so they won't let us apprehend him. Japanese government. SHIELD may be one of the top forces on the planet, but even the most powerful organizations are powerless when faced with the might of a nation, especially one that ranks in the top 3 economies in the world. Have you notified the US military? We have, but the US military has always been dismissive of us and ignored our request. Hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened. After a moment, a subordinate suddenly reported, "Director Fury, Mr. Stark has returned." Nick Fury nodded, then looked at Agent Coulson. Coulson immediately understood and quickly left the command center, heading for the deck. On the deck, some fighter jets were taking off and landing. At this moment, a red and white figure descended. "Mr. Stark, welcome back." Tony Stark looked at Coulson and gave a slight nod. "I need to rest and eat something." Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. failed to appear in time, Tony's impression of them had been quite poor. If it weren't for the assassination attempt by ninjas 2 days ago, he wouldn't have come here to rest. After all, without his suit, he's as vulnerable as any ordinary person, with little ability to protect himself. "This way, please." Coulson, displaying great enthusiasm, led Tony into the carrier. As Tony was eating lunch, he noticed a red-haired woman pushing a bald man in a wheelchair toward him. It was Charles and Jean. "Mr. Stark." Seeing the two, Tony put down his bread and followed them. Coulson was about to follow when Jean turned and gave him a cold look, stopping him in his tracks, and he didn't dare to follow further. A while later, Tony, Charles, and Jean arrived at a secluded corner. Tony was the first to ask, "What did you find out?" After repeatedly reading the ninja's memory, I discovered that although he appeared to be sent by the Hand, there is actually a connection to the Yashida Corporation. As professional intelligence and assassination personnel, ninjas naturally have training to prevent leaks. But they were no match for Charles, who could read memories. Although it took some effort, he eventually found the information he wanted. The Yashida Corporation again. And I also found out that this zombie virus seems to be closely related to the Yashida Corporation. It seems they developed a new type of drug that, for some unknown reason, mutated and resulted in the zombies. Yes, we've also received information linking it to the Yashida Corporation. At this moment, Nick Fury, accompanied by Coulson and Black Widow, walked over. Hearing this, Tony and the other two looked at them. Nick Fury continued, "We've applied to the Japanese government to arrest the head of the Yashida Corporation, Shinjin Yashida, but they refused. I'll talk to the military." With that, Tony began to call his friend, James. But a moment later, he had no choice but to hang up the phone with a gloomy expression. James, after all, was just a lieutenant colonel in the weapons development department and had no authority to command the Japanese government. It would at least take a general to accomplish that. Chapter 45, Initial Cooperation. Although Tony had some connections with the military, his arrogance and disdain for others in the past had strained these relationships. Being the chairman of Stark Industries had previously shielded him from any difficulties, as the military leaders wouldn't dare trouble him. But now, no one cared about him. After contacting several generals he knew, Tony was met with the same response, "Wait." And so, the 6 of them stood in silence in an empty hallway. They hadn't expected the US military to be so indifferent. On further thought, though, it seemed understandable. After all, Japan was still a sovereign nation, and they were just a handful of people with no real authority. They couldn't simply issue orders to an entire country. At that moment, Tony clearly realized, perhaps for the first time, just how crucial power was. "Maybe we can reach out to someone," Natasha suggested, turning her gaze towards Tony. "Obadiah surely knows some generals." Before she could finish, Tony shook his head firmly. "Absolutely not. I won't ask him for help." The last time Tony had attended Obadiah's party was merely to give him a warning and ensure Stark Industries didn't fall into Umbrella's hands. That didn't mean Tony had forgotten or forgiven Obadiah's attempt on his life. Seeing Tony's resolute expression, Natasha said no more. She knew his personality well. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. "Director Fury, I request permission to go after Shinjin Yashida." Nick Fury wasn't the type to hesitate. He nodded immediately. "This mission comes with no support. If you fail or are killed, we won't be able to avenge you. Good luck." "Who says she'll be without support?" "I'm going with her." A man wearing a short-sleeved combat outfit approached from the distance. He carried a bow and arrows on his back, his expression cold, though there was a hint of warmth when he looked at Natasha. It was Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye. Natasha had once been a Black Widow agent from the Red Room, one of the program's enhanced operatives, but was later recruited by Barton to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Their bond had always been strong. "I'm in too." "Count me in as well," Tony and Jean added one after the other. As for Charles, knowing his condition as a paraplegic, he wisely kept silent, understanding that he wouldn't be of much help in the field. Nick Fury glanced at the 4 volunteers and nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This mission will be codenamed Operation Clear Sky. The ultimate goal is to capture Shinjin Yashida, find the cure for the zombie virus, and save millions of lives." The 4 of them nodded with determination. Tokyo. At the top floor of the Yashida Corporation Tower, an elderly man named Ichiro Yashida gazed into a mirror, staring at his white hair and deeply wrinkled face, filled with the terror of approaching death. He had survived World War II and was now over 90 years old. Modern medicine and machinery had kept him alive, but each day, he felt his vitality slipping away. His body weakened more with every passing moment, and the fear gnawed at him. A few months ago, he had learned from Masanobu Tanigawa that Umbrella Corporation had methods to extend life. Since then, Yashida had begun reaching out to them, probing for information. Eventually, he learned about Umbrella's latest T3 enhancement serum, which could restore a person's physical capabilities to their peak, essentially rejuvenating them and extending their lifespan. But the T3 serum was an internal product of Umbrella, strictly not for sale. It was tightly controlled, and not even the branch offices had access to it. Moreover, Umbrella didn't accept outside funding and wasn't publicly traded, making it impossible for Yashida to approach them directly. Thus, he chose to work through Masanobu Tanigawa, establishing frequent contact and providing funds and resources to help Tanigawa bribe Umbrella's Tokyo branch executives. If bribery failed, they resorted to assassination, anything to fully control the Tokyo branch. Naturally, Yashida Corporation, being primarily a medical and mechanical company, wasn't skilled in assassinations. That's where the Hand came in. With the help of the Hand, Yashida Corporation had gradually taken control of Umbrella's Tokyo branch. All that remained was for Masanobu Tanigawa to request the T3 serum from Umbrella's main headquarters. If they refused, getting their hands on the T2 serum and researching a way to develop the T3 would suffice. Though Yashida's time was running out, he believed he could afford to wait a few more years. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The door opened, revealing a man and a woman. Father. Grandfather. They were Shinjin Yashida and Mariko Yashida. What is it? Ichiro's expression remained cold as he addressed his son and granddaughter. To him, nothing was more important than his own life. Father, the Japanese government just confronted me, demanding that we hand over the zombie virus cure. Ignore them. We don't have any cure, and this zombie virus has nothing to do with us. Understood, Father. Grandfather, we've also lost contact with Masanobu Tanigawa recently. What? You can't reach Masanobu. Have you checked with Umbrella? Yashida was more concerned with Tanigawa's whereabouts than the Japanese government's inquiries. I sent people to Umbrella, but it seems their security personnel have changed, and our people weren't allowed in. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Yashida immediately sensed a conspiracy. The outbreak of the zombie virus, Tanigawa's disappearance, and Umbrella's sudden shift, it all felt like an invisible hand was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Yet despite his suspicions, the lure of immortality was too strong. Go there personally and investigate. Find Masanobu Tanigawa and ensure everything at Umbrella is running smoothly. Yes. After watching his son and granddaughter leave, Ichiro was just about to contemplate the possible hidden forces at play when the sound of explosions echoed from outside. His brow furrowed in displeasure. What's going on out there? He wheeled himself out of his office, only to see his son and granddaughter running back in a panic. Father, it's bad. The Iron Man has arrived with his team. Grandfather, we need to escape. A massive hole had been blasted into the top floor of the building, and Iron Man, in his red and gold armor, flew through, followed closely by Jean, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Yashida Corporation had security, of course, but the guards armed with mere handguns stood no chance against these four superpowered heroes. They were quickly overwhelmed. Ichiro Yashida, now visibly shaken, ordered, "Quick, to my office." Tony and the others spotted their target and immediately closed in. Yashida, we're here on behalf of the Security Council to arrest you. Shinjin Yashida, you can't run. Hand over the cure for the zombie virus. Chapter 46, The Silver Samurai in Action. Yashida Ichiro returned to his office with his son and granddaughter. Without delay, he approached a bookshelf, activated a hidden mechanism, and revealed a silver samurai mech towering over 2 meters high. Shinjin. The Silver Samurai. Shinjin understood his father's intent and immediately ran over to open the mech, stepping into it. His sister, Mariko, watched from the side, her expression strange and conflicted. The Yashida family had always upheld a tradition of valuing men over women, and as a result, her grandfather had never truly respected her. If it weren't for her brother being utterly incompetent, a complete wastrel, there would have been no chance for her to step into a position of power within the company. Even so, many things within the company had always been kept from her. For instance, this silver samurai mech, she had no idea it even existed. The sound of an engine roared to life as the silver samurai activated, drawing 2 massive katanas from its back. Using the best technology to fight with primitive weapons, it perfectly described the situation now. Ichiro had poured the vast resources of Yashida Corporation into crafting the silver samurai mech, yet he had not equipped it with guns or missiles, opting instead for katanas and engaging in close combat. Father, I'm ready. Just as Shinjin finished speaking, the office door exploded open with a loud boom. Yashida Shinjin, raise your hands. Tony Stark was the first to step into the office, but his attention was quickly drawn to the silver samurai. Oh, the enemy has a mech too. Looks like your mech isn't that special anymore, Natasha quipped as she walked in with a small pistol, a teasing smile on her face. Clint Barton and Jean followed close behind, but they remained silent, their eyes warily fixed on the Silver Samurai. Mr. Stark, leave now, and we won't make things difficult for you. Tony, who had been playing superhero in Japan for 3 days now, was already well known. Leave. Not unless you hand over the antidote to the zombie virus and come with me to face the council for trial. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere. We don't have any antidote for the zombie virus. Shinjin felt aggrieved. He had no idea about any zombie virus, yet everyone, from the top officials of Japan to the men standing before him, insisted it was Yasuda Corporation's doing. But they hadn't done anything. You can't be telling me you don't have an antidote. I said, we don't have an antidote. Damn it, you developed a zombie virus but didn't work on a cure. Shinjin wanted to scream in frustration. They hadn't even researched the zombie virus, so why wouldn't anyone believe them? At this moment, Jean spoke up from the side, Stark, stop wasting time with these criminals. Let's finish this before Yasuda Corporation's reinforcements arrive. Yeah. Before Shinjin could respond, Tony launched a repulsor blast from his palm. Bang. The blast, strong enough to pierce a 10-centimeter steel plate, didn't leave a single scorch mark on the Silver Samurai. The Silver Samurai's exterior was crafted from adamantium, a result of Ichiro's vast expenditures. Though it was only a surface layer, it was more than enough to withstand Tony's attack. There's something strange about this thing. Let's all attack together. As Tony spoke, Clint released an arrow aimed at one of the Silver Samurai's weak points at its joints. But even the joint areas deflected the arrow with a sharp ping, sending it clattering to the ground. This guy's defense is off the charts. Seeing this, Natasha quietly holstered her pistols and turned her attention to Ichiro and Mariko. Jean, meanwhile, was still far from awakening her Phoenix Force. With her current abilities, she was only marginally stronger than a regular person, capable of moving objects no heavier than 100 kilograms. She couldn't control people from a distance like Charles could. It was clear the main force in this battle would have to be Tony. Realizing negotiations had failed, Shinjin moved the Silver Samurai forward to attack. Wielding the two massive katanas, each over a meter long, Shinjin swung them with practiced precision and force. Tony responded by firing continuous repulsor blasts while dodging the attacks. Fortunately, Shinjin was just an ordinary person, and the Silver Samurai's speed and reflexes were far from peak performance. For the moment, he couldn't land a hit on Tony. As a trained operative, Natasha seized the opportunity while Shinjin was distracted by Tony, running straight for Yasuda Ichiro. It was common knowledge that Japan placed great value on family and loyalty. If they captured Ichiro, Shinjin would surely surrender. Ichiro, seeing Natasha approaching, immediately began backing away in his wheelchair. Stay away from me. But how could a 90-year-old man in a wheelchair possibly escape a highly trained Black Widow? In no time, Natasha had him restrained, pressing a gun to his head. Yasuda Shinjin, stop right now. Or I'll kill your father. Shinjin glanced at Natasha and his captured father but said nothing, continuing his assault on Tony. He believed that if he moved just a little faster, he could kill the annoying men in front of him. When her threat failed, Natasha jabbed the barrel of her gun into Ichiro's temple. Tell your son to stop, or I'll shoot. Wait, I'll tell him to stop. Fearing death, Ichiro quickly gave in. After all, everything he had done was to extend his life, how could he not value it now? Shinjin, stop. But no matter how much he shouted, Shinjin ignored him and continued his attacks on Tony. Meanwhile, Tony was having a tough time dodging the onslaught. Despite the Silver Samurai's slow speed, its defenses were impenetrable. None of his attacks were breaking through, and the limited space in the office left him with few options for evasion. Seeing that Shinjin didn't even care about his father's life, Natasha was growing frustrated. Aren't Japanese people supposed to value family and loyalty? I can't believe I was fooled for so many years. Jean joined her. I also read that Japanese people flush their toilets 7 times and claim it's clean enough to drink from. What? Why would they drink toilet water? Who knows? Backed into a corner by Shinjin, Tony couldn't help but interrupt their conversation. Guys, can we stop talking about Japanese toilets? Their reinforcements are here. At the entrance to the staircase, a large group of Yasuda Corporation security forces appeared. These guards were far better equipped than the ones before, carrying rifles, submachine guns, and even portable rocket launchers. Chapter 47, The Greatest Weakness. Despite the security guards being better armed, it didn't change their fate as mere cannon fodder. Barton, having no solution against the Silver Samurai, quickly drew his bow and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several guards who posed the greatest threat, wielding portable rocket launchers, were instantly taken out with headshots. Seeing Ichiro held hostage, the remaining guards hesitated to open fire, fearing collateral damage. Taking advantage of this, Natasha freed one hand and began shooting continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Jean used her powers to hurl nearby objects at the guards. In no time, the security team was pinned down, unable to raise their heads. However, the appearance of these guards wasn't entirely useless. At least, amidst the chaos, Mariko had managed to slip behind their ranks. Fire. Now. But faced with the command, the guards were caught in a dilemma. On the other side, Tony was in an increasingly perilous situation. At this moment, Shinjin Yashida swung his blade down, forcing Tony into a corner, and then slashed horizontally with another katana. Tony could see a red gleam from the blade, like the scythe of death itself. He had just witnessed how this katana sliced through steel and concrete as easily as tofu. His suit wouldn't stand a chance. Just when things seemed most dire, a figure suddenly crashed through the ceiling and lunged at the Silver Samurai. Taking this chance, Tony escaped the corner and looked toward the Silver Samurai. Standing there was a towering figure, about 1.9 meters tall, with sharp claws relentlessly striking at the Silver Samurai. But even those claws, which could tear through metal, barely scratched the surface of the Silver Samurai's armor. Realizing the threat, Shinjin Yashida quickly regained control and swung his katana. With a tearing sound, an arm was instantly severed, and the figure, Victor Creed, retreated. Just as Shinjin was about to pursue, another figure dropped down from the ceiling. Clang, clang. The adamantium claws finally left 2 scratches on the Silver Samurai. But the next second, Logan was sent flying by the samurai's sword hilt. "Who are you people?" Tony asked, helping Victor to his feet. He felt a deep gratitude for the men who had just lost an arm to save him. "Victor. My name's Victor." Thanks to recent healing, Victor had regained his ability to speak and remembered his name. Sabretooth was just a nickname, Victor was his true identity. But aside from that, he recalled nothing else. Logan got up from the ground, looking battered. "What are you waiting for? Let's all attack together." With that, he leapt toward the Silver Samurai, claws extended. But the next second, Logan was once again sent flying by Shinjin. This time, the blade slashed toward him, but Logan blocked it with his adamantium claws, narrowly avoiding being cut to pieces. Seeing this, Jean immediately used her telekinesis to hurl more debris at the Silver Samurai. While it wasn't very effective, it at least obstructed his vision, creating opportunities for her teammates to strike. Barton drew a piercing arrow, aiming for a potential weak spot on the Silver Samurai, and fired. Clang, clang, clang. But alas, the Silver Samurai's creators had considered his weaknesses, reinforcing the thinner areas with extra adamantium. Even the piercing arrow proved futile. Seeing that the piercing arrow had no effect, Barton switched to an explosive arrow. Boom. A loud explosion erupted. But soon enough, the Silver Samurai stood there, unharmed. Witnessing this, Barton lost all will to fight and turned to glance at Mariko in the distance. Beside him, Natasha quietly holstered her pistol. At this moment, Victor freed himself from Tony's support. I'm fine. Go. Fight. Tony, with a look of reluctance, tried to stop him. Victor's condition was pitiful, and Tony couldn't bear to let him continue fighting. But in the next instant, Tony's pupils shrank. He saw the flesh on Victor's severed arm begin to regenerate rapidly. You're a mutant. It was Tony's first time witnessing a mutant up close. Watching Victor's arm regrow so swiftly left him stunned. Victor took a few steps forward and once again charged at the Silver Samurai, only to be knocked away again. Logan followed suit, leaping in, but he too was repelled. Watching these two strangers relentlessly attack, Tony's heart was deeply moved. Their persistence, their refusal to give up despite the odds, their fearless determination, these were qualities Tony had always lacked. Knowing full well that his repulsor blasts wouldn't be effective, Tony still activated them. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged fiercely. However, it was clear that Shinjin, wielding the seemingly invincible Silver Samurai, was holding his own against the 4 of them, steadily gaining the upper hand. The situation soon took a turn for the worse. Victor was struck again, this time losing a leg, rendering him unable to fight. With only Logan left, the pressure was immense. If this goes on, we're all dead. Barton muttered, frustration etched across his face. He raised his bow several times, only to lower it again in despair. In this moment, he loathed his own powerlessness. He couldn't even break through the enemy's defenses. Natasha suddenly spoke up, "From what I've observed, Shinjin Yashida's armor seems to lack a shock absorption system." At first, Barton was confused, but he quickly understood and looked toward the floor. "Tony, Jean, aim for the ground." Natasha explained, "The Silver Samurai's armor is extremely heavy, but there's no shock absorption system." Tony and Jean immediately caught on. Tony's repulsor blasts and Jean's telekinesis were now directed at the floor. Boom, boom. The ground began to crack and crumble under the assault. You despicable cowards. How dare you? Feeling the silver samurai becoming increasingly unstable, Shinjin began to panic. Just as Natasha had surmised, the armor was heavily reinforced for defense, with no system to absorb shock. A fall from a great height wouldn't damage the armor, but Shinjin himself would be crushed inside. Jarvis, full power. With a powerful blast from Tony's repulsor, the ground finally gave way, collapsing beneath them. Boom, boom, boom. No. With a final, furious roar, Shinjin fell through the crumbling floor, his heavy armor triggering a chain reaction of collapses. Layer after layer fell beneath him, and soon Shinjin was gone from sight. In the confusion, no one noticed that Ichiro Yashida had been shot in the head, and Mariko Yashida had vanished entirely. Chapter 48, A New Discovery. As the collapse happened on the other side, Barton and Natasha, with their agile skills, managed to evade the danger and reached a safe spot. Jean, on the other hand, used her telekinesis to levitate herself, avoiding the fall altogether. Tony's Mark V armor grabbed the injured Victor, keeping him airborne, but Logan wasn't so lucky, he fell along with the debris. After a moment of chaos, the dust began to settle, and everyone started checking their surroundings. Yashida Ichiro, who had been sitting in his wheelchair, was now dead. However, given his old age and long-time retreat from public life, few even remembered him. His death didn't stir much of a reaction from the group. Yashida Mariko, on the other hand, had been more active, so they searched for her briefly before giving up. Let's go down and check out the situation. Yeah, and don't forget, we need to find the cure for the zombie virus. How's Victor's partner? We need to save him too. A few minutes later, they descended to the lowest level of Yashida Corporation, where they saw a group of security guards gathered around the Silver Samurai. President, are you all right? President. President. There's no response, he's dead. No. Someone soon noticed Tony and the others approaching from above and immediately drew their guns. Revenge for the president. Bang. Bang. Kill them. Boom. Faced with overwhelming numbers and with Japan's self-defense forces arriving outside, the group knew it was time to retreat. After confirming Yashida Shinjin's death and retrieving Logan, they made their escape. 1 hour later. Aboard the SHIELD helicarrier, Nick Fury wore a grim expression as he faced the team. You killed Yashida Shinjin. Wasn't the mission to capture him? Natasha and Barton remained silent. They understood Fury's temperament and knew his anger was more directed at the outcome than at them personally. However, Tony wasn't one to tolerate Fury's attitude. He stood up, ready to leave the room, but hesitated when he remembered Victor and Logan were still being treated in the medical bay. He couldn't abandon those who had risked their lives to save him. You have no idea how dangerous the situation was, Tony retorted. Yashida Shinjin's silver samurai suit had almost no weaknesses. If we hadn't killed him, we would all be dead. Fury stared at Tony, his tone icy. And what about the cure? What about the millions of people on Kyushu? Tony wanted to say it wasn't his responsibility, but the thought of the terrifying zombies and the innocent women, children, and elderly stopped him. His sense of justice and compassion wouldn't allow him to turn a blind eye to the millions of lives at stake. Seeing Tony back down slightly, Fury softened his approach and looked at the others. Now, Japan's government and the self-defense forces are demanding we hand over the person responsible for killing Yashida Shinjin. What do you suggest we do? Maybe they should explain why an electronics and household appliance company had access to such deadly weaponry, a voice said from the doorway. Charles Xavier, sitting in his wheelchair, was being pushed in by Jean. Fury, ever the pragmatist, gave him a nod, his expression neutral. That's a good defense, but whether it'll work is another question, Fury replied. For him, Yashida Shinjin's death wasn't the main issue. The pressure from Japan's leadership wasn't either. What mattered most was using this opportunity to temper Tony's attitude for future use. And if he could get Professor Xavier to cooperate as well, even better. That would add another powerful ally to his Avengers roster. The priority now is finding a cure for the zombie virus. Even if we can't find the cure itself, discovering the original virus strain could help. It might take some time, but our specialized scientists should be able to develop a vaccine, Fury said. Natasha, Barton, I need you to infiltrate Yashida Corporation and locate the target. Yes, sir. Professor Xavier, I need you to help locate Yashida Corporation's research base and personnel. Consider it done. Nightfall. Thick clouds blanketed the sky, casting an oppressive darkness over Japan. At the Yashida family estate, white cloths hung everywhere, and the sounds of weeping echoed through the halls. But Yashida Mariko, rather than donning the black garb of a widow, wore a tight white outfit. She held a cloth bag about the size of a basketball, and as she pressed a hidden button on the wall, a secret door appeared with the sound of gears turning. With a click of her high heels, she descended into the hidden passage. As the door behind her closed, the room was once again plunged into darkness. A dim light flickered to life in the secret chamber. After walking for a while, Mariko finally reached her destination. It was a black room, empty on all sides. A moment later, a projection appeared, an image of a young girl in a red dress. "Mariko, how did the mission go?" a mechanical voice asked. Without a word, Mariko tossed the bag onto the floor, and as it rolled, the head of Masanobu Tanigawa became visible. "Here's his head," she said, pulling a small USB drive from her pocket. "This contains the formula for adamantium and the schematics for the Silver Samurai." The hologram of Red Queen nodded approvingly. "Good. Umbrella Corporation will fully support your takeover of Yashida Corporation." As she spoke, a cable descended from the ceiling, plugging into the USB drive to extract the data. Yashida Corporation had been after Umbrella's T3 virus, but Umbrella had its own plans for Yashida as well. "And what about the reward your master promised?" Mariko asked. "Don't worry, the T3 virus will be yours. However, due to the zombie outbreak in Japan, there may be a delay. In the meantime, my master has one more task for you." "What is it?" she asked. "When you take control of Yashida Corporation, my master will give you the cure for the zombie virus. You must use this opportunity to enter the government and run for the position of Prime Minister." Mariko trembled slightly at the mention of Prime Minister, her eyes gleaming with desire and anticipation. But uncertainty crept in. "But Japan has never had a female Prime Minister." "Don't worry," the Red Queen reassured her. "The US military will back the people's vote. Even if they oppose it, they won't have a choice." Hearing this, Mariko immediately dropped to one knee. "I will obey my master's commands." 3 days later. Aboard the SHIELD helicarrier, everyone looked downcast and frustrated. "Why can't we find the cure for the zombie virus? Yeah, we can't even locate the original strain. Could our intel have been wrong? Maybe Yashida Corporation wasn't behind it after all. No way, we verified it from multiple sources." As the group continued to fret, Charles suddenly entered the room. "Everyone, I've made a new discovery." Chapter 49, Suspicion and Doubt. "Based on extensive interrogation, I found that the drugs these traffickers were using came from a man called Hyena. This hyena was actually fired by Yashida Corporation more than a month ago." After hearing Charles's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Could it be that their intelligence was really wrong? No one would doubt Charles's words because everyone knew his method of interrogation was directly reading the brain's memory. Even professionally trained agents couldn't lie in front of Charles. "Can you find this hyena?" asked Tony. Charles regretfully shook his head at this question. "I couldn't find his psychic trace. He might already be dead." In such schemes, eliminating street-level pawns was common, so he didn't think Hyena could still be alive. "But I think we can approach this from another angle. In this world, how many organizations are capable of studying the zombie virus?" As the group remained silent, Jean, standing behind Charles, spoke up. "Umbrella definitely has that capability." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately understood what Charles was implying. It was nothing more than using SHIELD's resources to investigate Umbrella. He said nothing in response, as Umbrella certainly had the power to conduct such research. Moreover, Umbrella had never given Tony a good impression. Nick, upon hearing this, glanced somewhat strangely at Charles and Jean. With his intelligence network, Nick had already gathered detailed information on Charles and Jean the afternoon they arrived at SHIELD. He also knew that they seemed to have some personal grudge against Umbrella, even seeking out Tony because of it. Otherwise, with Charles's typically peaceful nature, he wouldn't have gotten involved, let alone so proactively. After a moment of silence, Natasha suddenly spoke up. "There's also Oscorp, AIM, Trask Industries, and others. Even other countries have similar organizations, Russia's Red Room Base, China's National Security Bureau, and the Round Table of Britain." Hearing so many possible suspects in one go left Charles silent. Having SHIELD investigate so many organizations at once was obviously unrealistic. With that in mind, he suddenly turned to look at Logan and Victor. Under the effects of their healing factors, both had already recovered. "Logan, how did you escape from Umbrella when you were captured?" Logan, seeing that Charles was suddenly questioning him, grew furious. "What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting me? You like peeking into people's minds, don't you? Come on, dive in, and see for yourself." As he spoke, he even pointed at his head, looking like he'd been insulted, visibly enraged. In reality, Logan's memory told him he had gone through great hardship to escape Umbrella, only to suddenly remember he had a daughter in Japan, which was why he had come here. Saving Tony had seemed like a coincidence. Seeing Logan's intense reaction, Charles began to doubt his judgment. Could it be that they weren't sent by Umbrella after all? "Come down, child. I only wanted to ask what you saw inside Umbrella. It might help us." Hearing Charles' explanation, Logan angrily turned his head away, ignoring him. In truth, it was strange. Logan couldn't recall what he'd seen inside Umbrella, nor could he remember how exactly he'd escaped. He only knew he had escaped, but the details were lost to him. Seeing Logan unwilling to cooperate, Charles turned to Victor. "Mr. Victor, do you remember if you saw anyone else inside Umbrella? Maybe other kidnapped mutants?" Victor shook his head. "I've forgotten." Knock, knock. Just as Charles seemed ready to ask more, Nick knocked on the table, his one remaining eye coldly fixed on him. "All right, forget about Umbrella for now. Natasha, Barton, Tony, Logan, Victor, Jean, your mission now is to find this hyena, dead or alive." "Understood." Nightfall. Russia, outskirts of Moscow. The streets were mostly empty, with only a few late-night workers still walking along the road. After a while, a luxury car suddenly pulled up on the pedestrian street, and the doors opened. Two burly men, both around 1.89 meters tall and dressed in black suits, got out first, scanning the surroundings. "Everything is safe. Miss Luna, you may exit the car." A red high heel, 10 centimeters in height, emerged first, followed by a shapely leg wrapped in black stockings. Just that one leg exuded a sensual allure. Then, Luna, wearing a black pencil skirt and blazer, stepped out. She wrinkled her delicate brows slightly, disgusted by the dirty surroundings. "Red Queen, are you sure the person we're looking for is here? According to the address provided by our spies, it's here. 1375 Vodka Road." "All right, I'll go look for 1375. She began walking, her two intimidating bodyguards following closely behind, ensuring no foolish thugs dared approach her. But just as she neared 1375, a man in a trench coat, his face obscured, appeared ahead. "Miss, this area is off limits." "Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that Americans aren't welcome here." With that, he flashed a badge. "Russian Special Department of Management." At that moment, several other trench-coated men appeared around them. Judging by how they kept their hands inside their coats, they were clearly armed. Luna was momentarily puzzled. Her boss had sent her to find someone expelled from Stark Enterprises, a man with a terrible reputation for allegedly stealing Stark's technology. Why was Russia taking this person so seriously? "I need to make a call." Taking out her phone, she called a high-level contact she knew in Russia. After a while, she hung up, looking displeased. These leeches were going to milk this for all it was worth. On the other side, the trench-coated man's phone rang as well. After about 10 seconds, he silently put down the phone, then left without saying a word, motioning for the others to follow him. "Interesting. Who exactly is this person my boss sent me to find?" Had Adam been there, he would have understood. A former core researcher of Stark Enterprises was never going to be left alone. Commercial applications might be protected by patents, but when it came to military use, who cared about such things? Chapter 50, Adam's Inclusion. Knock, knock. After a series of knocks, there was a long wait. It was unclear whether the owner inside was absent or hadn't heard, so Luna knocked a few more times before the door finally opened. Behind the door stood a very disheveled man. He had long hair that, due to long neglect, was greasy and emitted a foul stench. His clothes were full of holes, and he reeked of alcohol. The disheveled man glanced up and down at Luna before coldly asking, "What do you want?" "I'm here to see Anton Vanko. My father is dead." Bang. With that, the man slammed the door shut. Perhaps another person, seeing a beautiful woman like Luna, would have been tempted to chat for a bit, but for him, machines were far more interesting. Why waste time chatting with women when he could be doing research? Knock, knock. Luna knocked on the door again. The door opened once more, revealing the man's impatient expression. "What do you want now?" "We're not just here for your father. We're also looking for you, Ivan Vanko." Hearing his name, Ivan's brows furrowed. "What do you want with me?" "I represent Umbrella and would like to hire you as our chief engineer." "Not interested." Seeing that Ivan was about to shut the door again, Luna quickly added, "We own shares in Stark Industries." Hearing this, Ivan paused, then coldly glared at her. "What are you talking about?" "We're well aware of your history with Stark Industries. Coincidentally, we also have a grudge against them." Ivan's expression softened slightly at this, and he began to scrutinize Luna carefully. "What kind of grudge?" Luna smiled faintly and began explaining the situation with Obadiah Stane. After hearing this, Ivan's attitude improved a bit, but he didn't immediately give Luna an answer. Instead, he said, "Come back tomorrow," and shut the door once more. It wasn't that Ivan didn't believe her, but he wanted to verify the facts online before making a decision. After returning to the car, Luna reported the situation to Adam. After hearing her out, Adam simply instructed her to visit Ivan again the next day and offered no further instructions. To Adam, hiring Ivan Vanko was optimal, but it wasn't essential. After all, he already had the arc reactor technology. With his research team, it was only a matter of time before they cracked miniaturization, even without external help. Thus, there was no need to invest too much time or resources into this. As for why he hadn't approached Ivan sooner, the reason was simple: without the cooperation of the Russian government, it would have been impossible to access Ivan Vanko. The country wouldn't allow such a top scientist to simply leave, even if his reputation was in shambles and his abilities were waning. The next morning, Luna returned to house number 1375. This time, Ivan's attitude had noticeably improved, and he even invited Luna inside. However, Luna, clearly uninterested in the messy surroundings, declined and once again invited him to join Umbrella. Ivan agreed readily, though he asked for some time to pack his belongings. Luna left a few people behind to help him, then departed. After all, she had numerous other tasks to handle and couldn't afford to waste time waiting around. The construction of the base in Khabarovsk had already begun, and she needed to personally oversee the excavation of the underground facility. This project was crucial to future research on cloning, so no detail could be overlooked. Then there was the recruitment of workers, discussions with material suppliers, and road repairs to handle. 1 week later, aboard the aircraft carrier in the skies above Japan. The sun had just begun to set in the west, and the sky was gradually darkening. Suddenly, a red and white figure landed on the deck. The figure's visor opened, revealing Tony Stark's face. After removing his armor and carrying the Mark V suit in his hand, Tony walked inside. Arriving at the meeting room, he found everyone had already gathered. "Any leads, Tony?" Seeing Tony shake his head, Nick Fury didn't seem too disappointed. Instead, he continued, "It seems likely that the hyena is already dead. Our next step will be to focus on Mariko Yashida and the hand." Mariko Yashida? Tony looked puzzled. He could understand focusing on the hand since they were a nefarious organization and might be linked to the zombie virus. But what did Mariko Yashida have to do with any of this? In his mind, Mariko was just a seemingly fragile young woman. She was beautiful too, not exactly someone who struck him as a villain. Noticing the confusion, Nick nodded. "It appears we've underestimated this woman. After her father's death, she quickly took control of Yashida Corporation with an iron fist. Those executives and shareholders who refused to comply with her. They all met unfortunate accidents, whether car crashes or zombie virus infections. I suspect she might be involved with the masterminds behind the zombie virus. Otherwise, there's no other explanation for why the virus originated from Yashida Corporation." The room fell into a brief silence after this revelation. Soon, however, all eyes turned to Charles Xavier. After all, Charles could read minds. If Mariko Yashida was connected to the zombie virus, he could confirm it by scanning her memories. Facing the expectant gazes, Charles lightly nodded. "I'll try to get close to her tomorrow and read her memories." "All right, it's settled then. Everyone else, focus on gathering intel on the hand." Nick nodded, and just as he was about to conclude the meeting, a phone rang. Ring, ring. Tony flashed an apologetic smile and quickly answered his phone. "Sorry, I need to take this." "Hello, Pepper. What's up?" "Return home." "What's going on?" "A shareholders meeting." "Oh, got it." It seemed nearly a month had passed without him realizing it, and it was time for Stark Industries to hold another shareholders meeting, which would decide the company's future. After hanging up, Tony turned to Nick. "I need your support with those shares." Nick, naturally, didn't refuse Tony's request. "Of course. I'll have Coulson accompany you. We've got things covered here." After 10 days of relentless efforts, the zombie virus in Kyushu had finally been brought under control. All roads and bridges were tightly secured by the US military and Japan's self-defense forces, ensuring that not a single zombie escaped. As for the millions of zombies on Kyushu, their fate remained undecided, pending further discussion at the United Nations. After all, no one knew if these zombies could still revert to human form. If they could, then the person who ordered the attack would go down in history as a criminal. Chapter 51, The Blacklight Virus Experiment. America, New York, inside the Umbrella base. Adam looked at the small arc reactor in his hand, no bigger than the size of a palm, and nodded in satisfaction. Aside from the miniaturization of the arc reactor, Ivan hadn't developed any other significant advanced technology. He had no interest in plasma whips. Although the plasma whips could cut through most materials, they required a lot of energy to power 2 whips and were only useful in close combat. It was better to use that energy to fire electromagnetic cannons, which would be far more powerful than the plasma whips. Now that the miniaturized arc reactor was ready, the Sentinel project could begin. However, the genetic code of Mystique hadn't been fully deciphered yet, so the first-generation Sentinels might not have the ability to absorb or shapeshift. The sound of high heels echoed in the distance. Philia, dressed in a white sterilization suit, walked briskly toward him in her heels. "Boss, the Blacklight Virus experiment is ready." Adam set down the arc reactor in his hand. "Then let's begin." A moment later, he followed Philia to the entrance of the laboratory. Inside, a dozen or so researchers were waiting. "Good evening, Dr. Adam." "Dean Adam, Dr. Philia." "Good evening, boss." Adam glanced at the group of researchers who had followed him for nearly 10 years, feeling a slight wave of nostalgia. When he first transmigrated to the Marvel Universe, he was penniless. Starting a company was out of the question, even getting food was a challenge. Although he eventually founded Umbrella, he couldn't attract any top-tier talent, so he had to recruit students from universities. They might not have had the capabilities to independently research a project, but they were good enough for routine tasks. "Let's start the experiment." "Yes, sir." The team quickly assumed their respective positions. Some recorded data, others prepared nutrient fluids, while others pushed the test subject into the room and prepared the Blacklight Virus. Armed security personnel stood nearby to ensure that nothing went wrong during the experiment. However, Adam didn't have high hopes for this experiment. Back when the T-virus was being developed, even with the Red Queen's advanced data support, it took several failures before a successful breakthrough was made. After all, failure was the norm in biochemical experiments, success was just a rare occurrence. New York time, 9:34 p.m., the experiment begins. 9:35 p.m., test subject number 1 is ready. 9:37 p.m., starting injection of advanced nutrient fluids to ensure the subject's stamina and nutrition levels. 9:49 p.m., the subject's physical stats have reached their peak. 9:50 p.m., injecting the Blacklight Virus. 10:02 p.m., the subject has opened their eyes. It seems the Blacklight Virus has overpowered the sedative. 10:05 p.m., the subject's temperature is rapidly rising, indicating the antibodies are reacting. 10:14 p.m., the subject's body temperature has reached 63.8 degrees Celsius. This far exceeds the limits of human tolerance. 10:17 p.m., the subject is struggling violently, and a black substance has started to emerge from their skin. As the experiment progressed, Adam suddenly spoke up, "Stop the nutrient fluid supply." Philia hesitated for a moment. "Boss, without enough nutrients, the test subject may die." Adam shot her a cold look. "I don't want to repeat myself." This was one of the reasons why Luna had become his assistant, while Philia remained confined to the lab. Unable to withstand Adam's gaze, Philia lowered her head submissively. "Understood." Stopping the nutrient fluid. As soon as the nutrient fluid supply was halted, the test subject's struggle weakened, but the black substance covering its body increased. "Bring me 10 lab mice." "Yes, sir." A moment later, 10 lab mice were brought into the lab. Without hesitation, Adam tossed the mice onto the test subject. In the next second, the black substance on the test subject's body reacted as if it were alive, quickly enveloping the mice. Squeak, squeak. After a brief struggle, the mice went still. As the subject absorbed the mice, white fur began to sprout from its body, and its hands and feet started to resemble those of the lab mice. With each mouse absorbed, the transformation became more pronounced, and the subject even grew a tail. My God, it's evolving to resemble the creatures it absorbs. Does that mean if it absorbs a cheetah, it could turn into a cheetah? A cheetah? That's nothing. What if it absorbs those creatures? Would it evolve even further? Are you talking about the lickers? Shoo. After observing for a while, Adam suddenly ordered, "Bring me the level 1 X genes." He wanted to see if the Blacklight Virus could absorb X genes. Level 1 X genes were those that granted ordinary superpowers, such as enhanced strength or speed. Moments later, a vial containing X genes was brought in, and Adam, once again, threw it onto the test subject. As the X genes were absorbed, the test subject's body underwent another mutation. The black substance was reabsorbed into its body, and its muscles began to swell rapidly. Roar. With a loud roar, the reinforced restraints shattered instantly. Seeing this, the researchers wasted no time in fleeing the lab. Meanwhile, the security personnel stepped forward, unlocked their safeties, and aimed at the test subject. Umbrella had conducted countless biological experiments by now. Test subjects going berserk was common, so the team was well prepared. Roar. With another roar, the test subject charged at the nearest security personnel. Without hesitation, the guards pulled their triggers. Zzzzz. Bullets fired at 10 times the speed of sound passed straight through the test subject, embedding themselves into the wall behind it. The wounds on the subject healed almost instantly as it continued its charge. Having absorbed multiple X genes, the test subject now possessed power that surpassed even the G virus's third form. The security personnel were no match for it. In fact, they would only be absorbed and become nutrients for the subject. Realizing this, Adam stepped forward and ordered his guards to cease fire. Whoosh. As his eyes glowed with a blue light, a surge of powerful psychic energy enveloped the test subject, lifting it into the air. No matter how strong the body, without a point of leverage, it was just a puppet. However, in the next moment, the black substance on the subject's body re-emerged, absorbing the psychic energy surrounding it. It can even absorb psychic energy. Interesting. It seemed that the Blacklight Virus's actual capabilities far exceeded the predictions of both the Red Queen and himself. As the test subject charged at him, Adam raised his left hand and spread his palm wide. Destruction. A purple dark light emanated from his hand, instantly engulfing the test subject. Boom. The immense energy obliterated the test subject and even demolished the 3-meter-thick concrete and steel walls of the lab, extending deep into the earth and rock, its limits unknown. This was, after all, an underground lab, surrounded by nothing but soil and stone. Chapter 52, Holding another shareholders' meeting again. After resolving the issue with the test subject, the next experiment involving the Blacklight Virus had to be relocated to a different lab due to the damage caused. Although the Blacklight Virus had surpassed expectations, it was still not considered successful since the test subject was uncontrollable. After all, the purpose of developing the virus was for personal use, not to introduce instability. Adam had no further interest in observing the experiments, so he returned to his office. As he was reviewing documents sent by the Red Queen, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock. Come in. As the office door swung open, Erica, dressed in a red, tight-fitting ninja outfit and wearing matching red high heels, stepped in and knelt on one knee. Master, Masanobu Tanikawa has escaped. Escaped. Adam raised his head, looking at her. He had already realized when Mariko submitted Tanikawa's head that it was a decoy, but since Mariko was a valuable pawn, he hadn't mentioned it. Secretly, he had sent Erica to pursue him. I'm sorry, Master. Masanobu Tanikawa and a few of his men have acquired some kind of enhancement. Their arms can transform into tentacles, greatly increasing their strength. I barely made it back. Adam was silent for a moment before speaking. You, the captain of the USS, should return to your team. Erica had been saved by Adam 4 years ago from the hands of Kingpin, who had been using special methods to control her, making her one of his sharpest blades in his conquest of New York's underworld. After being rescued, Erica had pledged loyalty to Adam and joined Umbrella, where she had completed numerous missions, eventually rising to the rank of USS captain. However, the USS was filled with talent, and ever since the T3 virus appeared, many members had surpassed Erica in strength. As a result, she opted to work independently, allowing the USS to flourish on its own. If the USS had supported her in this mission, it would have been impossible for her to fail. Boss, the members of USS aren't exactly obedient, so forget about it. Let those 3 fight among themselves. I won't force you, but Masanobu Tanikawa must die. You have 1 month. I understand. I'll have Zeta Squad assist me. Zeta Squad, as the support squad, had a captain who was more inclined to follow Erica's commands than the other teams. Fine. Adam could have enforced authority over the other 3 teams, but there was no need. After all, if Erica couldn't handle even this task, then she wasn't fit to be the USS captain. Once Erica left, Adam turned back to his computer screen. Breaking news, the 10 Rings have seized control of the Gamera region, plunging the Middle East into an unprecedented era of terrorism. Master, came the voice of the Red Queen, her projection materializing as a little girl before him. The military has placed a new order for 10 units of the C virus. Arrange for the shipment as soon as possible. It seemed that the recent zombie virus outbreak in Japan had drawn significant international attention, allowing groups like the 10 Rings to act freely and take control of Gamera. The situation in the Middle East was bound to shift dramatically in the near future. Yes, Master. Also, Pepper has sent a notice on behalf of Tony. They're planning to hold a shareholders' meeting in 3 days. What about Obadiah? Mr. Obadiah hasn't sent any messages yet. He will soon. Ring, ring, ring. Sure enough, just as Adam finished speaking, the phone on his desk rang. 3 days later, in the morning, Tony and Pepper, accompanied by Carlson, pushed open the doors to a large conference room at Stark Tower. Inside, all the shareholders and top executives were already seated, and among them was Obadiah. Seated beside him was someone they didn't recognize. After a moment, Tony and his companions frowned. There were no available seats for them. Every chair in the room was occupied, as if they hadn't expected Tony's group to attend. Seated at the head of the table, Obadiah smiled slightly at their awkward entrance. Oh, Mr. Stark, my deepest apologies. We didn't anticipate your arrival and must have forgotten to arrange seats for you. Though his words expressed apology, there was no effort made to add any seats. Amid the awkward situation, one of the company's senior members stood up. Mr. Stark, take my seat. I could use the chance to stretch my legs. With that gesture, other senior members and executives also began standing up, showing their support for Tony. Clearly, Pepper's efforts had not gone to waste, and she had successfully won over many allies. Of course, this had come with substantial promises and compromises, but everything was worth it if they could regain control of Stark Industries. After some shuffling, 3 more chairs were brought in, and everyone squeezed together to make room. No one had to stand. However, Pepper noticed that despite Obadiah's initial provocation, he hadn't taken any further action, which left her puzzled. But she wasn't going to go easy on him because of it. As soon as the shareholders' meeting began, Pepper stood up and spoke. The first proposal of this meeting is to reinstate Tony Stark to the board of directors. She and Tony immediately raised their hands, followed by Coulson and many senior members and executives. Seeing this, Pepper shot Obadiah a triumphant look, as if to say, "You've lost." But Obadiah remained calm. "I believe, before we proceed with the vote, I should introduce the friend sitting beside me and then recount everyone's current shareholdings. After all, with the recent financing round, Stark Industries now has 1.5 billion shares. Pepper felt a sudden wave of unease, but she reminded herself that Obadiah didn't have enough money to buy that many shares. According to the original share distribution, her side held at least 50% of the shares. Even with a 1/3 dilution, they still had around 35%, and Obadiah's side would have similarly been diluted, meaning they still held the advantage. Fine. Hearing her agreement, Obadiah smiled. "Allow me to introduce the man beside me. His name is Ivan Vanko, and he's here to represent Umbrella Corporation at this shareholders' meeting. He also happens to be the son of one of Stark Industries' original founders, Anton Vanko." At the mention of Anton Vanko's name, the room buzzed with chatter. "He's his son. Anton's son dares to come back. Who would have thought Umbrella found him? Humph, the son of a thief dares to attend this meeting." At the words, "the son of a thief," the amusement on Ivan's face turned to a dark scowl. "My father was no thief. Howard Stark was the thief." Chapter 53, The Situation Reverses. Tony, who was initially prepared to watch Pepper tear Obadiah apart, suddenly stood up when he heard someone accusing his father of being a thief. He glared at Ivan, his anger boiling. "What did you say? I dare you to repeat that." Although Tony resented his father for always being too busy with work and rarely spending time with him, denying him the affection he craved as a child, it didn't mean he'd allow anyone to insult his father. In Tony's heart, Howard might not have been the best father, but he was undoubtedly a hero, a brilliant scientist, and a successful capitalist. Howard had single-handedly built Stark Industries and invented numerous technologies that benefited humanity. To Tony, his father was a great man, worthy of admiration, not someone to be called a thief. Howard Stark was Tony's one untouchable nerve. Ivan, seeing Tony's fury, wasn't about to back down. "Your father was a thief. A robber. He stole my father's research, framed him for stealing technology, and drove him out of Stark Industries, leaving him to die on his sickbed. You're lying. Your father was the thief. And you're just the thief's son. You're the thief." The two were about to jump over the table and start fighting, but the people around them quickly intervened, pulling them apart. "Calm down. Calm down. Mr. Stark, don't be rash. Mr. Vanko, this is a shareholders' meeting. Everyone, get back to your seats." After some struggle, the two finally calmed down and returned to their respective seats, but their mutual glares made it clear that the situation was still volatile. At this moment, Obadiah stood up, speaking calmly, "All right, we're not children. Let's move on to tallying the shares everyone holds." After a quick calculation, the results were close to what Pepper had anticipated. On her side, including the support of veteran members and senior executives, they controlled 33% of the shares. Obadiah, Umbrella Corporation, and their allies controlled 24%. With a 9% share gap, Pepper's side held a clear advantage. A smile crept back onto Pepper's face. But moments later, Obadiah stood confidently, smiling as he introduced someone new. "Now, I'd like to introduce a new shareholder, Mr. Sherlock from Sherlock Fund." Clap, clap, clap. Obadiah led the applause, and those on his side immediately followed suit, clapping enthusiastically. On Pepper's side, however, everyone frowned. Sherlock Fund. Isn't that the fund company on the verge of bankruptcy? Yeah, last month they were about to be seized by the bank due to failed investments. I heard they received a huge investment recently and bought quite a bit of Stark Industries stock. Right, they made a fortune with our company's rising stock prices. Obadiah nodded. "It seems everyone knows Sherlock Fund, so I don't need to introduce them further. Based on the current figures, Mr. Sherlock holds 10% of Stark Industries shares." At this announcement, everyone present gasped. With Stark Industries stock price currently around 180 per share, after issuing 500 million shares, the company was valued at around 270 billion. Stark Industries was among the top-tier companies in the country. And Sherlock, holding 10% of the shares, was worth around $27 billion, making him the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries. Currently, Tony still held the largest share with 26%. How could he possibly have that much money? Yeah, how could a fund company that was nearly bankrupt last month suddenly have so much capital? Is this even real? How come we never heard about it? In response to these doubts, Sherlock smiled and took out several documents from his briefcase, placing them on the table. Our Sherlock fund had been listed for a while. Perhaps with everything else going on recently, many of you just didn't notice. Indeed, with recent events like the mass grave in the Middle East, the mutant attacks on the United Nations summit, the zombie virus in Japan, and the 10 Rings takeover of the Gamera region, media headlines were constantly flooded with sensational news. Sherlock's acquisition of shares barely made the news and went largely unnoticed. As Pepper reviewed the share registration information and other listings, her face darkened, and her hands began to tremble. Tony, sitting beside her, quickly noticed her unease and held her hand gently. Pepper, are you all right? Pepper, seeing Tony's concerned face, forced a bitter smile that was worse than crying. I'm fine. Let's just see the vote. Deep down, Pepper knew they were likely to lose the vote, but she clung to a slim hope that Sherlock might abstain from voting. The votes are counted, let's begin the first round, the motion for Mr. Stark to rejoin the board. As expected, Obadiah's side won by a slim margin of 34 to 33. Tony lost his bid to return to the board. Tony slumped back into his chair, looking defeated, lost in thought. Pepper lowered her head, unable to face him. She knew she had failed, betrayed his trust. The situation, which she had once believed was firmly under control, now seemed laughable. Ivan, meanwhile, burst into triumphant laughter. This is what happens to thieves. What was stolen will eventually be lost. But Tony no longer cared about Ivan's words, his focus was solely on Sherlock. Who are you, really? Why are you helping Obadiah? Sherlock, keeping his head down, avoided Tony's gaze and didn't say a word. Only Sherlock himself knew the truth. The so-called 10% stake in Stark Industries, the Sherlock Fund, was nothing more than a front. The real force behind everything was Umbrella Corporation. This was the allure of the American capitalist system. With the right moves, a mere $50 million could be leveraged into control over $27 billion. But Umbrella's influence over senators and its military ties made this possible. Anyone else attempting such a move would have been devoured by regulators and other capitalists long ago. With the vote settled, Pepper's side turned pale. The veteran members might still live comfortably, even if removed from their positions, thanks to their remaining stock. But the senior management wasn't so fortunate. Their shares were tied to their jobs, positions like general manager granted them 0.5% of the company's stock and dividends. Losing their positions would also strip them of those rights. And now, it was time for Obadiah's revenge. Chapter 54, Palladium Poisoning. After the shareholders' meeting concluded, Tony and Pepper returned to the villa in a daze. Agent Coulson remained silent throughout, following them closely. It wasn't until Tony and Pepper had sat on the sofa in silence for a long time that Coulson couldn't hold back anymore. Mr. Stark, Miss Potts, I think this Sherlock character is very suspicious. Would you like me to investigate him? As an agent with years of experience, his instincts told him that there was something off about Sherlock's identity, and the shares he held were particularly strange. Hearing this, Pepper's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Yes, Sherlock seemed to appear out of nowhere, it makes no sense. There must be something shady about him. Tony remained silent, his head still bowed. It wasn't until Pepper called his name several times that he finally snapped back to reality. Tony, are you okay? Don't worry, we may have lost this time, but I'm confident we can win next time. Tony, still a bit dazed, shook his head slightly. I'm not thinking about that. Then what are you thinking about? That man, Vanko. He couldn't shake the feeling that Vanko, much like himself, was obsessive. It seemed that in Vanko's eyes, his father was nothing but a thief and a crook. Even though Tony was certain his father had done nothing wrong, a sense of unease continued to linger. Why are you thinking about Vanko? He's just the son of a thief. Even our government has already convicted him of stealing classified information and deported him. What's there to dwell on? Tony felt slightly reassured by the mention of the government's conviction. Yes, surely the US government wouldn't fabricate something like this. Just then, a wave of pain and discomfort swept over him. This pain had been creeping up ever since his fight with Shinjin Yashida's Silver Samurai. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but now it was becoming more noticeable. Since he was home now, Tony figured he might as well run a full check on himself to make sure there weren't any lasting injuries. I'll head downstairs to get some work done. You two can continue talking. With that, he headed downstairs. An hour later, Tony stared at the report in his hands, his face turning pale. His hand holding the report trembled slightly. The palladium level in his body was 30 times higher than normal. If he sought treatment and stayed away from palladium, his levels could eventually return to normal. But the arc reactor in his chest, the very thing keeping him alive, relied on palladium. The shrapnel lodged near his heart needed the reactor's magnetic field to stay in place, preventing it from reaching his heart. In other words, he couldn't avoid palladium. He was doomed. This realization drained all color from his face. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. It was Pepper. Seeing her approach, Tony quickly hid the report, pretending nothing was wrong. Is something up? Pepper had intended to tell him about the decision she and Coulson had made, but when she saw Tony's unusually pale face, a wave of anxiety and concern washed over her. Tony, are you okay? You look really pale. As she spoke, she touched his cheek gently. Tony quickly tossed the report aside, grabbed her hand, and smiled. I'm fine. Just a minor mishap in an experiment earlier. So, how did your discussion with Coulson go? Pepper, seeing that Tony seemed fine, relaxed and withdrew her hand. She shook her head. Not much progress. We've decided to investigate Sherlock's source of funding and then try to convince Umbrella to withdraw their support for Obadiah. Convincing Umbrella to drop Obadiah will be tough. Be prepared for a long fight. As he changed the subject, Tony wrapped his arm around Pepper and began guiding her upstairs. He didn't want her to find out about his condition. She was already stressed enough dealing with Stark Industries, there was no need to add his own troubles to her worries. I know it's difficult, but we have to at least try to meet with Mr. Adam and see if we can persuade him. Let's not overthink it for now. We should get some rest. Isn't it a bit early? Rest is important. Is that all we're doing? Resting. Probably. While Tony was struggling with the rising palladium levels in his body, so much so that he couldn't even make a trip to Japan, it was morning there. The sun was just beginning to rise. Charles, watching from a distance, was feeling frustrated as he observed Mariko Yashida exit her car, surrounded by security personnel. There was something on her person that seemed to shield her from his mental probes, preventing him from accessing her memories from a distance. Maybe he could get through if he got closer, but each time he tried to approach her, her security detail would block his path. As Mariko disappeared into the building under the protection of her bodyguards, Jean, who was pushing Charles's wheelchair, suggested, "Professor, why don't we try scheduling a formal meeting? Maybe we could get close to her that way." It's worth a shot. But there's no need to push me along. But Professor, are you sure about going alone? I'll be fine. Nobody pays attention to an old man like me. Well, okay. After a brief hesitation, Jean nodded. Take care, Professor. With that, she strode toward the Yashida Corporation building. Shortly after Jean left, a man walked past Charles, muttering, "It's all Umbrella's doing." He dropped a USB drive as he continued walking, never breaking his stride. Charles immediately extended his mental powers, probing the man's mind to figure out who he was and what he meant by that cryptic remark. But when he entered the man's mind, all he found was chaos and an overwhelming sense of destruction. Startled, Charles withdrew his psychic probe. This was no ordinary person. Sensing something amiss, the man glanced back at Charles. In that brief moment, a high-velocity bullet, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound, pierced through the man's skull. Thwack. Bang. The sound of the gunshot followed, belatedly. Someone's been shot. He's dead. The onlookers, horrified by the sight of the man's head exploding like a watermelon, fled in panic, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Charles, still in shock, watched as the man's hands morphed grotesquely, extending into what looked like tentacles. What kind of monster was this? And was the chaos and destruction in his mind simply an instinctual drive of this creature? Then Charles remembered the USB drive and the man's parting words. Had Umbrella killed him? Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop more than 700 meters away, a woman dressed in a red ninja suit, her figure curvaceous and athletic, lowered her electromagnetic sniper rifle. Masanobu Tanikawa, how long will you keep hiding? Once I kill all your subordinates, do you think you'll still be able to stay out of sight? Chapter 55, The Director's Intuition. A moment later, Jean emerged from the Yashida Corporation building and immediately noticed something unusual on the street. Professor? Professor. Over here. Charles, already hiding to the side with his wheelchair, waved at Jean. Jean quickly ran over in a panic. Professor, what happened? There's no time to explain. We need to leave immediately and get back to the helicarrier. The assassin could show up at any moment, and he dared not stay there a second longer. All right, I'll call S.H.I.E.L.D. to send someone to pick us up right away. Good. Let's hide for now. Holding the USB drive tightly in his hand, Charles felt as though it wasn't just a simple drive, but a dangerous hot potato. His mind was filled with questions. Who was that tentacled monster? Why was the mental world filled with chaos and destruction? Who killed him? Was it Umbrella? What role did Umbrella play in all this? And what exactly was on the USB drive? Aboard the helicarrier hovering above Tokyo, Nick Fury stood in the command center, his face dark as he watched the busy personnel moving around. The situation on Kyushu had largely been brought under control, with all the towns reclaimed. But what could be done about the millions of zombies? This was now the United Nations' biggest headache, and also his. In addition to the zombie problem, the origin of the virus remained unknown, and the Security Council was highly dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s progress. What troubled Nick even more was that he felt an unseen force within S.H.I.E.L.D., one that was outside of his control. However, he had yet to pinpoint the source of this threat. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels echoed as someone approached. Nick turned to see a tall blonde beauty. Sharon, have you found the leader of the Hand? Sharon, full name Sharon Carter, was the niece of Peggy Carter and currently just an ordinary agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. A month ago, she had accompanied Nick and Natasha to Tony's mansion. Director Fury, we discovered that one of the founders of the Hand, Murakami, is not in Japan. Oh. Where is he? America. Nick squinted upon hearing this. What's he doing in America? No solid information yet, but it seems he's searching for something called Dragon Bones, trying to summon something called Black Sky, and has a grudge with some street-level superheroes. Sharon's tone was indifferent when she mentioned the street-level heroes, as though they were just ordinary people. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D., as a global organization, had encountered all sorts of forces and extraordinary beings. Those whose strength was only marginally above that of a regular human were categorized as street-level heroes, individuals who merely dealt with petty crime. Send Barton and Natasha to the States to make contact with Murakami. Understood. With her orders received, Sharon clicked her heels and left swiftly. Soon after, a woman with short black hair approached Nick. Director Fury, Professor Charles, and Ms. Jean are back. They seem to have brought important information. Nick turned his one remaining eye toward his beautiful deputy. Ms. Hill, take them to the conference room. I'll be there shortly. Maria Hill, currently the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was known for her organizational skills and the way she managed everything seamlessly. Though she didn't possess any superpowers, her methods were highly effective and sophisticated. Could she be the hidden hand within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick thought about it for a moment, then shook off the idea. He knew Hill too well, she would never betray him. Maria, seeing that Nick had no further orders, nodded and left. Nick turned back to the bustling command center, a sudden sense of doubt creeping into his mind. Was he overthinking things? Maybe there wasn't a hidden hand after all. Perhaps it was just his anxiety acting up. A short while later, Nick, dressed in his black leather coat, walked into the conference room. What's this urgent matter? Charles, already familiar with Nick's straightforward nature, wasted no time and quickly recounted what he had encountered. After hearing the story, Nick's expression grew serious as he looked at the USB drive on the table. A human with tentacle arms, killed with a headshot by someone from Umbrella. I can't say for sure it was Umbrella, but my intuition tells me it was. Let's see what's on this USB drive. Soon, a laptop, completely offline and with no prior data, was brought in. After inserting the USB, the group began reviewing the contents. There wasn't much on the drive. It mostly contained a basic explanation of a virus called the T-virus and a record. 3 years ago, in a village called Baru in the Middle East, cannibalistic creatures had appeared. Their characteristics were identical to the zombies on Kyushu. However, Baru village was soon wiped out, and no reports of the incident ever surfaced. After reading the information, Nick fell into deep thought. Jean, however, was still in shock. How can such a virus exist in the world? It can enhance and recombine biological genetic factors. Even the super soldier serum that created Captain America didn't have such a terrifying effect. A glint of excitement flashed in Charles's eyes. Did you miss the part about the side effects? The virus causes parts of the cerebral cortex to decay, resulting in severe cognitive impairment. It turns its victims into mindless beasts. Jean followed up, beasts driven by instinct, which are to feed and reproduce. This behavior is exactly like the zombies on Kyushu. Despite their analysis, Nick's frown deepened. Umbrella was a vast, international conglomerate with enormous influence and reach. Taking action against them would surely provoke significant resistance. Charles, noticing Nick's expression, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The situation was clearly more complicated than he had imagined. Jean, still relatively young and naive to the intricacies of global politics, blurted out, Director Fury, what are we waiting for? We should order an investigation into Umbrella and find a cure for the zombie virus. A moment later, Nick raised his head and glanced at Jean before pocketing the USB and laptop. This matter is classified at the highest level. No one is to speak of it. In the conference room, Jean watched Nick leave in a hurry, completely confused. Professor, what does Director Fury mean? Charles, his expression grave, replied, Umbrella's influence may far exceed what we've imagined. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface. Don't mention this to anyone for now. But what about Scott and Aurora? Sigh, we'll discuss their situation later. Charles felt a deep weariness wash over him, not physical but mental exhaustion. The scene of the tentacled men being shot in the head was far more dangerous and gruesome than anything he had ever encountered. At this moment, he suddenly missed Eric. Chapter 56, A Complex Mystery. After leaving the conference room, Nick quickly made his way to his office. Staring at the USB drive in his hand, he fell into deep thought. After about 10 minutes. Get Sharon here. 5 minutes later the door opened. Sharon walked in briskly, her high heels clicking against the floor. Director. I have a very important and dangerous mission for you. Infiltrate Umbrella and retrieve the research reports on the T-virus. Without a moment's hesitation, Sharon nodded. Okay. Watching his subordinate in front of him, Nick still felt a bit uneasy and added, as far as I know, Umbrella is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Be careful. Director, if there's nothing else, I'll set off now. Go ahead, stay safe. Hearing Nick's unusually repeated warnings made Sharon feel an invisible pressure before even setting out. It seemed this mission was far from ordinary. After Sharon left, Nick thought for a moment and called Maria in. Maria, take this USB drive to the Security Council and report the situation. Tell them there's evidence to suspect that Umbrella is responsible for the zombie crisis on Kyushu Island. Looking at the USB drive, Maria asked in confusion, where did this come from? You don't need to worry about that. Just do your job. Yes, Director. After Maria left, Nick summoned Sam. Soon, a young black man entered the office. Sam, full name Sam Wilson, also known as Falcon, possessed the ability to communicate with birds and had a pair of high-tech metal wings. Director, you wanted to see me? Yes, I have a task for you. 3 years ago, a village named Baru in the Middle East was wiped out. Some say there was a virus outbreak there similar to the zombie virus. You should take a team to investigate and report back. Yes, Director. With the mission in hand, Sam left the office. Nick, still in the office, began thinking if there was anything he'd overlooked. The breakthrough on the Yashida Corporation side would take some more time, and the zombies on Kyushu Island were under control. The hand shouldn't pose much of a problem. They were just an assassin organization, unrelated to the zombie virus, likely caught in the crossfire. The only remaining challenge was to find the antidote. As long as they could confirm Umbrella was behind the creation of the zombie virus and secure the antidote, the issue would be resolved. While he was lost in thought, a subordinate suddenly entered. Director, just now, Mariko Yashida announced her candidacy for the next Prime Minister position. She also pledged $1 billion to co-found a zombie virus antidote research company with Umbrella Corporation. What? Nick stood up, his expression grim. Time was running out. If they really developed the zombie virus antidote, even if he later found evidence, it could be easily dismissed by their success in creating a cure. At Yashida Corporation's press conference, Mariko Yashida walked off the stage with a satisfied smile, waving to the reporters as she left. A few minutes later, back in her office, she saw a beautiful woman in a red ninja outfit and waved off her subordinates. Erica, you're here. What orders does the master have? Go to the secret chamber. Okay. A short while later, the two entered the secret chamber. Erica opened a briefcase. Inside were 2 vials, one blue, one green. This is the T3 virus, and this is the T virus antidote. Mariko's eyes lit up immediately as she saw the vials, and her breathing quickened. With these 2 items, she would gain immense power, eternal life, and control. But in the next second, Erica abruptly snapped the briefcase shut with a click. The master discovered that the head you submitted last time was fake. Masanobu Tanikawa is still alive. What? Impossible. I personally decapitated him. Fake is fake. Do you think the master would lie to you? Upon hearing this, Mariko immediately knelt on the floor. I wouldn't dare. Your top priority now is to send people to find Masanobu Tanikawa at all costs. Yes. After casting a reluctant glance at the briefcase, Mariko's reason eventually prevailed. The woman before her was no ordinary person. Nightfall came quickly. High in the skies over Tokyo, aboard a shield helicarrier, Nick sat behind his office desk, his face dark and brooding, while Maria stood before him, reporting. Director Nick, the Security Council rejected our request. The Russian representative in particular demanded concrete evidence, not vague assumptions. Otherwise, they're considering questioning SHIELD's professionalism and potentially replacing leadership. Nick nodded, clasping his hands under his chin. His remaining right eye emitted a chilling coldness. As expected. Umbrella's global network had grown too vast, even the Security Council was reluctant to act. After all, the tentacles of interest reached everywhere. Who knew how many were tied to Umbrella's interests? But as an organization committed to protecting humanity from extraordinary threats, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Maria, if we were to return to the U.S. immediately, recall all personnel, and launch a full-scale assault on Umbrella, what are the chances of success? Maria set the USB drive down and shook her head. Director, I strongly advise against such a move. I can't even guarantee how many within S.H.I.E.L.D. would fully follow your orders. While the Security Council granted S.H.I.E.L.D. the greatest authority, they naturally had their own people in place to ensure the organization didn't go rogue. I see. Seeing that Nick had nothing more to say, Maria left the office. Nick glanced at the USB drive, opened it, and inserted it into his laptop. Seeing that none of the data had been tampered with, he sighed in relief. Looks like she really is trustworthy. Nick's greatest trait, and the reason he had survived this long, was his heavy suspicion, always doubting everyone around him. Had he overthought this time? Knock, knock. At the sound of a knock, a subordinate entered. Director, the autopsy report on the tentacle man from this morning is in. He had 100% human DNA, including the arm. No abnormal genes were found. After dismissing the subordinate, Nick felt increasingly bewildered. That tentacle arm wasn't something a human should possess, yet the DNA was entirely human. The implications of this defied logic. Umbrella, just how many secrets are you hiding? Chapter 57, The Traitor is Captured. Boom. The weather in September was as unpredictable as a child's moods. Just moments ago, the sky was clear with a bright moon, and now it was covered in dark clouds with flashes of lightning. The sound of rain began to pour down heavily. In an abandoned house on the outskirts of Tokyo, a figure stood by the window, looking out at the stormy night. Inside, his thoughts were as turbulent as the weather outside. Boss, Ozaki Yutaka hasn't returned yet, one of the subordinates reported nervously. Tanikawa Masanobu simply nodded without saying a word. He knew deep down that Ozaki Yutaka had likely met his end. A few moments later, he turned to the 4 remaining underlings behind him, noticing the fear and unease in their eyes. Tanikawa understood that he had to say something to keep their morale from breaking. Just as he began to speak, there was a sudden loud crash. Bang. The window shattered, and the head of the subordinate beside him burst like a watermelon, spraying red and white matter all over the floor. Some of it splattered onto Tanikawa's clothes. Reacting quickly, Tanikawa dove behind the couch, using it as cover to avoid further gunfire. More gunshots echoed through the room. The remaining subordinates were shot down one after another, each meeting the same gruesome fate. Tanikawa realized that no matter where he tried to hide, the bullets would find him. Thermal sensors. In modern warfare, hiding behind cover wasn't enough. Infrared sensors made it impossible to escape detection, and high-caliber bullets could easily pierce through obstacles. Understanding this, Tanikawa immediately suppressed his body heat and lay motionless on the floor. Sure enough, after a few moments, the gunfire ceased. Soon after, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. His enemies were coming in. Preparing for a counterattack, Tanikawa's hands morphed into tentacle-like shapes, ready to strike. Bang. The door was kicked open, and a few objects were thrown inside. Not good, his enemies didn't play fair. Realizing this, Tanikawa sprang to his feet and dashed toward the window. Boom. Several explosions went off simultaneously, but Tanikawa used the force of the blast to propel himself through the shattered window. The cold rain poured down, drenching him completely and chilling him to the bone. As he looked up, he saw a group of armored figures, all clad in black steel suits and wielding electromagnetic rifles, aimed directly at him. These ironclad suits were unlike anything he had ever seen. Each one stood over 2 meters tall, imposing and formidable, their heavy black armor giving off an aura of immense power. Knowing when to surrender, Tanikawa wasted no time. He raised his tentacle-like hands into the air and transformed them back into arms. I surrender. Erika, dressed in a red ninja outfit, stepped forward with a playful smirk. Not running anymore, she teased. Tanikawa shook his head, I don't dare. Then wait for our master's judgment, Erika commanded with a wave of her hand. Take him away. As she watched the Zeta Squad members in their newest combat suits, Erika couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. These were Umbrella Corporation's latest creations, the Dawn Armor, symbolizing the first light of hope. The Dawn Armor had solved the problem of energy supply, allowing for prolonged combat, flight, and the use of various heavy firepower while providing exceptional defense. The only drawback was the cost, it was exorbitantly expensive. Erika resolved that once she earned enough points, she would get her own set of Dawn Armor, and she'd paint it pink. Boss, what about me? Ozaki Yutaka, the traitorous subordinate who had betrayed Tanikawa, asked Erika with a fawning smile. You're coming back with us to await judgment, but I'll report your cooperation, Erika replied. Thank you, thank you. So, it was Ozaki who had betrayed him. Realizing this, Tanikawa Masanobu felt his heart sink into despair. Meanwhile, in New York, within Umbrella Corporation's skyscraper, Adam sat in his office chair, reading the latest updates. The message came from Luna. In Khabarovsk, local criminal organizations were causing trouble at the construction site, refusing to let the work proceed. They claimed that their ancestral graves were on the land and that no one could lay the foundation without their permission. Luna had tried approaching the local authorities, but even they refused to intervene, as they were in league with the criminal groups. This was typical of the Far East region of Russia, where the central government's influence didn't reach. Local officials were often in cahoots with criminal syndicates. Sometimes, dealing with these groups was more effective than going through official channels. But Umbrella wasn't a company to be trifled with. Luna had already thrown a number of troublemakers into the sea. Adam thought it was a waste, though. He responded to Luna's message, instructing her to make use of the situation, especially given the recent increase in the price of test subjects. She would understand his meaning. Adam then turned his attention to another issue. Rumors had been circulating online that Umbrella's advanced healing medication caused cancer. It was obvious that the Osborne Group was behind this smear campaign. After all, Osborne had recently launched its own line of advanced healing products, attempting to compete with Umbrella. But when their inferior results were exposed, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Now that things in Japan had been settled, Adam could focus on dealing with the Osborne Group. Ring ring. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hello. Is that so? Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, I've recently developed a drug that could combat cancer. I'll have someone deliver it to you soon. I hope it helps your loved one. After hanging up, Adam's eyes gleamed with a knowing expression. Tanikawa Masanobu has been causing me some trouble. But S.H.I.E.L.D. won't expect that I have someone on the UN Security Council. Just as Adam was about to return to his work, another phone call came in. Ring ring. This time, it was Erika. Master, we've captured Tanikawa Masanobu and one of his underlings. Good, bring them to New York. Yes, Master. After ending the call, Adam returned his focus to the task at hand. The Osborne Group had a market value of around $170 billion, making it a formidable multinational corporation with many industries under its belt. It wouldn't be easy to take down. He wondered how old that little spider was now. Was it time to make use of him? Red Queen, bring up the file on Peter Benjamin Parker. Yes, Master. Soon, a detailed report on Peter appeared before him, outlining everything from his birth to his current situation. Still in elementary school, huh? Guess it's not time yet. As Adam pondered his next move, Red Queen reappeared. Master, we've just received word that S.H.I.E.L.D. sent agents to the Middle East to locate Baru Village. Adam's gaze grew cold. If they're so eager to die, let's grant them their wish. Chapter 58, The Invincible Hulk. It was afternoon in a desert military base in the United States. General Ross was seated in his office, busy with paperwork. Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted him. Come in. As the door opened, a soldier stepped inside. General, after drinking a bottle of soda, someone was found to have excessive gamma radiation in their body. Upon investigation, we discovered the soda was contaminated with blood, and the gamma radiation is coming from that blood. General Ross immediately put down the documents in his hand. Is it Dr. Banner? Yes, after comparing the DNA, it matches Dr. Banner's 100%. Where was the soda manufactured? A factory in Rocinha, Brazil. Then what are we waiting for? Go and capture him. Yes, General. Wait, has Umbrella delivered the equipment? They've only sent 10 units. I'll contact Umbrella and tell them to deliver the rest. Also, I need an elite special forces unit. The next morning. In the slums of Rocinha, the largest favela in Brazil, home to 250,000 people. It was a place of extreme contrast. On one side of the street were luxurious skyscrapers for the rich, and on the other, low, dilapidated houses filled with garbage and sewage. Banner walked swiftly down the filthy streets, carrying a backpack and wearing a white short-sleeve shirt with black pants. Soon, he arrived at a martial arts gym and greeted the owner, a middle-aged Brazilian man. You're here. Banner nodded. Let's get started. A few minutes later, dressed in a sleeveless white vest, Banner stood in the center of the gym. Since it was still early, the gym wasn't officially open, and it was just the two of them. They began with some wrestling exercises, and after warming up, they sat down to discuss techniques. You need to adjust your breathing, always staying calm. Your emotions reside here. The gym owner tapped his chest, indicating the heart. Banner listened intently, absorbing every word. He was learning techniques to control his emotions, hoping to prevent the Hulk from emerging. Then, breathe like this. The owner patted his stomach and began to demonstrate abdominal breathing, expanding and contracting his belly as he exhaled. Huff, huff, huff. Banner mimicked him, practicing the abdominal breathing technique. The key to controlling your anger is to control your body, your pulse. Breathe, breathe. Smack. Suddenly, the gym owner slapped Banner across the face. Banner exhaled through his belly, working to control his anger. Smack. Another slap followed. At that moment, Banner's pulse monitor on his wrist began to beep. He glanced at it, seeing his pulse had already hit over 160. He immediately signaled for the owner to stop the session, afraid he might lose control and transform into the Hulk, possibly crushing the owner with a single blow. Half an hour later, Banner returned to his job at the soda factory. Throughout the day, he was provoked several times but managed to control his emotions well, which gave him hope for the future. As long as he could keep his emotions in check, he could return to Elizabeth and resume a normal life. Banner worked as a mechanical equipment maintenance worker at the factory, and he also took on temporary delivery jobs when needed. After a long, exhausting day of work, he returned home and lay down to rest. Half an hour later. Ding, ding. His laptop chimed, indicating a new message. It was from Mr. Blue. There must be some results. A few days ago, Banner had sent a blood sample to the mysterious Mr. Blue, hoping he could develop a medication to suppress the gamma radiation. Though he knew it was risky to send his blood to a stranger, he couldn't rely solely on controlling his anger. With that in mind, Banner got up and sat at his desk, opening the laptop. After a series of encryption processes, he accessed the chat software. Mr. Green, hello. Initial tests on your blood sample show a clear reduction in gamma radiation. Can you cure me? Yes. Banner's heart leapt with excitement and hope. However, I need more data. Radiation purity, gamma concentration, cellular saturation. That's impossible. The data isn't here. To avoid suspicion, Banner had lied to Mr. Blue, claiming the blood belonged to a patient of his. Where is it? The question made Banner pause, conflicted. He wasn't sure if Mr. Blue was telling the truth or trying to lure him in. After glancing at a photo of Elizabeth, he made a decision. At home. He loved his girlfriend and didn't want to live like this forever. He wanted to rid himself of the gamma radiation and become a normal man again. Closing the laptop, Banner lay down, planning to send more samples in the morning. Meanwhile, a black van drove through the slums. Inside sat several heavily armed soldiers. After reaching their destination, they quietly exited the vehicle and headed toward Banner's home. They moved in complete silence, demonstrating the precision of a highly trained special forces unit. After neutralizing a few stray dogs with tranquilizers, they arrived at Banner's front door. However, they didn't rush in. According to General Ross's intel, the target was a highly dangerous individual responsible for the deaths of 2 professors and over a dozen researchers. He was also wanted for treason. Yet oddly, General Ross had insisted on capturing him alive. Despite their confusion, as soldiers, their duty was to follow orders, so they proceeded cautiously. Using a miniature camera, they slid it under the door to survey the room. They saw someone lying on the bed, likely the target. Before they could take a closer look, a small dog came over and bit the camera, forcing them to withdraw. With confirmation that Banner was in bed, they placed a TNT charge on the door lock. Boom. The TNT exploded, and they stormed in, spraying the bed with bullets. But when they pulled back the covers, all they found were pillows. The target was gone. In the black van, General Ross's face darkened as he watched the live footage. It seemed things wouldn't go as smoothly as he'd hoped. Initially, out of consideration for his daughter, he wanted to capture Banner alive. But now, it seemed impossible. The target has fled. The voice of Emil Blonsky, the elite unit's leader, crackled in Ross's earpiece. Where did he go? Blonsky opened the kitchen window and saw a rope still swaying outside. He knew the target hadn't gotten far. Move, fast. Chapter 59, G-Product emerges. At this moment, Banner had already climbed up to the 2nd floor through the water pipe. This floor happened to be the home of a female worker from the soda factory, and she was still in the middle of a bath. Ah. The beautiful worker, upon seeing someone outside the window, screamed instinctively, assuming she was being peeped at. However, upon seeing her, Banner immediately recognized who she was. It was Martina, a fellow employee at the same factory, and he knew she had feelings for him. Thinking of this, he disregarded any notions of propriety and rushed over to cover her mouth. He couldn't help but notice how unexpectedly well-endowed she was, her skin smooth and soft, unlike the roughness often seen in girls from the slums. Martina, upon realizing it was Banner, blushed slightly. She hadn't expected him to have this kind of interest. If she'd known earlier, she wouldn't have been so reserved before. But there was still time. With that thought, she let out a soft moan. Hearing this, Banner felt his heart racing, and his watch started beeping with an alarm sound. Don't, please, stop. Huh? So, you like it this way, huh? Seeing Banner's conflicted expression, Martina licked her lips suggestively. Just as she was about to make a move, Banner grabbed her hand, and the alarm on his watch became more urgent. Someone's trying to kill me. Hearing this, Martina's desires instantly dissipated, and she quickly put on her bathrobe. Follow me. A moment later, they both stood behind the door, opening it slightly to peek through a crack. They could see a group of armed soldiers passing by. Once the soldiers were far enough away, Banner let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. With those words, he turned and left, not looking back, leaving Martina standing there with a bitter look in her eyes. When Banner finally made it to the street, he realized that the soldiers hadn't gone far, causing him to panic once again. Quickly, he pulled his hat down, blending in with the crowd, trying to leave unnoticed. However, Emile, the leader of the soldiers, had clearly studied Banner's photo before the mission and immediately recognized him, starting a fast pursuit. Seeing this, Banner knew he had been exposed and took off running. Thanks to his familiarity with the area, Banner managed to lose the soldiers after a while and even caught a glimpse of General Ross. Now he understood, it was his old father-in-law who still hadn't forgotten about him. Once again, he ran. But this time, he accidentally bumped into a group of thugs from the factory. There were 4 of them in total, all well-built and clearly not to be messed with. These guys often harassed women at the factory, taking advantage of others. Banner had some grudges with them as well. The bald leader of the group, upon seeing it was Banner, immediately looked furious. So, it's you, punk. With those words, the bald man threw a punch at Banner. But Banner wasn't weak, he quickly countered, taking the men down. However, his limited strength meant the man quickly got back on his feet. Taking advantage of the moment, Banner took off running again. After running for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the factory where he worked, leaning against a locker and gasping for air. Huff, huff. Beep, beep. The alarm on his watch hadn't stopped. Looking down, he saw that his heart rate had reached over 180. This wasn't good, he needed to calm down. He couldn't run anymore. Hey, Yank. A voice echoed from a distance, it was the bald thug again. Come on out and play. Banner had no choice but to run again through the dimly lit factory. But the thugs were also factory workers and knew the place well. After a while, they managed to corner him. Let's see where you run now, grab him. In no time, Banner was caught by the 4 of them and pinned against the wall. Don't do this. If I get angry, it'll be really scary. Hearing this, the bald thug sneered mockingly. You're scary? I'm scarier. At the same time, the soldiers chasing Banner had already put on their night vision goggles and were aiming at him from a distance. Banner also spotted the soldiers outside the factory window, along with the guns in their hands. He then glanced at his watch. His heart rate had already reached 190. You don't understand, there's going to be big trouble here. The bald thug laughed loudly. Ha, I am the big trouble. Just then, a soldier fired a tranquilizer dart, but it was accidentally blocked by one of the men, who immediately collapsed. Seeing this, the thugs released Banner. But when Banner looked down at his watch, he saw his heart rate had already hit 200. It was too late. His eyes started to turn green. The bald thug, enraged by his fallen comrade, yelled furiously, "Die you fucker." He kicked at Banner. Ah. A massive hand grabbed the bald thug's leg and flung him away. Boom. The bald thug flew over 10 meters, crashing into a machine and instantly losing consciousness. Outside the factory window, Emile saw the appearance of a gigantic green monster. Unidentified target spotted. Requesting orders. In the van, General Ross heard the report and immediately responded, "That's the target. Fire. Use the tranquilizers." Without hesitation, Emile and his soldiers opened fire. PFT, PFT, PFT. The tranquilizers hit Hulk but couldn't even penetrate his skin, falling to the ground harmlessly. But this only attracted Hulk's attention. He turned and glared at Emile and the soldiers. Realizing this, Emile shouted, "Use live rounds. Use live rounds." Rat-a-tat-ta-ta. But even after switching to live ammunition, the bullets couldn't pierce Hulk's skin, only further enraging him. Roar. With a furious roar, Hulk charged at them. Boom. Crash. After a fierce battle, the screens in General Ross's van went black. This meant his first plan had failed. Damn it, send out the creatures. Yes, sir. Inside the factory, after taking down his enemies, Hulk angrily scanned his surroundings. He had been repressed for so many years, finally breaking free, he was eager to vent his frustration. But after looking around, he found no more enemies, so he prepared to leave. Just then, he froze, his face growing serious as he sensed something strange. It was a smell, like a mixture of sewer rats, durian, and stinky tofu. Clatter. Boom. After a moment, the sound of shattering glass and something heavy hitting the ground echoed. The already dim lights in the factory flickered out, plunging the place into total darkness. But the night vision that Hulk possessed didn't hinder him. He could clearly see what had arrived. It was a 2.5-meter tall monster, with no skin, its red muscles exposed. The creature had 4 arms, with a pair of fierce eyes on its shoulders and thighs. Its chest resembled a monstrous mouth, surrounded by terrifying bone spikes. Chapter 60, Funding from Congress. Inside the Umbrella Corporation Tower in New York. Adam watched the intense battle unfold through a camera embedded in the G product. Don't ask how he had access to it. What kind of company sells something without leaving a backdoor? The Hulk's genes, interesting, he muttered, his lips curling into a slight smile, the first sign of genuine interest. Meanwhile, in the slums of Rosinia, inside a factory warehouse. Roar. With a furious roar, the G products charged at the Hulk. Hulk. The Hulk wasn't about to back down. With a thunderous roar, he swung his massive green fist forward. A powerful gust of wind accompanied his strike, making a whistling sound as it cut through the air. With a loud bang, his green fist smashed through the chest of the leading G product. However, the G product didn't lose its ability to fight. Instead, its chest's bone spikes clamped down tightly on the Hulk's arm. It opened its massive jaws and bit down hard. Hulk. The Hulk howled in pain, swinging his other fist and smashing it down onto the G product's head. With a splat, the head exploded like a watermelon. But the G product had 2 heads. Even though one had been destroyed, the other remained intact. Moreover, the destroyed head began to regenerate, the flesh wriggling and rebuilding itself. Before the Hulk could strike again, more G products surrounded him, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. Outside the warehouse. General Ross watched with growing excitement as the G products engulfed the Hulk. Umbrella's G products are impressive. We should order more next time. Just as he finished speaking, a shift occurred inside the warehouse. Hulk. With a furious roar, the Hulk flung the G products off him, revealing his towering, nearly 3-meter-tall green body. But the Hulk was not unscathed. His body was covered in claw marks and bite wounds, with green blood oozing out. However, thanks to his incredible regenerative abilities, the Hulk's wounds began to heal almost immediately. But while the Hulk had his rapid healing, the G products did too. On top of that, more G products kept dropping down from above, quickly surrounding him once more. Boom. Crash. Hulk. Roar. The sounds of battle, roaring, and exploding machinery filled the night air like a chaotic symphony. Outside, police sirens began wailing as reinforcements arrived. Someone had called the police, prompting the Rosinia force to respond. When the police arrived, General Ross immediately stepped out of his van and approached the officers. After flashing his credentials, the Rosinia police cooperated, standing guard outside the warehouse and refraining from getting involved. After all, when an American general gives orders, nobody in Brazil dares to say no. Inside the warehouse, the Hulk, growing angrier by the second, felt his strength increasing. Soon, he was smashing through G products with sheer brute force, shattering one with a single punch. With a splat, the G product was utterly pulverized, bones, muscles, and limbs all reduced to fragments, leaving it completely dead. Hulk. With another roar, the Hulk slaughtered several more G products that had attacked him. But the surviving G products showed no fear, continuing their relentless assault on the Hulk. Outside, General Ross observed the battle and grew more and more impressed with the G products. They were strong, controllable, and fearless, the perfect bioweapons for any military commander. Still, even though the G products were impressive, Ross's gaze remained locked on the Hulk. Only his Hulk was the strongest. He had to capture him. Half an hour later, with all 100 G products destroyed, the Hulk began to feel the slightest bit of fatigue. With a final roar, he leaped into the air and disappeared into the night. General Ross, watching the scene unfold, was visibly disappointed. If I'd known, I would have brought in the troops. But it was only a fleeting thought. Deploying troops in a foreign country wasn't something even his powerful connections could easily manage. General, what should we do now? What else? Clean up the scene and prepare for the next operation. Unnoticed by anyone, a tiny drone flew out from a corner, descending to the site of the Hulk and G product battle. After collecting a sample of the Hulk's green blood, the drone quietly flew away. The next morning, outside the Umbrella Corporation Tower in New York. The screech of tires echoed through the air as a luxury car came to a smooth stop. The door opened, and out stepped Robert, his face glowing with success. He looked up at the red and white Umbrella logo. Thanks to the Mutant Registration Act, Robert had risen to the rank of chief conservative senator. His status and power had grown significantly. And he had Umbrella to thank for everything. They had foiled the mutant sinister plans and captured Eric. At that moment, the sound of footsteps caught Robert's attention. He turned and saw Adam walking briskly toward him, followed by several well-dressed women in business suits. "Senator Robert, it's been a while." "Haha, Adam." The two embraced, expressing their deep connection. "Come on, let's head upstairs and talk." A little while later, the two men, along with their entourage, arrived at a conference room. As soon as they sat down, Robert couldn't wait any longer. "I heard your Sentinels program has made progress." "Indeed. Here's the data and specs on the Sentinels. Take a look." Soon, the well-dressed assistants handed out documents for everyone to review. Robert glanced through a few pages before setting it aside, waiting for his experts to report back. As his team studied the documents, they expressed their disbelief and amazement. "This can't be real. Is this power source a nuclear battery? The firepower on this thing is insane. Unbelievable." After hearing his team's report, Robert was equally astonished as he turned to Adam. Then, he stood up and bowed slightly. "My apologies. I had thought your biotech company was just messing around. I didn't expect you to surprise me like this." "You're too kind, Senator. I was simply fortunate enough to collaborate with Stark Enterprises and hire some outstanding employees." Hearing this, Robert suddenly understood, giving Adam a knowing look. "No wonder. Senator, when will the funding for the Sentinels project be available?" "Don't worry. As soon as I get back, I'll push Congress to approve $5 billion in research funds. Once you roll out the first Sentinel, Congress will order 100 units. According to our estimates, each Sentinel will cost around $300 million. Ahem, didn't we agree to keep the cost around $100 million per unit? It's slightly over budget. We can reduce some of the specs, but the cost should still be around $190 million. Understood. Thank you, Senator. By the way, are you free tomorrow? I found a great fishing spot. The day after tomorrow. Send me the address. Chapter 61, Searching for Clues. After sending Robert off, Adam immediately heard Red Queen's voice. "Master, Erica has returned with the target. Take her to the lab. I want to closely examine what kind of enhancement Masanobu Tanigawa has undergone." "Yes, Master." A few minutes later, Adam arrived at the underground lab and saw Erica and the members of Zeta Squad, along with Masanobu Tanigawa, tied up like a bundle. Beside them was another man, cowering in fear, probably the traitor, Yutaka Ozaki. Erica stepped forward. "Master, both traitors have been brought." Upon hearing this, Yutaka Ozaki trembled and muttered in a shaky voice, I'm not a traitor." But no one paid him any attention. "Bring Philia here." "Yes." Moments later, Philia arrived, wearing glasses, a white lab coat, and high heels. She first curiously glanced at the members of Zeta Squad before turning to Adam. "Boss. Take them for a full-body examination." "Yes." Under the escort of Zeta Squad, Masanobu Tanigawa and Yutaka Ozaki did not dare to resist and were obediently taken away. An hour later, Adam received the examination results. The genetic makeup of both men was identical to that of regular humans, with no signs of enhancement. This immediately piqued his interest. Perhaps, this could open up a new research avenue. Mexico, Hapa's state. As the morning sun slowly rose, Banner walked dejectedly along the street, shirtless but wearing his mysteriously unbreakable pants. After a while, exhausted, he sat down to rest in a corner of the street. At that moment, he had no money and no idea where to go. He wasn't even sure when or if he would have his next meal. He felt utterly hopeless. He didn't know how much time passed, but eventually, someone took pity on his miserable appearance and tossed a few coins in front of him. Looking at the coins, hope flashed in Banner's eyes. He lifted his gaze to look at the people around him. There was hope. Thus began his life as a beggar. It was as if he had discovered a shortcut in life. The money came surprisingly fast. All he had to do was approach women, relying on his handsome appearance and playing the part of a pitiful soul. Most would give him a little something. Especially the ones who were overweight or unattractive, they tended to be particularly generous. He even encountered a woman who wanted to keep him as a pet. If she hadn't been over 300 kilograms with a body covered in black hair, he might not have continued his begging routine. Once he had some money, he bought clothes and food, then boarded a train, beginning his journey to the United States. He needed to find Dr. Stern and solve the problem lurking within him. 1 week later, at noon. In Herat City, Middle East. Sam, Logan, Victor, and a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were meeting in a secret base. "Captain Sam, we haven't found any clues about Baru Village." But I did hear that a few villages in the area did disappear about 3 years ago. Yes, but you know how chaotic it's been here for the past few years. Almost every day, villages vanish. So, we can't be certain where the Baru village we're looking for is. After listening to his subordinate's report, Sam stroked his dark chin, deep in thought. He hadn't expected this mission to be so troublesome. Director Nick had tasked him with investigating the zombie virus, but now they couldn't even find Baru village. However, it wasn't entirely their fault. In a war-torn region like this, people frequently relocated. It was normal for villages to vanish. Aside from the major cities, villages were rarely marked on maps. Searching city by city was like looking for a needle in a haystack. What should they do? Captain Sam, should we try searching another city? No, we can't keep wandering aimlessly like this. We need to contact the local underground groups. But the director instructed us to keep a low profile. I'll request permission from the director. Seeing that his subordinates weren't fully trusting him, Sam felt a headache coming on. Thinking of this, Sam glanced over at Logan and Victor. These two mutants had been quiet and compliant, never questioning him. But they were too solitary and didn't fit in with the group. If he'd known, he wouldn't have brought them along. A moment later, Sam took out his communicator and, in front of everyone, began reporting to Director Nick, expressing his desire to make contact with the local underground groups. After a brief hesitation, Nick eventually agreed to the proposal. With the go-ahead, Sam led his team in searching for the local underground contacts. And sure enough, this approach proved very effective. Upon revealing their SHIELD affiliation, the underground contacts told them everything they knew. About 50 kilometers north of Herat City, in the mountainous region, there was indeed a place called Baru Village, which had disappeared 3 years ago. However, it was rumored to be haunted, leading to its abandonment and isolation. Upon hearing this, Sam wasted no time in heading out that afternoon with his team. Night fell in the mountainous area. 3 tan-colored, camouflaged open-top jeeps made their way along the mountain road. The rumbling engines were especially loud in the quiet night. With the help of the headlights and the moonlight overhead, the jeeps moved slowly forward. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the lead vehicle rocked back and forth. Sam, who was sitting in the passenger seat, grumbled in frustration, "Damn these roads. How many potholes is that now?" The driver next to him nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Northwest wonder this place is always at war. They're too poor to fix anything." Just then, Sam noticed something and immediately ordered his men to stop the vehicles. "Stop." As the vehicles halted, Sam jumped out and approached a pole by the side of the road. The pole was bare, but there was a warning sign on the ground. Wiping away the dust on the sign with his foot, the letters gradually became visible. "Danger ahead. Do not proceed." The sign was in English, clearly left by some American soldiers or other personnel who had passed through here. This further confirmed Sam's belief that they were in the right place. "Keep moving forward." As the vehicles resumed their journey, Sam began noticing more signs of destruction. Despite the 3 years of weathering, there were still scorch marks visible on the ground. And as they continued, the scorched areas became more frequent. It even seemed as if something had been spread across the ground, preventing any vegetation from growing. Sam also realized that the usual sounds of insects had stopped as soon as they entered this area. At that moment, he spotted something white on the roadside and ordered the convoy to stop once more. Jumping out of the vehicle, Sam and his men approached the white objects, and he immediately gasped in shock. The white objects turned out to be skulls, piled together to form a grotesque mound. Chapter 62, The Liquor Appears. "Oh, God, what is this? This is too brutal. Did someone carry out a massacre here? To be capable of such an atrocity, these beasts are simply inhuman. Captain Sam, we must report the situation here." Sam nodded in response to his subordinate's suggestion. "It will be reported, but first, we need to figure out exactly what happened here. Let's keep moving." After a brief moment, the group got back into their off-road vehicles and continued their journey. As Sam glanced back at the nearby towering pile of skulls, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He feared this mission would be far more complicated than it seemed on the surface. Rumble, rumble. Thunder echoed in the distance as the moon disappeared behind the clouds, plunging the world into even deeper darkness. Sam looked up at the sky and muttered in a low voice, "It's going to rain." Sure enough, a light rain began to fall shortly after. The 3 open-topped off-road vehicles immediately covered their roofs, preventing everyone from getting soaked. As they pressed forward, the headlights of their vehicles illuminated more and more piles of skulls, each one larger than the last. A heavy gloom settled over the team. The number of dead in the mounds they passed had to be at least in the thousands. It was a massacre of unimaginable cruelty. And to think that SHIELD had no prior reports of these gruesome structures suggested that someone had intentionally suppressed this information. After about 10 more minutes, the group finally arrived at what could only be described as the remnants of a village. To call it a ruin would be too generous, there was nothing left but fragments of walls and collapsed roofs, the only signs that a village had once existed here. Everyone, spread out and search for clues. After giving the order, Sam donned his waterproof cloak and stepped out of the vehicle to explore the surroundings. Despite his unease, he returned to the car briefly to grab 2 rifles. As he prepared to search, he noticed that everyone had turned on their flashlights and started combing through the area, except for Logan and Victor, who remained in the vehicle, motionless. "You two, come with me." Sam decided to call them over. Perhaps, being new recruits to S.H.I.E.L.D., they felt a bit lost and isolated. With some camaraderie, he hoped they could become good teammates. Logan and Victor exchanged a glance, then quietly followed Sam out into the rain. "Why did he call us?" Victor asked. "I don't know. I don't even know why he wants us to work together," Logan replied. "Let's go and see what he wants." Yeah. In truth, neither of them knew why they had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. or why they were doing missions together. It was as if a voice in their heads had told them to go along with it, guiding them toward some forgotten memory. So, for now, they kept their temper in check, not even bothering with umbrellas or rain gear. They followed Sam silently through the downpour. Half an hour passed as they searched, but aside from the ruins, they found nothing. Even the cellars they discovered had been burned out, leaving only waterlogged ashes and blackened debris. Is there really no clue left behind? Sam muttered as he looked at the pouring rain. He felt a chill, not just from the weather but from the foreboding atmosphere. As Sam was about to head back, he suddenly noticed an odd sound beneath his feet. It seemed hollow. While an ordinary person might not have noticed it, Sam's sharp ears picked up the difference. "Quick! Here! Start digging!" Without waiting, Sam tossed down his flashlight, grabbed a shovel, and began to dig. Logan and Victor joined in without hesitation. The rain grew heavier as they dug, and after a while, Sam's shovel struck something hard. He put the shovel aside, and together with Logan and Victor, they pulled open what appeared to be a trapdoor. Rumble. Lightning flashed overhead, briefly illuminating the scene. What they saw inside made the 3 of them gasp in horror. Inside the chamber were several dried-up corpses. Their hair had fallen out, and their pale skin clung tightly to their bones. They looked like they'd been mummified by time. But in the next instant, the corpses opened their eyes. Hungry. Zombies. Sam cried out in shock. However, these zombies had clearly been starved for too long, their movements sluggish and weak. They were nothing like the fast-moving zombies they had encountered on Kyushu Island. Ah! Suddenly, a scream pierced the air in the distance, though the rain muffled the sound, making it seem almost unreal. Sam quickly shut the trapdoor, preventing the zombies from emerging. "Did you hear something?" Victor shook his head. Logan, looking puzzled, said, "I think I heard someone scream." "Help me." Ah! Another scream echoed, this time closer, and even Victor heard it now. "Someone's calling for help," Victor remarked. Sam grabbed his rifle, his face serious. "I heard it. Get ready for combat." Logan raised his hands, and his adamantium claws sprang forth, gleaming menacingly. Victor crouched low, his sharp claws extending from his fingers as he scanned the surroundings warily. More screams soon followed, their number increasing. Clearly, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents searching the area were being ambushed by something deadly. "Everyone, fall back to my position." Sam shouted, but the moment the words left his mouth, the screams abruptly stopped, leaving only the sound of the rain. Rumble. Another flash of lightning lit up the sky. With his eagle-like vision, Sam caught a glimpse of a creature in the distance. The monster was crouched low to the ground, its entire body exposed, no skin, only raw, red muscle and bone. Even its brain was visible, and a long tongue hung from its gaping maw. Its sharp claws were outstretched, ready to strike. Oh, God, what kind of monster is that? As the lightning faded, so too did the creature, vanishing from Sam's sight. But he could feel it approaching. "Logan, Victor, back to the car." Sam's wingsuit was still in the vehicle, he needed to retrieve it to stand a chance in battle. As they cautiously made their way back to the car, Sam's flashlight beam caught a figure in the distance. He didn't immediately fire, recognizing the person as one of his own, an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. The agent's eyes lit up with hope when he saw Sam. "Captain Sam, save me." Before Sam could rush to help, a red tongue shot out from the darkness, wrapping around the agent's waist and yanking him back. "Help me." Ah. With a scream and the sickening sound of bones being crushed, Sam's face went pale, and he stopped in his tracks. Chapter 63, The Tyrant Appears. Rat-tat-tat. After a burst of wild firing into the darkness, Sam quickly retreated. "Let's go." Without looking back, he dashed towards the car. Logan and Victor followed closely behind. At that moment, a red tongue suddenly appeared, lashing towards Logan. Logan reacted swiftly, slicing through the tongue with the claws on his fists. Splat. The severed tongue fell to the ground, still writhing. Roar. A monstrous growl echoed from not far away. Logan sneered disdainfully. It seemed that the monster was only terrifying in appearance, its actual combat abilities were nothing special. Then, several more monsters appeared, lunging at them. Seeing this, Sam immediately aimed his rifle at the monsters' heads and fired. Rat-tat-tat. Though the lickers looked fearsome, they had a glaring weakness, their exposed heads. After taking more than a dozen shots to the brain, the creature fell silent. Logan wasn't to be outdone. He charged at one of the monsters, slashing with his metal claws. Slash. Rip. The creature's limbs were like tofu in front of Logan's adamantium claws, severed instantly along with its head. Victor grabbed a licker that lunged at him, tearing it in half with brute strength and throwing the remains far away. While lickers were lethal to ordinary humans, they were no match for these superhuman opponents. However, the lickers had numbers on their side. Soon, one of them took advantage of Victor's momentary distraction, tearing a chunk of flesh from him before fleeing. Victor, in turn, left a deep gash on its body. In the shadows not far away, a man dressed in a black trench coat and sunglasses coldly watched Sam and the others make their way toward the car. The lickers either lay dead or limbless in their wake. A bunch of ants. While lickers were formidable, possessing 4 or 5 times the strength and speed of an average human, their weakness was obvious, their defense was non-existent. You could tell just by looking at their exposed flesh. At that moment, a voice came through his earpiece, "Captain William, the targets are heading for the car." Roger that. Omicron team, watch your captain put on a show. With that, he ripped off his earpiece, and his body began to swell, instantly shredding his clothes. Roar. With a deafening roar, his body bulged with black muscles, claws extended from his hands, and his height reached over 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, he leaped 100 meters, landing directly on top of the car. Boom. The car crumpled beneath his weight, exploding. Sam, Logan, and Victor, just 5 meters from the car, stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the massive creature before them. Oh, shit. What kind of monster is this? Logan, looks like we're in for a bad time. No, my wings. William relished the look of despair in his enemy's eyes, but he knew he had to end this quickly. Without hesitation, he lunged at them, sweeping his massive claws through the air. Sam rolled to the side, dodging the attack. Logan raised his claws to block but was sent flying. Victor attempted to retaliate, only to be swatted away just as easily. Seeing how easily he overpowered his opponents, William smiled, recalling the days when he was bullied by street thugs as a child. Born to Mexican immigrants, his parents smuggled him into the United States, hoping for a better life. They thought life would improve in America, but it turned out to be just as dark as Mexico. Without green cards, his parents could only take illegal jobs, often cheated out of their wages by unscrupulous employers. In the end, his parents died in a tragic accident, leaving him an orphan, forced to scavenge and beg on the streets. One day, while rummaging through a garbage can for food, he encountered a group of older homeless men. For a half-eaten sandwich, they beat him mercilessly. Just when he thought he would die, Adam appeared, the most important person in his life. Adam gave him food, helped him grow, taught him everything he knew, and even provided him with a job, leading to the life he had today, where he no longer worried about food or shelter. Later, Adam gave him the opportunity to inject the T3 virus, granting him powers far beyond ordinary humans. This overwhelming strength gave him a sense of security that became his obsession. Die. Meanwhile, Sam had rolled behind William, reloading his rifle and aiming at the back of William's head before pulling the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets pinged off William's skull, the pain jolting him back to reality. This ant dared to shoot him. Fuck. With that thought, William swept his claws behind him. Sam, once again, nimbly dodged the blow, but small stones from the impact struck him, causing sharp pains. Ha! Logan, claws outstretched, leaped at William from behind, driving his adamantium claws into the creature's back. Splat. Victor followed, grabbing hold of William's arm. Logan, I've got him. Do it now. Hearing this, Logan prepared to pull his claws free and strike a lethal blow. But after a few tugs, he realized something was wrong. He couldn't pull his claws out. William's face twisted into a menacing grin. No, it's I who've got you. With a sudden burst of strength, William broke free from Victor's grip and slashed across his chest. Rip. A massive wound appeared on Victor's chest and abdomen, blood gushing out like a torrent. William then grabbed Logan's arms, yanked his claws out of his body, and dislocated his shoulder with a sickening crack. However, thanks to Logan's adamantium skeleton, his bones remained intact despite the dislocation. Arg. Logan let out a low growl of pain, staggering back. William frowned. What was with this guy's bones? Why were they so hard? Just as William was about to finish off these two mutants, a voice called out from behind him. Duck. Logan and Victor immediately dropped to the ground. A split second later, before William could react, he was hit by a portable rocket. Boom. Run. Sam tossed aside the rocket launcher, and while William was still recovering, drove up in a car to pick up Logan and Victor, speeding away. Back at the scene, the fire was quickly extinguished by the rain, revealing William's unharmed body. But instead of giving chase, he casually stood in place, his body shrinking back to its human form. Several heavily armed Omicron team members wearing demon masks approached. Captain, looks like you took a hit. Wow, it's rare to see the captain getting hit by a rocket. Haha, Captain, next time we'll make sure to avenge you. William took the clothes handed to him by his subordinates, sneering, if the boss hadn't told us to go easy on them, there's no way they would have escaped. Chapter 64, The Grudges of an Era. Whoosh. In the midst of a torrential downpour, a car sped down the road. The uneven, pothole-filled path made the three passengers inside feel their stomachs churn, but with the enemy chasing them, they didn't dare to slow down. After a while, they noticed the enemy had stopped pursuing them. Sam finally breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of monster was that? It was terrifying. Logan and Victor remained silent, their heads lowered as they tended to their injuries. Thanks to their healing factors, their wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Seeing that neither responded to him, Sam didn't press further. Instead, he picked up his communicator and sent a message to Director Nick, who was far away in Japan. Above Japan, aboard S.H.I.E.L.'s helicarrier. Nick's face darkened as he listened to the report, slamming his fist down on his desk. A squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, numbering more than a dozen, had been reduced to just 3 survivors. Such a colossal loss was unprecedented for S.H.I.E.L.D. in recent years. As the one who had given the orders, Nick knew he bore a significant part of the blame. The only silver lining was that they had found zombies in Baru village, confirming the prior existence of the zombie virus. Now, all Nick needed to do was uncover the link between Umbrella Corporation and the virus, and he could request the Security Council to authorize the arrest of Umbrella personnel and its boss. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Maria, dressed in a sleek black uniform, entered the office. Director, Mariko Yashida has gained a lot of support recently. It seems the US military is subtly backing her as well. What? Nick grabbed the files from her hand and quickly scanned through them. The documents listed all the important figures Mariko Yashida had hosted recently, including high-ranking officials of the Japanese government and military officers from the US. How could they support a patricidal butcher? In Nick's eyes, Mariko Yashida had allied with Umbrella, killed her father, and unleashed the zombie virus. She was nothing but a villain. Allowing her to live was already a mercy, yet she had garnered so much support. Maria continued, Director, Mariko Yashida has also appealed to the Security Council, accusing us of killing her grandfather and father. She's demanding an explanation. Nick narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. An explanation? I'll give her an explanation. Director. What else is there? The Security Council has requested your presence. I see. I'll head there shortly. Hearing that, Nick regained his composure. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, he was usually calm and rational. Mariko Yashida's actions had simply been too outrageous, which was why he'd lost his temper. After a moment, he asked, who are the other leading candidates for Prime Minister of Japan? Besides Mariko Yashida, there's another candidate named Rinzen Anbei, and he's currently ahead of her in the polls. Contact him secretly. Let him know we'll support his bid for the Prime Minister position. But remember, don't tell anyone about this. Yes, sir. The next morning. On the streets of Tokyo, a stage had been set up, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. After a moment, a middle-aged man, beaming with pride, stepped onto the stage. I will lead our great Japan to rise again. I will bring our economy back to life. If I am elected, I will dedicate myself to fully revitalizing Japan's economy and implementing new reforms. This man was Rinzen Anbei, the most popular candidate for Prime Minister of Japan. Rinzen Anbei. Rinzen Anbei. The founding father of the new economy. Rinzen Anbei will bring about the rise of our great Japan. The cheers from the crowd made Rinzen Anbei revel in the moment, feeling as though he already held Japan's fate in his hands. What he failed to notice was a young man in the crowd staring at him with a complicated expression. The young man's eyes were filled with a mix of despair and hope, hatred and expectation. At that moment, his friend excitedly patted him on the shoulder. Tetsuya, Rinzen Anbei is definitely going to lead Japan to greatness. Your mother's money will surely be recovered. Tetsuya Yamashita nodded with a conflicted look, clenching his fists. Yeah, I hope so. After the speech ended, Rinzen Anbei returned to his office. Just as he sat down, his assistant walked in. His assistant was a stunning woman with long black hair and clad in black stockings, carrying a stack of documents. She flashed a seductive smile as she entered. President, today's speech went very well. Your support increased by another 0.2%. Rinzin Anbei wrapped his arm around her waist, his hands wandering. What's my total support now? Ah. President, your support rate has reached 34.1%. Ah. And the second place candidate? The second is Mariko Yashida, with a support rate of 27.8%. Hearing this, Rinzin Anbei's excitement grew. About a 7% lead. We've got this. Knock, knock. At that crucial moment, there was a knock at the door. President, someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. is here to see you. Oh, President, someone's here. Let them wait. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of Yashida Corporation. Mariko Yashida sat at her desk, looking over documents, but her mind was elsewhere. She hadn't expected to actually run for Prime Minister, and even more surprising was the level of support she had received. Unfortunately, she lacked political experience and connections. Despite having umbrella and military backing, she was still in second place. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. A beautiful woman holding a file entered the office. President, Miss Miyun Ando from Stark Industries is here to see you. Oh. Mariko's eyes lit up. If Stark Industries supported her, her poll numbers might finally surpass Rinzin Anbei's. Please bring her in. No, I'll personally go greet her. In the VIP reception room downstairs, Mariko warmly greeted her guest. Miss Miyun Ando, welcome. However, Miyun Ando's response was cold and indifferent. Our master is disappointed in you. Despite all the support you've received, you're still in second place. Mariko froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered, bowing low to reveal a generous display of cleavage. I deeply apologize, Senior. But Rinzin Anbei has the support of most Japanese companies, as well as a political family and official backing. Enough with the excuses. Failure is failure. There are no excuses. Looking around, Miyun Ando continued, let's discuss this somewhere more secure. My office is safe. Please, this way. Once they were inside Mariko's office, Miyun Ando coldly said, if you can't beat him, make him disappear. Ah. Senior, you mean? Yes. I understand. Chapter 65, The Wheel of Fate. 3 days later, in the early morning. In Cairo, the capital of Egypt. Sam, Logan, and Victor, utterly exhausted, finally made their way to a slum area and collapsed onto the ground. Huff. We finally made it. 3 nights ago, while speeding on a road full of potholes, their car broke down. Initially, they had made it back to Herat City, but the moment they entered their secret base, they discovered an enemy ambush. So, they had no choice but to flee once again. They had been running for 3 days straight, constantly being pursued. It wasn't until they reached Egypt that they could finally breathe a bit easier. After all, Egypt wasn't like the war-torn regions of the Middle East, and there was even a S.H.I.E.L.D. branch here where they could seek shelter. After resting for a while, Sam got up. Let's go. The S.H.I.E.L.D. branch isn't far from here. Logan and Victor, still exhausted, forced themselves to their feet and quickly followed Sam. After walking for a bit, they saw a 3-story building in the distance. Sam pointed excitedly. Just a little more, and we'll have food, drinks, and a place to rest. But just as he said that, a missile appeared from the distance, crashing directly into the building. Boom. With a loud explosion, the 3-story building was obliterated in an instant. Ah. Help. Run. They're attacking. Panicked citizens nearby immediately started fleeing. Sam stood there, staring in shock at the burning wreckage before him. Someone had dared to attack a S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. Was the world about to change? Logan and Victor grabbed Sam's arms, pulling him back as they ran. What are you standing there for? You want to die? Snapping out of it, Sam finally reacted, wait, if we just run, we won't get far without a vehicle. Logan and Victor stopped, looking at Sam in confusion. A vehicle? You have one. Sam glanced around and said calmly, there are cars all around us. A few minutes later. The 3 of them were driving down the road out of the city. With the Cairo branch destroyed, we'll have to head to the Israel branch and see what's going on. In the distance, William discarded a portable missile launcher, coldly watching Sam and the others leave. I refuse to believe that this won't bring S.H.I.E.L.D. here. His mission was to draw out S.H.I.E.L.D. as much as possible, so the operations of Japan could proceed more smoothly. At that moment, one of his heavily armed subordinates, wearing a devilish mask, approached him. Captain William, it looks like they're heading toward Israel. Then we continue the pursuit. But Israel is America's most important ally, with many stationed soldiers. I know. We'll proceed cautiously. Soon, William led his Omicron squad members out of Luxor. Not long after they left, near the site of the destroyed shield branch, the ground suddenly caved in. A ray of sunlight pierced through the opening, reflecting and refracting until it illuminated a metallic pyramid below. The pyramid began to glow with mysterious runes. But suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, blocking out the sun, and the pyramid's light dimmed once again. A short time later, voices could be heard near the opening. There seems to be something down here. Ah. There's an entrance. Should we go down and check? Maybe we shouldn't. That hole looks pretty scary. What are you scared of? If you don't want to, I'll go down. Fine. 13 days later, in the morning. Banner finally arrived in Virginia, USA, after a long and slow train ride. Stepping out of the train station, he took out a wad of cash he had borrowed from a 300-pound woman earlier and hailed a cab to take him to Culver University. Culver University was one of the most prestigious private high schools in the U.S., often referred to as a school for the elite. Tuition for one semester alone cost more than $50,000, the equivalent of 2 years' salary for an average worker. And even if you had the money, you couldn't just enroll. Without exceptional grades or a recommendation letter, you had no chance. Banner's first stop was here for a reason. His girlfriend, Elizabeth, worked here as a professor. She was a professor of biology, specifically in cell biology. Half an hour later, Banner stepped out of the cab, pulling his hat low to avoid being recognized. He cautiously approached the university. The entrance didn't have much security, but when he tried to enter the academic building, he saw guards checking IDs. Reluctantly, he turned back and made his way to the campus grounds. Just as he was about to leave and visit a friend, he spotted a familiar figure. The woman wore a floral dress, had long brown hair, fair skin, large eyes, and a tall, graceful figure. It was Elizabeth. She was sitting on a bench, reading a book. To Banner, she looked like a beautiful, otherworldly being, so perfect, so pure. As he watched her, he suddenly noticed that Elizabeth had glanced his way and smiled. His heart raced. Thump thump, thump thump. Did she recognize him? No, he couldn't meet her yet. He still couldn't control his emotions completely. With that thought, Banner hid behind a tree. But soon, something unbelievable happened. A man walked up to Elizabeth, and she immediately stood to hug and kiss him. Banner's heart sank. She had betrayed him. A whirlwind of emotions flooded Banner's mind. He wanted to confront her, to demand answers. But after all these years of being missing, how could he even begin to accuse her? Was this his punishment for all the women he had deceived during his time away? Ultimately, he left, brokenhearted. Later that night, he finally found his old friend, Stanley. Stanley was in his 60s or 70s, with white hair and a balding head. He ran a small pizza shop, and after sending off his 2 employees and preparing to close, Banner arrived at the door. Seeing Banner, Stanley froze for a moment. But he quickly opened the door and let Banner inside. Banner. Good evening, Stanley. They sat down at the table, and before Stanley could ask anything, Banner spoke up. Trust me, the rumors out there about me are all false. I know. With our history, I've never doubted you. Hearing this, Banner felt a surge of gratitude. There was still some real friendship left in the world. After a brief silence, Stanley continued, Have you talked to her? He didn't say a name, but Banner knew he was referring to Elizabeth. At the mention of her name, Banner looked down in sorrow. No, she doesn't know I'm back. She has a boyfriend. Yes, he's a psychiatrist. I've heard he's a top doctor and a decent person. Good. That's good. Banner fought back tears. Can I stay for a few days? You can sleep in the spare room upstairs. Chapter 66, I am the Hulk. The next morning, Banner put on Stanley's pizza delivery uniform, grabbed 2 pizza boxes, and rode his bike to Culver University. As a prestigious school, Culver University had a biological research institute with various advanced equipment. He wanted to check if Elizabeth's gamma radiation research over the past few years had found a cure for him. Even though Elizabeth had a new boyfriend, Banner, confident as ever, believed she hadn't forgotten about him and was still researching gamma radiation. Since it was still early, there weren't many people in the experimental building, and the guards were somewhat relaxed. With pizza as an excuse, the guard let him in to make the delivery. Once in the lab, Banner immediately accessed a computer and entered Elizabeth's account information. Login successful. As expected, Elizabeth hadn't forgotten him, she hadn't even changed her password. But when he eagerly searched for gamma radiation data, he found nothing. Impossible. Why would she stop researching gamma radiation? Thinking for a moment, he searched for his own name, Robert Bruce Banner. Still, nothing. Disappointed, he slumped into a chair. After pondering for a while, he activated an encrypted communication line and contacted Dr. Blue. "Mr. Green, did you find the data?" "The data is missing." "Without the data, I can't help." Reading this, Banner felt exhausted. No data meant no further experiments. What now? I have to keep running. After shutting down the computer, Banner left. Time quickly passed, and night fell. Elizabeth and her boyfriend arrived at Stanley's Pizza. Stanley, hearing the door open, didn't look up and said, "Sorry, we're closed." "Oh, Stanley, it's Friday." Recognizing the voice, Stanley looked up and saw Elizabeth. A wave of panic washed over him. Banner was still upstairs. If he came down, he might be spotted. But he couldn't refuse her, so he reluctantly said, "All right, but we only have Italian red sauce pizza left. I really want some pizza, please." Elizabeth's boyfriend, noticing her insistence, explained, "She's been so focused on work, she forgot to eat dinner again." Hearing this, Stanley sighed and nodded, unable to refuse any further. As the boyfriend tried to cheer Elizabeth up with jokes, Banner had finished packing and came downstairs to say goodbye to Stanley. "Stanley." Elizabeth saw him at that moment. She froze, but Banner quickly realized the situation and fled through the back door. Elizabeth, startled, immediately dropped her still-talking boyfriend and chased after Banner. Stanley shook his head from behind the counter. It seemed this sale was lost. Elizabeth ran outside, but Banner was nowhere to be found. "Bruce." "Elizabeth. What's wrong?" Her boyfriend had caught up, looking confused. Banner, hiding behind a dumpster, closed his eyes in pain. He hadn't resolved the gamma radiation problem and couldn't reveal himself to her. Back at the pizza place, Elizabeth returned to the counter, determined. "Stanley, where is he?" "I don't know." "Please, tell me." Stanley, seeing the pleading look on Elizabeth's face, softened. Meanwhile, her boyfriend, entirely ignored, couldn't help but feel like he was the third wheel here. Thunder rumbled in the distance. September weather was unpredictable, and Banner was drenched after only walking for a short while. As he wandered aimlessly, a car suddenly pulled up behind him. Elizabeth stepped out alone and ran toward him. "Bruce." Seeing her, Banner couldn't hold back his emotions anymore and embraced her tightly. "Promise me you won't leave me again." "I won't." After a long embrace, the two got into the car and headed home. 10 minutes later. Elizabeth parked at her luxurious villa. Since Banner had hidden in the back seat, her father's security detail didn't spot him. The two slipped quietly into Elizabeth's room. Elizabeth then pulled out a hidden USB drive. "I copied this just before my father could get to it. I hope one day it can help us find a solution." Seeing the USB, Banner finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Does the general know you copied it?" "He shouldn't. I haven't spoken to him in years." "Don't let him find out." "Bruce, why can't we talk to him?" "He's told me before. He wants the mutated cells in my body to study and replicate. He wants to weaponize them." Hearing this, Elizabeth understood immediately that her father should never get his hands on those cells. She couldn't let her research become a tool for killing. After a night together, the next morning, Elizabeth and Banner stood outside the villa. Just as they were about to say their goodbyes, Banner spotted armed soldiers in the distance. His face tensed. "What's wrong?" Elizabeth asked, puzzled. "They're here." Elizabeth followed his gaze and saw the soldiers. She panicked. "Oh no. You need to stay away from me. Go." With that, Banner took off running. "Bruce." Elizabeth, still reluctant to part, suddenly heard the roar of engines behind her. Turning around, she saw armored vehicles barreling down the road, crashing into cars in their path. The heavy-handed military tactics made it clear they were from her father, General Ross. Meanwhile, inside one of the armored vehicles, General Ross looked frustrated. "The sniper needs 3 more minutes to get in position." Who acted so recklessly? This was America. He could use military force however he liked. Naturally, he had deployed every available resource. Outside, Banner couldn't outrun the armored vehicles and was forced to retreat into the villa. But seeing the soldiers and vehicles surrounding the area, he knew he couldn't escape. So, he swallowed the USB drive. At the same time, high above Israel, Sam, Logan, and Victor had returned to the helicarrier. In the director's office, Nick Fury looked at the battered trio, his expression cold as he asked, "What happened?" Sam, seeing that Logan and Victor remained silent, stepped forward. "Director, we were ambushed." "By who?" "We're not sure, but it was probably Umbrella." "Did you find the origin of zombies?" "Yes." Just as Nick asked for the location, a rapid knock on the door interrupted them. Maria Hill walked in. "Director, General Ross has found the Hulk." Chapter 67, The Siege Once Again. Upon hearing Maria's words, Nick's expression changed slightly. Banner was a key member he had reserved for the Avengers. If General Ross managed to capture him, that would complicate things. However, after thinking for a moment, he realized he was currently flying over Israel, and even if he rushed back with all his might, it would likely be too late. So, he shook his head. Let's move out. Our priority is to find the zombie virus. Maria immediately nodded upon hearing this. But just as they were about to depart, Nick suddenly said, "Isn't Tony in New York? Have him go and check things out." "Yes, sir." Still not fully reassured, Nick added, "Give General Ross a call. Tell him to keep Banner alive." "Understood." Nick opened his mouth as if to say something more but ultimately waved it off. "That's all. Go." As Maria left, Nick rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of his responsibility. For the future of Earth, he had worn himself out completely. In Tony's New York mansion. At the moment, Tony sat with disheveled hair, looking miserable as he sipped on a bitter green leaf supplement. The foul taste made him frown deeply. Ever since he discovered his palladium poisoning, Tony had rarely left the house. He spent most of his time researching materials to replace the palladium in his arc reactor. "Tony, I'm heading out." Pepper's voice called from outside. Tony quickly put the green leaf supplement aside. Pepper soon opened the door, catching sight of him. "Darling, you really should clean yourself up." "Yeah, I know. I'll go get a custom suit tonight and get a haircut." "You've been saying that for who knows how long." Pepper shook her head in exasperation before continuing, "I'm off. Coulson said he found some leads." "All right, see you later." "Goodbye." After Pepper left, Tony let out a sigh of relief, pulling out the bottle of green leaf supplement and taking another sip. Ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang. He wasn't inclined to answer at first, but when he saw it was from S.H.I.E.L.D., he remembered how much Coulson had been helping them, and the shares that S.H.I.E.L.D. held in Stark Industries. Reluctantly, he put down the bottle. "Hello. Who is it?" "It's me." "What's the issue?" "There's something going on in Culver University, Virginia. We need you to handle it." "Don't have time." With that, he hung up the phone. Going to Culver University. He hadn't even worn the Iron Man suit lately, afraid that the palladium poisoning would worsen. Why would he go do free work for anyone? After finishing his green leaf supplement, Tony resumed his research on new elements. At this point, he wasn't desperate yet. He still had time to slowly work things out. In the underground base of Umbrella in New York, Adam was examining a sample of green blood. This was the most unique blood he had ever seen, packed with an extraordinary array of abilities. Each blood cell seemed like a mini-generator, constantly emitting energy. Adam couldn't fathom how Banner lived with this coursing through him. However, in his regular form, Banner's blood cells were red, indicating that his body could control this state. As Adam continued his research, a hologram of the Red Queen appeared. "Master, we've located Banner." "Oh. Where?" "At Culver University, Virginia." "Oh. Seems like General Ross has found him." "Yes, and the two sides are currently engaged in battle." "Is there any surveillance footage?" "Not yet, Master." "All right. Looks like we'll need to speed up the Sky Eye project. How much stock have we acquired from Starship Company?" 21.7%, but we've encountered resistance from the Life Foundation, who have driven up the stock prices by about double." "The Life Foundation? I didn't expect them to show up." "Red Queen, how are we doing on selling off Stark Industries shares?" "As per your instructions, we've sold off a third so far without affecting the stock price." "Speed it up. Even if it impacts the price a little, it's fine. We need to fully acquire Starship." "Yes, Master." After the Red Queen's projection disappeared, Adam returned to studying the green blood sample. At the same time, he pondered the Life Foundation. He wondered if, because of his actions, the Life Foundation would still be able to launch rockets and bring back those parasitic aliens. Those parasitic aliens were excellent research subjects. Their parasitism, enhancement, and repair abilities, as well as their neural link with hosts, could potentially bring significant changes to Adam's 4 series virus. Especially with the G virus, replacing the Nemesis parasite's function might yield unexpected results. And if worst came to worst, once he acquired Starship, he could launch a few rockets for the Life Foundation. As long as those parasitic aliens were brought back, it didn't matter. At Culver University, Virginia. Boom. A massive Hulk, standing over 3 meters tall, stomped down on a sonic tank, crushing it instantly. Roar. With a thunderous roar, General Ross's face turned grim in the distance. He hadn't expected this sonic tank, hyped up by Obadiah, to be so ineffective. It seemed that even Stark Industries didn't always produce top-tier products. But Ross knew that the sonic tank wasn't entirely at fault, it was the overwhelming strength of the Hulk that was the problem. Where are the helicopters? Deploy the G-products and armed helicopters. Get them all in the air. After losing 100 G-products last time, Ross had purchased a few more from Umbrella. This time, the price had gone up to $1 million per unit, but the combat power was said to be even stronger. Soon after, as Hulk continued his rage-filled roars, venting his fury, several helicopters approached. Suspended beneath each helicopter were large containers, which were dropped once they reached their target before the helicopters quickly retreated. The containers hit the ground with a series of heavy thuds, boom, boom, boom. Soldiers nearby hurried to get clear of the area. Hulk eyed the containers warily, a look of concern crossing his face. Before long, the containers opened, revealing terrifying and monstrous G-products, showing their true forms under the sunlight for the first time. Roar. Unlike the uniform third-stage G-products from before, these had a variety of mutations. Some had black scales, others had sharp claws, and some even had grotesque fleshy wings sprouting from their backs. It was clear that you got what you paid for. These G-products looked far more powerful and menacing than before. And indeed, they were. The G-products with scales or armor took the lead in attacking, encircling Hulk. Then, the ones with enormous claws or scythe-like arms followed up, launching their assaults from behind. Meanwhile, the winged G-products swooped down from the sky, striking whenever they found an opening. Hulk. Enraged, Hulk let out another roar and punched one of the G-products, sending it flying. But before long, he was entangled by the others. The G-product he had punched flew through the air, its bones shattered and its body limp. Yet even so, its injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. Chapter 68, Hulk, Run. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk. Roar. Hulk. The battlefield was bloody and intense. Although Hulk was restrained, the G-product could not land a fatal blow. It could at most scratch his skin, but that too would quickly heal. After all, aside from his immense strength, Hulk's regenerative ability was also extraordinary. In the distance, Elizabeth, under the control of soldiers, looked at Hulk with a worried expression. "Father, please, spare him. He's innocent." General Ross, hearing his daughter's plea, didn't even turn around. He was my creation. He belongs to America. I must reclaim him. You only see him as a weapon." Hearing his daughter's sharp accusation, General Ross ignored her completely. "Where are the attack helicopters? Why aren't they here yet?" "General, there's a storm approaching. The helicopters are delayed and will take a while to arrive." Looking up, Ross noticed the sky had indeed darkened, and faint flashes of lightning flickered in the clouds. "Tell them to hurry." As the battle continued, Hulk grew angrier, and his power increased. Soon, the G-products, which had previously been defending well, began to falter, retreating in the face of Hulk's overwhelming force. Hulk. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk grabbed a flying G-product and tore it into pieces with a single powerful motion. Dark, thick blood splattered all over him, making him look like a devil from hell, striking fear into those who saw him. Some soldiers, unable to bear it, dropped their weapons and began retreating. But unlike the soldiers, the G-products, devoid of any sense of fear, continued to attack. However, facing Hulk, who was growing stronger, they were quickly overwhelmed. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters filled the air as 3 attack helicopters appeared in the sky. Seeing the reinforcements, General Ross immediately gave the order to open fire. The Vulcan cannons on the helicopters began to rain down fire. However, in the hail of bullets, even the G-products were hit. Unlike Hulk, who had superior defense, the G-products were quickly incapacitated, screaming in pain before retreating. Now free from the G-products' restraint, Hulk began to run, trying to avoid the attacks from the helicopters. Seeing this, General Ross became furious. "Fire the rockets." "Roger that." The next moment, a barrage of rockets shot toward Hulk like falling stars. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. A series of explosions engulfed Hulk in flames. "No. Banner." Elizabeth screamed in anguish as she saw the explosions consume Hulk. But in the next moment, a green figure leapt from the flames, landing on one of the helicopters. Hulk. With a roar, Hulk tore the helicopter apart, sending it crashing to the ground in a fiery explosion. The remaining 2 helicopters, seeing the fate of their companion, quickly ascended, trying to stay out of Hulk's reach. Meanwhile, thunder and lightning rumbled in the sky, and heavy rain began to fall. Hulk, back on the ground, wiped the rain from his face and turned to look at Elizabeth in the distance. He saw the worry in her eyes and the silent plea for him to leave. With one last look at Elizabeth, Hulk turned and leaped away, disappearing into the storm. "Follow him," General Ross shouted, ordering the helicopters to pursue. However, with the worsening storm and poor visibility, the helicopters could only follow from a distance for a short while before they had to give up. Frustrated, General Ross clenched his fists but had no choice. Looking at the battered G products, he pulled out his phone after some thought. Umbrella. I need your strongest product. Nighttime. The SHIELD helicarrier arrived near the ruins of Baru village, close to the Herat city in the Middle East. SHIELD agents, upon landing, immediately began searching for clues. However, after searching until noon the next day, they found nothing. The cellar that Sam had discovered had been burned to ashes and buried under a mound of dirt. When they dug it up, there was nothing left. This meant that despite the heavy losses, the mission was a failure. Nick Fury stood in the ruins, his face dark, as he surveyed the area. Sam cautiously approached him. Director, perhaps we could use this landscape, affected area, as leverage. Fury shot Sam a glance but remained silent. What Fury needed was solid evidence linking Umbrella to the zombie virus, not some affected area from 3 years ago. At best, this landscape could prove there had been a massacre, but they wouldn't be enough to bring down Umbrella. Seeing that Fury wasn't responding, Sam awkwardly scratched his head and left. Moments later, Deputy Director Maria Hill walked over. Director, Charles says they're clean. Then who leaked the intel? Sam and his team's mission to find Baru village had been classified as Level 9, a top-secret operation. Only those with clearance Level 9 or above and the field agents knew about it. Upon realizing that the enemy had set an ambush, Fury had immediately ordered Charles to use his telepathic abilities to probe Logan and Victor. After all, only 3 people had survived. Sam had been with Fury for over a decade and was unlikely to betray him, so the suspicion fell on Logan and Victor, who had only recently joined. However, Charles's investigation turned up nothing suspicious. Could it have been a Level 9 operative? As Fury pondered, a middle-aged white man approached. Fury, what exactly are we looking for here? Fury looked up at the man. He stood about 5 feet 8 inches, with an average build, short blonde hair, and bright blue eyes. It was Alexander Pierce, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing him, Fury briefly entertained a suspicion but quickly dismissed it. Pierce was the former director, there was no way he could be involved in betrayal. I got intel suggesting that a zombie virus was active here 3 years ago. Sam found traces of it but fell into an ambush, and we lost a lot of men. A sharp glint flashed in Alexander's eyes, but his face showed only sadness. Oh, what a tragedy. I hope you find the culprits soon. So, you think there might be traces of the original zombie virus here? There's a good chance. But the enemy was cunning, they erased all evidence. So, why did you come to see me? Oh, right. The Security Council wants to speak with you about the explosion in Cairo. What's going on there? Not sure. Seems like a cult appeared out of nowhere. They want to consult with you. Got it. Chapter 69, The Gears of Fate. After searching for 3 days without finding any clues, Nick finally decided to leave. Not long after his departure, a group of mysterious individuals appeared, beginning a thorough, grid-like search. The next afternoon. Japan. With the zombie crisis on Kyushu Island now under control, and the zombies, unable to feed for an extended period, starting to go into standby mode, life in Japan returned to its usual state, except for the continued lockdown of Kyushu Island. In a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Tokyo, Yamashita Toya, after finishing a long day of work, dragged his exhausted body back home. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell twice, but no one answered. So, he took out his key and opened the door himself. Upon entering the house, he realized that his mother wasn't home, a realization that immediately gave him a bad feeling. Thud, thud, thud. His hurried footsteps echoed across the floor as Yamashita Toya ran to his room, rummaging through his closet frantically. When he saw the empty box, he collapsed onto the floor in despair. It's gone. It's all gone. At that moment, the sound of the front door opening came from downstairs, followed by his mother's voice. Toya. Are you home? Hearing her voice, Yamashita Toya hurriedly ran downstairs, finding a middle-aged woman. She was dressed in a stylish dress, with her makeup and appearance meticulously groomed. However, her crow's feet couldn't be hidden. This was Yamashita Toya's mother, Yamashita Yoko. Mother, where's my money? Did you take it? Yamashita Yoko, seeing her son's agitated state, immediately looked flustered. Well, I. Seeing this, Yamashita Toya grabbed her arm and, with rising anger, demanded, where's the money? You didn't donate it to that so-called Unification Church again, did you? Tell me. Let go, you're hurting me. Yamashita Yoko pulled her arm away, her face showing dissatisfaction as she responded, yes, I donated it to the Unification Church. Don't worry. Next year, the church will recommend me to Anbei Rinzin. You know, that's the church supported by Anbei Rinzin, who's the hottest candidate for the prime minister this year? Once I get promoted and make money, I'll pay you back and make you part of the next generation of officials. Yamashita Toya, already immune to his mother's empty promises, replied, let's go. We're getting that money back right now. This wasn't the first time he'd heard this talk from his mother. Back when their family was still doing well, middle class even, his father had passed away, and that was when his mother got deeply involved with the Unification Church. After that, the family had started heading toward ruin. His mother had sold all their assets and donated the proceeds to the church. Then she started working, just to donate more money. As if that wasn't enough, she'd also taken all the money that he and his sister earned from working and donated that as well. Because of this, his sister had left the family and rarely kept in touch. As for him, here he was, in his 30s and still without a girlfriend. He had finally saved up a little money, only for his mother to take it all for the church again. How could he possibly be okay with that? When Toya tried to pull her along, his mother clung tightly to the doorframe, refusing to move. No. There's no way to get the donation back. Besides, I'm about to become an official. If I go ask for it now, everything will fall apart. Mother, when will you finally wake up? They're scamming you. They're not scamming me. I even saw Anbe Rinzan come to the church. How could they be lying? You just don't want to see me succeed. You're deliberately trying to embarrass me. Give up. How can you say that to your son? Taking advantage of her son's shock and anger, Yoko freed herself from his grasp and ran to the other side of the room. You know you're my son, yet you still don't want me to succeed. I can't believe I gave birth to you. After leaving him with an angry retort, she stormed out of the house. Watching his mother's retreating figure, Yamashita Toya slumped to the floor, utterly defeated. Why is this happening? Am I destined to live like this for the rest of my life? Once, he had longed for love like any ordinary person, dreaming of a family, a partner, children. But all of that had been destroyed by his mother. No, it wasn't his mother. It was the Unification Church. They had deceived her. If the Unification Church disappeared, his mother would surely come back. Excuse me, is this the home of Yamashita Toya? At that moment, a pleasant voice sounded in front of him. Looking up, he saw a beautiful woman in black stockings standing before him. She wore a black business suit, her tight clothing accentuating her ample curves and small waist. Her stern face now showed a gentle smile. She was stunning. I'm Yamashita Toya. After saying this, his face flushed bright red. This was the first time in his life that such a beautiful woman had spoken to him up close. Hello, I'm Shirata Naiko, your new neighbor. I look forward to getting to know you. With a warm smile, Shirata Naiko extended her hand. For the first time in a long while, Yamashita Toya felt a hint of warmth in his world. In Egypt, near the ruins of the Shield Division in Cairo. In the past few days, a group of mysterious individuals had appeared. They had purchased the surrounding land and built a temporary structure. Every day, a group of people wearing headscarves and veils could be seen entering and leaving. The locals were curious, but with guards posted around the perimeter, no one dared to get too close. 100 meters away. Sam, along with Logan and Victor, observed the area through binoculars. That's the third group to enter today. The usually silent Logan and Victor said nothing, but Sam was used to their quiet nature. He continued, it's always a group of about a dozen people, and they leave in the same number. No signs of any rituals, but the whole situation seems too mysterious. What are they up to? After observing for a while, Sam put down the binoculars and sat in a chair to rest. This surveillance mission was essentially a vacation for him, courtesy of Nick. As long as nothing chaotic happened here, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't planning to interfere. After all, with the heated election in Japan, the original zombie virus still unaccounted for, the Hulk surfacing in the US, and Tony seemingly facing problems of his own, Nick had too much on his plate to focus on something that seemed trivial. After resting for a while, Sam noticed the sun was now high in the sky, and the heat was oppressive. He picked up his chair, ready to head back inside. But just then, he noticed a flash of golden light from the direction of the surveillance site. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he saw nothing. Am I just tired? Whatever, I'll reward myself with some beer tonight. Chapter 70, The Prey That Walked Right In. 3 days later. In front of the Umbrella Corporation building in New York, Sharon glanced up at the blazing sun as she quickly made her way toward the entrance. Dressed in a black suit and pencil skirt, with glasses perched on her nose and a briefcase in hand, she looked every bit the professional. As she approached the entrance, a security guard stepped in her path. Ma'am, I'll need to see your ID. The guard's expression was stern, showing no signs of emotion. Sharon brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and flashed him a shy smile. I'm here for an interview. After observing the Umbrella building for a while, Sharon had realized the security here was extremely tight. It would be impossible to sneak in without raising alarms. So, she opted for the simplest approach, an interview. Please show your interview invitation. Her attempt at charming the guard failed, making Sharon respect Umbrella's security even more. She quickly retrieved the interview invitation from her briefcase. Fortunately, Umbrella was hiring, or her plan might have been impossible. After the guard carefully examined the document, a smile finally appeared on his face. Welcome, Miss Sharon. You may proceed. Thank you. As soon as she stepped inside the Umbrella Corporation building, Sharon's first impressions were 4 words: clean and orderly. Everyone working there moved quietly. Conversations were kept to a low murmur, and all employees wore uniforms emblazoned with Umbrella's iconic red and white logo. Sharon was still taking in her surroundings, her eyes darting from one place to another, when a security guard approached her. Excuse me, ma'am. How did you get in? She had lingered too long. Without hesitation, she presented her interview invitation again. The guard gave it a quick glance, then directed her to the recruitment room before walking away. This place is really strict, she muttered to herself as she headed toward the recruitment room. What she didn't notice was the security camera above, which had begun to focus intently on her. Meanwhile, in the underground base's medical ward, Adam was attending to a unique guest. The man lying on the bed was entirely wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. His bones had been shattered in the fight. He was none other than the infamous Emil Blonsky, the Abomination. During the battle at the factory, the appearance of the G-product had left Emil with severe injuries, but he hadn't died. Afterward, General Ross had him brought to a military hospital. However, conventional medicine couldn't heal wounds of this magnitude. With the G-product now in Ross's hands, he was reluctant to use the super soldier serum on Emil again. Had Adam not requested Emil for his own purposes, the man would likely have languished in a hospital bed until he succumbed to his injuries. The reason Adam had taken an interest in him was simple: he needed a subject for testing a new virus. Adam had extracted energy cells from the Hulk's blood and fused them with the Progenitor Virus, creating a new serum he called the Z virus. However, the Z virus proved volatile. Dozens of test subjects had exploded during trials. With only a limited supply of the virus left, Adam decided it was time to test it on someone with a greater destiny. Mr. Adam, you can heal me, right? Emil asked, a spark of hope in his voice. He was a born fighter, driven by an insatiable thirst for combat. He loved it, thrived on it, and couldn't live without it. That was why, despite being past the typical retirement age, he had falsified his records to remain in the military. Without the army, he didn't know where else he could continue to fight. Adam smiled. Don't worry, Umbrella has the world's best medical team. Of course, we can heal you. But is just getting healed really enough for you? Emil's eyes widened with anticipation, his voice trembling. You mean, you can make me stronger? Of course. But it's dangerous. Are you sure you want to undergo the experiment? How dangerous? Emil asked cautiously. What's the success rate? Adam shook his head. So far, none. Every attempt has failed. But, according to our research, if it succeeds, you'll gain the power of the Hulk. Hulk? Who's that? At that time, the Hulk was still classified information, not yet known to the public. He's the green giant you fought in your last mission. At the mention of the green giant, Emil's heart raced with excitement. I could be as strong as him. But, with no success so far. Adam's voice was soft but reassuring. Don't worry. I'll assign the best scientific team to oversee your procedure. They'll do everything possible to ensure your safety. But the final decision is yours. It was all a lie, of course. Adam's real intention was to gain control over Emil. If he refused to cooperate, Adam wouldn't hesitate to implant a remote-controlled bomb in his head. Thank you, Emil finally said, closing his eyes in exhaustion. With a nod, Adam turned to his assistant, Philia. Begin the experiment. Philia nodded and wheeled Emil's bed toward the sterile lab for the procedure. Adam was about to follow when a holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared. Master, a SHIELD agent has been detected. The hologram then displayed Sharon's image, zooming in for a close-up. Though she wore makeup and a different outfit, Adam immediately recognized her. She was the same agent who had confronted Alpha Team with Nick at Tony's mansion. What's her name? We don't know, but according to her resume, it's Sharon. A resume. She's here for an interview. Yes, Master. Adam thought for a moment, then smiled. Well, well. A prey that's walked right in. In the recruitment office, Sharon didn't have to wait long before a middle-aged man entered the room. Miss Sharon, correct? Sharon quickly stood up, offering a handshake and a sweet smile. Yes, that's me. Are you the interviewer? The man ignored her outstretched hand. The position we're hiring for is a bit unusual. I hope you're up for the challenge. Follow me. As Sharon followed, she asked, "Where are we going?" "Our CEO's secretary recently traveled to Russia. She'll be gone for a while, so we're looking for a new secretary." Sharon's heart skipped a beat. Getting access to confidential documents was easiest as a secretary. But being hired as a secretary right after walking in, it seemed too good to be true. Before she could think too deeply about it, the man walking ahead of her added, "Don't get your hopes up. We've already hired several secretaries, but none have satisfied the CEO. You'll probably get rejected too." Chapter 71, The Queen's Sacrifice. As the elevator continued to ascend, Sharon and the white man soon reached the top floor office. "Miss Sharon, you can go in by yourself. I'll head back down now." After saying this, the men returned to the elevator. Sharon looked at the office door in front of her and took a deep breath. Phew. "Sharon, you can do this." At this moment, she was fully immersed in her role, acting as a job applicant. Knock, knock. "Come in." She quickly pushed open the door and saw the man sitting behind the desk. How should she put it? At first glance, he seemed ordinary, but after a few more glances, she found him increasingly handsome, with a particularly unique aura. "What's the matter?" The man didn't raise his head, seemingly absorbed in something else. Not making eye contact when speaking was considered disrespectful. Yet, for some reason, Sharon didn't feel offended. "Hello, my name is Sharon. I'm here to apply for the secretary position." "Secretary?" "Yes, I do need one. Start by processing these documents." Following the boss's gesture, she saw a tall stack of black folders. At that moment, she finally understood why the previous secretaries couldn't last. "Finish this by nightfall, and you'll be my secretary." The boss still didn't look at her, which made Sharon breathe a small sigh of relief. It seemed like he hadn't recognized her, otherwise, he would have at least glanced at her, not to mention treating her so indifferently. However, looking at the pile of folders, her head began to throb. Whatever, this is for the mission, for world peace. Time to get to work. After who knows how long, as Adam was reviewing some files, he glanced over to see Sharon still diligently sorting through the documents. He smiled slightly. Spies really were useful. No matter how exhausting the task, they wouldn't complain. The perfect workhorses. If it had been Luna, she would probably be complaining to him by now. He wondered if this Miss Sharon would be able to endure the days ahead. Time quietly crept into October. The weather started to cool down. In Tokyo, Japan, the streets bustled with life. Toya Yamashita was standing on a street corner in shorts and a t-shirt, coldly watching Rinzen Anbei as he delivered a speech nearby. "I'm nothing. To them, I'm just a nuisance. But I didn't come to this world to cry or to fail. I don't know where my end lies. But I will become a star in the sky, shining my faint light to illuminate the world's darkness. I don't need to be understood. But I know this is something I must do. I will open a new era and win Japan's future." Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause followed Rinzen Anbei's speech, his face beaming with a smile. However, there were fewer people gathered around him compared to his previous speeches. This was because Yashida Corporation had recently announced the development of a cure for the zombie virus, pulling away some of the electorate. Rinzen Anbei had been trying harder in his speeches, delivering them more frequently to compensate for this loss. Bang. A gunshot suddenly rang out. Since there hadn't been a shooting incident for a long time, neither Rinzen Anbei, his bodyguards, nor the surrounding crowd reacted immediately. In fact, Rinzen Anbei even turned around curiously to see what was happening. Bang. Another gunshot echoed, and this time, dozens of bullets hit Rinzen Anbei, some even passing clean through his body. Rinzen Anbei instantly felt intense pain and collapsed. It was only then that the bodyguards reacted. Some rushed to surround Rinzen Anbei, while others sprinted toward Tetsuya Yamashita to apprehend him. Panic ensued among the crowd as people began running in all directions. Shooting. Run. Help. At that moment, Rinzen Anbei's life could still have been saved with proper medical care. Although the homemade shotgun used by Toya Yamashita was powerful enough to pierce through the body, it hadn't hit any vital organs. As long as the bleeding was stopped and he was rushed to the hospital, he could have survived. However, the bodyguards refused to take him to the nearest hospital, insisting on waiting for a helicopter to transport him to a more distant one. Seeing that Rinzen Anbei seemed to be going into shock, they hurriedly performed CPR on him, causing blood to gush from his relatively small wounds. By the time the helicopter arrived half an hour later, the bodyguards had made sure that not even a miracle could save him. Thus, with some unintended assistance, Toya Yamashita's mission was finally complete. From a distance, Nanako Shiro watched the scene unfold and pulled out her phone, sending a brief message. Mission accomplished. The task had turned out to be easier than expected. With just a little guidance, the other party had acted on their own accord. After sending the message, Nanako Shiro's body started to shift, morphing into a blue-skinned woman. It was none other than Raven. However, her eyes were devoid of any of the vibrancy or spirit she once had. That night, the news of Japan's PM candidate being assassinated dominated the headlines around the world. While most people treated it as just another news story, some celebrated with fireworks, while others shed tears. Meanwhile, at Yashida Corporation, Mariko Yashida's heart leaped with joy when she saw the news. She even hosted a party in celebration. Of course, to the public, she announced her strong opposition to all forms of violence and condemned the occurrence of such an event. The next morning, she dressed in her finest attire and flew to the U.S. Adam had a rather enjoyable evening that night. Hee. Especially with the thought of her becoming Japan's future leader, it made him break his routine and skip work the next day. On the third day, Mariko Yashida finally limped her way back to Japan. After all, both her father and grandfather were highly controlling and rather conservative men. They would never allow her to marry anyone who wasn't their social equal. This was why she had chosen to betray her father and grandfather. She had long craved freedom after being oppressed for so long. However, the competition for leadership would not be that simple. Just a few days later, numerous newspapers and media outlets in Japan published articles against her. Japan had never had a female leader, and women couldn't be heads of state. Reports emerged criticizing Mariko Yashida's arrogance and mistreatment of her subordinates at the company. They claimed she had caused financial losses due to her unreasonable demands. There were stories of her bullying classmates during her school years and leading a chaotic personal life. The stories were a mix of truth and fiction, but they were enough to cause her approval ratings to drop. However, the U.S. military representative stationed in Japan soon issued a statement. He declared that the idea of no precedent for a female leader was outdated and that even the British Empire had a queen. With the U.S. military support, all the slander became irrelevant. Chapter 72, The First Z Product. Above Japan, in an aircraft carrier. At this moment, Nick was seated in his office chair, his face calm, but his eyes filled with fury. He hadn't expected that after just a short trip to the Middle East, Anbei Rinzin would be gone. The man's death wasn't the real issue. What worried Nick was whether or not Anbei Rinzin had left any evidence of their collaboration behind. If their meddling in the election of the national leader was discovered, his position as director would be over. Worse yet, he couldn't entrust this delicate matter to anyone else. Though Maria was loyal, she was more of an administrator and ill-suited for this kind of covert work. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Nick straightened up immediately. "Come in." As the door opened, Natasha and Barton walked in, and Nick's eyes brightened. "How did the mission go?" he asked. "Director, we found Murakami and had a friendly conversation. It turns out he doesn't know anything about the zombie virus. He also doesn't care about the hand in Japan, so we came back." I have a very important task for you too." "What task?" After listening to the details, Natasha and Barton exchanged strange looks but didn't say anything. They silently left the room. Nick sighed in relief as they left. With them on the case, the mission would most likely succeed. Another knock came at the door. Maria walked in without waiting for permission this time. "Director, General Ross has spotted Dr. Banner on the streets of Harlem, Manhattan, New York. What's the situation?" "Still unclear for now." Nick rubbed his temples. Japan was a complete failure. Nothing could stop Yashida Mariko from becoming the nation's leader now. It was time to head back. "We're returning to New York. And tell Tony it's time to take action." "But, Director, Tony seems to be having some problems. He's been holed up at home for a while now and hasn't been seen." "What happened?" "We don't know, but his personality has definitely changed. It looks like Natasha will need to infiltrate his life and figure out what's wrong." After giving the order, Nick felt even more exhausted. It seemed that the world was increasingly slipping out of his control. Because of the time difference, it was nighttime in New York. Banner was walking with Elizabeth towards Dr. Stern's lab, the one belonging to Mr. Blue. But suddenly, he stopped. "What's wrong?" Elizabeth asked, looking at her boyfriend in confusion, her eyes filled with affection. The last 10 days had been the most unforgettable of her life. After all, the thing could grow several times larger, filling her entire body and soul. Banner looked around suspiciously but, after a while, found nothing and shook his head. "Nothing, let's keep going." "Okay." After walking a little further, Elizabeth hesitated and asked, "Are you sure you want to suppress the gamma cells in your body?" "Of course. Didn't we agree on that?" "But..." Elizabeth was hesitant but, thinking of something, blushed and stopped talking. "But what?" Banner asked. "Never mind, it's nothing." Elizabeth was secretly worried that if Banner could no longer turn into the Hulk, she would lose her greatest source of joy. She wasn't sure if their relationship would survive. Unaware of Elizabeth's concerns, Banner remained lost in thoughts of a better future. Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart shot out and hit Banner's neck. Ugh. Banner felt his body weaken immediately. Banner. Elizabeth screamed, rushing to hold him, her face filled with anxiety. In the next moment, a group of fully armed soldiers appeared, led by an elated General Ross. "Ha ha ha, that was easier than I thought." "It seems Adam was right after all," Ross said. When purchasing Umbrella's strongest products, Adam had given him a piece of advice: Banner, under normal circumstances, was just like any other human. So, after spotting Banner, Ross had ordered his men to use long-range tranquilizers. Sure enough, Banner collapsed instantly. "How could you do this?" Elizabeth rushed over to her father, shouting angrily. "He hasn't done anything wrong. He just wants to live a normal life. Why do you have to push him?" Ross waved to the soldiers next to him. "Hold her." "Yes, General." At his command, the soldiers grabbed Elizabeth. She struggled violently, screaming. "No. You can't do this." "No." On the ground, Banner hadn't completely lost consciousness, but he felt incredibly tired. In his blurred vision, he saw Elizabeth being restrained, crying out desperately, though he couldn't see who was holding her. The only thing he knew was that Elizabeth was in danger. An overwhelming surge of anger welled up inside him. "Don't touch her." The next moment, his eyes turned green, and his body began to swell. General Ross stepped back immediately. Damn it, how is he transforming even after being sedated? Elizabeth, seeing Banner change, stopped struggling and instead smiled with joy. "Banner, I'm so glad you're okay. Run." Moments later, the Hulk emerged. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the nearby pedestrians scattered. "A monster. Run. There's a green monster." General Ross didn't run. He only retreated with his men and turned to Emile at his side. "It's your turn." Emile, fully recovered but with vacant eyes, seemed to have lost all hope in life. At that moment, the Hulk jumped in front of Elizabeth, knocking the soldiers away before turning to glare at General Ross. But Ross showed no fear. Instead, he smiled and said, "Hulk, I've got a surprise for you." As his words fell, Emile's body began to expand, turning green. Unlike the Hulk's bright green, however, his skin was a darker, almost grayish green. Roar. After transforming, Emile had become a 3-meter-tall beast, even larger than the Hulk. His body was covered in sharp bone spurs at the joints, with a row of spikes running down his back. He looked even more terrifying and menacing than the Hulk. This was Umbrella's latest product, combining the Hulk's cells with the Z virus. Chapter 73, The Second Form of Abomination. Roar. Roar. A series of roars erupted from Hulk and Emile as they charged at each other. Bam. The two hulking figures collided, locking into a stalemate. For a moment, neither could overpower the other in sheer strength. But soon enough, Hulk sensed something was wrong. The spikes on Emile's wrists had scratched Hulk's arm, and a numbing sensation began to spread through it. Hulk. With a powerful surge, Hulk threw Emile off him and glanced at his arm. Small gray spots had appeared where the spikes had cut him. Those spikes were laced with a potent bacteria. Seeing this, Hulk grew even more enraged. Roar. His opponent was despicable enough to use such underhanded tactics. But within moments, the gray spots on Hulk's skin disappeared, healed by his extraordinary regenerative powers. Emile, meanwhile, had gotten back to his feet and charged at Hulk once again. General Ross, taking advantage of the battle between the two giants, ordered his soldiers to retreat along with his daughter. Elizabeth was reluctant to leave but was dragged away forcefully. Watching them flee only fueled Hulk's rage further, causing his power to swell as he gradually began to overpower Emile. Though Emile was falling into a disadvantage, he was tenacious, like an unkillable cockroach, standing firm before Hulk. Their clash caused the surrounding buildings to suffer. Boom. As structures collapsed, innocent bystanders were caught in the destruction, with many losing their lives. The police arrived in droves, and soon, armed officers surrounded the area. At a seaside cliff in Tony Stark's villa, Tony was still busy researching alternatives to palladium for his arc reactor. But soon, Jarvis's voice interrupted him. "Mr. Stark, Director Fury is trying to contact you." "I'm not taking the call." "Understood." However, shortly after he dismissed the call, Pepper's voice came from outside. "Tony, come out quickly. Something important has happened." Reluctantly, Tony put down his work and walked out. Pepper pointed to the television screen. "There are 2 giant monsters in Manhattan. So many people have died." Staring at the live news broadcast, Tony's expression shifted. In the end, his sense of responsibility and justice won over. "Jarvis, prepare the Mark IV suit." "Yes, sir." Watching Tony head towards the basement lab, Pepper reached out as if to stop him, but after opening her mouth, she lowered her hand. Deep down, she also cared about the people. She understood Tony's desire to abandon the Iron Man suits for a normal life, but seeing the devastation on the news, she couldn't ignore it. Boom. A loud rumble echoed moments later as a red streak disappeared into the sky. May God keep Tony safe. In the Umbrella Corporation tower, Adam was analyzing Raven's X gene. The $5 billion for the Serenity Project had been secured, and the development of the first-generation Sentinels was underway. But Adam was focused on creating the second-generation Sentinels, those capable of absorbing and mimicking superpowers, sharing them with other Sentinels for coordinated combat. To do this, he needed to crack Raven's X gene. Her genetic makeup was incredibly complex, and his researchers had made little progress. Frustrated, Adam had taken on the research himself. Just then, the holographic form of the Red Queen appeared. Master, Emil has started fighting Hulk. Hearing this, Adam looked up. Oh. They've already found Banner. Seems like General Ross was quick to act. Perhaps due to the nature of this world or Emil's compatibility with the Z-Virus, the experiment had gone better than expected. Emil had successfully integrated with the first-generation Z-Virus, surpassing Adam's predictions. To test the Z-Virus's combat capabilities, Adam had handed Emil over to General Ross. But he wasn't without precautions. After all, he remembered how in the original storyline, after transforming into Abomination, Emil had immediately tried to kill Ross. Red Queen, project the live footage. Yes, Master. Soon, a projection of the ongoing battle appeared in midair. However, the view was from street cameras or news reporters, making the footage unclear. This only made Adam more eager to launch his Sky Eye project. Unlike the humane portrayal in the movies, in reality, Hulk and Emil's battle was far more destructive. Buildings collapsed, trapping innocent civilians beneath the debris. New York's police opened fire on the two giants, but their bullets were ineffective. Annoyed, Emil picked up cars and hurled them, killing many officers, forcing the rest to retreat in fear. Watching from a distance, General Ross grew increasingly anxious. The destruction was becoming too much, even for him to handle in the face of public backlash. Emil, end this fight quickly. Hearing this, Emil briefly glanced over his shoulder, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. But something in his expression softened, replaced by a flicker of fear. In the end, he turned his attention back to Hulk. Hulk, is this all you've got? Provoked, Hulk punched Emil in the face, but Emil barely flinched, spitting to the side. That's it. Let me show you real power. Aya. With a ferocious roar, Emil's body swelled once more. His bone spikes grew longer, and his head took on a more monstrous appearance. Within moments, he had grown over 4 meters tall, his skin turning a dark, ashen gray, looking more like Diablo, albeit without the tail. Huff huff. The transformation into his second form seemed to take a toll on him, as he panted heavily, staring at his palms as if getting used to the newfound power. Honestly, if it weren't for the immense pressure you put on me, I wouldn't have known I had this much potential. I feel unstoppable. Now, die. Boom. With a single punch, a sonic boom erupted. Hulk didn't have time to react and was sent flying, crashing into a nearby skyscraper. It happened to be the Stark Tower. From the distance, more towering buildings could be seen, signaling they had fought their way from a residential to a commercial district. Seeing that Hulk hadn't emerged from the rubble, Emil sneered and lunged at him. What? Are you done already? Just then, 2 small missiles zoomed through the air, striking Emil. Boom. Hey, big guy, stop wrecking my building. Chapter 74, the situation spirals out of control. Tony finally arrived at the scene, his face darkening as he saw the massive hole in his building. His heart ached. Jarvis, did we get insurance on the building? I'm very sorry, Mr. Stark, we didn't. Looks like I'll need to get some next time. Mr. Stark, I regret to inform you that you no longer have control over Stark Tower. You'd have to purchase insurance out of your personal funds. Great. So the one who should really be worried is Obadiah. At that moment, Emil stood up from the ground, dusting himself off. He glanced up at Iron Man hovering in the sky. Oh, another annoying pest. Just as Emil was about to leap up to attack, General Ross rushed over. Mr. Stark, stop. You're attacking the wrong guy. The real enemy is the one inside the building. Since Ross often purchased weapons from Stark Industries, he knew Tony personally and wanted to avoid a conflict. However, Tony merely pointed at Emil, his voice tinged with sarcasm. But it's this big guy down here who wrecked my building. And all the destruction along the way. That's him too. Meanwhile, the big green guy inside the building. He's been actively avoiding civilian areas. Ross, realizing the truth in Tony's words, felt a twinge of guilt. Still, he pressed on. It's all part of capturing the Hulk. Just step aside, and we'll deal with the situation. At that moment, Hulk emerged from the hole in the building, glaring at Emil. Hulk! With a furious roar, Hulk jumped down, landing with a deafening crash that cracked the ground. Seeing Hulk appear, Tony flew off to the side, staying out of the fight. Suddenly, Elizabeth, taking advantage of the distracted soldiers, broke free and sprinted onto the battlefield. Hulk, run! You can't beat him. Emil, spotting someone entering the fight, casually kicked a piece of rubble at her. With a sharp whistle, the basketball-sized chunk of debris struck Elizabeth square in the stomach. Ugh! Blood gushed from her mouth as she was flung backward. No. Elizabeth. General Ross ran over, devastated. Hulk. The sight of Elizabeth's limp body in Ross's arms sent Hulk into a berserk rage. He charged at Ross. Your fight is with me. Emil intercepted Hulk, grabbing him by the shoulders and forcing him to the ground with overwhelming strength. Hulk struggled, but no matter how much he pushed, he couldn't break free. Soon, he buckled under the pressure, dropping to one knee. But seeing Elizabeth, motionless in Ross's arms, Hulk's grief turned into an uncontrollable fury. Hulk. His body swelled even larger, his muscles bulging as he slowly rose back to his feet. Emil, feeling the surge of power from Hulk, was momentarily taken aback. Impressive, Hulk. But I'm still stronger. With that, Emil kicked Hulk square in the chest. Boom. Hulk was sent flying, smashing into Stark Tower once again. Hovering in the air, Tony groaned in dismay. Even though he wasn't the CEO anymore, this was still the place where he had grown up. He hesitated for a moment, then, seeing Emil about to attack again, raised his hand and fired 2 missiles. Boom. Boom. Emil halted his attack, looking up at Iron Man. Meanwhile, General Ross, clutching Elizabeth tightly, glared at Emil with hatred. Blonsky, you'll pay for this. With a snarl, Ross pulled out a remote control and pressed a button. Arg. Emil collapsed to his knees, writhing in agony as an electric shock shot up his spine. Adam had foreseen this moment and had implanted an electric device into Emil's spine as a failsafe to control him. But Ross, consumed by his daughter's death, had lost all sense of reason. His face twisted with rage as he stared at Emil. My daughter. Despite their distant relationship, Ross had always loved Elizabeth deeply. If not, he wouldn't have forgiven her so many times for defying him. Their estrangement had only grown because Elizabeth had chosen Bruce Banner over him. That was one of the main reasons Ross was so determined to capture Banner. It was as if his precious daughter had been taken away from him. Now, with Elizabeth's death, Ross was blinded by a desire for vengeance. Hulk re-emerged from the rubble of Stark Tower and charged at Emil once more. Hulk. Smash. 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 Blow after blow rained down on Emil, who, despite his injuries, seethed with fury, his anger overcoming the pain from the spinal implant. Die, Hulk. Emil roared, pushing Hulk away with one powerful strike. Then, with a grimace, Emil reached behind his neck and crushed the implant embedded in his spine. Crack. The device, along with his spinal vertebrae, shattered in his hand. Emil slumped to the ground, temporarily paralyzed by the nerve damage. I am invincible. But within seconds, the nerves in his spine regenerated, and Emil slowly rose to his feet once more, power surging through his body. Ross's expression darkened as he realized the severity of the situation. Soldiers. Open fire. Ross barked. Sir, who do we shoot? Who else? Emil. Yes, sir. The soldiers and police immediately opened fire on Emil. Rat-tat-tat. But the bullets barely scratched him. Emil ignored the attacks completely, his body still healing. In the sky, Tony fired his repulsor blasts again, the most effective weapon against Emil so far. Boom. Boom. But even under the barrage of attacks, Emil's wounds continued to heal rapidly. In moments, he was back on his feet, his eyes locking onto Tony. Of all his attackers, it was Iron Man's blasts that hurt the most. But Tony was out of reach, so Emil turned his gaze toward Ross and the remaining soldiers and police on the ground. You're all dead. With a stomp, the ground shattered, sending chunks of debris flying into the nearby soldiers and police. Ah. I'm hit. Help me. Please, someone. As the soldiers and police scattered, Ross found himself alone, face to face with Emil. A flicker of fear crossed Ross's face. Damn it. Umbrella's products are so unreliable. General, we have unfinished business, don't we? Just as Emil closed in, Hulk appeared once again. Hulk. Chapter 75, Silent Authority. Boom. A loud explosion echoed. Emil was sent flying by Hulk's forceful charge. However, Emil quickly got back on his feet and engaged Hulk once again. At first, due to the injury in his cervical spine that hadn't fully healed, Emil was being overpowered. But as time passed, he began to gain the upper hand. It was at this moment that Tony, flying above, decided to intervene. He started firing at Emil with his repulsor beams and armor-piercing rounds intermittently. Boom. After taking another hit, Emil furiously glared at Tony in the sky. Suddenly, Emil shoved Hulk aside and leaped into the air, heading straight for Tony. Die. Tony smiled confidently and quickly flew upward in his Mark IV armor. You're a ground unit, and you still think you can catch me, an aerial unit. Seeing his target escape, Emil could only return to the ground, frustrated. As soon as he landed, Hulk charged back at him, and they resumed their fight. By now, Emil had already decided to end the battle. He took a punch from Hulk head-on and then used the spike on his elbow to stab downward. Thud. The long spike pierced through Hulk's chest, and green blood began to pour out. Moreover, the virus on Emil's spike significantly weakened Hulk's healing ability. Hulk. Angered by the pain, Hulk's strength surged, and he sent Emil flying with a single punch. But the virus in his chest was sapping Hulk's energy, forcing him to kneel on one knee, panting heavily. Huff. Huff. Haha, Hulk, is this all you've got? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Just then, a cold voice sounded behind Emil. That's enough. Stop. Adam had appeared behind Emil, though it wasn't clear when. At the sound of Adam's voice, Emil's body trembled slightly. His face, a mix of reluctance and fear, turned around. Boss, I wasn't done yet. Adam ignored him and instead walked over to General Ross, looking at Elizabeth, who was in his arms. General Ross, she can still be saved. General Ross snapped out of his daze, hope lighting up in his eyes. If you can bring my daughter back, I'll grant you any request. Leave it to me. Taking Elizabeth's body from Ross, Adam continued, I'll need to bring her back to the lab. I'm coming with you. No need, you've got plenty on your plate right now. After saying that, Adam turned his gaze toward the surrounding ruins. General Ross immediately understood his meaning, his eyes darkening. Don't worry. I'll handle everything. Adam nodded and then glanced at Emil. Without a word, he began walking toward Umbrella's direction. That single glance from Adam made Emil shudder, recalling the despairing day a few days prior. He swallowed his words, casting one last resentful look at Hulk, and then glared hatefully at Tony in the sky before obediently following Adam. However, just because Emil was ready to leave didn't mean Hulk was going to let him go. Furious, Hulk charged forward again, swinging a punch. Hulk. There was no way Hulk would allow someone to beat him and then simply walk away. But just as Hulk was about to strike, a 2-meter-tall pink mecha descended from the sky, landing behind Adam and raising its fist. Boom. The pink mecha staggered back from the impact of Hulk's punch, but Hulk also took a few steps back. Erica, piloting the mecha, was shocked to see a crack forming on its arm. This mecha was made of titanium alloy, yet it had cracked from just one punch. If Hulk hit it again, the entire thing would be scrapped. The sheer power of the green giant was terrifying. But Erica wasn't alone this time. In the next second, several black mechas descended from the sky, each raising a massive electromagnetic gun and aiming at Hulk. ZZZZ. Pew, pew, pew. A barrage of electromagnetic bullets rained down on Hulk, causing him intense pain. Though the bullets couldn't penetrate his skin, their impact was several times stronger than regular gunfire, and they hurt. As Hulk struggled through the hail of bullets, pushing forward toward the black mechas, one of them raised a shield to block his attack. The others combined their efforts to push Hulk back. After a brief standoff, the mechas suddenly retreated. Hulk quickly looked up, but Emil and Elizabeth were nowhere to be seen. This filled Hulk with frustration and helplessness. Hey, Big Green, maybe I can help you. Tony landed next to Hulk. Hulk glanced at the small metal figure beside him and, with a casual swing, sent Tony flying. Boom. Tony crashed into a wall. After sending Tony flying, Hulk started hopping away into the night, vanishing from sight. Tony crawled out from the rubble, watching Hulk disappear. He felt a bit humiliated. I didn't even charge you for my building yet. The next second, he flew off into the night as well, leaving General Ross to face the aftermath of the battle. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Pacific Ocean, a massive aircraft carrier flew through the air. In the command center, Nick Fury's face was grim as he watched the live news broadcast from Manhattan, New York. What just happened? The intense battle made it impossible to discern much from the news footage. However, soon enough, an agent arrived with a report. Director, we've heard that Umbrella's boss showed up, recalled Emil, and a group of mechas appeared, driving back Hulk. A group of mechas? Since when does Umbrella have mechas? Why wasn't I informed? All the agents nearby lowered their heads, remaining silent. How did we miss such important intel? Are we still SHIELD? How are we supposed to protect world peace like this? After a bout of scolding, Nick Fury retreated to his office. The moment he sat down, his anger seemed to dissipate, his face calm once again, a stark contrast to his earlier fury. Though he had been upset, it wasn't to the point of genuine rage. His outburst had been more about expressing dissatisfaction with his subordinate's work. Knock, knock. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Maria Hill entered, holding a file. Director, I might have found something regarding Umbrella's mechas. Nick Fury took the file from her and began reading through it. After a while, he set the file down, his expression unreadable. He tapped his fingers on the desk rhythmically. Thud. Thud. So, Umbrella acquired the Project Sentinel and took $5 billion in research funding. This complicates things. Initially, Fury had planned to use the fact that Umbrella was illegally armed to make things difficult for them. But it seemed that Umbrella wasn't giving him the chance. After thinking for a while, he looked at Maria. It looks like, for now, we'll have to keep focusing on the zombie virus. Chapter 76, The Awakening of Apocalypse. More than half a month later. Morning. In Cairo, Egypt. You are the supreme sun god Ra. Because of your greatness and boundless love, we are drawn to you. We come before you, praying, seeking your blessings. Please, be with us. As the prayers echoed, the sun reached just the right angle in the sky, allowing its rays to penetrate. The metallic pyramid that the faithful were praying to began to emit waves of golden light. The worshippers believed that this was a response from Ra, the sun god, and they prayed even louder in ecstasy. But after a while, the golden glow faded, leaving the crowd disappointed. They shook their heads and ended their prayers. Outside, Sam watched the group leave and felt nothing anymore. He had grown used to it. He even gestured for Logan, standing nearby, to hand him a beer, which he began drinking. I wonder when this routine will end. Heard there's a green monster wreaking havoc in New York, causing quite a few deaths, Sam mused. Logan remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Victor, standing nearby, was quietly filing his nails. Though Sam had grown accustomed to their silence, it still bored him. Screw it. I'll treat myself to a night with some local beauties, Sam muttered. Unbeknownst to them, the daily sunlight was energizing the underground pyramid. Golden beams continuously transferred deep underground, 400 or 500 meters below, where they activated an ancient formation. At the center of this formation lay a stone bed. Resting upon it was a middle-aged man with grayish, shriveled skin, completely bald. After a while, the man's eyes slowly opened, and he began to breathe. Ha! His eyes were first filled with confusion as he looked around. Then, he slowly sat up. Who am I? Where am I? After several minutes, his memories gradually returned. My name is En-Sabah Nur, known as Apocalypse. I've lived for countless years. He remembered, on that fateful day, he was performing a soul transfer ritual inside the pyramid. His previous body had become too old, so he needed to continuously switch bodies to achieve eternal life. The new body he had chosen was from an immortal race, one that could live for an extraordinarily long time. Apart from the gift of immortality, every time he switched bodies, he gained the abilities of his host. But why does everything look so different? Where are my 4 horsemen? After pondering for a long time, Apocalypse decided to head outside and see what had become of the world. The next night. Washington, D.C., United States, at the Capitol. A congressional debate was in full swing. The topic. Tony Stark was being urged to surrender his Iron Man suit, as it was classified as a military weapon. A military representative stood on the podium, addressing the chamber, while Tony sat below, flanked by Pepper Potts, Happy, his bodyguard, and a crowd of onlookers. The representative spoke, Mr. Stark, you are in possession of a unique weapon, which violates the U.S. citizen's illegal possession of modified weapons law. Oh no, 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 Tony replied, waving his hands. I don't possess any unique weapon. You don't. No, I don't. It depends on how you define the word weapon. And how do you define the Iron Man suit? The Iron Man suit doesn't fit the definition of a weapon. How would you define it then? It's a high-tech prosthesis. Mr. Stark, this isn't a joke. That suit is a weapon, not a prosthesis. Now, we'll hear from our weapons expert, Justin Hammer, to define this. Weapon. Justin Hammer confidently strutted out from backstage, casting a smug glance at Tony. Hammer's lengthy argument left Tony without a rebuttal. But that wasn't the worst part for Tony. Soon, a parade of so-called weapons experts took the stage, using charts and data to prove that the Iron Man suit was indeed a weapon. Having lost his position as CEO of Stark Industries, Tony found himself bombarded with increasingly difficult questions from the congressman. Things only started to improve when his friend James Rhodes took the stand. But even then, Tony could still feel the immense pressure. Now, let's review some footage. There is evidence that countries around the world are developing their own versions of the Iron Man suit. On the congressional screen, videos of various nations working on Iron Man technology played, showing promising progress. Tony caught Rhodes winking at him. Taking the hint, Tony pulled out his phone and switched the footage. I think we should watch something a bit more interesting. The screen shifted, showing numerous incidents of failed Iron Man suit tests, resulting in casualties. Even Hammer's attempts at replicating the technology were a disaster. Seeing this, Justin Hammer hurriedly rushed to turn off the TV, visibly flustered. Tony stood up triumphantly. It seems their research is 5 to 10 years behind. Hammer. 20 years. So, for now, everyone can relax. You won't be facing any threats from Iron Man suits. After the hearing, Tony and Pepper returned to his mansion. Pepper collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Tony, you can't keep working on the Iron Man suit. Tony sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her. Don't worry, Pepper. I've got this under control. No, you don't understand. Those congressmen won't give up. They'll reconvene and come after your suit again. There's only one way to stop them. And what's that? You need to retake your position as CEO of Stark Industries. Next week, we can hold another shareholders' meeting. Pepper suddenly looked down, feeling troubled. The shareholders who had sided with her had all been gradually purged over the past month. If they were to hold another meeting next week, they'd control even fewer shares. Moreover, according to the investigation conducted by her and Coulson, the mysterious Sherlock Foundation that had gained so much power was actually a front for Umbrella Corporation. The paperwork was all perfectly legal and above board, leaving no room for challenge. The only questionable part was that Obadiah Stane had used Stark Industries' money to buy into the foundation. But that was Stane's mistake, and it still wouldn't affect Umbrella. Tony, however, brightened at the idea. You're right. I need to take back Stark Industries. I've let it slide for too long. He then turned to Pepper. Contact the chairman of Umbrella tomorrow. I want a meeting. Huh? You want to meet the chairman of Umbrella? Is there a problem? No, no problem at all. Chapter 77, The Meaning of Science. In a high-end apartment in New York City. Watching Tony on the news, battling fiercely in Congress, Ivan's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite his apparent calm since joining Umbrella, his hatred for Tony hadn't diminished. He had merely been lying low, waiting for the right moment in an unfamiliar environment. Recently, he noticed that although there was some tension between Umbrella and Tony, it was largely a business rivalry. Only Obadiah was his natural ally. So, when Obadiah reached out, Ivan resigned from Umbrella a few days ago. Now, he was working in Stark Industries' weapons development department. A while later, he took out his phone and called Obadiah. I need some materials. The next morning, Tony, dressed in a sharp black suit, arrived at the entrance of Umbrella Tower with a conflicted Pepper by his side. The security guards stopped them. Hello, please present your work ID or invitation. Pepper pulled out the appointment invitation she had received that morning. We have an appointment with your chairman. The security guard checked the invitation and, seeing no issue, allowed them entry. Tony looked around, his eyes gleaming. When I get back to Stark Industries, I'm going to implement something like this, to keep out all sorts of riffraff. Soon, under the security guard's guidance, or surveillance, as Tony noted, they arrived at the top-floor office of Umbrella. As soon as Tony entered, he was momentarily stunned. He saw someone familiar, yet slightly unfamiliar. Sharon. No, this disheveled woman with dark circles and unsteady legs couldn't be the beautiful Sharon he knew. And was that enormous pile of paperwork on her desk even real? Sharon was buried in her files and hadn't noticed Tony's arrival. Hello, we're here to see your chairman. It wasn't until Tony knocked on the desk that Sharon raised her head, her vacant eyes landing on him. After a moment, her gaze focused slightly. Tony. Why are you? Realizing she was about to give herself away, Tony quickly interjected, Oh, so you know me? Are you a fan? Sharon paused but soon caught on. Yes, I'm a huge fan. Relieved, she flashed Tony a grateful look and pointed to the office door behind her. The office is right through there, you can go in. Thank you, miss. As Tony glanced at Sharon, once more absorbed in her work, he shook his head. Still, he was curious. She seemed to be valued by the chairman. Just how many secrets had she uncovered? If Sharon knew what Tony was thinking, she would probably spit in his face. The documents she was dealing with, though numerous, were nothing but trivial matters. Like the sales department requesting air conditioning or needing to reorder drinking water, nothing remotely close to confidential information. Soon after, Tony and Pepper entered the office. As for what they discussed, Sharon neither knew nor cared. Because the sound of gears turning above her signaled the arrival of yet another stack of paperwork delivered via conveyor. Director Nick, I want to resign. This spy work is inhumane, boo-hoo. In the office. Adam sat behind his desk and looked up at the two visitors. Mr. Stark, long time no see. Last time we met, you ran as soon as you saw me. What brings you here so suddenly today? Tony chuckled awkwardly at the remark. The last time he'd run into Adam at Obadiah's house, he had just finished badmouthing him and didn't want to stick around for a chat. He hadn't expected Adam to remember and even tease him about it. And Miss Pepper, you're looking more beautiful than ever. Pepper smiled awkwardly as well, though she handled it more gracefully than Tony. Mr. Adam, we're here to discuss something important with you. Important. Well, let's have a drink first. With that, Adam stood up and walked to a nearby bar, pulling out a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. After pouring, he picked up a glass and looked at Tony and Pepper. The message was clear. Drink, and the conversation would continue. Don't drink, and there would be no conversation. While Pepper hesitated, Tony picked up his glass without a second thought and took a sip. Not bad, 1954 Romanicanti. This kind of wine is practically impossible to find on the market. Adam smiled slightly. Good taste. But I'm not wealthy enough to casually serve 1954 Romanicanti. This is actually a fast-grown replica, created using umbrella cell cultivation technology from a single drop of the original wine. The cost is around $100 per bottle. He raised his glass. This is the meaning of science, making our lives better. Hearing this, Tony immediately understood the point of the drink. It was a lesson. Smiling, he replied, indeed, the meaning of science is to make life better. But we live in a world full of war and suffering. Without a future, what's the point of talking about a better life? And have you ever thought about why there's war and suffering in the first place? Pepper spoke up, of course, it's because of human greed and desire. Adam smiled again. Then what if science could fulfill all human greed and desire? Wouldn't that end war? Tony shook his head, you're too naive, Adam. Human greed and desire are endless. You can't satisfy them. Then why not use science to create endless resources? If you had an inexhaustible supply of resources, would you still risk death to wage war? Adam proceeded to pour the wine down the drain, grabbed several more bottles, and casually opened and discarded them. Just like me. I have everything I want. Sure, I still want more, but would I risk my life to start a war for it? Since World War II, the world has seen countless small conflicts, but never another large-scale war. It's not because human greed has disappeared. It's because technological progress has made resources more abundant. No one needs to pay $50,000 for a loaf of bread, forcing them to wage war. And when people's basic needs are met, they may still want more, but they won't risk their lives for it. Because, besides greed, humans also weigh risks and benefits. This is why the most war-torn areas are often poor and underdeveloped countries. Chapter 78, The Whips Attack. Hearing Adam's words, Tony wanted to retort. But after thinking for a long time, he didn't know how to argue back. This made him begin to reflect, had he really been wrong? But soon, he abandoned that thought. What about Obadiah? He colluded with terrorist forces in the Middle East for his selfish desires and tried to kill me. Wasn't that enough for him? Good question, Tony. Adam put down his glass of red wine and turned to look at Pepper. Miss Pepper, what about you? Why did you give up those high-paying jobs worth millions to stay by Tony's side? Pepper was momentarily stunned when she heard herself being addressed. But she quickly replied without hesitation, of course, because I love him. Adam nodded and looked at Tony. Yes, because of love, this is about feelings. Obadiah treated Stark Industries as if it were his own child, while you were either in bed with Victoria's Secret models or on your way to bed with them. You completely left the management of Stark Industries to Obadiah and Pepper, and at most, you developed a few weapons. If you were Obadiah, would you be willing to let someone as irresponsible as you control the company you consider your child? Hearing this, Tony's face immediately darkened. Stark Industries is mine. I was just young and reckless back then. Oh. Now you're mature, you have the Iron Man suit, and you have power. But has the problem been solved? This has nothing to do with your talk of technology and resources. It never did. I'm talking about using technology to satisfy human desires, not to manage emotions. Your conflict is about beliefs and feelings. What does that have to do with what I'm saying? Ah, fine. For a moment, the room fell into silence. Adam returned to his desk, waiting for Tony to speak. After a while, Tony sat down expressionlessly in the chair in front of Adam. All right, what's your condition for not helping Obadiah? Adam looked up at him. The latest arc reactor technology. Impossible. I need its unlimited energy to create unlimited resources. Tony was silent. After a long pause, he stood up. I'll go back and think about it. Watching Tony leave the office with Pepper, Adam smiled slightly. When you figure it out, feel free to come find me. Although he already had Ivan's arc reactor technology, Adam found the power output to be somewhat limited, far inferior to Tony's original arc reactor. As soon as they left Umbrella Tower, Pepper couldn't help but ask, "Do you really plan to hand it over?" Pepper knew Tony too well. When she saw he didn't reject the idea immediately, she knew he was considering it. Tony didn't answer. It wasn't until they got into the car that he finally spoke. "Who's to say what my latest arc reactor really is?" Hearing this, Pepper's eyes lit up slightly. "You've gotten sneaky." "No, more flexible." Tony shook his head. "After going through so much, how could I not change?" Half an hour later. Tony was driving on the outskirts of New York, approaching his villa, when suddenly a strange figure appeared in the road. The figure was wearing an exoskeleton armor, not fully covering their body, and holding two whips in hand. At that moment, the whip sparked with blue electric light and lashed out. With a ripping sound, Tony's car was sliced in half like tofu. Fortunately, both Tony and Pepper were wearing seatbelts. Although it was dangerous, neither of them was seriously injured, just a few minor wounds. After a moment, Tony climbed out of the wreckage and rushed to pull Pepper out as well. Only then did he have time to look at the attacker. Vanko. What's the meaning of this? Did Adam change his mind? I've already resigned from Umbrella. I'm now the chief engineer at Stark Industries. After saying this, Ivan lashed out with another whip. Tony reacted quickly, grabbing the terrified Pepper and dodging to the side. "Stark, it's time to settle our grudge. Your father was a thief, stealing my father's research and framing him for stealing classified documents." "Humph, your father was the thief and a traitor. Die." Enraged, Ivan lashed out again. Because of the distance, Tony once again grabbed Pepper and narrowly dodged. Seeing Tony struggling to protect her, Pepper quickly pushed herself free. "Don't worry about me. I'm not his target." She ran to the side and immediately called Happy on the phone. Due to the rushed construction, Ivan's exoskeleton didn't account for power assistance or speed, so after a few minutes of fighting, he began to tire. A few minutes later, a car pulled up, and Happy stepped out holding a briefcase. "Mr. Stark, your suit." Tony took the briefcase, opened it, and quickly suited up in his red and white Iron Man armor. He fired a repulsor blast that sent Ivan flying. "Your armor is decent, but it's underpowered. Most of its strength must be in those whips." Ivan climbed to his feet, glaring at Tony with fierce resentment. Without saying a word, he charged again. But now that Tony was in his suit, Ivan was completely outmatched. Before long, he was knocked to the ground. Tony didn't finish him off, though. He simply called the police to come and take Ivan away. It wasn't until evening that Tony finally returned home. Pepper was still at the police station handling paperwork, so as soon as Tony got home, he went straight to his lab and drank a large glass of orange juice. Then he removed his shirt, looking at the black vein spreading across his chest, and for a moment, despair crept into his thoughts. But he still had at least 2 years left, so he quickly pulled himself together and resumed his research into alternative elements. The next day at noon, Tony returned to Umbrella. This time, he brought the first-generation arc reactor, and Adam agreed not to interfere in his and Obadiah's affairs. The condition was that Tony couldn't let the company fall apart or let the stock price drop below 300 million per share. Tony, of course, had no reason to refuse such terms. After Tony left, Adam began reviewing the reactor's data. Though he wasn't a mechanical genius like Tony, he understood enough to see that Tony's reactor was far superior to Ivan's. As expected, Tony truly was one of the smartest people in the Marvel Universe. It was a pity he was constrained by the technology of his world. Otherwise, his achievements would have been far greater. Chapter 79, Diverting Attention. A week later. The Stark Industries shareholders meeting was held once again. However, this time, without Umbrella's participation, Tony Stark garnered the majority of votes in the first round of hand-raising, returning to Stark Industries as the CEO. Obadiah looked in disbelief at the empty seat beside him. Neither Umbrella nor Sherlock Funds representatives had shown up. Could it be that just because he had pulled Ivan to his side, Umbrella was now retaliating against him? As he thought about Ivan, who was still waiting for him to get him out of the police station, he felt a headache coming on. His original plan was to gradually break free from Umbrella's control, starting by pulling Ivan in and obtaining his arc reactor technology. But he never expected Ivan to act so impulsively and attempt murder. During the shareholders' meeting, Tony announced Obadiah's dismissal and his intention to file charges concerning Obadiah's illegal arms sales to Middle Eastern terrorists. After that, it was all about winning over the remaining small shareholders and senior management. Yes, winning them over, not suppressing them. Tony remained true to his good-hearted nature. He believed that these small shareholders and senior managers were merely tools used by Obadiah, not people who genuinely harbored malice towards him. Those who had been laid off due to their association with Obadiah were, naturally, brought back, even promoted. Today, Tony Stark has officially returned to Stark Industries, which has led to a slight increase in the company's stock price. At the top floor of the Umbrella building, Adam stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine and gazing at the beautiful night view outside. His ears caught the news from the television. Indeed, his decision was correct. Letting Tony return had successfully brought about a rise in the stock price. Red Queen, how much stock do we still hold in Stark Industries? Master, Umbrella holds 1.4% of the shares. Sherlock Fund holds 3.4%. Together, they total 4.8%. So far, we've made a profit of $27.3 billion. Most of the funds have now been redirected into acquiring shares in Starship Corporation. However, since Life Foundation is also purchasing shares, Starship's stock price has become inflated, exceeding its original value. How many shares do I own in Starship now? 39.4%. And how much does Life Foundation own? Based on public records, about 27%. How many shares does Starship Corporation's chairman hold? Based on public data, about 11.2%. After pondering for a while, Adam turned his gaze away from the window. How's the base construction going in Russia? Currently, the foundation is being laid. After dealing with the local gangs, no major issues have arisen. Recall Luna and have another manager oversee the project. Then, find a time to meet with the chairman of Starship Corporation. Yes, Master. After arranging a series of tasks, Adam suddenly remembered another matter. Sharon should start gathering intelligence on the Osborn group. It's time to have S.H.I.E.L.D. work for us and divert their attention. The next morning. At the top of the Osborn Tower in New York. Norman Osborn sat in his office, staring at the third-quarter financial report in his hands, feeling a throbbing headache. At just around 40 years old, he didn't appear particularly aged. He was still in the prime of his life, and the hereditary illness of his family hadn't shown any symptoms yet. But the financial report in his hands made him feel several years older, as if his body had been drained of strength. Earlier this year, he had confidently developed a wound-healing spray, aiming to compete with Umbrella. But because of insufficient testing and data, the spray was not only found to be less effective than Umbrella's product, but also to contain carcinogenic substances. As a result, it was pulled from most markets. It was only available in a few impoverished countries, where the low price had won them over. After all, Umbrella's drugs weren't cheap. But even so, it would be difficult to recoup the development costs. Recently, the board had been using this failure to attack him, with some even hinting at removing him from his position. Apparently, Obadiah at Stark Industries had set a good example, making some board members restless. But hadn't they seen Obadiah's fate? Like a dog, cast aside by Umbrella. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and before Norman could respond, it was pushed open. A cute boy, around 10 years old, hopped into the office. Father, it's Sunday. You promised to take me out today. Seeing his son, Norman set the financial report aside and forced a smile. How about I take you to Disneyland, Harry? Harry smiled innocently and nodded happily. Thank you, Father. By the way, can I invite my friend to come along? Norman affectionately patted his son's head. You mean Peter Parker? Of course. Yay. Father, you're the best. I'll go tell Peter the good news. As Harry left the office, Norman picked up the financial report again, his face darkening once more. I won't allow anyone to destroy my happy family. Knock, knock. Moments later, there was another knock at the door. Come in. A long-haired woman, dressed in a black suit and pencil skirt, walked into the office. Mr. Osborn, the military has rejected our human enhancement technology proposal. They've stated that Umbrella already has mature technology, and unless we offer something better, there will be no future collaborations. Hearing this, Norman's face remained stoic, but internally, his anger surged. Yet he also felt powerless. Umbrella had risen to prominence in just a decade. In the beginning, he hadn't even considered them a competitor, a mere small-scale operation. Later, when Umbrella started growing, they had even proposed a merger with the Osborn Group, but Norman had coldly rejected the offer. Who could have predicted that Umbrella would grow to the point of squeezing the Osborn Group out of the market? I understand. Looking at the seductive secretary in front of him, Norman felt a wave of desire. Come here. The secretary, understanding his intent, set down the documents and approached him. Mr. Osborn, is there something you need? Wait, no, you shouldn't. I'm married. Ah. 10 minutes later. A satisfied Norman pushed the secretary away. Have your husband apply for a job here as my driver. Huh. The secretary, still dressing herself, was momentarily stunned. But I don't have a husband. Then find one. It doesn't have to be real. Understood. With a sly smile, the secretary left, her high heels clicking as she walked out. Watching her leave, Norman felt his desire reignite. But being in his 40s, his body was no longer what it once was. Chapter 80, Ruling the New World. Cairo, Egypt. After more than a week of recovery, Apocalypse finally unleashed an earthquake and returned to the world of the living. He looked around, bewildered by the modern world. Where was he? The quality of clothing people wore was so high, similar to what only nobles once wore. Yet, these people looked gaunt, their faces sallow, their bodies frail, clearly, they were poor. And those moving metal boxes with people inside, what on earth were those things? As he passed a narrow alley, 3 men wielding pistols suddenly surrounded him. Old man, hand over all your money. Maybe we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we'll send you to meet the sun god. Apocalypse was dressed in a tattered gray cloak, and his skin was dark and weathered, so they assumed he was an elderly man. And a weak, defenseless elder was an easy target for people like this. Just as Apocalypse prepared to act, a young woman with long green hair stepped forward. Hey, you 3. What do you think you're doing to this old man? She was striking, with a high-bridged nose and green eyes, but the heavy smoky makeup on her face ruined some of her natural beauty. Dressed in oversized clothes in a hip-hop style and ripped pants, it was hard to tell her physique. Apocalypse's eyes showed a hint of interest when he saw her. He sensed the presence of the X gene within her, she was a mutant. Hey, girl, this is none of your business. Get lost. Wait, boss, this chick seems pretty decent. Yeah, boss, I think we can have some fun here. As the 3 leered at her, the woman shook her head and raised her hand. A green glow shimmered in her hand, and immediately, the pistols in their hands flew out of their grip, hovering midair and pointing back at them. What? What's happening? She's a mutant. Fuck. Why is she still roaming free after the Mutant Registration Act? As the 3 men backed away in fear, the woman waved her hand impatiently. Get lost. Hearing this, the 3 men ran away in a hurry. But then, Apocalypse acted. With a slight lift of his hand, the ground beneath the fleeing men softened, and they sank into quicksand, disappearing without a trace. Ah. With a scream, they vanished, leaving no sign behind. The woman, alarmed, looked warily at Apocalypse. You're a mutant too. Why did you kill them? Apocalypse didn't answer. With a lofty, detached expression, he asked, as one of the children of the gods, why are you living like this? In Apocalypse's time, mutants were known as the children of the gods, the highest-ranking group. He was baffled by how things had fallen to this state. The woman gave a bitter smile. Children of the gods. More like the gods' curse. They're about to pass a Mutant Registration Act soon, and then we mutants will only be able to hide in poor, remote places like this. This was why she'd fled to Egypt instead of staying in America. Recently, the House of Representatives in America had preliminarily passed the Mutant Registration Act. Now, they just awaited the Senate's approval and the President's signature for it to become law. Not just her, many mutants in America had started fleeing. Hearing this, Apocalypse merely nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't expected the children of the gods to fall to such a state. It seemed he would need to establish a new order in this new world. Do you know where I can learn the knowledge of this era? Knowledge. The woman looked him up and down, puzzled. What a strange request. But after a moment's thought, she nodded. Come with me. Apocalypse followed her. Woman, what's your name? I'm Lorna Dane. And you? For some reason, as she looked at the old man before her, Lorna felt as though she were facing her father or even a leader. Her tone involuntarily became more respectful. My name. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak it. Let me think. Ah, yes, En Sabah Nur. After a while, the 2 arrived at a rundown building, and Lorna turned on the TV. Here, watch TV. This is all I have. Apocalypse gazed calmly at the television in front of him, though intrigued. After all, on his way here, he'd already encountered many new wonders. A moment later, he placed his hand on the TV and instantly understood its workings. Then, using his telepathic powers, he extended his reach through the television signals to nearby stations, eventually linking to satellites across the globe. Several minutes later, he opened his eyes again. Nuclear bombs, airplanes, tanks, battleships. Humanity now wields powers beyond their right. Lorna, would you become my knight and stand by my side? Lorna, who was nibbling on bread, rolled her eyes at him. A knight? You think this is a TV show? You'll understand. Receive the gift of the gods. With that, Apocalypse placed his hand on Lorna's head, unleashing a surge of potent energy. Oh! The immense energy caused Lorna to scream in pain and collapse, curling up on the floor. After a few minutes, the energy coursing through her body activated her X gene, lengthening her hair, turning it a deeper green. I feel such power. She waved her hand, and with a flash of light, every metal object around her floated. Staring in disbelief at her own hands, she was amazed. To control metal so effortlessly was something only her father had ever been able to do. She hadn't expected to become this strong. Apocalypse, pleased with Lorna's transformation, nodded in satisfaction. My knight, do you know other children of the gods? He intended to recreate the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse and establish a new order in this world, an order ruled by him. In the American Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, there stood the most secure prison in all of America. And Magneto, Eric, was imprisoned 10 floors beneath its depths. Since Eric's capture, all metal had been removed from the area, and everyone could only use plastic items. Eric himself wore an X-gene suppression device. Additional isolation measures ensured that, even without the suppression device, Eric would have no way of escaping. Unless something unexpected occurred, Eric would be confined here for life. At that moment, Eric sat in his cell, reading a book out of boredom. After a few minutes, he seemed to sense something, lifting his head to gaze into the distant horizon. It seems, something has changed. Chapter 81, Umbrella Armory. As Eric stood there, lost in thought, a tray came down the conveyor belt and stopped right in front of him. Unlike in the movies where meals are brought manually, here, all food was delivered through the conveyor belt. This setup prevented Eric from any direct contact with others, minimizing any chance for unforeseen incidents. Seeing the food, Eric couldn't help but grumble to himself. Potato bread again. Can't they serve anything else? Outside, the staff seemed to hear his complaint, and a voice came through the loudspeaker. You've been here for 2 months without paying a dime. You're lucky to get food at all. What more do you want? Hearing this, Eric bowed his head and started eating in silence. He had only been complaining because he'd been eating potato bread for over a week straight. In reality, he would eat whatever he was given, no matter how poor the quality, as he was determined to maintain his strength, trusting that his allies outside would eventually rescue him. He had to be in peak condition to be ready when the time came. After finishing his meal, the tray was taken away by the conveyor belt, which then delivered the day's newspaper. It was his only way to learn about the outside world. Umbrella Corporation announces the establishment of the Umbrella Armory in Raccoon City, aiming to develop the first generation of Sentinels. Soon, all mutants will have nowhere to hide. Reading the headline, Eric's face immediately darkened. 3 days later. In the heart of the United States, Kansas, Raccoon City. Adam and Luna arrived together to inspect the Umbrella Armory site, which was preparing to break ground. Mr. Adam, Miss Luna, welcome, the city mayor greeted them as soon as they stepped off the plane, accompanied by an entourage. Raccoon City's economy wasn't exactly flourishing, with only a population of around 100,000 and being surrounded by mountains. It had no railway or waterways, just a small airport with limited flights. The investment from Umbrella's Armory project was a major boost for the mayor and the people of Raccoon City, so it was no wonder he had brought his officials out to welcome them. Haha, Mayor Esther, thank you for the warm welcome. We are honored to have your support as we bring Umbrella here. Adam kept a friendly tone, speaking as an equal, which was a rare approach and made Mayor Esther appreciate him all the more. After some pleasantries, the group drove to the Umbrella Armory site. The armory was located about 10 kilometers outside the city, in the flattest area around Raccoon City. Already, several excavators were working, digging into the land. After inspecting the site for a while and noticing the sun beginning to set, Adam decided to return to the hotel to rest. But at that moment, a group of people holding banners and shouting slogans appeared in the distance. Protect nature. Save wildlife. Preserve our world. We can't destroy forests for human selfishness, leaving animals homeless. Earth isn't just humanity's Earth, it's the home of all creatures. It was clear that this was a group of environmental activists protesting the construction of the Umbrella Armory. Seeing this, Mayor Esther shot an irritated look at the officials behind him. The officials exchanged glances, avoiding eye contact. At that, Mayor Esther approached Adam. Mr. Adam, this is. How would you like us to handle it? Adam gave Mayor Esther a meaningful look and calmly replied, if you don't welcome Umbrella, then we'll have no choice but to find somewhere else that does. He knew very well that these so-called environmentalists couldn't have shown up without some kind of organization behind them. And whoever organized this likely had official support, or they wouldn't have known about his arrival so precisely. Whether Mayor Esther knew or not, he had to feel the pressure. Hearing Adam's thinly veiled threat, Mayor Esther immediately looked anxious. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Just give me a few days. All right, then we'll head back for now. Watching as the protesters marched onto the construction site and halted operations, Adam remained unperturbed. After all, such incidents were commonplace in the US. He had encountered plenty of these environmentalists before and knew that they wouldn't leave easily. But once their resources were cut off and they saw no benefit in staying, they would eventually retreat on their own. As night fell, Adam and Luna returned to the hotel. Finally, Luna let down her guard. Upon arriving, she knocked on Adam's door, giving the excuse that her bathroom was broken and she needed to borrow his for a shower. The sound of the shower echoed from the bathroom as Adam shook his head and pulled out his phone to get a report from the Red Queen. As he scanned through the information, a new message caught his eye. A group of mutants has appeared in Egypt. They killed the governor and are forcing people to build pyramids. The report included photos of the mutants, and standing in the center was none other than Apocalypse. Apocalypse. This Marvel world is turning out to be quite interesting. I wonder if the sorcerer at Camartage can sit by and do nothing. He had met the Ancient One in the past. Since she hadn't seen him in the future timeline, she probably assumed he wouldn't live long enough to matter, so she paid him no mind. And he had no intention of provoking the ancient sorceress, who was backed by eternity, so he left her alone as well. After a while, the shower turned off, and Luna emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. Her long, pale legs, smooth shoulders, and a chest that seemed about to spill from her towel-covered form, made her way to Adam. "Boss, you've been working all day. You need to freshen up too." "No rush." "Well, I'm in a hurry. I mean, it's getting late. It's only 9. Plenty of time." "Fine, I can wait." With that, she climbed onto the bed. "All right, I'll go shower." Shaking his head, Adam headed into the bathroom. Luna smiled slyly as he did. At SHIELD headquarters in New York. Though the day had officially ended, the building was still brightly lit. Nick Fury, freshly returned from the helicarrier, stood at the head of the conference room, surrounded by high-ranking SHIELD agents and a few mutants. After a moment, Fury spoke up. "The Council has ordered us to head to Egypt. Prepare yourselves, we leave tomorrow." The agents' faces betrayed their surprise. They had just returned from a 2-month mission in Japan, hoping to spend some time with their families. But no one dared to defy Fury's orders. This time, the enemy is extremely dangerous. According to intel from Sam in Egypt, the target may be an Omega-level mutant. Additionally, Eric's daughter, Lorna, is in league with them, along with several other powerful mutants. Chapter 82, Nukes Go Out of Control. As the meeting fell into silence, Charles wheeled himself forward. "I might be able to help locate Lorna, talk to her, and understand the situation." Everyone immediately looked at him in confusion. Jean, standing behind Charles, quickly explained, "We have a brainwave amplifier. With it, Professor Charles can find anyone in the world and communicate with them." Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement and anticipation. If they could learn about the latest developments through Lorna, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Only Nick looked at Charles with a thoughtful expression, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. A moment later, Charles led the group to his brainwave amplifier. Natasha, Barton, Nick, and the others gathered around, waiting anxiously for Charles to bring good news. But as everyone watched expectantly, Charles's eyes suddenly turned black, and his body began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Jean immediately felt that something was wrong. "Professor. Professor. Are you okay?" she called out, but he didn't respond. She then reached out, intending to remove the helmet from Charles's head, only to be repelled by an intense surge of psychic energy. "What's happening? Is Charles all right? What's going on?" Realizing something was amiss, everyone gathered around uneasily. Jean quickly said, "Everyone, help me take off the professor's helmet." At this point, Charles's body trembled even more violently. The people around him quickly rushed forward to help remove the helmet. Finally, Charles regained consciousness, but his face was deathly pale. "Quick, we need to get out of here." A few minutes earlier. It was afternoon in Egypt. Apocalypse sat in the presidential palace, looking coldly at the bodies strewn across the floor, along with a handful of enhanced mutants. Among them was a woman with long black hair, Psylocke, and an angel with iron wings. Leading them was Lorna, a woman with green hair and green eyes. "Lord Apocalypse, all the rebels in Cairo have been eliminated. The remaining people are being organized to start building the pyramid." Apocalypse nodded indifferently. To him, whether the Cairo officials submitted or not and whether the pyramid was built were trivial matters. After all, even with only a fraction of his former strength, rebuilding the pyramid was just a minor inconvenience. If the officials didn't cooperate, he could kill them all and use his powers to reconstruct the pyramid himself. Good. Now, continue gathering the children of the gods to join our cause. Though he considered himself invincible, he wasn't so arrogant as to think he could conquer the entire world alone. He was well aware that the world was far more complex than it appeared. Beyond the distant Camartage wizards, there existed true gods in Egypt itself, powerful deities like Ra, the sun god, and Anubis, the lord of the underworld. They were mostly indifferent to Earth's small territory and paid little attention to it. Yes, Lord Apocalypse, Lorna replied. Among these newly recruited mutants, she was the most powerful and the first to meet Apocalypse, naturally becoming his second-in-command. Lorna, can you hear me? At that moment, Lorna suddenly heard a voice in her mind. It was Uncle Charles. Her feelings toward this uncle, who had both cooperated and clashed with her father, were complicated. She didn't hold any particular fondness or resentment toward him. After all, both her father and Charles fought for the mutants, they just had different approaches. Uncle Charles, what's going on? However, Charles's voice remained silent. Looking up, she saw that Apocalypse's eyes had turned white. The moment Charles's psychic energy appeared, Apocalypse sensed it immediately. This psychic energy intrigued him. In his thousands of years of existence, he had never encountered such a peculiar force. It was like an infinite global wireless network that could enter others' minds at will and control their thoughts. Realizing this, he didn't hesitate to dive into the other person's mind. Through his opponent's mind, he perceived all the life on Earth. This made him desire to acquire this power. If he could obtain it, he could instantly dominate the entire human world, ensuring no one would ever betray him again. But first, he would borrow this psychic network. In the next instant, he used Charles's psychic energy to locate global missile launch sites, missile vehicles, and missile submarines. Moments later, missiles began launching from bases, vehicles, and submarines into space. Without missiles, how would humanity resist his rule? At the Pentagon, the loudest alarm blared. The red glow of the sirens cast an ominous shadow over everyone. The Secretary of Defense, dressed in his uniform, ran grimly into the command center. What's happening? Mr. Secretary, we don't know what's going on. All of our missiles have suddenly launched. And it's not just us, missiles have launched simultaneously from every nuclear power around the globe. Are you joking? Today isn't April Fool's Day. No, sir, it's no joke. Then can you explain why this happened? We have no idea. What's the target of these missiles? Space, Mr. Secretary. They're headed for space, and they haven't activated any detonation devices. Rather than a nuclear strike, it's more like self-destruction. Hearing this, the 60-year-old secretary's face creased in a deep frown. Get me the president on the line and call an emergency meeting with the Security Council. Similar incidents were unfolding in every nuclear-armed nation around the world. Everyone was deeply alarmed by the sudden loss of control over the missiles, and world leaders and high officials rushed to secure bunkers. They began calling each other, trying to piece together the sequence of events. The truth is, despite the tense standoff among countries that often appeared on the brink of conflict, full-scale war between major powers was highly unlikely in the modern world. After all, those at the top were the ones who enjoyed the most resources, fine food, wine, luxury, and beauty, seemingly endless in supply. They often spent more time deciding what pleasures to indulge in each day than contemplating war, which could potentially strip them of everything. It's usually those without hope who long for war, hoping to disrupt the status quo and create a new order more favorable to them. Chapter 83, The Cthulhu Virus. In the basement of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngster. Jean quickly pushed Charles away from the scene. Nick, Natasha, Barton, and the others, though confused, followed closely. Whoosh. Just then, a portal opened in front of them, revealing the figures of Apocalypse and his allies. Before anyone could react, Lorna stretched out her hand, pulling Charles's wheelchair towards her. Seeing this, Jean shouted, "Stop her." As she unleashed her telekinetic power, she aimed to influence Lorna's actions. However, Apocalypse merely waved his hand, sending Jean crashing into a wall, knocking her unconscious. Nick and the others were about to intervene, but another wave from Apocalypse closed the portal, taking Charles with them. What just happened? Jean muttered in shock, lying on the ground, staring blankly at the place where Charles had vanished. Professor. Natasha stepped forward, picking up a notebook from where Lorna had disappeared. Director, maybe this can give us some clues. Nick took the notebook and began to read. It was filled with details on Apocalypse's origins, abilities, and objectives. The more he read, the darker his expression grew. With a loud snap, he closed the notebook. Let's go. We're heading to Cairo immediately. Also, convene the Security Council. We'll need global support. That night, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier set off. Contrary to Nick's expectations, the Security Council's response was swift. Once he presented the notebook, he quickly gained the full backing of every member nation. Resources were put at his disposal, and a massive military force was organized to deploy to Cairo. After all, the threat of nuclear weapons had everyone on edge, setting an irreversible course of action. The following morning. As Adam was preparing to inspect the Umbrella Armory, he received news about Apocalypse from the Red Queen. He couldn't help but smile. Glancing at the environmental activists causing a commotion on the construction site, his smile took on a strange warmth. Let's go. We're heading back. Back. To where? Asked Luna, still struggling a bit with her steps. Back to New York. What about this place? Leave it to the Omicron team. Are you sure? Won't this cause too much trouble? Don't worry. Soon, the world's attention will be elsewhere. Besides, why would I set up an armory in a place like this with no resources, transportation, or economy? He'd known from the start that things wouldn't be simple. With so many watching the Sentinels project, it would have been impossible for him to just walk away with $5 billion in research funding. He chose this isolated location because its remoteness and poor accessibility would make it easier to cover up any incidents. Not to mention, there was now the added complication of Apocalypse's nuclear missile attack. After listening, Luna glanced at the environmental activists in the distance, a look of understanding dawning on her face. Got it, boss. Let's head back right away. We can't leave any loose ends. Without heeding the mayor of Easton's attempts to keep them, the two boarded a private jet bound for New York. After Adam and Luna departed, Mayor Easton and his group watched their plane leave with dark expressions. A nearby official approached cautiously. Mayor, do you think they're planning to pull out? Easton said nothing, simply glowering at the receding aircraft. Another voice chimed in. I told you, we should have waited until they'd invested more, when they couldn't just leave so easily. Yeah, they've only invested a few billion. Umbrella can still pull out if they want. Enough. We've all profited nicely, and none of you held back when it came to taking their money. After a while, seeing his officials starting to bicker, Easton spoke in a low voice. Silence. If Umbrella leaves, so be it. The machinery and materials on site will still fetch us millions, maybe even over $1 billion. At this, the official's eyes sparkled with greed. On the plane, Adam was reviewing documents on his laptop when Luna suddenly took it from him and sat on his lap. Boss, I've been away on business for over a month now. One time isn't enough to make it up to me. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from General Ross. Holding Luna in place with one hand, Adam answered. Hello, General Ross. How can I help? You need Blonsky. That'll be $1 million per day. You want 1,000 G products? I don't have that many, only 27 are available. You need T-virus enhancement serum. That can be arranged. While he was still on the call, Luna smiled mischievously, leaning in closer. Adam immediately felt the shift and quickly restrained her. Hiss. It's nothing, General, I'm on a plane to New York. Yes, I'll deliver the goods tonight. By the way, if I may ask, are you planning to head to Cairo? Well then, good luck. After hanging up, he gently tapped Luna on the head. Stop that. This may be a private jet, but we still have a flight attendant on board. In response, Luna simply gave him a playful look. As he was preparing to enjoy the moment, another call came through. It was Senator Robert. He wanted an update on the Sentinel robot's progress and was interested in purchasing some T-virus enhancement serum. Given Robert's influence, Adam couldn't refuse and reluctantly pocketed a few more million. From there, it seemed everyone was calling in quick succession. All the familiar forces he'd dealt with in the past wanted to place orders for T-virus enhancement serum. Some even asked for C-virus and G-virus variants. It seemed that Apocalypse's destruction of the global stockpile of nukes had stirred up hidden ambitions worldwide. But as long as that ancient sorcerer at Kamartaj and the Asgardian god remained, Earth wouldn't spiral into total chaos. Besides, nukes could always be remade. So Adam wasn't overly concerned about these ambitious figures and simply continued his business. A few hours later, the plane touched down in New York. Feeling refreshed, Adam returned to Umbrella headquarters and resumed his genetic research on Masanobu Tanikawa. Apocalypse's appearance had inspired new ideas for virus development. Enhancement and mutation didn't have to be purely physical, they could also have a mental component. If he remembered correctly, the Marvel Universe contained the concept of demon eyes, symbolizing Cthulhu-like power. If his assumptions were correct, he might be able to control a virus beyond the physical realm. The Cthulhu Virus. Chapter 84, The Strange Avengers. In the prison at the Guantanamo Bay Marine Base, 10 floors underground. Eric sat expressionless, reading a newspaper while eating his breakfast of bread. A short while later, he heard a clank, clank sound echoing from outside. He raised his head in confusion, looking toward the hallway. He had been imprisoned here for over 2 months. Besides the initial rounds of gene extraction and questions, no one had visited him since. He saw a few men in black uniforms approaching. Eric, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. are enlisting you on behalf of the nation. We need your strength. At this, Eric merely shot them a cold glance, remaining silent. The idea of aiding those he once sought to destroy was laughable. He, Magneto, leader of the Brotherhood, had his pride and would not entertain the idea of cooperating, even for freedom. Seeing Eric's indifference, the lead SHIELD agent continued, "Your daughter, Lorna, is in his hands. If you don't help, her fate will be dire." Eric's controlled demeanor faltered, and he stood up. "Where is she?" "Cairo. In a beachfront villa in New York." Tony Stark groggily awoke, detaching himself from Pepper's limbs as he got out of bed to continue his research. Since returning to Stark Industries, he'd received ample resources, significantly advancing his study of new elements. However, numerous errors plagued the progress, leaving his results still negligible. As he poured himself a glass of milk in the kitchen, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. "Coming." Opening the door, Tony found Agent Coulson waiting. "Pepper's still asleep, you can come back later." "This time, Mr. Stark, I'm here for you." "Oh. For what?" Tony returned inside, continuing to drink his milk and snack on a cookie. "The world needs your help." Tony nearly spat out his milk. "What did you say?" "Me, saving the world. I'm a playboy, flirting is more my thing." "What flirting?" came Pepper's voice from the stairs. She descended, dressed in white silk pajamas. Startled, Tony jumped up. "Sweetheart, let me explain. It was just a joke." Pepper glanced at Coulson, then softened her expression, letting the matter go. "Mr. Coulson, what's the purpose of this visit?" "I need Mr. Stark's help to secure the safety of the world." Pepper's brows furrowed as she coldly replied, "Tony's a playboy, not a hero. Ask someone else." To her, saving the world seemed like nothing more than an unnecessary risk for Tony. Coulson shook his head, pulling out a tablet and displaying confidential footage. At around midnight last night, every country's nuclear arsenal launched into space in a single operation, aimed at destroying these missiles. This was a coordinated disarmament effort. Pepper cut him off. "Isn't that a good thing? It sounds like he's a savior." Unfazed, Coulson continued, "The one responsible for this is named Apocalypse. He possesses extraordinary abilities, and last night, he abducted Professor Charles Xavier." Hearing the name Charles, Pepper hesitated. After all, Charles was her professor in college. But Tony's safety mattered more, and she shook her head firmly. "What does this have to do with us? The government gets plenty of our taxes, they should be able to handle it themselves. Our intel suggests that Apocalypse can transfer his consciousness. If he builds his pyramid and harnesses Charles's powers, he could gain the ability to control the minds of every human on Earth." Silence fell between Tony and Pepper. If this was true, the matter did indeed concern global safety, and no one would be untouched. "Who else are you recruiting?" Pepper asked. "Our initial lineup includes Eric, Natasha, Barton, Jean, Sam, Logan, Victor, Blonsky, and Banner. In the mountains of Michigan." Bruce Banner sat in a small cabin, eating a breakfast he'd prepared himself. To avoid detection, he lived in seclusion, growing and foraging for his food. Knock, knock. At the sound of the door, Banner tensed and grabbed a shotgun. He cautiously cracked open the door. "Who's there?" "Hello, Mr. Banner. We're with SHIELD." Realizing they knew his name, Banner's nerves flared, and his hand gripping the shotgun began to turn a shade of green. Sensing his anxiety, the agents hurriedly explained, "We're not here to capture you. We're here to ask for your help in saving the world." Saving the world? Banner's mind swam with questions. The agents explained the events of the previous night, even showing him video footage on a tablet. Banner opened the door, allowing them inside. "But I can't control the Hulk. We're counting on both Hulk's strength and your intelligence." "What about General Ross?" "We've worked it out with him. You'll be part of SHIELD from now on. He won't be coming after you anymore." "Where's your vehicle?" "In Cairo." Night had fallen. Apocalypse stood with his mutant followers before a construction site where a pyramid was slowly being built. The pyramid was enormous, and even with modern machinery, the project would take weeks to complete. The foundation work alone was still underway. Apocalypse's patience wore thin. He considered completing the work himself but decided against it. A god deserved an audience, and if he finished the pyramid alone, Cairo would likely be destroyed in the process. "Use your powers to speed up the construction," he ordered. The mutants behind him nodded. "Yes, Lord Apocalypse." With mutants wielding enhanced strength and speed, the pyramid's construction rate accelerated, heavy stones moving without the aid of machinery. Chapter 85, The Unstoppable Might of Apocalypse. Just as Apocalypse was about to leave, a few Cairo officials who had surrendered rushed over to him. "Lord Deity, the multinational coalition, led by the United States, has reached the Suez Canal." Apocalypse merely gave them a cold look, saying nothing. Seeing this, Lorna stepped forward. "Where are your troops?" "Lady Lorna, our forces are gathering, but they stand no chance against the coalition." Hearing this, Apocalypse replied calmly, "No need to worry, I will handle this." His expression and tone suggested that he considered the coalition forces nothing more than a minor annoyance, something he could eliminate with ease. The Cairo officials, observing him, couldn't help but wonder what went on inside his mind. But with their lives in his hands, they could only nod respectfully. "Understood, Lord Deity." As the officials departed, Lorna couldn't hold back her concern. "Lord Apocalypse, the coalition forces are powerful. I fear Cairo's soldiers won't last a single minute." Apocalypse cast a faint glance at Lorna. "I never expected them to." Hearing this, Lorna bowed her head, remaining silent. In truth, she was starting to regret her earlier decision. Had she known better, she would not have saved him. Now they had attracted this kind of trouble. Though she was grateful to Apocalypse for enhancing her powers, she doubted that, even with his strength and the help of a few mutants, they could stand against the military might of the entire planet. In fact, many mutants shared her thoughts, though none dared voice them openly, intimidated by Apocalypse's overwhelming power. A while later, they returned to the Cairo leader's residence. Meanwhile, at the city's edge, an asymmetrical battle had begun. The coalition, led by the U.S. military, launched an offensive with stealth fighters, obliterating Cairo's radar and anti-air defenses. Strategic bombers and helicopters followed, decimating ground armor units, while the main armored divisions advanced alongside infantry. This typical modern warfare left Cairo's already demoralized soldiers fleeing in panic, unable to mount any resistance. In just one night, the coalition reached the outskirts of Cairo. As the sun rose, the people in Cairo could hear the rumbling of tanks and armored vehicles outside the city, with jets and helicopters flying overhead. It was then that Apocalypse finally made his move. He flew to the outskirts, raised his hands, and an invisible energy surged forth, disintegrating every missile and shell fired at him. Distant planes and tanks slowly crumbled into ash, disappearing into the air. In mere minutes, tens of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of tanks, fighter jets, helicopters, and all forms of modern weaponry had been reduced to dust. Everyone watching the battle via satellite or camera feed was left speechless, gripped with terror. An icy chill crept up their spines, sending shivers through them as they looked at Apocalypse, standing like a god among mortals. After completing his destruction, he looked upon the battlefield as if he had merely crushed a few ants, then turned and left. Aboard an aircraft carrier over 100 kilometers from Cairo, Nick and the others stared in silence after witnessing the annihilation of the coalition forces. After a long pause, Tony finally broke the silence. "You want us to fight that monster? We'd be better off praying, our chances would probably be higher." The others, though silent, shared Tony's sentiment. From what they had seen, even if they all joined forces, they might at most make Apocalypse move his fingers an extra time. This was not a simple difference in strength, it felt as if they weren't even of the same species. Seeing this, Nick found it difficult to argue otherwise. In truth, he knew their mission was likely doomed. But should he summon her? With that thought, he touched the communicator in his pocket. After hesitating, he refrained from pressing it. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know our enemy's power has surpassed all our expectations. You're all scared, even terrified. Honestly, I feel regret too, regret for taking on this mission. I want to run, to avoid facing such a terrifying opponent. But if we run, who will face him? There are over 7 billion people behind us. We're not fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for the lives and freedom of the world. Tell me, what should we do now?" After Nick's rousing speech, the team's morale began to rise. "Kill him. Yeah, let's take him down. If not today, then tomorrow. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us, he can't kill us all at once." Nick nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't immediately send everyone into battle. Instead, he concluded the meeting. He still needed to coordinate with the Security Council to finalize the attack plan. Meanwhile, Maria, dressed in her black uniform, wandered onto the deck alone, a look of worry clouding her face. As she watched the fighter jets take off and the crew bustling around, she sighed softly. "What are you thinking about?" A voice sounded behind her. She turned with a stern expression to see who it was. It was Jean. Jean also wore the black shield uniform, her impressive figure no less striking than Maria's. "Is something the matter?" "Yes, there's something you should know." "What is it?" 2 months ago, when the professor tried to probe Umbrella's activities with his psychic abilities, he suffered a severe backlash. It took him over a week to recover. "Are you saying someone within Umbrella possesses powers stronger than Professor Charles?" "I'm not sure, but it seems that way." Maria fell silent upon hearing this. "I understand. Thank you for telling me." With that, she walked back toward the command room. Jean sighed slightly, watching her leave. In truth, she had been reluctant to reveal this information, knowing it would lessen the likelihood of S.H.I.E.L.D. ever crossing Umbrella in the future. But to save the professor, she had no other choice. "Do you regret it?" A voice sounded behind Jean. she turned to see Eric standing behind her. Regret siding with humanity? I've heard that Aurora and Scott have gone missing. Jean's expression darkened. I don't know, but I believe peace will come eventually. Or perhaps, we'll be wiped out first. Jean shook her head, unwilling to continue the discussion. And what about you? Why did you agree to side with the humans? Me. Eric looked toward the distant city of Cairo. For the one I hold dearest. Chapter 86, Pre-Battle Preparations. In the command center. After wrapping up his call with the Security Council, Nick felt drained as he ended the call. The Council, of course, refused to surrender, but mobilizing new troops would still take time. At the very least, it would be 3 days before they could launch another offensive. Meanwhile, nuclear bombs were being urgently prepared. Thanks to a stockpile of dormant warheads, it would only take 3 or 4 days to activate them. If they still couldn't kill Apocalypse after 3 days, the Council planned to resort to nuclear weapons. At that point, the millions of people in Cairo would perish alongside Apocalypse. If it truly killed him, then so be it. But Nick feared that even after such drastic measures, Apocalypse would survive, wasting countless lives in vain. He needed to deal with Apocalypse within these 3 days. A knock came at the door. Come in, Nick called. Maria entered, relaying the information she'd heard from Jean earlier. After listening, Nick immediately called Adam from Umbrella Corporation. But moments later, he hung up. Unsurprisingly, Adam had declined, insisting he knew nothing about it and had no powerful reinforcements to offer. Yet, there was some good news. Adam mentioned that a boy in America had the power to suppress all X gene mutations. If they could find this boy, Apocalypse would revert to a regular human in his presence. Connect me to every intelligence agency in America. We must locate this boy, Nick ordered. Maria hesitated, her fair face showing uncertainty. Do you think he's lying to us? If such a boy existed, how could we not know anything about him? Whether it's a lie or not, it's worth mobilizing the agents. If we find him, great. If not, we'll continue with the original plan. Yes, sir. After Maria left, Nick considered contacting his old allies. Just then, the door opened again. Nick, I have an idea, but I need your support, Tony announced confidently, his previous look of fear completely gone. Nick's curiosity was piqued. Oh. What's your idea? I need the formula for adamantium alloy and access to a source for vibranium. What do you plan to do with them? I want to build an anti-apocalypse suit. While chatting with others earlier, Tony had seen Wolverine's adamantium alloy, sparking this idea. Nick gave Tony a deep look. I can find you sellers for adamantium and vibranium. As for the formula, you'll have to figure that out on your own. That works. Shortly afterward, Nick tapped into his network, connecting Tony with suppliers from the military and black market. By paying extra, Tony's materials would be delivered that afternoon. The military, however, unsurprisingly denied his request for the adamantium formula. But Tony was satisfied. In the face of Apocalypse, the formula was a secondary concern. I'll apply to the Security Council to cover this expense, though I can't guarantee reimbursement, Nick warned. Tony flashed a confident grin. Come on, Nick. If there's one thing I don't lack, it's money. Nick's face darkened as he stayed silent, knowing Tony was right. Just then, Tony's phone rang. It was Pepper calling. Hey, sweetheart. What's up, he answered. Tony, the news of the multinational force's defeat has caused global markets to plummet. Even Stark Industries shares have dropped by 70%, Pepper informed him. Ah. Tony froze, then glanced sheepishly at Nick. Anything else? If not, I've got to get back to work. Yes. I want you to come home. I know it's selfish, but I can't bear the thought of losing you. Pepper's voice broke into quiet sobs. That morning, she had watched the footage of the defeated forces, feeling a terrible pang in her heart. Though she knew Tony wouldn't back down from a fight, she couldn't help but call, hoping he'd come back. Even if it made her selfish, she just wanted him safe. Hearing her soft cries, Tony opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to comfort her. This battle was against a formidable enemy unlike any he'd faced before. He couldn't promise he'd return, or even that they'd win. But for billions of people, he had to confront this threat. Nick stepped forward, speaking gravely, Miss Pepper, you can rest assured. As long as I stand, nothing will happen to Tony. A moment later, the phone went silent, with only a quiet, thank you. Before the call ended, Tony's expression darkened. Nick patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I mean what I say. No need, Tony replied. In the face of death, we're all equal. My life isn't worth more than yours. Just then, Eric, clad in a black bodysuit and a helmet designed to block psychic attacks, approached them. You're absolutely right, he said. Turning to Nick, he added, I'll need adamantium, too. Apocalypse can disintegrate any material, so only adamantium might stand a chance. Would you like some vibranium? No, Eric replied. The truth was, he found vibranium odd, it resisted his control. In the comics, Eric couldn't control Black Panther's suit and was even harmed by it. Only vibranium alloys mixed with other metals could be manipulated by him. Nick's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, then he nodded. Understood. The night settled in. On the aircraft carrier's deck, Banner gazed out over the darkened city of Cairo. He wandered to the edge of the deck and sat down, his legs dangling as though he might fall at any moment. He was training himself to confront his own fear. They were hovering thousands of meters above the city, and the buildings below looked as small as ants. This high-altitude situation, without any safety harness, made his heartbeat quicken slightly. Beep beep. His watch began to beep in warning, his heart rate had reached 106. I think you could try a different kind of training, came Natasha's voice from behind him as she joined him at the edge. What kind of training? Banner's pulse quickened as he caught her scent, glancing over to see her face. Natasha was strikingly beautiful in a way that was completely different from Elizabeth's pure beauty. Natasha was like an enticing enchantress, constantly challenging his self-control. Like this. Natasha leaned closer, drawing a slow, deliberate circle on his stomach with her finger. Trying not to get excited. Chapter 87, Upholding Kindness. The next morning. Banner realized his efforts at self-restraint had failed. Looking at Natasha beside him, a pang of guilt suddenly surfaced in his heart. He had betrayed Elizabeth. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. What are you thinking about? Natasha woke up, placing a hand on Banner's chest. Nothing. I just don't know if we'll survive. The heaviness of his words made Natasha's hand freeze for a moment. The reason she sought him out wasn't just to calm the unpredictable Hulk, part of her wanted one last reckless act before the end. Experiencing the partial transformation of the Hulk's body was something she'd never dared to imagine before. No wonder even General Ross's daughter had gone crazy for him. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Banner, time for the meeting. Soon, the two were dressed and walked into the meeting room under everyone's curious gazes. Nick was seated at the head of the table. When he saw everyone was present, he spoke with a dark expression. According to the latest reports, Apocalypse has been gathering civilians in Cairo to build a pyramid. Those who disobey are killed. So far, over 30,000 people have died. Hearing this, the group was immediately filled with righteous anger. That damn Apocalypse, he treats human life like it's nothing. We have to attack Cairo and rescue those people immediately. Director, just give the order. We will depart immediately. Seeing the crowd's fervor rise, Nick nodded in satisfaction. Holding this meeting had been worth it. I know you're eager to save lives, but now isn't the time. I recently acquired a shipment of vibranium and adamantium. If any of you need it, come to me for approval. I've also secured some super soldier serum and T-virus enhancers. Anyone interested, talk to Maria. Seeing the group's spirits dim, he continued, tomorrow at noon, we'll begin the mission. Code name, God's Lair Plan. The next morning. At first light, the sleepless team gathered on the deck, awaiting the start of the operation. They soon noticed transports and helicopters continuously arriving on the deck of the aircraft carrier. As sets of futuristic equipment were unloaded, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They were introduced to experimental electromagnetic rifles, lethal drones, missile launchers, sniper rifles, and even the first Sentinel prototypes, each boosting their hopes for victory. Then Nick appeared. Everyone, these weapons are for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Hearing this, the crowd wasn't disappointed, they merely nodded. After all, even if given these high-tech weapons, they might not know how to use them properly. All right, let's begin the briefing and deploy the plan. Yes, sir. In Cairo. The city had turned into something close to hell on earth. Thousands of civilians, shackled and driven by soldiers, transported stones to the city center, where a foundation stretching 1,000 meters awaited them. Stones were piled up to form a pyramid. Sitting on a golden throne, Apocalypse rested his head on one hand, coldly watching the people laboring below. Beside him sat a despairing Charles. Are you sure you won't yield to me? Apocalypse asked. Charles shook his head firmly. You've only taken a wrong path. There's still time to turn back. Apocalypse showed no disappointment, merely continuing to look out coldly. For someone with an endless lifespan, very few things still held his interest. His desire to rule this world stemmed mostly from habit. Thousands of years ago, he'd been worshipped as a god. Equality with what he saw as mere insects was unthinkable. When the pyramid is complete, it will be the day you're reborn, Apocalypse said. To him, taking over someone's body was no curse, it was a gift of honor. Suddenly, a person below collapsed. Mom, are you okay? Mom. A child knelt beside his mother, crying in despair. Seeing this, nearby soldiers raised their whips. Get back to work. Stop lying around. Charles, sitting beside Apocalypse, couldn't bear to watch and turned his head away. At that moment, Lorna volunteered to intervene. I'll go see what's happening. Without waiting for Apocalypse's response, she used her magnetic powers to float down. Arriving at the scene, she saw the soldiers recoil in fear at her approach. We'll remove her immediately. It won't delay the project. One of the soldiers kicked the crying child aside and was about to drag the woman away. She's not dead, Lorna said softly. You can let her rest in the building over there. The soldiers looked at her in disbelief. Other mutants didn't treat them like people, most just beat or killed them. Anyone who fell was typically executed and tossed into a mass grave. This cruelty stemmed from the oppression mutants had endured from humans. Now that Apocalypse had made them the ruling class, many mutants had abandoned their kindness and become more ruthless than their former oppressors. Lorna was one of the few under Apocalypse who held onto her principles. Among the humans, most were complicit not out of malice but survival. Despite their confusion at Lorna's leniency, the soldiers acted quickly, hauling the woman away. Go on and follow her, Lorna said to the child. Without a word of thanks, the child ran over to his mother. For him, mutants had only brought disaster, and gratitude was the furthest thing from his mind. You know, that may not sit well with our master. A beautiful woman in black leather with long dark hair approached Lorna from behind. Lorna tensed up as she saw her. Psylocke, I just thought, there was no need to, she only fainted. She can still work for us later. Yes, that's it. Seeing Lorna's nervousness, Psylocke smiled faintly. You owe me one. She turned and left, leaving Lorna to let out a small sigh of relief. Watching Psylocke's retreating figure, Lorna wondered if perhaps her colleague, too, had her own hidden kindness. It was only the environment that had pushed her into serving the Hellfire Club. Chapter 88, The Four Horsemen of Apocalypse. By noon, the atmosphere grew tense. Apocalypse, who was resting with his eyes closed on his golden throne, suddenly opened them, looking into the distance. They couldn't hold back any longer. In the distance, a fleet of helicopters approached, accompanied by fighter jets. After about 10 minutes, the helicopters hovered 1 kilometer away, and figures began descending from them. Some jumped directly, while others slid down ropes. Seeing this, Apocalypse lost interest in making the first move. You all go greet them. The mutants around him, excited by his words, nodded eagerly. Yes, Lord Apocalypse. Quickly, 7 mutants ran out, while the 4 chosen horsemen stayed put, coldly watching their comrades leave. Among Apocalypse's 4 horsemen, besides Lorna and Psylocke, were 2 men, an angelic figure with metal wings and a young man with short white hair. The white-haired youth looked at Lorna, who stood nearby with a regal air, then glanced at the alluring Psylocke before turning to the angelic figure. Worthington, how long do you think those people will last? The angelic, blonde, blue-eyed man named Warren Kenneth Worthington had escaped from America to Egypt. After giving the white-haired man beside him a dismissive look, he replied, I think our people won't hold out long. Amin, a native mutant from Egypt, could transform his body into lightning, though he couldn't maintain this form for very long. Since being chosen as one of Apocalypse's horsemen, his powers had increased, though he still fell short in comparison to others. Because of this, Worthington looked down on Amin. However, he was genuinely impressed by the power of the other 2 female horsemen, especially Lorna, whose abilities surpassed the rest, second only to Apocalypse himself. Amin disagreed with Worthington's opinion. You underestimate the children of our god. Do you think that after witnessing Lord Apocalypse's power, they would dare come here if they were ordinary people? Well, let's see. Meanwhile, on the other side. Natasha, Barton, Banner, Logan, Victor, Sam, Jean, Eric, Emil, Tony, and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents descended from the helicopters, either by jumping or flying down. Director Nick Fury held an electromagnetic assault rifle, leading the group. Eric, Sam, you 2 can fly, so provide aerial support. Logan, Victor, Banner, Blonsky, you have enhanced physical strength, handle the front line. Natasha, Barton, you're with me for ranged support. Jean, do whatever you think is best. Hearing these instructions, Tony realized Nick hadn't assigned him a role, likely because he knew Tony preferred autonomy. So Tony took off to scout ahead. As soon as he took flight, a stone pillar came hurtling from the distance, striking him. Bang. Tony barely moved back, with no scratches on his suit, which was constructed from adamantium with vibranium lining. His Mark 6 suit shared the Mark IV's framework but had been upgraded with stronger materials, allowing him to assemble it overnight. Looking into the distance, Tony saw 7 mutants charging at them. The one who had attacked him was a tall male mutant, surrounded by sand and gravel, which he condensed into stone pillars to throw. Each mutant displayed unique powers. One could split into 2, another transformed into a dog-headed form, and yet another's arms became scythes. Being chosen by Apocalypse, these mutants naturally possessed substantial strength. In the next moment, Tony launched a repulsor blast at the attackers. The others sprang into action as well. Boom. Explosions filled the air. In New York, inside the Umbrella building, Adam was seated in his executive chair, holding a glass of red wine and watching the battle unfold through S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance cameras. He had access to the cameras because he had funded some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s electromagnetic weaponry. After all, he wouldn't miss such an epic event. After watching for a while, he noticed that this unusual version of the Avengers held their own remarkably well. Within moments, the 7 mutants were defeated or killed, without Banner or Emil needing to transform. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Soon, Luna entered. Boss, taking advantage of the recent drop in stock prices, we successfully acquired another 7% of Starship's shares at just 1/3 of the previous price. Oh, so now we own 46.4% of their stock. Yes, boss. Good. Schedule a shareholders meeting in a week to announce our acquisition of Starship. Understood. After leaving the acquisition documents, Luna left the office. Adam glanced at the file, a slight smile appearing on his face. It turned out that Life Foundation had sold the shares. It seemed that the crisis sparked by Apocalypse had brought unexpected gains. Perhaps he should borrow more from the bank and buy up other valuable assets while prices were low. Back in Cairo. Apocalypse turned slightly, his eyes showing a trace of interest as he looked into the distance. It's been ages since mortals dared to challenge a god. Go and see if they are worthy. Lorna, Psylocke, Worthington, and Amin nodded, then began walking forward. Along the way, Amin looked at Worthington with a strange expression. He hadn't expected Worthington's prediction to be accurate. The intruders were powerful, the 7 mutants were quickly defeated. After a while, they finally confronted their foes. An elderly white man stepped forward and spoke first. Lorna, are you all right? Upon seeing her father, Lorna's heart swelled with emotion. Father, I'm fine. Soon, father and daughter were together, exchanging stories about recent events. Meanwhile, the battle had already begun. Psylocke conjured 2 psychic blades and attacked Logan, who was at the forefront. Logan quickly extended his adamantium claws, blocking her strike. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Victor, seeing Logan under attack, lunged at Psylocke from the side. Psylocke, outnumbered, deftly retreated to dodge the assault. Worthington spread his metallic wings and took to the sky, targeting the backline where Natasha and the others were positioned. Barton quickly drew an explosive arrow and fired at him. Boom. Worthington was blown back. Amin, surrounded by lightning, unleashed an electric current upon the group. The scene grew chaotic as the 4 horsemen were swarmed, quickly losing the upper hand. Chapter 89, The Advantage of the Air Force. After a chaotic battle, Amin was the first to falter. Nick's electromagnetic rifle hit him squarely, sending his body flying. Fortunately, Amin's body had been enhanced by Apocalypse, or else he would have been shattered entirely rather than just knocked back. Even so, the electric energy that had once crackled across his body dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Seeing this, Barton turned his attention toward Amin, aiming his weapon directly at him. Master, help me, Amin pleaded, extending his hand toward Apocalypse, begging his god for salvation. Apocalypse merely cast him a cold, dismissive glance before looking away. Useless. How could I keep someone like you by my side? Whoosh. In the next instant, Barton's arrow pierced Amin's body. A soft explosion followed, and with it, the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse became 3. Psylocke, witnessing Amin's death and Apocalypse's indifference, felt a flicker of disappointment cross her eyes. She had already been uneasy with Apocalypse's ruthless ways, and this incident solidified her resolve to leave him eventually. But now was not the time. On the other hand, Worthington seemed unaffected, too preoccupied with dodging attacks and launching his own to pay any attention to Amin's demise. Lorna, one of your people just died. Are you all right with that? Eric asked. Lorna merely shook her head indifferently. Amin was no good anyway. Let him die. Eric nodded in agreement. With Amin's death, Psylocke and Worthington suddenly found themselves under immense pressure, forced into defensive stances, unable to retaliate. The battle gradually shifted, bringing everyone closer to the base of Apocalypse's throne. Seeing the opportunity, Natasha raised her electromagnetic gun and fired several shots at Apocalypse. Yet as the bullets approached, they turned to dust, vanishing without a trace. Pathetic fools. Step aside. Finally, Apocalypse grew weary of watching, and he rose from his throne. Upon hearing this, Psylocke and Worthington began retreating, showing no intention of continuing the fight. Apocalypse looked down at Lorna, his tone cold. Are you planning to betray me? Lorna immediately shook her head. I never pledged loyalty to you. How could I betray you? Eric positioned himself protectively in front of his daughter, closely watching Apocalypse's every move, fearing he might harm her. Having received this answer, Apocalypse's expression remained impassive, his voice unfeeling. As I thought, in this world, only oneself can be truly loyal. With those words, he spread his arms, levitating gracefully. Nick, observing this, raised his electromagnetic rifle, his one remaining eye fixed on Apocalypse. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hearing this, Banner knew it was his cue. Hulk. With a roar, his body began to expand and turn green. His clothes ripped apart, though miraculously, his shorts remained intact. Emil, upon seeing the Hulk's transformation, grew visibly eager to join. He let out a loud roar, his body turning a grayish-green, growing to match the Hulk's size. Second form. Emil activated his second form without hesitation, his body now bristling with bone spikes and covered in a stony gray hue. Tony flew above the group. Apocalypse, if you surrender now, we can still arrange for you to face trial. Barton, from the back, didn't care for the banter and released an armor-piercing arrow. Ha ha ha. You insects think you can kill a god. Apocalypse let out a derisive laugh as an invisible wave of energy radiated from him. The arrow turned to ash before it even touched him. Natasha and Nick, undeterred, fired relentlessly. But the bullets and arrows met the same fate, disintegrating before they reached him. Tony quickly unleashed a repulsor blast from his palm, but even the pure energy was absorbed and neutralized. Seeing his opponent's futile attacks, Apocalypse waved his hand dismissively. Now, it's my turn. A golden beam of energy shot out from him. Hulk. Hulk leapt up, placing himself in front of Tony. But in the next instant, he was sent flying, chunks of his flesh seemingly evaporating on impact. Still, his incredible regeneration allowed him to recover quickly. Lorna, it's time to join the fight. Eric, manipulating the magnetic field, rose into the air and gathered surrounding metals, shielding Tony from Apocalypse. Lorna hesitated. Apocalypse hadn't treated her poorly, after all. But her sense of justice and inner kindness eventually prevailed, and she joined her father, using her powers to command more metal into the fray. Explosions rang out across the battlefield. In the midst of the intense battle, those who couldn't fly or didn't have ranged attacks found themselves awkwardly standing aside. Even Sam, who could fly and had some range capability, looked around in discomfort. Compared to Tony's repulsor beams, Eric and Lorna's metal storm, and Nick and Natasha's electromagnetic weapons, his regular firearms seemed laughably ineffective. He squeezed off a few rounds before retreating to circle the periphery. Nick dropped his empty electromagnetic rifle and picked up his communicator. Send in the sentinels. And everyone, open fire. The surrounding shield agents responded, unleashing a barrage of attacks. But to Apocalypse, it was nothing, as his protective field absorbed every strike. A moment later, sentinels arrived on the scene, launching a hail of missiles at Apocalypse. The noise was impressive, but the effect was just as fruitless as before. Annoyed by the commotion, Apocalypse extended his hand, releasing a pulse of destructive energy that turned the sentinels to dust. On the ground below, Hulk and Emil watched the intense aerial battle, both growing impatient. Hulk, is there any way for us to get up there? Lorna overheard and, with a swift wave, brought over a large metal billboard to them. I'll take you up. Without hesitation, Hulk and Emil leapt onto the makeshift platform. Under Lorna's control, they soared toward Apocalypse. Hulk. Here we come. Seeing the two massive figures approaching, Apocalypse calmly flicked his wrist. The billboard turned to dust, sending both of them plummeting back down. Arg. Watching this, Nick realized he'd underestimated the situation. This was no mindless machine waiting to be struck. Faced with an intelligent, airborne opponent like Apocalypse, even Hulk, Emil, Logan, and Eric struggled to close the gap, let alone engage him directly. Chapter 90, The Arrival of the Phoenix. On the top floor of the Umbrella Building in New York. Seeing the performance of the Sentinel robots and Emil, Adam quickly took out his notebook. Next research focus, flight capabilities. The Sentinels need enhanced defense. As he continued jotting down notes, Luna once again pushed open the door. Boss, General Ross just called. He wants to know if you need a spot in one of the bunkers. Bunkers. They're moving quickly, already considering escape routes. Or have they decided to go down fighting? Luna shook her head, worry filling her eyes. I'm not sure, but he wanted me to tell you that all the dormant nuclear warheads worldwide have been activated. The total is around 10,000. Hearing this, Adam shook his head. A bunch of lunatics. After a moment's thought, he added, tell him, no thanks. This world, it won't end. Not if I have anything to say about it. 100 meters above Cairo. Tony, Lorna, and Eric continued to attack Apocalypse. Whoosh. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Eric's eyes. Hidden among the torrent of metal, an unusual metallic staff shot toward Apocalypse. At first, he didn't notice it, not until it breached his outer defensive layer and pierced his abdomen. Apocalypse, touching the blood on his wound, showed a hint of interest. Not bad. At last, a mortal makes me take things seriously. With those words, he stretched out his hands, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy. Instantly, Tony, Eric, and Lorna felt intense pressure, unable to continue their assault. Arg. Tony's palm cannon couldn't reach beyond half a meter from his hand, his body surrounded by a terrifying energy. Without his adamantium armor, he might have been reduced to dust by now. Eric and Lorna could only stand back to back, continually manipulating nearby metal to shield them from the overwhelming force. Father, I can't hold on much longer. Let's go back to the ground, Lorna said. Eric nodded. Let's move. The two descended to the ground in sync, but even there, with the diminishing metal around them, their situation grew increasingly dire. Nick noticed their struggle and quickly ordered backup. Hulk, Blonsky, get over there and help. Despite his hesitation, Hulk leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Eric and Lorna, alleviating some of their pressure. Blonsky, after a moment's reluctance, finally ran over to assist as well. Logan and Victor followed close behind. Arg. The intense energy instantly peeled the skin from their bodies, but thanks to their healing factors, they quickly regenerated, though the process caused them excruciating pain. Seeing others shield her, Lorna turned to Eric. Father, the metal here isn't enough. I need to draw from the planetary reserves. Do what you need to, I'll hold on. With that, Lorna knelt down, placing her hands on the ground. Channeling her magnetic field, she began to extract large quantities of metal from the core of Earth. With the added resources, they were finally able to withstand Apocalypse's attacks, though it still wasn't enough to defeat him, they remained on the defensive. Apocalypse increased his energy output once more, worsening Eric and Lorna's situation. Then, spotting distant shield agents firing at him, he casually waved his hand. An immense wave of energy erupted, instantly turning many of them to ashes. In an instant, Apocalypse single-handedly overpowered the makeshift team Nick had managed to assemble. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Jean stealthily approached Charles. Professor, are you all right? Charles, sitting in his wheelchair, gazed at Apocalypse in the sky, despair clouding his face. He's too strong. At this rate, we're all going to die. Jean's expression darkened. I'm sorry. I'm powerless against him. We should retreat. No, only you can save us now. Charles reached out, taking Jean's hand, looking at her with earnest eyes. He remembered, 20 years ago, the first time he met Jean, her formidable psychic power, which had made him feel both helpless and overwhelmed. Although he'd managed to seal her dark persona with her cooperation, only by releasing that power now could they hope to defeat Apocalypse. Yet he feared that if he did so, he might never be able to reseal her again. Would Apocalypse's fall only lead to the rise of a new Apocalypse? Arg. Help. No. With Apocalypse's relentless assault, more shield agents began to fall. Tony, now forced to the ground, could barely resist, his armor shedding layer by layer. Even with adamantium plating, his suit wouldn't hold for long. Lorna, bolstered by Earth's metals, still could only defend. With Apocalypse's attacks growing stronger, her and Eric's defeat seemed inevitable. Logan, Victor, Hulk, and Blonsky could endure with their enhanced healing and defenses, but grounded as they were, they posed no threat to Apocalypse. Seeing his companions' desperate struggle and the mounting deaths, Charles made a difficult decision. Jean, listen to me. Inside you is immense power. You need to believe in yourself. Jean shook her head instinctively. No, Professor. I'm no match for him. Jean, trust me. Trust yourself. With that, he placed his hand on her forehead. As his psychic energy flowed in, the mental barriers within her mind began to loosen. Arg. Jean clutched her head in pain. Stop, Professor, it hurts. Jean, don't resist. You have to release the power within you. Only you can stop him. Gradually, as Charles encouraged her, Jean's resistance waned, and a crimson energy began to emerge from her. A phoenix-like cry resonated within everyone's mind. Apocalypse halted his assault, his expression uncertain as he looked toward the woman below. This energy, so powerful. Charles, meanwhile, rolled his wheelchair back, encouraging her. Yes, that's it, Jean, release it. Only you can save the world. Chapter 91, Death. With a resounding clang, Jean unleashed a powerful burst of red energy from within. Her long red hair instantly floated upwards, suspended by the sheer force of her power. When she opened her eyes, they glowed a vivid red, with the fleeting image of a phoenix flickering within. The immense phoenix force emanated from her, incinerating everything around her to ashes. As an ancient cosmic force, the Phoenix Force represented unborn life, creation, and destruction. Though Jean held only a fraction of its power, it was enough to obliterate the planet Earth. For the first time, Apocalypse's face contorted in shock and apprehension as he faced the terrifying Phoenix Force. "Who are you?" he demanded. Jean remained silent, her last sliver of sanity focusing her destructive intent on her target. Die. Behind her, a massive fiery phoenix materialized, its force surging toward Apocalypse. Apocalypse quickly raised a shield around him to fend off Jean's onslaught. Ah! A cry of pain escaped him. Clearly, Apocalypse's power was no match for Jean's. He was overwhelmed and on the defensive. "I am a god. How could a mere mortal hurt me?" With a roar, he unleashed his energy, forming a gray energy shield around himself. Seeing the tide turn, Eric and Lorna put aside their fatigue, manipulating metal to hurl it toward Apocalypse. Boom. Tony, regaining some strength, raised his hand, releasing a blast from his red energy cannon. Although no one quite understood how Jean had suddenly become so powerful, everyone around her immediately joined the assault with everything they had. In a distant ruined building, hidden behind a shattered window, Psylocke watched Apocalypse being pushed back. She lowered her weapon, her psychic blades vanishing as she prepared to leave. Betsy Braddock, former American, Hellfire Club member, later recruited by Apocalypse. Hearing someone speak her name and backstory, Psylocke instantly summoned her twin psychic blades and turned warily toward the staircase. A man, dressed in black armor that obscured his entire form, stepped into view. 3 others dressed identically followed him. "Who are you?" The leading men did not respond immediately, simply saying, "The Hellfire Club still has a bounty on your head. Only we can protect you." "So, who are you?" Psylocke narrowed her eyes, gripping her weapons tightly. If anything went wrong, she was prepared to escape through the window. "My name is William. I belong to the Umbrella USS team." "So, is it you recruiting me or Umbrella?" "Me." William's tone shifted to mild interest, though his helmet concealed any expression. "I see potential in you, and you lack affiliations. My team just happens to need new members." Psylocke's eyes flickered with interest. She knew her circumstances were as he described, having betrayed the Hellfire Club, and being a mutant, her future looked bleak. Joining the renowned Umbrella might not be a bad choice. "How do I know you won't just hand me over to the Hellfire Club?" "The Hellfire Club is nothing worth mentioning." Seeing his confidence, Psylocke nodded slightly. "I hope Umbrella doesn't disappoint me." "Rest assured." With that, William led the members of the Omicron team toward the window. "Hurry and get the equipment ready. Don't let the target escape." "Yes, Captain." Soon, they began unloading boxes, taking out various pieces of equipment. In the skies above, with a loud cry, the golden armor on Apocalypse disintegrated into ashes. Ah! A deep, pained groan escaped him, and the indifference and superiority once present in his gaze were replaced by terror. The woman before him possessed a power far beyond his comprehension, a power perhaps matched only by those who dared call themselves gods. "Who are you?" Jean's face twisted in rage and sorrow as she looked at Apocalypse. She struggled to keep her voice in check, her will battling to maintain control. Inwardly, she could feel a voice urging her to relax, to surrender control. With her knowledge of psychology, she suspected this was her second consciousness, a part of her she would not allow to take over. Who knew what her other self might do? But the voice in her mind only grew louder. "We are one. Why resist me? No. Get out of my head." Ah. With a fierce cry, her Phoenix Force flared anew, obliterating Apocalypse's inner armor and even searing his flesh. However, with his powerful regenerative abilities, he quickly healed. This couldn't go on. At this rate, he would surely die. Realizing his dire situation, Apocalypse prepared to open a portal to escape. Everyone below noticed this. "Jean, he's trying to escape. We need to step up our attacks." "Quick, interrupt him." Charles, seated in his wheelchair, cast a concerned glance at Jean. But there was no time for hesitation, so he placed his hands on his temples. A wave of powerful mental energy surged forth, targeting Apocalypse's mind. With Charles's mental assault, Apocalypse struggled to focus, his portal failing to materialize. Under normal circumstances, Charles's mental power would be insignificant to him. But now, with Apocalypse managing his shield, enduring physical pain, and defending against Jean's attacks, Charles's mental attack became too much. Now. 3 adamantium rods, controlled by Eric, pierced Apocalypse's shield, embedding into his body. Eric then used the metal to drag Apocalypse down to the ground. With a loud crash, dust erupted, only to be disintegrated instantly by the Phoenix Force. Apocalypse knelt on one knee, his body bloodied, with 3 rods still lodged in him, looking utterly defeated. "Die." With a shout that was a mix of fury and despair, Jean unleashed her full Phoenix force, and Apocalypse's body dissolved into dust. No. Apocalypse's final, anguished scream echoed before he vanished completely. Witnessing this, the people around displayed a mixture of excitement, relief, disbelief, and confusion. They had prepared themselves for the worst, yet Apocalypse had been defeated so unexpectedly. Jean. What are you doing? As they prepared to celebrate, Eric's shocked voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see Jean, her Phoenix force still blazing, with her gaze now fixed on Charles. Hovering in pain, Charles was lifted from his wheelchair by Jean's power. It was you, who sealed me away for so long. Chapter 92, The Rampage of the Phoenix. No. Stop, Jean. You have to learn to control yourself. As Charles finished speaking, Jean's eyes darkened, and the fiery phoenix behind her flared up with an even brighter red glow. In an instant, Charles's body followed in Apocalypse's footsteps, turning to ashes. No. Eric cried out in agony as he witnessed the scene. Though they often stood on opposing sides due to differing ideologies, Charles and Eric had once fought side by side and shared a strong friendship. Now, after killing Charles, Jean turned her gaze toward Eric. And you? Back when Jean was young and her Phoenix powers had gone out of control, both Charles and Eric had come to help. In her mind now, neither of them were innocent. As she focused on him, Eric's heart raced, and he quickly started to back away. But a burst of Phoenix energy surged toward him in the next moment. Father, look out. Thankfully, Lorna reacted just in time, using a surge of metallic debris to block the Phoenix energy, preventing Eric from being reduced to ashes. With his daughter's help, Eric snapped back to his senses and immediately joined her in controlling a wave of metal to defend against the onslaught. The others, witnessing this from a distance, were left in shock. What just happened? If I'm not mistaken, Jean just killed Charles. Are we in an illusion? How could Jean kill the professor? At a distance, Nick Fury reloaded his weapon with a fresh magazine. Everyone, I'm afraid this isn't over yet. Hearing this, the others immediately became more alert but hesitated to attack. Jean's overwhelming power had been all too clear a moment ago. She had taken down Apocalypse alone, clearly stronger than him. No one felt ready to face such a powerful Jean, especially after her sudden betrayal. They were unsure what had driven her to do this. Seeing their hesitation, Eric quickly explained. When Charles and I found Jean, she had lost control of her powers, causing the cars in her neighborhood to levitate and killing several people. After examining her, Charles discovered that Jean had two personalities, one was the normal, kind Jean, and the other was a powerful but malevolent persona. With her cooperation, Charles sealed away the darker personality. But to kill Apocalypse, he had to release that darker side, and now it's taken control of her. Hearing this, the others felt a surge of dread. Could it be that in order to destroy one evil, they had unleashed an even worse one? After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury made a decision: everyone, attack together. Otherwise, we'll have another Apocalypse on our hands. Hearing his command, Hulk immediately charged forward. Hulk smash! Jean glanced briefly at Hulk, then flew up, releasing a wave of Phoenix energy in his direction. Arg! In an instant, Hulk was blown back, his flesh seared off, exposing green, bloodied muscles beneath. But with his powerful healing factor, Hulk soon recovered. However, looking up at the airborne Jean, he felt a pang of helplessness. Hulk, hate flying enemies. Same here. Emil joined Hulk, feeling an odd kinship. As land-based combat experts, facing these airborne foes made them feel utterly powerless. No matter how high they jumped, it wasn't enough, their targets could always dodge, making them easy targets. Tony Stark, watching Hulk and Emil from the side, smirked and raised his hand, firing a repulsor blast. Zap! The red energy shot out, only to be effortlessly blocked by Jean's Phoenix aura. But it did succeed in catching her attention, as she turned to Tony. Raising her hand, she unleashed a torrent of Phoenix energy. Boom! The ground around Tony was stripped away, scorched by the intense red aura, leaving a trench 3 feet deep. Tony's armor, already weakened, now had only a thin layer of vibranium left. Seeing this, Hulk rushed forward, grabbing Tony and leaping to safety. Thud! Landing hard, Tony snapped back to reality, looking at his barely intact armor with relief. Thanks. If it weren't for you, I'd be dust by now. Hulk! After a single attack on Tony, Jean shifted her focus back to Eric, launching an even stronger assault. Her Phoenix energy radiated out, reducing the ground around her to ashes and expanding outward. The area formed a 10-meter-wide crater, and Eric, with Lorna's help, barely managed to fend off the assault. Seeing what had happened to Tony, the others hesitated to attack. Unlike Apocalypse, whose intent to rule the world was clear, they had no idea what Jean wanted now, making them reluctant to engage with a do-or-die mindset. As Eric struggled to hold off the attack, he called out to her, "Jean, we have no animosity. Why are you attacking me? I want to kill. Kill everyone. But why, Jean? Why are you doing this? There is no reason. The dark persona cared nothing for explanations or motives, only for destruction. Hearing this, not only Eric, but everyone present felt a chill. It was a clear villain's declaration. Without hesitation, Nick Fury raised his electromagnetic rifle and pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets didn't even reach Jean, disintegrating in her phoenix aura. Natasha and Barton's attack suffered the same fate, unable to touch her. At this point, Jean appeared more terrifying than Apocalypse, and everyone felt a bitter sense of despair. Rumble. As the Phoenix's power surged, the ground under her influence expanded to a diameter of over 50 meters, forcing everyone to retreat further. In this dire moment, Eric remembered the 3 adamantium rods and began searching where Apocalypse had vanished. But his face fell when he realized that the rods had disappeared. Whiz. Just as everyone was at a loss, a bullet whizzed in from afar. Whiz. Whiz. Whiz, asterisk. Then came the second and third bullets, piercing through Jean's phoenix aura and striking her body and limbs. Jean's body was instantly severed at the waist, with her limbs blown apart as well. Ah! She screamed in pain as she plummeted to the ground. Unlike Apocalypse, she didn't have a regeneration ability, although the Phoenix Force could still potentially revive her. Chapter 93, Acquiring the Starship. The sudden turn of events left everyone in disarray. Jean fell straight into a massive pit over 50 meters deep. Before anyone could react, several figures in black combat armor appeared. They jumped into the pit, grabbed Jean's lifeless body, and prepared to leave. Nick finally came to his senses and rushed forward. Who are you? The armored individuals ignored him and moved toward a waiting helicopter. The helicopter took off as soon as they were aboard, leaving no time for anyone to respond. However, Nick caught a glimpse of Psylocke among the black-clad figures. Could these people be from the Hellfire Club, he thought. No, Psylocke betrayed the Hellfire Club and is even wanted by them. How could she possibly work with them again so soon? At that moment, Natasha and Barton approached Nick. Director, what should we do? Natasha asked. They killed Jean and took her body. Nick's expression flickered between anger and hesitation. But looking at the heavy casualties among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him, he eventually shook his head. For now, we pull back and regroup, he said grimly. He had already lost so many agents. Explaining this to their families would be hard enough without adding another layer of chaos. Besides, Apocalypse was dead, and their primary objective was complete. There was no need to escalate further. Nearby, Eric used his powers to lift several bullets from the ground, inspecting them closely. His expression darkened. Adamantium bullets. Lorna walked over, pale and visibly exhausted. Father, let's go, she said softly. The recent battle had drained most of her energy. If another fight broke out, she doubted she could even control metal. Seeing his daughter's tired face, Eric nodded. Let's leave. As Eric and Lorna prepared to depart, Nick called out to them. Wait, you can't leave just yet. Both Eric and Lorna turned, their expressions wary. Sensing the misunderstanding, Nick quickly clarified, Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest you. I'm here to lift your warrant. You don't want to keep being hunted by the Security Council, do you? Eric glanced at Lorna before nodding. He didn't care about his own warrant, he was used to being a fugitive. But for Lorna's sake, it was better to ensure she could live a normal life. The recent events involving Apocalypse had softened his once radical views on mutant supremacy. The world was far more complex than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Tony approached Hulk and patted him on the shoulder. Let's head back, Tony said. Hulk. Hulk hesitated but eventually nodded, finding himself oddly fond of the armored men. Apocalypse's death was quickly broadcasted across the globe. As the news spread, riots and chaos began to subside. Most people, it seemed, preferred peace over conflict. Those who caused trouble during the chaos were swiftly dealt with. But these were minor issues. Life gradually returned to normal. Heroes like Iron Man, Hulk, Magneto, Polaris, Wolverine, and Sabretooth became household names, celebrated for their roles in the battle. However, the swift passing of the Mutant Registration Act by various governments was the darker side of the aftermath. The fear of another apocalypse loomed large, forcing mutants into the spotlight like never before. A week later. At the headquarters of Starship Corporation in New York, a grand press conference was underway. Luna, dressed sharply in a black suit and high heels, strode confidently onto the stage. The sound of her heels echoed as she approached the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Starship Corporation's press conference, she announced. Cameras flashed relentlessly, filling the room with the sound of shutters clicking. Umbrella's investment in Starship will bring unprecedented collaboration and support, Luna continued. Our first project is the reusable rocket. Our second project focuses on communications, ushering in the 4G era. And our third project involves communication satellites. In the future, people won't need long cables or routers to connect to the internet. Satellite connectivity will revolutionize global communication. The audience erupted in applause as Luna finished her presentation. During the Q&A session, journalists bombarded her with questions. Ms. Luna, with Umbrella acquiring 51% of Starship's shares, will it become a private company? Not at all, Luna replied smoothly. Umbrella remains committed to open collaboration. Shares will be available for purchase. But the reusable rocket project has failed 10 times over the past 3 years. Do you have any breakthroughs to share? That information is classified for now, she said with a smile. However, we plan to conduct our first rocket launch next month. Luna answered every question with poise, captivating the audience. In a corner of the room, Starship's former chairman, Maslow, watched Luna with a complex expression. A week ago, she had approached him with a 46% stake in the company, offering to buy his remaining 5%. Distracted by the chaos surrounding Apocalypse, he sold his shares at a bargain price. Now, with the market stabilizing and Starship thriving under Umbrella, he deeply regretted his decision. Still, seeing representatives from the Life Foundation, the company that had sold most of its shares, offered him some solace. Later that evening, a weary Luna finally returned to Umbrella Tower. On reaching the top floor, she kicked off her heels and rubbed her sore feet. Exhausting, she muttered. I deserve a reward from the boss for this. Glancing toward the CEO's office, she hesitated. Adam's probably still in the lab. He's been spending so much time there lately, she thought. Disappointed, Luna began gathering her things to head home. She lived in a spacious apartment nearby, so there wasn't much to pack. Just then, the elevator chimed. Is he back? But as the doors opened, Luna froze in shock. Adam stepped out, his body covered in blood. Chapter 94, Completion of the Russian Base. Boss, are you okay? Luna ignored the blood-soaked Adam and quickly walked over to check on him. Fortunately, there were no visible wounds. Seeing Luna's concern, Adam smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a test subject running amok. That same woman again. At this moment, Philia stepped out of the elevator. Dressed in her usual white lab coat and high heels, her glasses lent her a scholarly air that made her seem more composed than Luna's sultry charm. Yes, that fierce woman. Completely uncontrollable. Even our guards were no match for her. In the end, the boss had to step in and rip her in two. That's how he got covered in blood. Luna frowned slightly. Wasn't Rogue, Anna Marie, supposed to absorb her energy? Did she slack off? Philia shook her head helplessly. That little one is too soft-hearted. She let her go after hearing her say a few words. What do we do now? Won't she resurrect again soon? Philia's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Relax, Rogue probably despises her now. During her rampage, the first thing she did was nearly kill Rogue. Luckily, the boss intervened in time. Even so, it cost Rogue half her life. As the two women chatted, Adam opened the door to the office bathroom, revealing a large bathtub. Don't ask why there's a bathtub in the office. Sometimes, after a long day of work, isn't it necessary to relax with a soak? While he was bathing, Luna and Philia entered the bathroom together. Boss, let me massage your shoulders to help you relax. Boss, we're running low on Apocalypse genes. Should we clone another one? 1 year later. In Russia, about 30 kilometers east of Boli City, nestled in the mountains, Umbrella Chemical Industry Base was officially completed. Adam, accompanied by Luna and a group of researchers and staff, arrived at the base for an inspection. I can't believe it's completed in just 1 year. Arzak, you've outdone even me. Arzak, a man in his 50s with graying hair and a slight belly, stood about 1.75 meters tall. He was an Umbrella manager in charge of constructing the Boli City base. Hearing the boss's praise, he quickly responded with humility, it's all thanks to Miss Luna. Without her handling the local gangs and workers at the construction site, we couldn't have finished so quickly. Luna, wearing a white jacket paired with black stockings and high heels, looked stunning as always. I only took care of the preliminary issues. The rest was all your effort. The group toured the factory equipment, underground laboratories, and other facilities. Since cloning research was part of the plan, the base included an underground structure with 30 levels. At the lowest level, Adam intended to install a new supercomputer. After the inspection, Adam returned to his office to review the base's overall data. Just then, a holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared. Master, there was an accident during Philia's replacement of Raven's P-30 mental suppressant. Raven has escaped the base. Oh. Show me the footage. Soon, a 3D projection materialized, showing a pristine white laboratory where a blue-skinned raven sat expressionlessly in a chair. The door opened, and Philia entered with a tray. Setting it aside, she picked up a scalpel and made an incision on Raven's back, revealing a red device inside, a mental control implant developed exclusively by Umbrella. Unlike the original spider-shaped external device, which was easy to spot and remove, Adam had modified it to be implanted internally, requiring only periodic P-30 suppressant injections. As Philia prepared to inject the P-30, Raven suddenly elbowed her unconscious, took her ID card, and transformed into Philia's appearance, striding out of the base without suspicion. Is it due to prolonged P-30 use that Raven developed resistance? Red Queen, deploy the Alpha team to recover the company's valuable asset. Yes, Master. Adam didn't dwell much on Raven's escape. For him, the Russian base was the current priority. In the United States, Manhattan District, Hell's Kitchen. Raven, now transformed into a stunning woman, roamed the streets like a nightingale, winking and whistling at passing men. Hey, gorgeous. How much for a night? 300 for one round, 500 for the whole night. A burly black man leered at her, then grinned wolfishly. Deal. Let's head to that alley. In the alley, as he eagerly approached her, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and blacked out. Raven rolled her eyes in disdain and searched the man's wallet, only to find $30. Ugh, another one trying to freeload. She pocketed the cash, discarded the wallet, and left the alley. Moments later, a fully armed Alpha team arrived. The team leader examined the unconscious man. Severe injury to the groin. She can't be far. Move out. Yes, sir. As they prepared to leave, another black man appeared at the alley entrance. Hey, what did you do to my buddy? Realizing they were outmatched, the men tried to flee but was swiftly caught and silenced. Minutes later, a blind man with a cane passed by. His sharp senses picked up the scent of blood from the alley. What happened here? Unperturbed, he cautiously entered and discovered the bodies. Chapter 95, Raven's Emergence. Raven jogged through the dark streets of Hell's Kitchen before morphing into the appearance of a man. With her new guise, she calmly resumed walking as though nothing had happened. However, her steps faltered as she noticed several gang members ahead, interrogating pedestrians. Her face darkened, and she quickly turned to head in another direction. Inside her body, beyond the mental control device, there was also a tracking implant. Although it only gave a rough location, Umbrella Corporation had equipment that would trigger an alarm if she came too close. The thought of an encounter filled her with dread. After shifting into several disguises and changing directions multiple times, she discovered that the gang members were stationed at every possible exit. Her expression twisted in frustration. Damn it. Just then, a blind man with a cane passed by her. Young lady, it's dangerous to be out here alone so late. You'd best find shelter. This place isn't safe. The man was tall, about 6 feet, with a muscular build. Though he wore a hat and sunglasses that obscured his features, he seemed ruggedly handsome. Raven hesitated but then quickly approached him. I've been kicked out. I have nowhere to stay. Please help me, she pleaded, faking tears. The blind man's face turned serious as he shifted his head slightly toward the gang members in the distance. Though his sight was gone, his acute hearing more than compensated for it. He could sense that the woman's plea might bring trouble, yet his instinct for kindness urged him to help. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for the night, he offered. Thank you. I'm Raven. What's your name? Matt Murdoch. Just call me Matt. Not long after, the two arrived at a modest but tidy apartment. Matt unlocked the door and let her in. Raven was surprised by how clean and well-organized his home was, considering he was blind. It was clear he meticulously maintained it. You're a lawyer, she asked, noticing framed certificates on the wall. Kind of, though no firm wants to hire me. But if you ever need legal advice, let me know, Matt replied, removing his hat and sunglasses before setting his cane aside. He walked to the couch with practiced ease. There's only one bedroom. You can have it, and I'll take the couch. If you want to shower, the bathroom is beside the bedroom. Just remember to flip the breaker for the water heater. The October air was growing colder, and Matt's thoughtfulness made her pause. For years, Raven had been accustomed to suspicion and manipulation due to her mutant identity. It was rare for anyone to show her genuine kindness. Looking at Matt, who seemed to harbor no ulterior motives, a sense of gratitude welled up inside her. Thank you. She said softly. Could I use your computer? Go ahead. I don't really use it anyway, it's more for show. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion, Wilson Fisk, better known as the Kingpin, sat on his couch smoking a cigar. His face was clouded with worry. The phone rang, snapping him out of his thoughts. He quickly answered. What's the situation? Did you find her? No, boss, came the reply. But we found a warehouse trashed by Daredevil. Hearing this, Fisk's eyes flashed with anger and regret. That warehouse had contained goods worth a fortune, and many clients in New York were counting on those shipments. But there was no time to mourn the loss. Forget the warehouse for now. Find the woman. Whoever captures her will get $1 million. Yes, boss. After ending the call, Fisk barely had time to breathe before the mansion's doors opened. Erica, dressed in her signature red ninja attire, strode inside. What's the update? Any leads? Fisk looked at her with a mix of irritation and deference. Though she used to be one of his subordinates, she now held a higher position, thanks to her connections. We've locked down the streets with guards. The detection equipment your team provided will alert us if she comes near. Erica nodded, her expression calm. If this mission succeeds, my employer will reward you. You'll have the opportunity to dominate New York. Hearing this, Fisk's demeanor shifted to excitement. Though he was a powerful gang leader, he was far from the undisputed ruler of New York's underworld. Erica's promise filled him with ambition. I'll make sure we succeed. I'll be waiting for good news, Elektra said before leaving. Late at night, in a SHIELD dormitory, Eric Laneshare, also known as Magneto, suddenly woke up. His phone began to ring, a number he didn't recognize. Hello. Who's calling at this hour? Don't you know it's rude to wake an old man? There was a brief silence on the other end. Magneto, it's me. Eric froze. Raven. Is that really you? Where have you been? Are you okay? I don't have much time, she said urgently. Beware of Umbrella Corporation and Project Sentinel. Before she could explain further, the line was filled with the sound of an explosion, followed by static. Eric, alarmed, quickly got dressed and knocked on a nearby door. Coming. Lorna, his daughter, opened the door, rubbing her eyes. Behind her stood Marcos Diaz, also known as Eclipse, her boyfriend. Dad, what's going on? Raven called. She's in danger. We need to act. What? Aunt Raven's alive? That's amazing. Let's find Nick Fury right now. Marcos quickly handed Lorna a coat before the trio headed to Fury's office. They explained the situation, prompting Fury to seize Eric's phone for analysis. Trace the call's origin, Fury ordered his team, his expression grim. Chapter 96, Magneto's Fury. Night had fallen deep. The moon in the sky had begun its descent westward. Inside the towering Umbrella Corporation building, Philia, her neck wrapped in white bandages, hurried anxiously toward the laboratory. Moments later, she stepped into the lab and immediately spotted Raven, who had previously escaped. Letting out a sigh of relief, she muttered to herself, "Good, she's back." If anything went wrong while the boss was away, she knew the consequences would be disastrous. Nearby, William spoke up confidently, "Dr. Philia, rest assured. With me involved, failure is never an option." On the other side of the room, Erica gave a subtle nod without saying a word. After all, it was William who had captured Raven. She had no reason to claim any credit. Raven, however, glared at Philia with eyes full of hatred. It was Philia who had been injecting her with a mysterious drug, constantly suppressing her thoughts and forcing her to act against her will. Over the past year, Raven had been made to use her shape-shifting abilities to steal classified documents and sensitive information. Worse still, she had been compelled to satisfy the twisted desires of certain corrupt elites. Umbrella Corporation's meteoric rise over the past year, as well as the rapid establishment of their Russian base, could largely be credited to her unwilling contributions. Ignoring Raven's seething gaze, Philia calmly ordered her assistants to bring over a vial of P-30 serum. She then proceeded to inject it into Raven without hesitation. Moments later, Raven's once vibrant eyes dulled, her expression turning lifeless and wooden. Setting down the syringe, Philia exhaled deeply. It seems prolonged use of the P-30 serum leads to resistance. A new mind control formula will need to be developed soon. As night gave way to dawn, the skies over New York slowly began to brighten. In Hell's Kitchen, the smoldering remains of a large fire were just being extinguished. Nick arrived at the scene with Eric and Lorna in tow. Gazing at the charred ruins of a once imposing building, Nick's face darkened. Dressed in sleek black tactical gear, Natasha approached him swiftly. "Director, I've gathered some information. There was a firefight here last night, with explosives used. The destruction was extensive. Any survivors?" "There's one, a blind man. He's been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment." "Do we know who was involved in the fight?" "Local residents claim they don't know, but I suspect the police might have answers." "They've been bribed." "Likely. When I showed my credentials, they claimed this matter wasn't under their jurisdiction." Nick nodded, his expression unreadable. "Not under their jurisdiction, that means someone higher up is involved." Hearing this, Eric quickly turned to Natasha. Any news about Raven? Seeing the concern etched on Eric's face, Natasha shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I couldn't find anything. Eric's face fell, his eyes dim with worry. Lorna stepped in to comfort him. Father, don't worry. If Aunt Raven is still alive, it means she's valuable to them. They won't kill her so easily. Eric nodded, then turned to Nick with resolve. I'm going to Umbrella to find out for myself. Don't act recklessly, Nick said, raising a hand to stop him. Half a year ago, Umbrella launched their Sentinel robots specifically to target mutants. If you rush in now, you'll be walking straight into their trap. At the mention of Sentinel robots, Eric sneered. Just a bunch of scrap metal. Without another word, Eric rose into the air, heading straight for Umbrella Corporation's headquarters. Lorna quickly followed. Watching them disappear into the distance, Natasha turned to Nick. Director, what should we do? Nick's eyes glimmered with a subtle, enigmatic light. Let them test the waters. I'm curious to see what's really inside Umbrella. Over the past year, Umbrella Corporation had enjoyed a meteoric rise. First, they successfully tested reusable rocket technology, launching 3 to 5 rockets each month. Then, Starship Company began taking contracts exclusively from Umbrella, enabling them to deploy over 30 satellites into orbit. Yet, no one knew what these satellites were for. Next came the debut of their Sentinel robots, propelling Umbrella into the arms market. While the Sentinels were officially marketed as being designed to counter mutants, it was no secret that the military was eager to procure them as well. The arrival of the Sentinels had even cast a shadow over Stark Industries. On top of that, Umbrella had unveiled a series of groundbreaking pharmaceuticals and cosmetic products, pushing Osborne Industries to the brink. With backing from both Congress and the military, Umbrella had become untouchable, even for S.H.I.E.L.D. This was why, over the past year, Nick had confined his efforts to covert investigations, avoiding any direct confrontation. As the sun slowly crept over the horizon, Eric and Lorna reached the skies above Umbrella's towering headquarters. Looking down at the massive complex, Eric held back his impulse to attack immediately. He was aware that Blonsky, the man who could transform into an even stronger version of the Hulk, worked for Umbrella. Eric was cautious. Despite his formidable powers, he knew that a single close-range punch from Blonsky could incapacitate him. After a brief pause, Lorna broke the silence. Father, what's the plan? Are we barging in, or do we try asking for information first? After some thought, Eric replied, I'll go down and investigate. You stay here and watch. If things go south, come in and back me up. Lorna nodded but hesitated. That doesn't sound right. Let me go instead, and you can cover me from up here. No, I'll go. Before Lorna could argue further, Eric descended swiftly toward the building. At the entrance, 2 first-generation Sentinel robots stood guard. As Eric approached, the Sentinels came to life, their cameras locking onto him. Beep. Mutant detected. Beep. Mutant is registered in the database. Capture mode disabled. The robot's red warning lights dimmed and powered off. Eric narrowed his eyes. To gain a legitimate identity and revoke his wanted status, Eric had reluctantly registered under the Mutant Registration Act at Nick's urging. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but the benefits were undeniable. With S.H.I.E.L.D. support, he could now move freely and had managed to rally numerous mutants to his cause. But being coldly identified and dismissed by the Sentinels now felt like an insult. Clenching his fist, Eric directed his power toward the robots. With a resounding crunch, both Sentinels were crushed into scrap metal. Mere human creations, Eric muttered, his pride as a mutant surging. Standing tall, he strode toward the entrance of Umbrella Corporation. Chapter 97, The Emergence of Space-Based Weapons. As the Sentry robots were destroyed, alarms immediately blared throughout Umbrella's headquarters. One by one, more Sentry robots emerged from the Umbrella Tower, quickly mobilizing. Under attack by mutants. Engage counterattack mode. The Sentry robots extended their gun barrels, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, the bullets were swiftly intercepted by Eric's magnetic control and redirected back toward the Sentry robots. Though the first-generation Sentry robots stood 3 meters tall and were heavily armored, they were utterly powerless against Eric's abilities. Within minutes, over a dozen Sentry robots were reduced to scrap metal. At that moment, Emil appeared, yawning and visibly annoyed, stepping out of Umbrella's building. Who dares disturb my rest? Eric. What madness has overtaken you so early in the morning? Surveying the scene, Emil scowled, his irritation evident. But he knew he was no match for Eric and refrained from acting rashly. Eric's expression was cold as he stared at Emil, his voice laced with ice. Where is Raven? Where have you taken her? Metal objects from the surroundings floated into the air, pointing menacingly at Emil, signaling that Eric was ready to attack if unsatisfied with the response. Emil's face darkened as his body began to swell. Within moments, he transformed into the monstrous abomination, towering at 3 meters. Either leave on your own, or I'll make you leave. At Emil's threat, Eric raised his hand, preparing to launch his assault. Before he could act, a bullet shot out from within the umbrella tower. Bang. Moving too fast to react, the bullet pierced Eric's side, leaving a massive wound. A moment later, Eric's mind caught up with the pain, disbelief washing over his face as he looked at his injured waist. Arg. Hearing her father's agonized scream, Lorna descended from above in a panic. Father. Seeing her father's state, she cried out in despair, hastily manipulating nearby metal to create a protective barrier around them. Eric, gritting his teeth against the pain, gripped Lorna's hand. Be careful. Vibranium bullets. Lorna's eyes welled with tears at his words. Father, you'll be fine. I'll take you back for proper treatment. SHIELD will have a way to heal you. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor of the umbrella tower, William ejected the spent casing from his sniper rifle and loaded another precious vibranium bullet. I missed, he muttered with regret. Psylocke, standing nearby, teased with a sultry smile, Captain, are you losing your touch? William shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, I'll show you tonight whether I've lost my touch or not. Without waiting for a reply, he resumed aiming, but by now, Lorna had already erected a steel barrier, blocking his line of sight. Red Queen, request authorization to deploy the space-based weapon. Beep. Authorization granted. William, Level 2 access. Request approved. As the Red Queen's mechanical voice echoed, an umbrella satellite in low Earth orbit initiated its systems. Unlike traditional satellites, this one lacked solar panels. Its cubic form featured a dome-like structure, powered by an arc reactor, eliminating the need for external energy sources. The dome opened, revealing an adamantium-made rod within. As energy accumulated, the rod glowed red-hot, reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. Moments later, a laser beam shot toward the Earth. In just 1.3 seconds, the laser struck the metal outside Umbrella Tower. Within moments, the intense heat melted the metal, dissipating the magnetic field. No. The sudden turn of events left Eric and Lorna momentarily stunned. As the laser continued to sear toward them, a figure suddenly appeared. Absorb. In an instant, all the surrounding light was drawn into this individual's body. It was Marcus, who possessed the ability to absorb sunlight. He could draw in light energy and convert it. Facing the satellite's laser attack, Marcus absorbed the energy into his body. His form glowed intensely, the surplus energy threatening to overwhelm his limits. A second later, unable to hold the energy, he released it skyward in a dazzling burst of light. Ah. Moments later, the laser attack ceased, leaving Marcus exhausted and kneeling on the ground. Seeing her boyfriend, Lorna quickly extended her hand, manipulating metal to bring him closer. I told you not to come. Marcus said with a tired smile. I was worried about you, Lorna replied, her heart filled with emotion as she gazed at him tenderly. Their moment of affection was interrupted by Eric's deliberate cough. Cough, cough. Even blood trickled from Eric's mouth, cutting their tender exchange short. Father, are you okay? Shaking his head, Eric turned his gaze toward the Umbrella Tower, where a black armored combat unit and a fresh wave of sentry robots appeared. Armed with electromagnetic rifles and shields, they eyed the mutants like predators circling prey. At this tense moment, Nick Fury finally arrived with reinforcements. Alongside him were Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, SHIELD agents, and several mutants. Eric, we're here, Nick announced. The tense standoff brought a brief silence as neither side made the first move. Inside the Umbrella Tower, Erica turned to Philia beside her. Miss Philia, what should we do? Philia rolled her eyes. Why ask me? Go ask the boss. I'm just a scientist, I don't deal with this kind of violence. With that, she left, taking the controlled Raven with her. Erica sighed and picked up her communicator to contact the boss. Who is this? Boss, it's me, Erica. What is it? Erica quickly summarized the events in the US, but the boss's dismissive response left her stunned. This is a minor issue. Handle it yourself. Hearing the call end abruptly, Erica stood frozen. Minor issue. She thought, bewildered. And what was that faint moaning sound in the background? It didn't sound like Luna. Could the boss have someone new? She shook her head to dismiss the thought. Whatever the boss's personal affairs, they were none of her concern. Turning her attention back to the matter at hand, she saw that Nick Fury's team was slowly retreating, while William's impatience was evident. In one swift move, Erica leaped from the 30th floor to the ground. William, stand down. Chapter 98, Banner's Discovery. In Russia, within the Umbrella base in Boli City, Adam sat cross-legged, meditating after an exhilarating battle. On the bed nearby, Mariko lay sprawled, her expression both lazy and satisfied. After a while, about 10 minutes, Mariko finally recovered from her euphoric state and promptly wrapped her arms around Adam from behind. "Master, now that we've inspected this place, why don't we visit Japan? It's been a long time since you've been there." Still deep in meditation, Adam opened his eyes slightly. "You came all the way from Japan just to ask me to visit?" That evening, after completing his inspection of the base, Adam was surprised by Mariko's sudden appearance. Though she had announced publicly that her visit to Boli City was an official inspection as Japan's leader, the moment she reached Adam's quarters, her demeanor shifted entirely. "Recently, someone in Japan has been deliberately stirring up trouble, smearing your Umbrella Corporation." "Oh. What are they saying?" Resting her head on Adam's shoulder, Mariko inhaled deeply, her face showing a look of infatuation. "They're targeting Umbrella's vaccines and cures, claiming they can't fully prevent the zombie virus. They're also criticizing your cosmetics, saying they contain hormones harmful to the skin. Beyond that, they're appealing to nationalistic sentiment, accusing Umbrella of not donating funds during last year's zombie outbreak and of treating Japanese employees unfairly. Do we know who's behind it?" "Not yet. They're using numerous proxies, making it hard to trace." "I see." Adam nodded, his mind racing with potential culprits. At that moment, Red Queen's holographic image appeared in the room. "Master, the Magneto issue has been resolved." "Oh. What's the outcome?" "Erica demanded $1 billion from S.H.I.E.L.D. as compensation for the damage Magneto caused to the Sentinel robots." After a moment of silence, Adam raised an eyebrow. "That's it?" "Yes, Master. They deployed orbital weapons, and that's all they got." "Correct, Master." Adam shook his head in mild disappointment. "Red Queen, have the legal department file a lawsuit against Magneto and S.H.I.E.L.D. for vandalism of critical assets, unauthorized disturbances, and any other charges they can think of. Let them handle the details." "Understood, Master." Adam's gaze darkened momentarily before turning his attention back to Mariko, who clung to him persistently. "Master, when will you visit Japan? I'll personally take you to the Prime Minister's residence to enjoy yourself." The word enjoy rolled off her tongue with a deliberate sultriness, making her intentions unmistakable. "Once things here are settled, my next stop will be Japan. I want to see who's scheming in the shadows. After that, I'll visit the branch office in Europa as well." In the United States, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, Tony Stark examined the set of photographs, his brow furrowed in thought. Director Nick Fury stood nearby, silently watching him. After some time, Tony finally broke the silence. "This beam of light descending from the sky, it looks like it was fired from a satellite. That's all you've got?" "Hey, buddy, I'm not a god. These blurry photos, what more can I say? Don't you think it resembles the repulsor technology in your suit's palm cannon?" Tony rolled his eyes. "Of course it does. All laser-based weapons look similar. Or are you accusing me of designing weapons for them?" Nick Fury's gaze lingered on Tony's neck, noticing the dark veins snaking along his skin, a telltale sign of palladium poisoning. In the original timeline, this stage of poisoning was supposed to occur 2 years later. However, due to repeated crises forcing Tony to use his suit extensively, the palladium poisoning had worsened rapidly within just 1 year. Noticing Fury's stare, Tony hastily buttoned up his shirt. "You don't have much time left, do you?" "I'm not dead yet." Fury exchanged a glance with Natasha Romanoff, who nodded and retrieved a syringe, injecting Tony in the neck. Black veins slowly began to recede. "What did you just inject me with?" "Lithium dioxide. It can temporarily suppress the effects of palladium poisoning, but it's hard on your kidneys. You can't use it again within the next 3 years." Natasha then presented a box. "This is the last thing your father left for you. He instructed me to give it to you when you were more mature, but given your current condition, I thought it best to hand it over now." Tony stared at the box, irritation flickering across his face. "Got it." Snatching the box, he left the room. In the past year, Tony had uncovered the truth about his father's dealings with Anton Vanko, shattering the idealized image he once held. The box held little appeal for him now. Fury watched him leave, his expression grim. After a pause, he turned to Natasha. "Any updates from Sharon?" "Other than some confidential information about Oscorp, nothing significant. 1 year, and no meaningful intel. It seems she's been pushed out of the inner circle. Director, should I give it a try? Your identity has long been compromised." At that moment, Maria Hill entered the room. "Director, Congress has rejected our request to investigate Umbrella's satellite network." Figures. Fury had anticipated this outcome. Over the past year, Umbrella Corporation had been donating $10 million monthly to the Democratic Party's campaign funds. Combined with the backing of Senator Robert, Umbrella was untouchable. Even a few dissenting voices within Congress couldn't stir up much trouble. Maria, report this to the Security Council. Understood. Back at Tony Stark's villa, he placed his father's box on the table, staring at it with a conflicted expression. Just then, Bruce Banner approached him, excitement evident on his face. Tony, I've finally cracked the genetic code. A year ago, after defeating Apocalypse, Banner had chosen to join Tony instead of S.H.I.E.L.D., which he despised. Tony offered him the opportunity to live in a civilized society without the constraints of being a covert agent. Oh. You mean the insect-human hybrid genes? Yes. I discovered that the original segments of the genes bear a strange resemblance to plant DNA. Plant DNA? Are you saying the serum that created those hybrids might be derived from plants? It's possible, but it could also have been added later. Let's go. Show me. Chapter 99, The Rise of Hammer Industries. Over the past year, Tony hadn't just been focused on researching new elements. In his spare time, he designed new Mark series suits and studied biology. Now, he found himself in his underground lab, observing Bruce Banner's latest discovery. This is incredible, Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening as he studied the data. These plant genes have somehow seamlessly combined human and insect DNA. It's like nothing I've ever seen or even heard of before. Banner nodded in agreement, sharing Tony's amazement. Exactly. When I first saw this genetic sequence, I couldn't believe it either. It's astonishing that such a gene could exist in the world. After marveling for a while, their expressions gradually turned serious. Whoever developed these genes must be a major player on the international stage, Tony speculated. Initially, he had suspected Umbrella's Tokyo branch of creating these human-insect hybrids. However, further investigation revealed it was merely a ploy by Umbrella. This realization left Tony with a bitter impression of the corporation. Agreed, Banner said grimly. Who do you think it could be? Tony asked. I'm not sure. Umbrella, Osborne Industries, the Life Foundation, AIM, or even powers from Europe, Russia, or India, it could be any of them, Banner replied. As he spoke, a thought struck him. Also, there's always the possibility of involvement by a nation's military, like General Ross's unit. That makes sense. We need to narrow down our suspects. Who would collaborate with the 10 Rings and even conduct experiments in the Middle East? Plenty of people. Capitalists will do anything for profit, even sell the rope to hang themselves, Banner said, shaking his head. But who would fund the 10 Rings? At this, both men exchanged a glance and simultaneously uttered the same answer. The United States. Last year, public protests and rising costs had pressured the U.S. government to reduce its military presence in the Middle East. However, after the devastating Gomera massacre, those calls had mysteriously died down, with troop deployments even increasing. While the general public saw only the 10 Rings atrocities, Tony and Banner, two of the world's smartest minds, were not fooled. They understood there was more at play behind the scenes. If we want to get to the bottom of this, we'll need to investigate the military, Tony concluded. Banner, don't you have a girlfriend who's General Ross's daughter? Hearing this, Banner's face fell, and he looked away in silence. Tony noticed his reaction and guessed something had happened. Choosing not to press further, he changed the subject. Not that I'm one to talk. I can't even solve my own problems, let alone deal with the insect hybrids. Banner clenched his fists, seemingly making a decision. I'll go find Elizabeth. Tony patted him on the shoulder, about to say something when his phone rang. Ring, ring. Tony glanced at the caller ID. It was Pepper. Hey, Pepper. What's up? Tony, Obadiah and Ivan just went to Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer is holding a press conference claiming they're developing a new generation of armor. What should we do? At Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer stood on a stage, basking in the attention of a room full of reporters. With Obadiah Stane and Ivan Vanko now part of Hammer Industries, we're poised to develop the next generation of armor. Those arrogant competitors will see that their suits are worthless compared to ours. Hammer Industries is destined to rise and reclaim its place at the top of the world. The room erupted in applause as reporters eagerly snapped photos. Controversial news like this was their bread and butter, guaranteed to grab headlines and boost sales. After Hammer finished his speech, Obadiah took the stage with equal confidence. With our technical expertise, I assure you that within 6 months, the first batch of our revolutionary suits will hit the market. As Obadiah concluded, it was Ivan's turn to speak. However, he declined to take the stage, disliking the spotlight. By noon, Justin Hammer returned to his office, only to be greeted by an ecstatic secretary. Mr. Hammer, our stock price has risen by 10% this morning. Hearing this, Hammer's face lit up with a smile. Excellent. Ha. Sinking into his plush office sofa, he felt particularly satisfied. Unlike Tony, who was purely a scientist, Hammer was a capitalist through and through. To him, profit was all that mattered, morality and ethics be damned. "What's got you in such a good mood?" A sultry voice came from the doorway as a strikingly beautiful woman entered the room. She stood about 5 feet 7 inches, with green hair, emerald eyes, and a tight green leather outfit that highlighted her curves. Her name was Ophelia Sarkissian, better known as Viper, one of Hydra's top leaders. Seeing her, Hammer immediately signaled for his secretary to leave. The secretary promptly exited, closing the door behind her. "Miss Sarkissian, what a pleasure. It's been a while." Ophelia sat gracefully on a nearby sofa, crossing her legs and exuding charm. "Mr. Hammer, I'm here to purchase something from you." Hammer didn't know her true identity but was well aware of her influence and resources. "Miss Sarkissian, you're too kind. For someone like you, a simple call would have sufficed. What do you need?" "The arc reactor technology." Hammer's expression stiffened at her words. Ivan had joined Hammer Industries on the condition that his arc reactor technology wouldn't be exploited. Hammer had agreed to this, understanding how crucial the promise was to securing Ivan's cooperation. "I'm sorry, but $10 billion, plus control of the Middle Eastern arms market." Hammer swallowed hard, his eyes flashing with greed. Ophelia, noticing his hesitation, felt a wave of contempt. Typical capitalist. Still, for the sake of Hydra's Insight project, she maintained her composure, even amplifying her allure. The Insight project required a massive energy source. While nuclear power could work, it paled in comparison to the potential of the arc reactor. "No one will offer a better price than I just did," Ophelia pressed. "If I had it, I'd gladly sell it to you. But Ivan only agreed to join us because I promised not to force him to hand over the technology," Hammer explained. Ophelia's demeanor instantly changed. Rising to her feet, she coldly declared, "Then I'll talk to him myself." "Wait. I'll come with you," Hammer blurted out, unwilling to let her confront Ivan alone. Chapter 100, Umbrella is the Law. Night fell. Ophelia returned home, slightly fatigued. Damn it, that guy is stubborn as a mule. No matter how much she argued, debated, or cajoled, Ivan remained unmoved. He refused to hand over the technology for the arc reactor. Her frustration burned within her. Should I just have him kidnapped? It was an idea that aligned perfectly with Hydra's modus operandi. However, after some thought, she dismissed it. The risks were too great, it would attract S.H.I.E.L.'s attention. After all, Hammer Industries wasn't a pushover. While Stark's military innovations overshadowed theirs, Hammer was still a world-class weapons manufacturer. Knock, knock. As Ophelia pondered her options, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Moments later, a woman dressed in a sleek black suit, resembling a personal assistant or housekeeper, entered. "Miss Ophelia, we've received a message from Base 3. They've developed a new generation of zombie virus. Ever since the zombie outbreak in Kyushu, Japan, last year, the world had been racing to develop a cure. But to create a cure, one first needed samples of the virus. And with access to those samples, who could resist the temptation to study such a potent biological weapon? Perhaps ethical labs would abstain, but Hydra? Never." Ophelia immediately stood from her seat. "Have they managed to control the zombies?" The assistant shook her head. "Uncertain. Connect me to Base 3. A moment later, the assistant handed her a specially encrypted phone. All communications between Ophelia and Hydra were routed through highly secured channels to prevent any leaks. "This is Ophelia. Have you controlled the zombies yet?" "What do you mean, no? Then what's the point of a new virus strain? Increased transmissibility and aggression. Useless if they can't be controlled." "What? The original sample came from the Middle East. You're requesting authorization for large-scale human experiments." Ophelia hesitated. Her concern wasn't for the lives of the test subjects, it was the risk of exposing Hydra's operatives. "What are the odds of success?" 70%. "Fine. As long as the other heads approve, I have no objections." After ending the call, Ophelia rubbed her temples. She had hoped her scientists had discovered a way to control the zombies, but instead, they were pushing for massive human trials. Still, if they could unlock the secret to controlling the infected, it would be worth any cost. Zombies were the perfect soldiers. They didn't fear death, required no salaries, and needed minimal logistical support. Most importantly, they were an endless resource. If Hydra could harness them, even the Sentinel program would pale in comparison. But viruses were unpredictable and unreliable. After some thought, she dialed Ivan's number again. Time passed swiftly. A month later, Adam concluded his global inspection tour and returned to the United States. However, instead of heading directly to Umbrella's headquarters in New York, he visited the company's weapons facility in Raccoon City. The morning sun had barely risen, but the sky above Raccoon City remained dark and overcast. Rain poured steadily, showing no signs of letting up. As soon as Adam disembarked from his plane, he was greeted by the city's new mayor and other officials, all braving the rain to welcome him. "Mr. Adam, welcome to Raccoon City. Mayor Amro, thank you for your efforts. I'm only here for a brief visit, there's no need to trouble yourself." "It's no trouble at all. It's my honor," the mayor insisted. After exchanging pleasantries, they began walking toward the exit. Just then, one of the staff holding an umbrella for Adam slipped and fell. Rain immediately drenched Adam, causing the mayor to panic. He hurriedly grabbed a spare umbrella and held it over Adam himself. "My deepest apologies for this mishap, Mr. Adam. I assure you the individual responsible will be dealt with." Adam merely chuckled and stepped into his car without replying. "No need to see me off. I'll head to the factory on my own." "As you wish, sir. Safe travels." Mayor Amro stood in the rain, watching the convoy disappear into the distance. Once the vehicles were out of sight, he wiped the sweat from his brow, his face pale with relief. Nearby, the staff member who had dropped the umbrella approached timidly. "Mayor, surely we don't need to go to such lengths to please him." Amro's expression darkened, and he kicked the man aside. "Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The staff member clutched his stomach, disbelief written all over his face as he got up. "He's just a businessman. Even if he controls Raccoon City's economy, why should we fear him? Just a businessman." Amro let out a bitter laugh. "That man isn't confined by rules. If he were just a businessman, I'd sleep much easier at night. He's a devil, the biggest devil in America. No, in the entire world." Amro turned and walked away, leaving the stunned staff member behind. In the car, Adam sat with his eyes closed, resting. Beside him, Luna asked cautiously, "Boss, it seems Mayor Amro is starting to show signs of disobedience. Should we replace him?" Adam opened his eyes slightly and countered with a question. "How much of Raccoon City's economy do we control? Besides the Umbrella Weapons facility, we've acquired most of the city's supermarkets, bars, hotels, and other businesses. Roughly 50%. That's not enough. Aim for 90% or more. Wouldn't that violate antitrust laws?" "Laws?" Adam smirked. "In Raccoon City, Umbrella is the law." "I understand, boss." As the car fell silent once more, a synthetic voice suddenly echoed within the cabin. "Master, an outbreak of an unknown zombie virus strain has been detected in the Middle East." "Oh." Adam opened his eyes, his interest piqued. "It seems there are still some talented individuals on this planet. Already developing a new T-virus variant, are they? Connect me to the satellite feed. I want to see what's happening."